Great Chen, in the 7th year of Yonglong, witnessed a strange phenomenon. Born of the same womb, an auspicious sign of the dragon and phoenix. Little Imperial Prince was born with a bright red cinnabar mole between his eyebrows. He neither cried nor made a fuss. His intelligent and quiet demeanor was quite rare. This was considered an auspicious sign by everyone. The little Imperial Princess, however, was not so fortunate. She was born with 6 fingers on each hand. Rumors have it that the Imperial Princess regent from the previous dynasty, who fought for power with the late emperor and brought chaos to the court, was also born with 6 fingers. Since then, the imperial family has viewed female babies born with 6 fingers as an ominous sign. Therefore, Imperial Noble Consort Jing stopped the mother, who was about to report it. Imperial Noble Consort Jing said she only gave birth to an imperial prince. Please do not reincarnate into the imperial family anymore. And their birth triggered unusual phenomena in the heavens and earth. This also attracted Kangwu the sage, a Taoist master from Penglai, the celestial mountain, who presented 3 treasures to the emperor. Inside the roots of Kunlun mountain soaked in stone milk, it can yield 3 fruits. If the emperor eats them, he will extend his lifespan by a century. 1,000-year tortoise dragon beyond the East Sea. Take its skin to make a drum, strike it in front of the formation, and all 4 enemies will surrender. This is the 2nd treasure. As for the 3rd treasure, Kangwu the sage requested the emperor to bring it out for him to inspect. Subsequently, the emperor handed over the newborn little imperial prince to him. Indeed, it embodies ancient rhyme and spiritual brilliance. It contains the celestial chi within. He kept saying in his mouth, "He is a good child of primordial fulfillment." But the next second, in the bewildered eyes of everyone, Kangwu the sage flew into the air. He said that this child was born with the essence of heaven and earth chi. The destiny of the nation that can't be intimidated by you. I aim to resolve the plight of the common people. I specifically came here to take him away. May he be eternally free from the mundane world. Therefore, I am presenting him with the 3 treasures. Without waiting for anyone to say anything, he flew away. And at this moment, 2 immortal children appeared in the sky again as 2 people were talking. They learned that Kangwu the sage was unexpectedly the most likely almighty being to ascend in nearly 100 years. He is a half-step immortal. But unexpectedly, he actually kidnapped their people. It turns out they were sent by Kunlun Celestial Mountain. Master asked them to come here to pick up the disciple, but Master did not specify whether it was a male or female. The girl realized that there was no response at all from the spirit-measuring ruler. If it wasn't the one who was taken away, then who else could it be? But they couldn't defeat Kangwu the sage, so they had to go back to report first. However, they didn't know that. At this moment, on a carriage outside the imperial palace, 2 women were looking at the girl covered in blood in the bamboo basket, crying bitterly. This is all trouble caused by being born into the imperial family. Then, in the reed field by the roadside, an old swordsman found the abandoned girl. The old swordsman noticed that she was missing a finger, and he felt heartbroken. "Poor child, you are unlucky. From now on, you will follow Grandpa with the surname Chen. I will call you Ottinger." Originally born of the same womb, but their destinies are like heaven and earth, completely different. An East Gate entered Penglai and followed the immortal elder on the path of immortality, and named Shedding Dust. An abandoned wilderness. Traveled in the mortal world with the old swordsman. She was named Ottinger. From then on, the mountains and rivers are vast, the wind is far, and the road is long. How will the siblings fight against the destiny, and will they be able to reunite once again? The heart of the Tao searches for the heavenly will. The sword's light illuminates the heavens. 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Little Shedding Dust is now guiding Qi into the body. This is the first step towards ascension. Impressive. Our Shedding Dust young martial uncle could enter the Tao at the age of 5 if he didn't need to solidify his foundation. Who needs to be 5 years old? The divine soul hidden in the aperture, the sea of consciousness awakens, and the purple mansion opens. With little shedding dust opening the purple mansion, he also arrived at his own sea of consciousness. This is my sea of consciousness. Here is like the time before the separation of heaven and earth. Chaos reigns. My primordial spirit looks exactly the same as my physical body. Little shedding dust is thinking at the moment. When can I cultivate to the soul separation stage? If others knew about his thoughts, they would definitely say he was showing off. You should know that you have to look at the 4 seas and 8 desolates. The probability of someone having celestial rank primordial unity spiritual root is 1 in a billion. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt it. A little girl appeared in his sea of consciousness. Why would an outsider appear in my sea of consciousness? Who is she? And at this time, little Ottinger still didn't know. She scared her brother quite a bit. And she is now watching Grandpa fight. The person in front is here for revenge. Grandpa killed his father back then. It was because his father was a murderer who had taken many lives. But now Grandpa sees that he has done no wrong. So Grandpa is ready to let him go. He also said that your father is not as skilled as others. If you can kill me, I will not object. After saying that, Grandpa affectionately patted little Ottinger on the head. The two of them were ready to leave. But at this moment, the person on the ground spoke again. Old man, you are already old. There will come a day when you are no longer able. When that time comes, Ottinger pointed at himself and said, "Fight with me." Little Ottinger wanted to help Grandpa, but he was scolded by Grandpa instead. Little Ottinger, who was feeling indignant, said that it was Grandpa who called him an old man first. Why didn't Grandpa scold him instead? Grandpa retorted, saying, "He's not my grandson. It's none of my business." But little Ottinger still pouted angrily. Then she looked at the wooden sword Grandpa handed to her and said dissatisfiedly, Ottinger doesn't want the wooden sword. Ottinger wants an iron sword. If Ottinger doesn't want the wooden sword, Ottinger wants an iron sword. But at that moment, Grandpa grabbed her. Later, Grandpa gestured for her to keep quiet. At this time, there were rustling sounds coming from the woods. Little Ottinger was held in Grandpa's arms. His 2 big eyes were also curiously staring into the woods. Then a huge brown bear appeared behind the 2 of them, just as the big bear's paws were about to come crashing down. Grandpa jumped into the air with little Ottinger in his arms. Then he made a somersault and drew out the sword from his waist. Grandpa stabbed down towards the big bear. He infused vital chi into the sword. The iron sword pierced through the skull of the big bear directly. The entire battle unfolded in the blink of an eye. This bear was thus annihilated. But just at that moment, little Ottinger tugged Grandpa's hand again. It turned out that a group of people had arrived from a distance. They referred to him as the old hero right away, saying Grandpa is their village's lifesaver. Then they asked someone nearby to inform the village chief and prepare a feast. But they didn't know. At this moment, little shedding dust in the sea of consciousness saw all of this. What is he trying to do with the spiritual chi, and what is this illusion in front of the sea of consciousness? He watched as Grandpa killed the bear, thinking to himself, "It's just a stupid method used by ordinary people to toughen the body." But he watched as Grandpa doted on the little girl. Take another look at the happy smile on the girl's face. This is something little shedding dust has never experienced from childhood to adulthood. I don't know what he is thinking at this moment. He quickly ran to the mustard seed pavilion to check the books. The mustard seed pavilion in Pum Lai has 9 floors. At the current chi refining stage of little shedding dust, one can ascend to the 2nd layer. This layer focuses on some cultivation techniques and spiritual abilities for the chi refining stage. There are also some miscellaneous news and interesting anecdotes recorded. Marshall nephew patiently introduced him on the side. Little shedding dust, however, was immersed in using spiritual consciousness to search for the jade slip on his own. He then arrived at the area of miscellaneous news. Little Marshall nephew was curious to see him rummaging through things and asked what he was looking for. Little Shedding Dust casually replied that he was looking for records about mental demon. This frightened martial nephew, who was standing next to them. Mental demons are the tribulations of advanced cultivators. A 5-year-old young martial uncle shouldn't be experiencing a new demon tribulation, right? The other little Ottinger, who travels in the mortal world with the old swordsman, still doesn't know. She has already scared her brother into searching for information. Our little mental demon is still devouring meat hungrily. Grandpa brought him to kill the big bear in the mountains. He is the savior of the whole village. Many people in the village have died at the hands of the big bear. Xiaolu woman and Nuer are among the victims. Her father and husband both died at the hands of the big bear. To repay the debt of gratitude, he wants to take care of Grandpa and little Ottinger. If it were just old Chen alone, he would not have been willing. But looking at little Ottinger and Grandpa, who were homeless, he sighed and said, "I guess we can only trouble ourselves for a while." During this period, they were like a family. Whatever little Ottinger likes to eat, Xiaolu woman would make for him. Grandpa, seeing how hard she works alone, wonders if there are any bows, arrows, or hunting weapons at home. He wanted to go to the mountains to hunt for some meat to supplement the household expenses. Seeing Grandpa going hunting, little Ottinger said she wanted to go too. Xiaolu woman tried to stop her from following. Xiaolu woman had to let her follow Nuer to study. In the village, there is a teacher named Mr. Bailey Ji, and many children study with him. However, Mr. Bailey seems to be injured. Nuer learned medical skills from Grandpa since childhood, so he knows how to prepare medicine. He brings medicine for Mr. Bailey every day. Therefore, Bailey does not intend to charge little Ottinger's tuition fee. Nuer asked little Ottinger to go and pay a visit to Mr. Bailey. Little Ottinger asked, "Is Mr. Bailey very powerful?" Nuer replied, "Of course. Mr. Bailey is the most remarkable person I have ever met." Before he could finish his sentence, Mr. Bailey's nosebleed shot up 2 meters high. Everyone was stunned and speechless. Nuer quickly grabbed little Ottinger and said, "It's not that serious." After coming back, little Ottinger was naturally scolded by Grandpa again. Grandpa teaches him to strive to be the best in the world, not to fight with everyone recklessly. Just being brave and aggressive will eventually lead to harm. 5-year-old little Ottinger, of course, doesn't understand much yet. Xiaolu woman also advised Grandpa to wait until Ottinger grows up a bit. Naturally, he will understand by then. But Grandpa sighed and said, "I hope I can still see it by then." Little Ottinger heard this and immediately hugged Grandpa tightly. She refused. She wanted Grandpa to be with her all the time. Grandpa quickly said he would always be with her. In order to cheer up the sad little Ottinger, Xiaolu woman said she would give Ottinger a gift. Then she took out a piece of shabby black wood. She thought the piece of wood was quite suitable when she saw old Shin shaving the wooden sword for Ottinger. This was picked up by her grandfather when he was collecting medicinal herbs in the mountains. It was impervious to water and fire, hard and heavy. It looked like ironwood. Grandpa knocked on the wood. Indeed, it was exceptionally hard. Little Ottinger also loved it immensely. So Grandpa and little Ottinger settled in the village like this. Little Ottinger would go to study with Nuar every day. Grandpa has been shaving that wooden sword for him all along. He occasionally goes hunting in the mountains. The days pass by leisurely. Unconsciously, they have transitioned from summer to winter. For the past half year, this piece of wood has become harder and harder to carve. Several knives have been damaged by it. Grandpa thought to himself. However, this should be enough for him to use for several years. At this moment, little Ottinger is sleeping, but he is murmuring something about heaven and earth, mysterious and yellow. Nuer said, "Sister is reciting in her dream. Don't wake her up." She said reciting in dreams is faster. Although Nuer doesn't understand why either. Later, everyone no longer worried about little Ottinger. They instead talked about Bailey Ji Grandpa and realized that Bailey Ji is not from their village either. Zhao Lu woman said he is a hunter from the village, rescued from the mountain road, covered in blood and barely alive. He claimed to have encountered bandits. His hometown is too far away, and his injuries were too severe. So, he temporarily stayed in the village. Despite being taken care of for over a year, there was no improvement. Newer also mentioned that Mr. Biley said that his family members are more frightening than bandits. Just as they were talking about this, little Ottinger started carrying books on her back again. Sun and Moon! Sun and Moon! She couldn't recite it for a long time. In the sea of consciousness, little Shedding Dust was helpless. Who is this clumsy little girl after all? He checked all the records in the past 6 months. There is no mental demon like this. Then he took a deep breath. He then exited the sea of consciousness. With a palm strike, he shattered the imprisonment and arrived outside. He looked up at the mountain peak opposite him. He wondered when Sherfu would emerge from seclusion. For the past half-year, he has been driven crazy by the frequent appearance of that little girl. He keeps using various Taoist spells, thinking that even though his 5-element spells are perfected now, he still can't escape from this mental demon. Martial nephews by his side are also worried about little Shedding Dust. They said that uncontrollable illusions appear in the sea of consciousness. Is it not a mental demon? Another one said that in 1 year, from entering the Tao to refining Qi, mastering the 4-layer Qi refining spellcraft, and achieving proficiency in 5 elements transmutation, if there is such a mental demon tribulation, then he would also like to experience it. They are unable to help at the moment, and can only wait for Granduncle Master to come out of seclusion. Kanwu the Sage's cultivation is nearing perfection, and once he emerges from seclusion and attracts the attention of heaven and earth, it will be very easy to trigger the celestial tribulation. He will ascend to the celestial realm and achieve immortality after passing this last tribulation. Once that happens, little Shedding Dust and Master will be separated like Canopus and Sirius, and will no longer be able to teach and accompany each other. But little Shedding Dust understands in his heart. The celestial Tao is impermanent. Cultivators should understand this from the beginning. Ultimately, everything returns to its roots. What one can rely on and depend on is always one's own true heart. Compared to little Shedding Dust, undoubtedly the current little Ottinger is much happier. She has Noir's companionship. She also has Zhao Lu woman's motherly affection. The grandpas in the village also like her very much. There is also Mr. Biley, who teaches them to read. Another year has passed in the blink of an eye. Mr. Biley is also starting to miss home a little. He mentioned that he has been away from home for a long time, and there has been no news about him. His elder brother must be very worried about him. In this world, the only person who would worry about him is his elder brother. Ottinger was unhappy to hear this. She said that Ottinger is also very worried, as well as Mr. Grandpa, Aunt, and Brother Noor are all concerned about Mr. After saying that, she used the hand that had eaten the candied hawthorn to pat Mr. Biley's clothes. Mr. Biley touched little Ottinger's head. He said it was his privilege to meet you all. But he should go back now. In the blink of an eye, it was already spring with flowers in bloom. The seasons come and go. The snow-white land has also turned into a lush greenery. All the girls in the village heard that Mr. Biley was leaving. They blushed one by one and asked when he would come back. The village head was also angry at the girls' lack of composure. He didn't want to stop anyone from going back to reunite with their families. He told the children not to pester Mr. Biley anymore. These days, let Mr. rest well. The old village head also expressed gratitude to Mr. Biley. Having him teach these children was a blessing for the village. The village specially held a farewell banquet for him and invited him to attend. After the village head left, Biley Ji sat alone in front of the door, lost in thought. Before long, a little bird flew to his side. Biley Ji stared at the chirping little bird for a long time. He muttered to himself, "Have you found your way here?" "Just repaired my dantian." He then sighed and said, "If that's the only way, I'll have to take everyone in the village away." The old village chief returned to Grandpa Chen's house later. He thought that old Chen was skillful. The village chief wanted him to escort Mr. Biley into the city. Everyone in the village also contributed some money. They will arrange for bailiff and carriages to take him home once they arrive in the city. Noor also prepared some medicinal herbs to send with Mr. Bailey, as he was worried that Mr. Bailey's health might not be good enough and could worsen if they encountered more bumps along the way. Just as everyone was contemplating how to safely send Mr. Bailey home, Village Zhang 3 suddenly ran to the door and told the village chief that something had happened. The child from Zhao 6's family was taken away by a wolf. Grandpa Chen, after hearing this, quickly rushed out of the courtyard. He said he would go after the wolf first. The old village chief and the others can come slowly. Zhao Lu woman originally wanted to help the old village chief go together. However, the village chief asked her to stay and watch the children. Noor looked at the medicine ready in her hand. She was prepared to send it over to Mr. Bailey first. Zhao Lu reminded him to come back early. It has not been peaceful lately. Little Ottinger, on the other hand, is comforting everyone not to be afraid. She said she has a thunderstruck wooden sword in her hand that can protect everyone. Looking at little Ottinger, who appeared very serious, the tense atmosphere among everyone seemed to have eased a lot. Grandpa, they also tracked the child's bloodstains over there. The wolf should be nearby. But it's very strange. The wolf seems to be leading them around in circles for fun. Old Chen said, "As long as the children are still alive, that's all that matters. We have to keep chasing." On the other side, Noor and little Ottinger also gave the medicinal herbs to Mr. Bailey. Noor kept reminding Mr. Bailey to take care of his health on the way. But the weather was not favorable. It changed suddenly. It looked like it was going to rain soon. Noor asked Mr. Bailey if he brought an umbrella, wanting to send him back first. But Bailey Ji said, "No need." Then he rushed outside. At this time, the dark clouds were pressing down from the sky, while Bailey Ji was floating in midair. He was still saying in his mouth, "It's time." And Bailey Ji was just going to take advantage of this opportunity. At this time, dark clouds are pressing down on the sky. Everyone thought it was going to rain. But that was caused by Bailey Ji's Earth Tier artifact soul-calling banner. He said, "Although the soul and spirit of a mortal are not as good as a cultivator's, I'll make do with it for now." After that, countless ghost-like figures emerged from the soul-calling banner. Some women and children became his primary targets. He didn't even spare the elderly village chief. Zhao Lu woman, who doted on little Ottinger, was not spared either. At this time, little Ottinger still didn't know what had happened. Noor collapsed right beside her. No matter how she called out, Brother Noor never answered her again. Bailey Ji turned around and saw little Ottinger, telling her not to force it. She said that there was nothing they could do about Noor. After all, his soul and spirit are still in my hands. Upon hearing Bailey Ji's words, little Ottinger immediately lifted her wooden sword and charged towards Bailey Ji. However, she didn't even touch Bailey Ji's clothes. She was immediately knocked flying out. After all, being only 5 years old, she was still just a mortal. How could she possibly defeat Bailey Ji? But little Ottinger is not afraid. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and stood up again. She raised her wooden sword and charged forward once again. She was grabbed by Bailey Ji's face and hung in midair. Bailey Ji looked indifferent as he warned her not to misbehave, saying that Mr. was busy with important matters. At this time, Grandpa Chen also returned to the village. He saw corpses scattered all over the ground. He already knew in his heart what had happened. He lifted the sword and charged towards the direction of Bailey Ji. Grandpa saved little Ottinger from Bailey Ji's hands. Bailey Ji, however, did not agree. He just said, "A mortal who has cultivated the sword aura. It's really troublesome." At this moment, little Ottinger's cute little face was already covered in bruises. But she was still saying, "Grandpa beat him up." But Grandpa pushed little Ottinger away and told her to run quickly. He then wielded his sword and charged at Bailey Ji, unleashing his most powerful strike fueled by vital chi. But in Bailey Ji's eyes, if there is a stronger opponent, Perhaps only then could they break through the cultivator's protective spiritual chi. With a single, "What a pity!" from him, Grandpa Chen was struck through the body by his palm. At this moment, little Ottinger tried hard to widen her eyes. She wanted to see if she had mistaken something. In her heart, Grandpa, who was the strongest, couldn't be defeated. She knelt on the ground and crawled desperately towards Grandpa, still shouting, "Grandpa," continuously. But at this moment, Grandpa had already lost his breath. If possible, Grandpa would definitely not ignore his beloved little Ottinger. But everything was already too late. With Bailey Ji chanting the mantra in his mouth, he took little Ottinger and fled. Shortly after, right where they had just been fighting, a beam of light crashed down from the sky. With a loud rumble, a giant sword was thrust into the ground. And standing on the sword was a young man. He cursed as he let the target escape once again. At this moment in the sea of consciousness, little Shedding Dust also witnessed Grandpa leaving. Seeing little Ottinger, who was heartbroken, little Shedding Dust couldn't help but feel sad himself. This little girl, who often appeared in his sea of consciousness, was happy before. Now she had to experience the departure of her loved ones. They can really play tricks. Born of the same womb, yet their fates are like clouds and mud. Little Ottinger is just now stepping onto her own path of growth. And this marks the beginning of an authentic story. The siblings are about to recognize each other. Little Ottinger will also practice sword aura diligently, hoping to have a final showdown with Bailey. Heaven and earth, where fortune and misfortune are interdependent. Grandpa, who was the only one who loved little Ottinger, has also left her. No one in the village was spared either. It's hard to imagine what it feels like for 5-year-old little Ottinger. She is now at death's door. But Bailey Ji is still forcibly infusing spiritual chi into little Ottinger's mouth, saying that her spiritual root is average. However, her tendons and bones are strong. Little Ottinger could only make a whimpering sound as she was in pain. Bailey Ji was still making sarcastic remarks on the side. She explained that it was something called spiritual chi. If you don't quickly guide it to your dantian, you will die from a ruptured body. At this moment, little Ottinger only uttered one word from his mouth. "Kill!" She wanted to kill Bailey Ji to avenge Grandpa. But Bailey Ji just sneered. He said, "Mister, just wait and see." On the other side, Yuchi, who came with his sword, was very upset. He still couldn't catch Bailey Ji. He asked senior brother Mingzhu if he could use Candlelight Shine's 1,000 miles again. Mingzhu just used all his power to break the spiritual barrier. We need to wait at least 36 Shurchen, 72 hours, before he can use it again. It's fortunate that Bailey Ji was knocked down by Martial Uncle, and won't be able to escape the range of Candlelight Shine's 1,000 miles within the next 36 Shurchen. But Mingzhu is single-mindedly hoping to exchange for a less troublesome task. He no longer wants to pursue Bailey Ji. But Yuchi paid no attention to him. He found Grandpa Chen's body. Unexpectedly, a mortal had cultivated sword aura. What a pity. If he had spiritual root, he might have been able to enter the Tao by this. Now I'm afraid he can't even enter the samsara. Yuchi also felt regretful. With a wave of his hand, accompanied by a loud noise, a deep pit appeared on the ground. He held Grandpa Chen's body and placed him inside. He muttered, "Really hateful. Just a little slow." "It's already the 3rd time," Mingzhu asked. "So what?" Yuchi half-turned and said, "So I'm not happy if Bailey Ji is not chopped into pieces." At this moment, Mingzhu only had black lines all over her face. She nodded and said hesitantly, "It seems that the sect's task is to capture someone alive." Meanwhile, little Shedding Dust and Pumlai felt the plight of little Ottinger, and his emotions were also slightly unsettled. Just at that moment, there was a sudden burst of strong spiritual chi fluctuations in the air. Little Shedding Dust seemed to have sensed something. He opened his eyes, and then ran towards the door. He looked at the person outside, and couldn't help but show a long-lost smile. The person opposite asked him, "Shedding Dust, young Taoist, Are you well? At this moment, little Shedding Dust's eyes were filled with excitement. He ran quickly to the man and immediately knelt down, saying, "Master, you finally figured it out." Later, little Shedding Dust obediently reported to Master, saying that he had strictly followed Master's instructions and did not dare to act recklessly. By cultivating with slow and steady effort and focusing on breath control, he polished his state of mind. The spiritual chi in his dantian overflowed naturally, leading to a breakthrough. Now, he has also advanced to the 7th layer of chi refining, but he doesn't know why. When he enters a meditative state, a vision of a little girl often appears in his sea of consciousness. He had just wanted to continue speaking, but at that moment, a surge of spiritual chi fluctuations erupted around him. The Marshall nephews outside were also very surprised. Is this familiar spiritual chi disturbance caused by the young Marshall uncle? But this is not when entering the Tao. Is it an anomaly caused by communicating with heaven and earth? Why is it happening again? At this moment, little Shedding Dust also looks bewildered. He asks Master what is going on with him. Master tells him to release his spiritual sense. He then placed a single palm on the spiritual altar of little Shedding Dust, together with waves of green spiritual chi fluctuations. The surrounding plants seem to become even more lush. This is the gentle and upright wood element spiritual chi of Kanwu the Sage. It is vibrant and full of vitality. The restless 5-element spiritual chi is calmed down, with Master retracting his palm and saying, "So that's how it is." Little Shedding Dust also curiously stared at Master, wondering what had just happened. Master then made a finger mudra and said, "The Tao follows 50, and the celestial evolution follows 49. This thread of vitality. But in the end, he sighed. Master then said to him, "The fantasies in your sea of consciousness are most likely your twin sister." Rare is it for mortals to possess spiritual roots. Twin siblings sharing a connection in spiritual sense is even rarer. Just now, little Ottinger's entry into the Tao communicated with the heavens and the earth, setting off a resonance in little Shedding Dust as well. Kanwu the Sage just realized that he has a twin sister with a shared spiritual sense. It's a pity that he didn't discover her and bring her along initially. At this moment, little Shedding Dust also looks surprised. The little girl who tormented him for half a year turns out to be his sister. On this side, little Ottinger has already fainted from the pain. She did not cultivate to the chi refining stage on her own, but was forcibly infused with spiritual chi by Baili Ji, enduring it to finally enter the Tao. Later, Baili Ji threw a cultivation technique book to little Ottinger. Baili Ji asked her to follow the instructions above to practice chi circulation and breath control. He also said that although her spiritual root is not outstanding, diligence can make up for incompetence. He asked her to put in double the effort and dedication. He jokingly added that wanting to surpass Mr. without working hard is not acceptable. At this moment, little Ottinger's eyes were filled with endless resentment. But she couldn't bring herself to kill the villain in front of her now. On the other side, little Shedding Dust seemed to sense little Ottinger's sadness. He refused Sherfu's suggestion to close the door to the Sea of Consciousness for him. Even though he knew that the Sea of Consciousness is the most private and vulnerable place for a cultivator, he still refused Sherfu. He swore by the heart of Tao that regardless of blessings or misfortunes, he would never involve Peng Lai, and he was willing to bear it all alone. At this moment, little Ottinger tightly held onto the cultivation technique in her hand. She has been following Baili Ji for a year now. They have been in Luoyang City all this year. Baili Ji still looks like a good old man on the surface. Only little Ottinger knows how cunning he really is. On this day, little Ottinger was cultivating in the Sea of Consciousness. However, footsteps suddenly appeared in the Sea of Consciousness. She suddenly woke up and turned to look. The visitor, though young, had a celestial grace and Taoist presence, and was saying that the door might finally be open. Little Ottinger was startled and widened her eyes. She immediately said, "Mental demon is talking nonsense. I am your brother." But little Ottinger doesn't seem to trust him too much. She said angrily, What kind of fiend are you? Talking about a twin brother. If we were really twins, why am I not the sister? Little Shedding Dust calmly replied, Because you've entered the Tao, while I have already reached the 8th layer of Qi refining as a cultivator. And I am higher than you. However, at this moment, little Ottinger, who was being trapped by Shedding Dust, only wanted to rush up and smash this full of nonsense fiend, but the straightforward words from Little Shedding Dust stunned her. Little Shedding Dust said, Stop messing around and seize the opportunity. Don't you want to save Grandpa? With an incredulous look on his face, little Ottinger asked him, Can he still be saved? Little Shedding Dust said that although the physical body cannot be saved, there might still be a possibility of retrieving the soul and spirit before they are refined, which could potentially allow for a re-entry into the cycle of reincarnation. He then told little Ottinger that he had no way to find her before she turned 12 years old. Besides, it would be too late by then. He informed little Ottinger that he had a significant advantage. That is, the evil cultivator still doesn't know about the existence of your brother and me. Shortly after, little Ottinger lowered her head. She said fiercely, As long as I can kill Bailey G and save Grandpa, I would call you ancestor if needed. This left Little Shedding Dust feeling helpless. He sighed and said, You are already a cultivator. At this time, in Punlai in the East Sea, on the Celestial Mountain, Celestial Spark asked Kangwu the Sage if senior brother is going into seclusion again. Kangwu the Sage replied, When the cup is full, it overflows. With his current cultivation level, if the Punlai Great Formation doesn't shield the heavenly secrets, the celestial tribulation will descend at any moment. For now, he can only go into seclusion to delay the inevitable. Also, it has been nearly 500 years since the last heaven and earth annihilation. It is unknown what will trigger it this time. So he wants the disciples from Punlai to go out for training ahead of time. Although Punlai has always had a thin population, if they do not train well before the cataclysm arrives, there may be more unexpected incidents involving the elders. He's afraid that not even the seeds of heritage can be left behind. It seems that a cataclysm is inevitable. Ninefold realms, miles upon miles. Immortals and mortals each encounter their own fate. Shedding Dust and Ottinger are siblings. What kind of fate twist are they about to encounter? The two siblings met for the first time in the Sea of Consciousness. It was both amusing and heartwarming. After exiting the Sea of Consciousness, Little Shedding Dust began to contemplate the rules of the door to the Sea of Consciousness. When does it open? At present, its opening duration is uncontrollable. It seems that he can only prepare more in his spare time. Exchange as much information as possible each time. He also feels a bit regretful. Once her Sea of Consciousness opened, she could no longer see her dreams and fragments of consciousness. Although he had anticipated this situation before, he still couldn't help feeling a little lost. He then took out the Bailey G cultivation technique for little Ottinger. Fortunately, this time I managed to get my hands on it in time. This cultivation technique seems to be fine on the surface. Little Shedding Dust thinks that the more fine it looks on the surface, the more likely it has issues. He will go to the Mustard Seed Pavilion to have a look. At this moment, Bailey G, who is far away in Luoyang City, is behaving a bit strangely. It's pouring rain in the middle of the night, yet he is preparing to go out. The young lady asked Mr. Bailey if he was going out. Mr. Bailey calmly replied, Yes, the weather is nice. I'm going out for a walk. The little girl raised an eyebrow in confusion. You call this nice weather? On the other side, little Ottinger, who was cultivating in the room, suddenly felt a surge of qi and blood. She couldn't control it, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then she thought of what her brother said to her in the Sea of Consciousness. Shedding Dust taught Ottinger several qi circulation methods that allowed her to cultivate normally. She could allocate some spiritual qi to repair her meridians, and try to test the range of Bailey G's spiritual sense. She should not do anything else. Ottinger was puzzled why she needed to repair her meridians. Shedding Dust explained to her that it was because he had previously forcibly infused spiritual qi into his body. Although he narrowly survived and entered the Tao, his meridians were severely damaged. He also asked her if she didn't feel many hidden injuries accumulating in her body. If not handled properly, it would affect her future cultivation. But Ottinger didn't think so. She said, "If you have this ability, why not teach me some powerful Taoist spells instead?" But the older brother didn't listen to her. He made it clear that she shouldn't even think about restoring Meridian to its original state. Now Ottinger looked at the blood in her hands. She couldn't help but feel a bit closer to her brother. And at this moment, Bailey Ji was holding an umbrella, walking on the rainy street. The person he passed by at their home. Their son was asking if his dad is feeling better today. Is there anything he wants to eat? But with Bailey Ji passing by, the person's tone suddenly changed. From what he heard, it seemed like the old man suddenly took a turn for the worse. He was in a hurry to find a doctor. Take another look at Bailey Ji's expression. He seemed to have improved a bit compared to just now. Presumably, the old man's soul and spirit have been devoured by him. And at this moment in a dark cave dwelling, a soul lamp suddenly lit up a bit. And beside the soul lamp, standing a man dressed in a long black and red robe. His subordinates are reporting to him. After the disciple under Kunluan's sword disappeared, there has been no news. Soul Hunter has been searching, but young Master Ji didn't leave any information for himself. At this time, the man in the red robe spoke. "Well, at least those old guys in the clan can't find him either." Then, Soul Hunter added, "Young Master Ji's soul lamp is getting brighter, he must be safe." Kunluan also agreed not to harm him. "But he's still avoiding you, he must be afraid of implicating." Before Soul Hunter could finish speaking, the man in the red robe interrupted him. He snorted coldly and said, "Search for Ji with all your might. Bailey Zhong should be able to protect his younger brother. Grandpa has said, if vital qi is abundant. When vital qi circulates naturally in every limb and bone, even ordinary movements carry immense power. Originally, spiritual qi is also possible. No, it far surpasses vital qi." At this moment, little Ottinger seems to have lost some innocence, but gained a sense of perseverance and heroism. Ottinger channels spiritual qi into her arm. Then she punches the air, causing the surrounding air to tremble under her fist. Is this what they call the divide between immortal and mortal? At the moment when little Ottinger harbored murderous intent, Bailey Ji's spiritual sense instantly enveloped over. Little Ottinger succeeded. She sensed it. Bailey Ji's spiritual sense exploration range is within 100 zhang. Within that range, once Ottinger has murderous intent, he will be discovered by him. She informed her brother of the findings. Little Shedding Dust then asked with concern, "Is your physical body still okay?" I broke 2 ribs," Ottinger said indifferently. Shedding Dust became a little speechless. This little sister is full of warrior swagger. She really looks quite cool. Ottinger continued, "This is the quickest method, all right? Besides, didn't you say you wanted to desensitize him and not raise any suspicions? Let him constantly adapt to my murderous aura as well." Little Shedding Dust has been completely speechless to her. But he still gave Ottinger some body-refining exercises. Although practicing the tendons and bones cultivation method can cultivate a physique comparable to a spirit artifact, and can transcend life and death, ascend beyond the void. However, in the end, Ottinger will not cultivate into someone like Celestial Spark Martial Uncle, right? At this moment, little Shedding Dust doesn't care about that much anymore. Now, how can he ensure that his sister survives without damaging the essence is the most important thing. And he has already planned it out in his heart. Because the lifespan of a cultivator is limited as well. So after Ottinger is out of danger, he will carefully plan her future cultivation path. By then, he cannot let her recklessly mess around. Mortals can still enter the cycle of reincarnation. If cultivators cannot ascend, they can only wait for annihilation. And now we are right under the nose of the evil cultivator. He has no way to teach Ottinger Dao's spells. Once he is attracted to Soul Probe, it will be troublesome. Thinking of this at shedding dust, he suddenly thought of little Ottinger and her peculiar martial ant technique that only allows entry but no exit. He then dropped everything in his hands and rushed towards the mustard seed pavilion. He wanted to figure it out. While shedding dust was searching through the books, two martial nephews also came to search. They are here to say goodbye. But the words have not been spoken yet. Shedding dust spoke up. It's just in time that you are here. Do you know what cauldron signifies? He searched through all the scriptures in 2-layer, but none of them provided a clear answer. The book only mentions that it's unorthodox methods without further explanation. So he had to ask the two of them. However, this question startled the two martial nephews. Xianxia said helplessly, "Young martial uncle, you're only 7 years old. Don't study such strange things, okay?" Shedding dust looked puzzled at what was said. And at this moment, little Ottinger had 2 broken ribs and could only lie down and rest. She thought to herself, shedding dust's methods really worked. Her broken ribs had healed in just 2 days. But she was very hungry. Little Ottinger's stomach kept growling non-stop, indicating that she was indeed hungry. However, she suddenly remembered what Grandpa had told her. Grandpa said that vital chi circulates throughout the body. Forces in harmony with breathing, surging like the tide. Consider the sword an extension of the meridian in the arm. Incorporate it into this ocean of vital chi. Naturally, it will be able to trigger sword aura. So she wants to try if spiritual chi works. She then transfers spiritual chi into the sword. But she found something inside the wooden sword that Grandpa had carved for her. The Kunlun mountain range is also known as the Kunlun Remnants, one of the celestial mountains that is on par with Penglai. A young girl riding a white egret asked, "Senior brother Mingzu? Weren't you going to catch Baili Ji with junior brother Yuchi? Why are you back so soon?" At this moment, Mingzhu is still leisurely eating and reading a book. He came back to ask Shifu for a different task. He also asked Linlang to help him persuade junior brother Yuchi to reconsider if it's not good for solitary cultivation in Kunlun. Linlang knows that Master Senior Brother will definitely not agree. Heaven and earth annihilation will come without warning. All sect disciples have been driven out to gain experience. As a sword cultivator, Yuchi must prove his sword with battles. How could he come back and be as solitary in his cultivation like this? Mingzhu, looking helpless, could only express that Yuchi was impatient to chase after Baili Ji and lost his temper. He encountered evil cultivators on the road and dealt with them all. None of them got away. Linlang was even more puzzled, asking why Mingzhu came back on his own. How could he leave Yuchi alone to cause trouble outside? Mingzhu quickly changed the subject, saying he didn't understand why evil cultivators like Baili Ji couldn't be killed directly. Now the sect doesn't allow killing, only to let them live. In the past, 100 or even 10 of them would have been killed. His father said, we should be lenient with lineage families and freelance cultivators in order to unite against heaven and earth annihilation. Later on, the two of them began to discuss why the sect cares so much about the Baili family. Although they are a lineage family, it doesn't seem necessary. Linlang seems familiar. It seems that the last heaven and earth annihilation was related to their family. The other side at this time. The siblings met again in the sea of consciousness. They smiled as soon as they saw each other. They both said that they had important things to tell each other. Shedding dust means letting the younger sister speak first. Ottinger wants to say that the wooden sword left by Grandpa can unexpectedly extend his spiritual chi inside. There are spiritual channels inside, just like the meridians in a person. And there is also a hard lump inside. Spiritual sense cannot penetrate through. Ottinger even tried all the chairs and stools in the room, but none allowed spiritual chi to extend inside. It's not surprising that even using spiritual sense didn't reveal anything special. Only the wooden sword seemed strange. Upon hearing Ottinger's description, Shedding Dust immediately asked him about the blurry thing, whether it resembled a baby. Ottinger suddenly realized that what you said was indeed somewhat true. Shedding Dust burst into laughter. It's still a pillow when feeling sleepy, huh? Then he said to Ottinger. He also has something very important to tell her. He asked her to listen carefully. The cultivation technique given to him by Bailey G indeed has an issue. He said that the spiritual chi cultivated by Ottinger now is not her own. It will be taken away by Bailey G in the future. In short, Ottinger has been treated as a supplement. This could result in her dantian being destroyed or even losing her life. This scared Otting. Shedding Dust comforted her not to worry. Although it was the best time for retaliation when he acted, he didn't want his sister to be in danger. Shedding Dust said he would go find him as soon as possible. Before that, let him be frightened out of his wits. Completely obliterate him. Ottinger worried and said to kill him in advance. She would be delighted to rescue Grandpa. But aren't you unable to leave a secluded celestial mountain? Shedding Dust reassured her not to worry about it. He would figure out a way. And what he wanted to tell her was about her wooden sword. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be the soul cocoon of a wood element great cultivator. Ottinger looked puzzled. What is a soul cocoon? Shedding Dust told her. It's roughly equivalent to the body of a human cultivator. It seems that Grandpa has left Ottinger a treasure. After exiting the sea of consciousness, the assertive Shedding Dust quickly ran up to Martial Uncle and Martial Aunt. He said he wanted to leave the mountain. Pumlai's cultivation technique. Always focusing on comprehending the cosmic laws, observing the rise and fall of all things, and seeing the cycles of life and death. The higher the cultivation level, the farther one surpasses their peers. But at this time, only at the 8th layer of chi refining, little Shedding Dust wants to go to the void abyss for training. Just because his sister, who was born of the same womb, is in deep trouble. He must go and rescue her. Believing that Martial Uncle's celestial spark would definitely disagree. Don't be fooled by his fierce look. But he is also afraid. He is afraid that if that old guy King Wu the Sage finds out, he let Shedding Dust go out. When he comes out of seclusion, he will have to face celestial thunder together. Martial Aunt Shuyu of Shedding Dust also asked him, why not wait a few more years while still in the chi refining stage? Shedding Dust bowed slightly. Then he knelt down and said, it is precisely because of the Pumlai cultivation technique that it is even more necessary to develop self-defense methods through training in order to cope with the upcoming heaven and earth annihilation. If Master is not in seclusion, I believe he would also agree. Shedding Dust had just finished speaking. Celestial Spark immediately retorted with a scowl. Don't even think about it. But Shuyu sighed deeply before replying. Senior brother, please take out your wallet. Celestial Spark is confused. What? Senior brother's the last disciple is about to go out for training. Can you guys still hide and hoard those treasures in the furnace of Fangzhong Mountain? Although we in Ning Province only have cats, dogs, flowers, and plants, we wouldn't be so stingy. Shedding Dust awkwardly says on the side. No need, no need. But Shuyu turned back and said to Shedding Dust again. The purpose of this trip is that all disciples below the void abyss nascent soul must travel in pairs. You are no exception. I will assign someone to you. Seeing this, Shedding Dust could only say, yes, Martial Aunt, thank you for your trouble. The next day, at the Pumlai Martial Arts Field, a golden-haired, tan beauty, holding a wine jar, was waiting early at the Pumlai Martial Arts Field. She said while burping, you guys are too slow. Xianxia and Chunjun hurried to apologize. Senior Sister Crimson, we were just bringing Shedding Dust young Martial Uncle to set up a soul lamp after taking some valuable items from Senior Sister. Interrupting with a burp, Senior Sister Crimson said, so this is the precious Martial Uncle you have at Pumlai. I heard he received many good things from me, Senior Sister. You can protect yourself fine, right? Xianxia quickly introduced Shedding Dust. This is Senior Sister Crimson from Fangzhong Mountain, your martial nephew Crimson. He then added, don't underestimate Senior Sister. She's very formidable in fights, and should be considered the #1 below Golden Cord level among the 3 mountains. As he mentioned this, a girl in green clothes and green hair appeared. She called out, Xianxia Senior Brother, Surprised, she exclaimed, "Cloud Mist Junior Sister, why are you here?" Cloud Mist Junior Sister mentioned that her withering and blooming technique had reached 3 layers, which Xianxia praised as impressive since in the foundation establishment stage, the highest was only 3 layers. Cloud Mist nodded and said, "The patriarch said that senior brother and senior sister can have their limbs severed or bodies cut into pieces, as long as the primordial soul isn't scattered. Cloud Mist can heal them." She probably noticed Xianxia and Chunjun's awkward expressions filled with black lines, so she turned her head and asked shyly, "This is Shedding Dust young martial uncle, right?" Cloud Mist from Ying Province has met young martial uncle as instructed by the patriarch. Before she could finish her sentence, a golden bird on her shoulder started purring. She quickly called out, "Sky Winter Grandpa, wake up! It's time to get up." She mentioned that the bird was sent by Cloud Mist Patriarch to deliver it to Shedding Dust. She was worried because Shedding Dust is only at the chi refining stage, and using a flying artifact might be challenging due to the spiritual chi. That's why she asked Sky Winter Grandpa to assist him on the journey. Xianxia on the side also recognized that this bird was extraordinary. "Is it the oldest golden hawk in your Ying province? Please don't trouble the old man too much." But the old man is still sleeping, and didn't hear them talking at all. Shedding Dust had to say, "Thank you, Cloud Mist Martial Nephew." This is the first time Shedding Dust has seen the golden hawk mentioned in the Compendium of Mountain and sees strange beasts. It says they are descendants of the ancient yellow birds, but it's unknown if it's true or not. Cloud Mist overheard Shedding Dust mumbling to himself and couldn't help but think, "They say young martial uncle loves to read books. It seems to be true." But at this time, senior sister Crimson on the side was a bit impatient. She asked, "Do you young folks know where you're going?" Shedding Dust replied, "Far east of the Eastern Sea, unfathomable miles away, with an abyss without end known as the Void Abyss. It holds celestial resources and terrestrial treasures that are rare in the world, as well as vicious beasts and wicked entities. There lies great opportunity and also great danger. It is the end of the ocean." He then said, "I am ready." Senior Sister Crimson's spiritual sense moved. Flames of spiritual chi appeared on her palm. "You better wake up your golden hawk," she said. Then she didn't wait for anyone else to say anything. She then leaped into the air. The flame on her right hand gathered spiritual chi. The surrounding air seemed to vibrate slightly. She said, "Let's go!" and then slammed her fist on the formation key of the teleport formation. With a loud bang, when Shedding Dust opened his eyes again, they were already flying in the air. At this moment, Xianxia asked him, "Young martial uncle, are you okay?" Senior Sister Crimson also asked how he felt. At the same time, little Shedding Dust sitting on the golden hawk began to survey the outside world. This was his first time leaving the mountain, and he never expected to arrive at the end of the world. To protect Ottinger, Shedding Dust led the people of Penglai to explore the Void Abyss, cross the vast sea, and engage in battles all the way. Let's wait and see. It was another rainy and gloomy night. At this moment in Luoyang City, the roadside vendors had already lost their lives. His daughter also fell in the rain. Third young master Soul Hunter arrived late. A woman in a black robe knelt in front of Bailey Ji and said, "Please let Soul Hunter handle the pursuers. Please leave quickly." Bailey Ji looked down at the woman and said, "Second brother has become the family head. Once the young master quells the dissent within the clan, I will be able to take you home. Please be patient for a few more days." Later, Bailey Ji said, "Soul Hunter, please lift her restraint." The woman hesitated a bit. Bailey Ji said, "She won't run away. Before killing me, even if you drive her away, she won't leave." Little Ottinger knelt to the side, glaring fiercely at him. And at this moment, a demonic beast as strong as a tiger with the tail of an ox appeared in front of Shedding Dust in the Void Abyss. But Shedding Dust showed no fear on his face. Just as the demonic beast was about to open its bloody mouth, Shedding Dust exerted a slight force with its foot. The ripples of the formation quickly expanded. Then a golden-haired, tan woman sprang out behind him. She only used one punch. The air seemed to explode. With a loud bang, the demonic beast was sent flying out. Afterwards, it broke several giant trees as it crashed. And had just come to a stop. Chunjun flew up into the air again and silently recited in his mouth. The 3 mountains trembled, the 5 peaks toppled, the seal of earth's primordial. As he finished reciting the mantra, a heaven and earth seal transformed by spiritual chi enveloped the demonic beast. He then drew his sword and leaped down, shouting, "Slaying the Jiaolong!" With his cool move completed, the demonic beast is dead. Cloud Mist stood on the side, with a helpless expression on his face, and said, "Chunjun, senior brother. It's hard for us to get the materials like this all the time." Later, she approached the demonic beast to inspect it. Luckily, the boar's inner core is intact, and its flame spiritual chi is abundant. It just happens to be a good opportunity to brew a pot of body-refining medicinal wine for Senior Sister Crimson. Senior Sister Crimson also commented from the side, "This guy sure is enjoying himself tempering his sword. He's just leaving a pile of broken pieces behind." And over there, Chunjun is still maintaining his handsome posture. He thought he would receive praise. As a result, he did indeed get scolded. Qingshu over there is also inquiring, "Has young martial uncle been injured? Is shedding dust back?" Qingshu didn't expect that the minor concealment formation could still be used like this. Shedding Dust said, "All the demonic beasts on this island are scared off by you. If you don't hide Crimson Martial Nephew within the formation, how would it dare to come out?" Qingshu, however, said, "Although that's true, using your chi refining stage cultivation level as bait for a foundation establishment stage demonic beast is still too risky. We still have 5 years to explore the Void Abyss, so there's no need to rush." But Shedding Dust thought for a moment and said, "This is the last high-level demonic beast on this island, right?" Qingshu replied, "Yes, that's right. Let's head deeper in." Shedding Dust said, "You guys go, I'll stay." Qingshu just wanted to ask him why after hearing this. He suddenly widened his eyes and stared at Shedding Dust's location. He immediately shouted to young martial uncle to be careful, but it was too late. He watched as Shedding Dust was about to be swallowed by the demonic beast. Qingshu was still shouting, "Move away," in her mouth. Senior Sister Crimson also saw what happened over here. She muttered, "Fuck," and then rushed over. Who is the favorite in this astronomical song of walking the sky? The answer must be Little Shedding Dust. He just said he's going to the Void Abyss for trials. The most outstanding disciples below the Golden Core level from Pumlai 3 Mountains all followed to provide protection. When Shedding Dust encounters danger, Crimson cursed and rushed up as soon as it exploded. They are just overly worried. Shedding Dust's move, Universe in the Sleeve, split the demonic beast in half with one blow. Although he was also injured by the backlash. Crimson asked him, "Are you crazy?" Universe in the Sleeve replied, "There's no need for that. It's easier to let him devour you to death after transferring a demonic beast 1 stage higher using spiritual abilities." Shedding Dust also expressed that it was because he relied on the robe given to him by his martial uncle that he dared to do so. Most of the backlash force was borne by it. The remaining bit he could still bear. Crimson is also very helpless. Pumlai is really bold, involving spiritual abilities related to spatial laws, and daring to teach children. Qingshu then said, "Aren't the Dharma manifesting heaven and earth of your Fanzhong mountain always there for anyone to learn casually? Have any children mastered it?" Shedding Dust is definitely not an ordinary child. He possesses the Celestial Tier Primordial Unity spiritual root. He used this as an excuse, claiming to have sensed heavenly secrets, and wanting to stay here to break through in seclusion. How could they be willing to leave him alone in such danger? Shedding Dust, in order to reassure them, could only casually express his attitude. He didn't want to be a burden on them and promised that regardless of whether the breakthrough was successful or not, he would return to Pumlai within the time limit. Qingshu originally wanted to stop them. But shedding dust decisively said, "Although it is common courtesy for fellow disciples to help and support each other, a cultivator stands strong in the world by self-improvement. Do not ruin my heart of Tao." Everyone had no choice but to listen to shedding dust's words. After all, he is a martial uncle. Qingshu is still uneasy even after walking 5 meters. He wants to go back. Crimson stopped him. She said, "Are you underestimating your young martial uncle?" The next day at the cliff of the vast sea, shedding dust lightly said, "Hugging you all." Then he said to Grandpa Sky Winter, "Let's go!" It seems that shedding dust deceived everyone. He sent everyone away, just didn't want them to take risks with him. Because he was going to cross the vast sea to the great land of Ninefold Realm to the west. But at this time, the Golden Hawk said, "There are countless ocean beasts of great evil along the way. Even if I have the strength to fly, we may not survive." This startled shedding dust. He didn't expect that Sky Winter Grandpa could actually talk. Sky Winter Grandpa is also very angry. Our Golden Hawk cannot transform, but its consciousness is better developed than most spiritual beasts. Shedding Dust quickly bowed and apologized, saying he was young and ignorant. But he has a reason that he must leave. He wants to ask for Sky Winter Grandpa's help. Sky Winter Grandpa said, "The portal to Punglai will open in 5 years. Why cross the vast sea from the void abyss? Besides, your master is a half-step immortal. Elders are all almighty beings. Isn't it more reliable to ask anyone than to cross the vast sea yourself?" But Shedding Dust said he couldn't wait 5 years. Besides, this is his private affair. He has taken an oath. Whether it brings good or bad luck, it has nothing to do with Punglai. Just as Shedding Dust revealed the truth, voices of people talking also came from behind him. Shedding Dust turned around to look. Everyone greeted him, some more and some less, and explained that they were just resting here, not intentionally eavesdropping. It's just that Cloud Mist Jr. Sisters, the subtle influence, silent and unseen, comes with a concealment effect. Crimson directly said, "Stop dawdling, let's go." "Go?" Shedding Dust asked where you all are going. "Across the vast sea." Shedding Dust wanted to say something else, but Crimson interrupted. She told Shedding Dust not to misunderstand. "We are not interested in your private matters. It's also a kind of experience. It's much more interesting to explore the void abyss that can be crossed once in a century than to travel across the vast sea." Afterwards, everyone invited Shedding Dust to join them. What kind of bearing should young martial uncle, a ruler of a country, have? To establish a heart for heaven and earth. To set a fate for the people. To inherit the wisdom of the sages. To bring peace to the world for all time. This is the way a ruler of a country should be. The current emperor of the Great Qin dynasty is now focused on seeking immortality and exploring the Tao. This court is falling into decline, and the country is not being properly governed. It's because 7 years ago, he had the opportunity to meet Kangwu the sage from Punglai, which led him to wholeheartedly seek the Tao and neglect state affairs. Nowadays, this year is not only plagued by an epidemic, but also severe famine. The D tribe from the north might come and attack at any time. Those with connections are considering fleeing. But Bailey G is the one who insists on going in. Old Mr. advised him to be a good young man. Why go down this path of death? Bailey G simply murmured lightly, "This is exactly the time for me to go to the capital city." His intention. Perhaps only our little Ottinger can guess a thing or two. Little Ottinger, who was abandoned 7 years ago. Now she has returned to the capital of Great Qin in this way. Perhaps she doesn't know it all. The grandma who abandoned her back then was also a kind-hearted person with grand ambitions. Grandma opened the granary to provide food for the refugees. The food ran out. She ordered someone to open the grain storage in the mansion. The maids in the mansion had already left. There was no need for so much grain. The city will be breached soon. The grain can only save one person at a time. She only considers it as accumulating virtue for her Qing'er. Chivalrous warrior Zheng outside the carriage reminded. The number of refugees is increasing. I should escort you back to the mansion first. Just as he was about to set off, he saw little Ottinger in the crowd. His memories also flooded back in an instant. It was this little girl who told him back then. He had said, "It's okay if Grandpa is weak. When the time comes, you fight with me." These words made a lasting impact on him. But at this moment, by little Ottinger's side was no longer Grandpa, but his enemy Bailey G, who viewed lives as insignificant as grass. Seeing the warmth in this chaotic world, he could only utter one sentence. Why bother? Wars, chaos, and plagues all take lives indiscriminately. What's the difference between a few years earlier or later? After hearing these words, Ottinger again harbored the intent to kill him. But Bailey G simply said lightly, "Don't act rashly. If you really value these years so much." Ottinger can only choose to endure. She is waiting for an opportunity. In the Sea of Consciousness, the siblings reunited after 2 months. The older brother was extremely worried. During this time, you had no chance to enter the Sea of Consciousness, right? I thought something had happened to you. Ottinger finally couldn't hold back anymore when she saw her older brother. She shakily admitted that she had done something wrong. She discovered that Bailey G was evading pursuit. So she externally released the spiritual chi that Bailey G forcibly infused into her years ago, hoping to attract his adversary. However, she didn't expect that his accomplice would arrive first. And not a single person escaped from that town. Shedding Dust solemnly told her, "That's not your fault. Don't let that scumbag ruin your Heart of Tao." At this moment, little Ottinger doesn't know what Heart of Tao is. Shedding Dust patiently explained to her, "The Tao of heaven and earth is vast and numerous. A cultivator's practice and actions should follow the path that aligns with their true heart and nature. If one succeeds in becoming an immortal, achieving eternal life, they may even merge with the Tao itself. Therefore, not deviating from one's true heart is the first and foremost principle that a cultivator must uphold." Ottinger couldn't help but ask in anger, "So Bailey G's actions are also his Tao?" Yes, the great Tao is impartial and doesn't differentiate between good and evil. However, Bailey G's actions have already crossed the bottom line of a cultivator. But Ottinger doesn't understand the great Tao or minor Tao. Growing up in the mortal world, she doesn't comprehend those warm intentions, goodwill, hatred, or the fleeting joys of human life. Once she attains immortality, will she then find these things unimportant? After exiting the Sea of Consciousness, Shedding Dust was still thinking about what Ottinger said. After attaining immortality, immortals will then find these things unimportant, right? Shedding Dust slowly exhaled. It seems that his Heart of Tao may not be so firm after all. At this moment, Qingshu is keeping watch. They are traveling on the vast sea towards the Ninefold Realm mainland. This is also thanks to Shedding Dust bringing out the Inch of Courtyard. They haven't encountered any powerful demonic beasts along the way. This Inch of Courtyard has a natural stealth effect. But they still underestimate this chain. Almighty beings dare not underestimate the power of the vast sea. At this moment, Qingshu only felt that the moon above his head was very strange. He asked Shedding Dust to guard the formation well while he went to check it out himself. Qingshu immediately sensed that something was wrong as soon as he went out. The full moon has set in the east, they may have fallen into an illusion. But just at that moment, suddenly saw Qingshu being pierced through the body by a fiend. Qingshu, who was attacked, was completely powerless to fight back. He fell into the seawater. Shedding Dust quickly broke the spiritual barrier upon seeing the situation. Soon after, a round, pearl-like object appeared in his hand. He shouted, "The 10,000 thunder of the heavens!" But before his words faded, Grimson covered his mouth from behind. Later, Qingshu also told him to calm down. "Little martial uncle, this is the deep-sea colossus cultivated for thousands of years. An illusory realm formed by exhaled breath." And at this moment, Crimson also asked him what he had seen. "Qingshu Jr. brother almost had his pants burned by you. The orb of the 10,000 thunder of the heavens has been taken out. Are you trying to perish together with everyone? But at this moment, Shedding Dust shed a tear. This is the first time Shedding Dust has shed a tear in their life. Looking at Shedding Dust Qingshu at this moment, but not knowing how to comfort, he just said, seeing young martial uncle like this, he was a bit relieved, because Shedding Dust has been cold and lonely since he was young. You will definitely be called Doist Master and Immortal Master in the future. With no thought to be born, one watches over eternity. How infinitely long it feels. The 7 emotions, 6 desires, and countless entangling thoughts. How can one possibly break free from the unbearable chaos of the mortal realm? However, shortly after, he thought again. Young martial uncle was born with a clear heart of Tao. Perhaps it might not be needed after all. But Shedding Dust just said, "Thank you," because he feels that it's important. And at this time, Ottinger's spiritual sense appeared above the city gate of the capital city of the Great Shen dynasty. She found that Bailey Ji's spiritual sense did indeed scan over. Can it cover the entire city with just 300 zhong? That guy who claims to be his brother can also do it. Assuming their stages are the same. Then it's the Qi refining stage pinnacle. She who is seeking to advance to the Qi refining 2 layer. She can't even get close to Bailey Ji within a foot of her body. At this moment, she also remembered the words her brother had said to her. The wooden sword in her hand is the infant-like thing left over from the wood element Great Cultivator's failed tribulation crossing, which should have been destroyed. If the owner of the primordial body can trigger the essence of the wooden element within it, as well as the residual spiritual Qi, she might be able to unleash an attack close to the nascent soul cultivation level. Even 100 or 1,000 Bailey Ji would be crushed into pieces. But even if Ottinger is squeezed dry at this moment, it still cannot trigger it. Brother asked her to wait for him. It seemed she can only wait. Just then, a person on horseback suddenly galloped from outside the city gate. The guards saw that it was the majestic banner of old General Li. And at this moment, the body of old General Li was being carried back by a young man. He softly said to old Li, "Old man, you have arrived home." At this moment, Ottinger saw this scene, and couldn't help but think of her own grandpa. No one expected that the young man who saved the general and returned would be imprisoned in the capital's prison shortly after entering the city. And this old General Li was once a famous general. He led the army of the northern frontier to suppress the enemy for decades. But everything was lost in just one major defeat. And the young man is old Li's grandson. He carried the heavy burden of traveling thousands of miles to retrieve his grandfather's body from the enemy camp. He is not just a seed of a famous general for generations. But in this day and age, he can only end up in prison. Who can he reason with? Chancellor Chao and Celestial Master Shao even forced Yan Li to accuse his grandpa of colluding with the enemy and embezzling military funds. Yan Li said that the emperor has started to govern. That's great. Isn't it you, Chancellor Chao, who managed the military funds and colluded with the enemy? This Chancellor Chao seems unmoved. He just says he will enforce the law impartially. But he was grabbed by Yan Li by the collar. He was knocked against the cell door. Yan Li asked him, "Do you know why you are still alive?" It's because the old man said that the Li family cannot produce a traitor or a villain. The attendant next to him was about to call someone at this time. But he fell to the ground with a thud. Yan Li looked towards the sound, but saw a small girl in a purple dress with a wooden sword. She was standing there looking at him. Ottinger held the wooden sword and robbed the prisoner. Yan Li looked confused, his face filled with question marks. Whose family does this little girl belong to? How did she end up in the prison cell? Yan Li asked her to hurry home, but before the words had even finished, Ottinger tested her luck with her sword. The iron cage in front of them was as fragile as tofu. Chao's chains were slashed in the shape of a V. Yan Li widened his eyes and only said, "I'll go." Ottinger, however, calmly said, "I'll let you out. Go avenge your grandpa." At this moment, Yan Li was thinking about what the old man had told him about some martial arts masters who practice seclusion from the world, special cultivation techniques, or the art of preserving youth. But he wondered if this young kid in front of him was too young. Ottinger saw him spacing out and asked if he was coming out or not. Yen Li really didn't dare to call the little girl anymore. He had to bow and say, "Venerable, thank you for your help." Yen Li was deeply grateful, but he did not dare to cross this boundary. Ottinger asked him in confusion, "You're not seeking revenge for your grandpa?" Yen Li was also helpless. He has patriotism in his heart. He will never be able to criticize Great Chen again in his lifetime. But Ottinger doesn't understand his patriotic feelings. She only sees him as a coward who dares not seek revenge for Grandpa. She snorted and left. Ottinger had just left not long ago. Two mysterious-looking people arrived in the cell shortly after. It was quite a coincidence. The visitors turned out to be Zheng Lu, whom Ottinger wanted to fight with years ago. He looked at the pierced cell, and Zheng Lu was also puzzled. A girl in a purple dress, could it be the man's granddaughter? Even if it is her, it's impossible for her to cultivate sword aura at such a young age. Yen Li asked with a confused look on his face. Who is that old guy he mentioned? When Yen Li found out it was Chen Yansheng. 1,000 miles without pause, a promise as light as the 5 great peaks, that is Chen Yansheng, the great sword master. He was once known as the #1 sword in the world, with his energy moving like a fierce wind, breaking through any obstacle in his path. Yen Li immediately asked Zheng Lu to go and search for old Chen. He planned to go out to personally kneel down to express gratitude and ask for forgiveness. Zheng Lu didn't understand why he needed to ask for forgiveness. Yen Li has his own plans. He wants to use old Chen's name to intimidate the petty people. Zheng Lu also looked helpless. Well, let's go with it. But I wonder how they would feel if they knew that old Chen is no longer around. On the other side at the same time, Ottinger was running rapidly on the eaves. But just as she was about to jump up, a ghostly claw grabbed her ankle. Soon, she was violently smashed onto the roof. Ottinger held onto the tiles tightly with both hands. That's the only reason she didn't fall off. The newcomer is none other than Bailey Ji. He said, I allow you to move freely in the city. But did I allow you to interact with mortals? He advised Attinger not to challenge his tolerance limit anymore. But Attinger just smirked, because he knew Bailey Ji couldn't bear to kill her. 2 years. 9 villages, 5 cities. Tens of thousands of people, including Attinger. Bailey Ji only had 3 children in total. And both of them did not survive his vigorous infusion of spiritual qi and died. Ottinger continued provocatively. It's not easy to find mortals with spiritual root, Mr. Bailey. Mr. Bailey was angered by his words. He then used the soul-calling banner with a loud ghostly howl. A ghost shadow pounced towards Otting. But this attacked for Ottinger. No need to dodge. She will take it head-on. With a loud bang, Ottinger was heavily smashed onto the ground. Bailey Ji stared at her expressionlessly. But Ottinger gritted her teeth, not making a sound. She endured the pain. Then she spat, thinking, internal organs are fine. 7 fractures. Complete recovery will probably take 3 to 5 days. Surprisingly, the effect of being beaten up to refine the body is not bad. But if that guy finds out, I might get beaten up again. Speaking of which, he hasn't shown up for 2 months now. But she doesn't know. Shedding Dust is facing a major crisis at this time. Since entering the vast sea, he encountered the biggest danger. Shedding Dust is in danger in the vast sea. Cloud Mist can only hold on for a maximum of 3 breaths. As everyone counts down, 2 deep-sea behemoths, the enigmatic serpent and the giant crab, started fighting. Fortunately, although they are strong in power, their spiritual intelligence is not developed. Their spiritual sense range is also limited. It's also fortunate that Cloud Mist is there. But she just used both Orchid and Mugwort Burn to enhance the concealment effect by 1 stage. But this kind of short-term explosive cultivation method poses great risks. She is now unable to mobilize spiritual qi and is basically at the level of an ordinary person in terms of physical strength. And Grandpa Skywinter also passed out from exhaustion. Now, the Shedding Dust group has entered the Savage Sea area rarely stepped foot by human cultivators. This has always been the territory of demonic beasts since ancient times. Fortunately, they have a strong territorial consciousness. Just now, everyone lured the enigmatic serpent into the territory of the giant crab, allowing them to escape. Currently, they shouldn't encounter a second powerful demonic beast. And the Mirage Orb obtained a few days ago has been very helpful. Now using it to strengthen the formation of Inch a Courtyard can enhance the concealment and illusion effect by 3 more points. At this moment, Shedding Dust couldn't help but start to feel regretful. Xianxia was afraid he would blame himself. He comforted him, saying, "This is the training method we chose for ourselves. If you still think that crossing the sea bears your own karma, then you are underestimating us as cultivators." Shedding Dust just lightly apologized upon hearing this. Xianxia quickly changed the subject. He didn't expect that you, little martial uncle, would really surprise everyone. Usually, you appear to be steady and conservative, but when it comes to an emergency, how should I put it? For example, leading the enigmatic serpent to the domain of the giant crab to escape. If Senior Sister had suggested this, I wouldn't find it so surprising. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at these words. The atmosphere seemed to relax a bit with this exchange. Afterwards, Shedding Dust entered the Sea of Consciousness for meditation, but this time the door to the Sea of Consciousness did not open. Unable to see his sister, Shedding Dust couldn't help but feel worried. This kind of inconsistent door opening is really inconvenient. I wonder if there will be any improvement after advancing. Shedding Dust is thinking that he has already achieved Chi refining perfection before, and will focus on refining his Tao fundament once this matter is over, or he should break through to foundation establishment as soon as possible. Just at this moment, someone called him to wake up quickly. There is a situation outside. At this moment, everyone looked at each other in confusion. Shedding Dust looked at the thing in front of him in horror, couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" Xianxia signaled him not to speak and communicate using spiritual sense. Xianxia speculated that with his consciousness, he should not be able to see through this inch of courtyard. And in front of them is a huge demonic beast of unknown origin. Crimson is also worried whether this young man Xianxia can be relied on or not. Their flesh and blood could be a great tonic for the demonic beast. Xianxia asks Senior Sister to hold steady. "If you can't trust me, you must be able to trust the inch of courtyard forged by Fangzhong Mountain." Just as the words were spoken, Shedding Dust discovered something. He said something strange. Cloud Mist also asked everyone if they had smelled anything. And at this moment, that gigantic creature also began to move. The sea suddenly churned up towering waves. And at this moment Shedding Dust discovered that inch of courtyard was actually being corroded. Cloud Mist also discovered this poisonous miasma. Xianxia urged everyone to take off quickly. And when everyone flew into the sky, only then did they see the true face of that giant beast. It turns out it was the moonlit poisonous toad, a large toad. It looked like it wanted to escape from the crowd, but it wouldn't let them off so easily. It then spewed out a poisonous arrow, heading straight towards Skywinter Grandpa and Shedding Dust. At this critical moment, Crimson shouted out, "The Dharma manifesting heaven and earth!" And in an instant, her body transformed into a majestic figure like a heavenly deity descending. She used her left hand to block the toad's poison attack, while dragging Skywinter and Shedding Dust with her right hand. Immediately she shouted, "There are only 9 breaths left, run quickly!" Xianxia also begins to form a hand seal with both hands. He let Chunjun take young martial uncle and junior sister to leave first. Chunjun was still hesitant. Xianxia said that this sinister beast is best at defiling people, and as a sword cultivator, Chunjun can't help much either. Shortly after, Xianxia shouted, "Take advantage of the time while I can still resist the poisonous miasma, hurry and leave. 10 breaths later, I will catch up with Senior Sister using wind teleportation." Just then, Shedding Dust flew over. Chunjun asked him to go back quickly. If he doesn't listen, his spiritual sense will be sealed. Later, he asked Sky Winter Grandpa and Senior Brother to take turns carrying Junior Sister on Little White's back and fly swiftly. Do not reduce speed. But at this time, Shedding Dust expressed his intention. He mentioned that he had seen records of the moonlit poisonous toad, which can turn the ocean into poisonous miasma, corroding everything. The Crimson Dharma manifesting cannot last for long against it. However, it only appears on moonlit nights. Why would it show up in broad daylight? If it is targeting the flesh and blood of the cultivator, both of you and Crimson Martial Nephew would be more appealing. Why go straight for me, who has the lowest cultivation level? Have you ever thought about why? If everyone dies, how could I dare to live alone? When Peng Lai and others were in danger, they experienced what is called solidarity among fellow disciples. Crimson and Qingshu teamed up to protect Shedding Dust and Junior Sister, fighting against the moonlit poisonous toad together. Even though Crimson used the Dharma manifesting heaven and earth. But she still could only struggle to delay time, allowing Shedding Dust to run farther away, even though her hands were almost melting. Qingshu said to let go. Maybe Shedding Dust has already gone far. There is no need to struggle like this anymore. But Crimson still didn't dare to take the risk. She was afraid that the demonic beast that could produce the poisonous domain had already understood the spiritual abilities of Shrink the Earth to an inch, and she didn't want to take the risk, even if it meant disabling her arm. On the other side, Shedding Dust finally figured out why this poisonous toad was only chasing after him. This poisonous toad was attracted by the power of the lunar moonlight contained in the mirage orb, which is loaded in the array of inch of courtyard, located in his sleeve. Therefore, he decided to go back and fight to the death, even if there was only a 50% chance. Because if this poisonous toad could shrink the earth to an inch, Qingshu and the others wouldn't even have a 3% chance of survival. The two immediately turned back and flew back. At this time, Cloud Mist also said to Sky Winter Grandpa, "Let's go back too. If they all perish here, where else can we go? It's better to live and die together and give it a try." At this time, Crimson's body was almost corroded halfway. In order to buy more time, she raised her right hand and charged towards the poisonous toad. Just then, Shedding Dust arrived and asked Crimson to use her spiritual abilities. Crimson was still hesitant. Shedding Dust said, "Trust me." Then Crimson no longer hesitated. Shedding Dust then said to Poisonous Toad, "Mirage Orb, I present it to you." Chunjun hurriedly instructed Qingshu to prepare wind escape upon seeing the situation. Immediately, Shedding Dust silently recited Orb of the 10,000 Thunder of the Heavens, Blast. Inch of Courtyard, Blast. Fire-resistant Shield, Heaven-mending Shuttle, Blast. At this moment, Qingshu already had a black line on his face. "Young Martial Uncle, how many artifacts have you stuffed into the Inch of Courtyard?" With each explosion, the entire sea surface was churned up with towering waves. With the time gained from the explosion, everyone finally escaped from the range of the poisonous toad. However, Crimson, who escaped, had already injured the primordial essence. She needs to close off her 6 senses and 7 orifices to enter a state of rest. Perhaps then she can buy some time. We can only wait for Cloud Mist to recover before waking her up to detoxify. Before entering sleep, Crimson was still saying, "Martial Uncle, you can remain calm in the face of danger. You are also willing to risk your life for it. With destiny and disposition, as well as artifacts, and you're only 7 years old." Later, everyone prepared to go and find the young junior sister, but they didn't expect that Cloud Mist had already come to find them. She just crossed a sea of poisonous miasma a moment ago. She almost passed out. Sky Winter Grandpa also found it unbelievable that they caused such a big commotion. Fortunately, he didn't listen to Cloud Mist's advice to fly at full speed. Otherwise, he would have risked his life. Just as the group was preparing to escape again, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared on the sea surface. The giant toad has come back. It seems to be unharmed. Another unexpected change happened at this moment. Just now, the sky was clear for miles around. But all of a sudden, snowflakes are fluttering down at this moment. The temperature in the air has also dropped sharply. The sea surface froze instantaneously for thousands of miles. Even the poisonous miasma that was about to attack everyone was frozen in midair. And everyone's movements were also frozen, unable to move. Xianxia told everyone not to move. This is the oppressive presence of the Almighty Being. If he wished for them to perish, they might already have turned into powder at this moment. And at this moment, the surface of the sea frozen in place. A catfish-like demonic beast unexpectedly spoke human language, saying that the poisonous toad is the most despicable. Whether he kills something else or is killed by something else, he always manages to create a new stage. These poisonous miasma are not very useful. I have to waste a water spirit gourd on them. Then handed it to another person immediately, and said that the princess has finished getting ready. And above the sea at this moment, there was a woman with double horns wearing a purple sash and a white robe floating in the air. She calmly said, "Take it for little Yuan's supper." The catfish answered, "Yes." Then she asked, "How many more small bugs do you see?" Xianxia hurriedly bowed and said, "Venerable, we unintentionally trespassed into your sacred place. It was not meant as an offense. Please." Before he could finish speaking, the woman waved her sleeve and said, "Leave." Before Xianxia could finish his sentence, the figures of the several people disappeared from the original place. Meanwhile, in the capital of Great Chen, Yanli and Zheng were standing on the city wall. Yanli made a deal with Chancellor Chao to save his life. He handed over all his wealth and even leveraged old Chen's reputation to impress, which eventually exchanged for a high-ranking soldier guarding the city gate. Zheng was puzzled. He asked Yanli, "Is it worth it just for this?" Yanli replied, "Did you come to me just to say these nonsense things?" Zheng wanted to tell Yanli that he found the person he was looking for. It seems that the girl is staying at Fortune Inn with a doctor. Yanli was puzzled about why there was a doctor involved. Zheng also found it strange. After telling Yanli, he will prepare to go investigate. Shedding dust and the vast sea encountered an almighty being. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be an immortal sister who swept everyone away with a wave of her sleeve, and no one knew where they went. At this moment, Ottinger was walking alone on the way back to the inn. She met Zheng who came to look for her. But it seems that Ottinger doesn't remember him very well. Zheng also awkwardly scratched his head, thinking, "Does she not recognize me? I am the one, that, hey young fellow." Ottinger knew he came to look for Grandpa. Just tell him Grandpa passed away. Zheng face was full of disbelief. Ottinger asked him to go back. Don't come again. But Zheng didn't believe him at all. He kept saying it's impossible. He is about to go up and catch Ottinger to find out the truth. But before he could catch her, she flew out of the door herself. Ottinger only used one palm. Later, she told him to roll out of her mouth. Zheng is suffering now. Grandpa being an old fiend is one thing, but this girl is actually a little fiend. The little brother beside also mentioned this. The dominance in the martial world for 30 years as the number one is gone. Zheng won't believe it. That old man was in his prime with abundant vital energy 3 years ago. He was prepared to wait for another 10 or 20 years. Died of an illness, That kind of look, he is too familiar with it. Ottinger upon returning. In the sea of consciousness, Zhonggan once again met his older brother. He reported that their current location was very chaotic. A battle was about to break out. Bailey Ji had no intention of moving. Shedding dust guessed that he must be waiting for a fight. The battlefield is the most suitable place to collect soul and spirit vital blood. The bloodlust, killing intent, and the aura of steel pierced the heavens. Generally, even cultivators would not approach, and he could still hide his whereabouts. Then he continued with concern, saying, "That's good. Ordinary people and ordinary iron shouldn't be able to harm you." But Ottinger tilted her head, staring into Shedding Dust's eyes. Shedding Dust asked her what was wrong. Ottinger said, she had been wanting to ask him that. Have you encountered any danger? Shedding Dust, on the other hand, denied and said, No. Ottinger still wanted to ask him again. Shedding Dust steered the conversation away and said, I have a way. It can make you launch the strike against Bailey G by yourself. Do you want to hear it? Later, Shedding Dust woke up from the sea of consciousness. Although he could now break through the meridian and enter the state of chi circulation, he still could not move. The reason he was in such a plight now is that it was because earlier, when he was swept away by the Almighty Being, he used Universe in the sleeve to tuck Cloud Mist and Crimson into his sleeve. He forcibly took in 2 cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage with only a chi refining stage cultivation level, and it was considered lucky that they did not explode and die. Facing Cloud Mist's accusations, Shedding Dust simply said lightly, because they both plummeted to a stage where they couldn't use spiritual chi, and one of them sealed off their 6 senses and 7 orifices while being seriously injured. They are no different from ordinary people now. Truly, one cannot deceive the heavens. But Cloud Mist exposed his lie, because she knew he was afraid that Cloud Mist and Senior Sister would be blown apart. Senior Sister wouldn't be able to wait for her to detoxify. So, she risked her life to do this. And at this moment, they are on a deserted island. Unexpectedly, with a wave of a sleeve, they were blown thousands of miles away. Fortunately, they did not deviate from the direction. It's just that Qingshu and Chunjun don't know where they were blown to. The full moon hangs in the sky, drinking under the moonlight, each with a gun. At this time, the distant mountain peaks are lit with beacon fires. Yinli looked into the distance in a trance. Has it finally arrived? He then took a sip of wine. He gazed into the distance, lost in thought. And at this moment, Zheng Lu was kneeling in front of a woman, begging her to leave quickly. But the old lady refused to leave, saying that her son was the Queen of Great Shin, who had enjoyed great wealth and glory during his lifetime and received maximum honor after death. Her late husband served 2 emperors, and her father and brothers died in battle. Her only remaining kin is guarding the gates of Great Shin at this moment. She is determined to stay and live or die with Great Shin. Zheng Lu said no more after this, and after bowing, he prepared to leave. Miss Li stopped him, saying that she hadn't paid him the reward promised earlier. Zheng Lu did not look back. He replied nonchalantly, Even I, Zheng Lu, do not work for nothing. Money is involved in everything. On the other side, Yinli has just taken his men to stop Chancellor Chao. He then took the tiger tally from his hand. This old guy didn't hold the tiger tally to summon troops and defend against the enemy. He was thinking of escaping. Chancellor Chao was still shouting that he wanted the court to chop him 180 times. Yinli, however, was not at peace at all. If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't finished the old man's task yet, he wouldn't have bothered to come back. It's much more comforting to die in battle than to be troubled by elders. Chancellor Chao asked him what he really wanted to do. Yinli said lightly, Guard the realm, shelter the people. The world lies in ruin. The celestial Tao is shattered, yet a lone soul dares to mend it. At this moment, the Northern He tribe's army is about to kill. Yinli holds the young emperor to command the vassals. He led the chancellor to sit under the city gate, saying he is commanding the battle as the emperor's representative. Anyone who causes chaos in our military will be executed. Now, the D tribe's hundreds of thousands of cavalry are charging south like a storm. One more breach, and the vast land will be lost forever. The capital is the last shield of the nation. Yinli asked. Comrades, the emperor himself holds the frontier. What shall we do? The soldiers were ignited with passion by Yinli. At this moment, the soaring fighting spirit and shouts have already resounded through the skies. And Bailey Ji, who has been waiting for this moment for a long time. He was standing with his hands behind his back in a courtyard. And the soul-calling banner in front of him seemed to have sensed something, emitting a low humming sound. Bailey Ji murmured quietly, Finally, it has begun. And at this moment behind him, Ottinger stood holding a wooden sword. In this moment, within her petite body, an endless fighting spirit erupted. She also prepared to take this old thief's life. On the other side at the same time, given the circumstances, the emperor of the great Chen dynasty is still looking for his celestial master and chancellor. The eunuch said that several celestial masters have already run away, and the chancellor disappeared last night with the tiger tally. At this moment, the emperor finally heard the sound from outside. He asked the eunuch beside him what the people outside were shouting. The eunuch said that those were the soldiers guarding the city. They are shouting, "The emperor stands at the gates, defiant till the last breath, repaying his sovereign's grace with blood and steel." What celestial master? What chancellor? They are not as good as a gatekeeper. They come in throngs. All matters are rushing together. At this moment, outside the city, Yuchi met Soul Hunter, who blocked the way. Soul Hunter used Family Bailei's blood-burning technique to enhance the heavenly net and earthly web within a radius of 10 miles. All of this is just to stop Yuchi from finding Bailey Ji in the city. Yuchi didn't get angry but laughed instead. He said, "Thank you, Daoist friend, for tricking away senior brother Mingzhu." The two immediately started fighting fiercely in the mountains and forests. At this moment, outside the capital city, the Northern Di tribe had already reached the city gates. The warriors, led by Yen Li, fought to the death to defend their country, fighting valiantly with bloodshed. They faced enemy forces several times their size without flinching. Golden drums roar, and the cries of the people resound like thunder. We shall fight on until the yellow long falls. And on the other side, Bailey Ji has also deployed his soul-calling banner. With the sound of the artifact trembling, the sky instantly darkened and obscured the sun. And at this moment, Odinga launched her attack. Bailey Ji easily subdued her with just one hand and told her not to misbehave, saying Mr. is busy working. At that moment, the controlled Oddinger was thinking about the words her brother had said to her. Shedding Dust spoke to her in the Sea of Consciousness yesterday. He instructed her to begin the attack on the Bailey Ji wooden sword as usual at the 9th hour today. They should not let go of the sword and wait for the right opportunity. Oddinger asked him about the right opportunity, but Shedding Dust did not respond. He continued saying, "As long as half a day, as short as a few breaths." Her physical abilities will produce a large amount of spiritual qi, allowing her to use that spiritual qi to break open the shell of the primordial body within the sword. Before that, she must enter the Bailey 3 feet around her body. Oddinger wants to ask clearly, but Shedding Dust doesn't give her the opportunity to inquire at all. He only said that there is only one chance. You must seize it. Then he exited the Sea of Consciousness. Ettinger thought that he must fight his way out, as his brother had said. Just then, suddenly, a person appeared behind Bailey Ji, wielding a sword to strike. Because the spiritual qi in the place where Shedding Dust and Crimson were located was too thin, Crimson's physical body was suppressed and began to decay. However, Cloud Mist had not yet recovered. She was unable to use her spiritual abilities, and couldn't help but lower her head, feeling anxious. Just then, Shedding Dust apologized lightly. "All the pressure is on you, Cloud Mist Marshal Nephew." Immediately, he didn't wait for everyone to say anything. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Soon, a faint spiritual qi fluctuation emanated from his body. Sky Winter Grandpa shouted, "Are you crazy? Stop it now! Are you trying to push through to the Foundation establishment stage in your current state? The body falls, and the Tao is lost." Oddinger launches a surprise attack to assassinate Bailey Ji. Shedding Dust risks his life to establish the Foundation in order to save Oddinger in the vast sea. At this moment, Zheng Lu suddenly arrives and slashes Bailey Ji with his sword. But how could an ordinary person like him catch Bailey Ji's eye? Oddinger tells him to run, but it's already too late. As Bailey Ji released his spiritual qi, Zheng Lu's arm instantly separated from his body. At this moment, Oddinger has gone mad. He angrily shouted, Biley G, I will kill you. Biley G just disdainfully sneered. You actually called a mortal for help. You really have some nerve. And at this critical moment, Shedding Dust on the other side is also facing a crucial moment in advancing. However, he is already severely injured at this moment, and does not have any artifact protecting him. Advancing directly to resist the celestial tribulation is akin to courting death. Sky Winter Grandpa wants to stop him, but he was held back by Cloud Mist. Cloud Mist said that it would be dangerous only after he passed. The human Danteon is very fragile. Forcibly interrupting is more likely to cause the Danteon to shatter, or even lead to downfall. Sky Winter Grandpa couldn't help but feel regretful. Are we only able to resign to fate? Cloud Mist said maybe we can still choose to believe in him. Cloud Mist was also moved by Shedding Dust's actions. Yes, cultivators are supposed to be beings who fight against heaven to seize life. I misunderstood before. Opportunities are not obtained by waiting. I should have realized that long ago. Sky Winter Grandpa was surprised to hear this. He asked, "Hey, girl." But Cloud Mist didn't respond and continued. Now, within a radius of Biley, spiritual chi is all converging towards this place. It will also attract some demonic beasts, probably not too high in cultivation rank. I'll leave the expulsion work to you, Sky Winter Grandpa. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ottinger was already in tears. Biley G didn't expect it either. Are you crying? Yes, she hasn't shed tears for anyone since Grandpa and the entire village were killed last time. She doesn't want anyone else to die. But at this moment, Zheng Lu stood up shakily. He endured the pain and said, "Fiend, let her go." Biley G, however, said disdainfully, "Are you this confident?" Zheng Lu gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. "It's two different things whether I can beat him or not. People who bully the weak will get beaten up. The weak and helpless should have someone to help them. Killing people is morally wrong. Being chivalrous and righteous is impressive. That old man has always had our backs in the martial world. You nonsensical being understands nothing." If Ottinger's previous feelings towards Zheng Lu were described as insignificant, then now he is undoubtedly a true hero with a heroic heart and righteous courage. At this moment, above the vast sea, the wind is swirling the remnants of clouds. The spiritual chi from all directions is spiraling towards Shedding Dust. The Shedding Dust Foundation establishment has officially begun. And Ottinger is also at a critical juncture. Biley G angered Zheng Lu. Then he no longer held back. Countless ghost claws grabbed towards Zheng Lu. These ghost creatures are constantly devouring his flesh and blood. And at this moment, Ottinger finally felt the power that his brother talked about. With a large amount of spiritual chi being infused into Ottinger's body by the Shedding Dust Foundation establishment, he used this power to activate the primordial body within the wooden sword. The wooden sword shattered under the pressure of this power. A rich spiritual energy emanated and transformed into the sword's blade. Ottinger then wielded the sword and charged towards Biley G. As the blade penetrated Biley G's body, his spiritual weapon also began to shatter inch by inch. However, before Biley G died, he said something that made Ottinger stop. "Do you want them all to perish?" The old village chief Zhao's wife, Nuor, your grandpa, Biley G, tried to persuade Ottinger, but with each name he uttered, Ottinger's hatred towards him grew. As Ottinger shouted, "Die, you bastard!" a burst of spiritual chi instantly exploded, and Biley G gradually turned into dust. In the end, he dissipated into the air. Before vanishing, the image in his mind was the words spoken by his brother to him. "G no sorrow, no tribulation. Just eternal life and endless watch, how long it stretches. Second brother, a person can feel lonely. But at this moment, Biley G can only be thought of in the heart. Second brother, G is truly tired. If it is said that the most tear-jerking part of Astronomical song of Walking the Sky, then it must be this line. With the death of Biley G, Ottinger knelt blankly in place. She had finally avenged Grandpa and the people of the whole village. At this moment, the wooden sword in her hand had already shattered. What was left behind was a primordial body resembling an emerald green jade pendant. Ottinger stared into the distance blankly. She couldn't help but clench her fist. This was the only thing left to her by Grandpa. And just at that moment, there was a buzzing sound in the air. A golden spirit form appeared. A golden spirit form appeared, then gently touched Ottinger's head and said, "Well done, Ottinger, following Bailey G's fall. Grandpa's soul and spirit were finally released." Ottinger called out, "Grandpa," and then pounced into his arms. She kept calling out, "Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandpa," repeatedly. He couldn't help but sigh. He felt so heartbroken for little Otting. Then Grandpa said that he would always be here. "You exceed all of Grandpa's expectations. I have spent this life wielding my sword in the name of chivalry. My conscience clear and unwavering. There was nothing I could not let go of, save the fear of leaving too soon, of leaving you alone in this world. Now, I can rest easy. But at this moment, Ottinger was already in tears. She said, "You cannot rest assured. I still don't know anything." Yet what awaited Ottinger was a familiar, but warm, heartache. "I am xianxia's granddaughter. I can go anywhere in the world. Keep going, Ottinger, forge ahead. This world no longer needs you to look back or worry." At this moment, everyone in the village has returned. They bid farewell to Ottinger in spirit form. The road ahead is still long. You may cry, but you must keep going. You must not stop, and you must not fall. Don't be afraid, Ottinger. Meanwhile, on the other side, the D tribe has now invaded the city at this moment. The Emperor has finally been roused by the fiery passion of the defending city soldiers. He lifted the long-covered white cloth, revealing the tortoise-long drum underneath. This is the treasure bestowed upon him by the sage King Wu back then. As the drumstick fell from his hand, the sound of drumbeats resounded through the sky. This is truly strike before the enemy's formation. The sound shakes the 8 desolates. The warriors laid down their lives, and the 4 foes fell before them in defeat. At this moment, under the Xianping gate, Yin Li stood with a gun in his hands. Beneath him was a sea of corpses. They held their ground, they held their ground. They thought they had won, but suddenly they received a report. Jianda Gate fell. Wang Yi old general perished in battle for his country. Guangyin Gate fell. The entire Tiger Bin army perished in the battlefield. Meanwhile, on the other side, Attinger looked at Zheng Lu and called out, "Uncle!" Zheng Lu slowly opened his eyes. He heard Attinger call him uncle, no longer a mere commoner. Attinger saw Zheng Lu wake up and say, "I saved you, wait for me." She began to dig out the buried Zheng Lu. But Zheng Lu struggled to speak. He told Ottinger not to bother him, but to save Mrs. Old Li. The other generals on the other side are also asking what to do now with little General Li. Should we retreat to the inner city? But Yin Li asks them how many cavalry troops are left. The soldiers answer that there are still over 200 cavalry troops ready to fight. Yin Li asked them to gather and open the city gates. Although the crowd did not understand, Yin Li had his own ideas. The main enemy forces are at Jianda Gate and Guangyin Gate. The city has already been breached. It's too late for them to turn back. The city defenses can only hold out for a moment longer. But the enemy majestic banner of the Khan is right under the city gate. There are less than 1,000 guards. They are only 3 arrows away. Yin Li asks how they are. "Are you willing to follow me to capture the leader and cut down the flag?" The defense in the city can only hold on for a short while longer. But the enemy's majestic banner of the Khan is right at the city gate. There are less than 1,000 guards, only 3 arrows away. Yin Li asked them, "How about it? Are you brave enough to follow me, seize the leader, and capture the flag?" And at this moment, on the other side, Lady Old Li heard the sound and knew that the enemy had broken in. This is more capable of defending than she had imagined. The old lady then took out a long spear. She thought that even if she died, she would kill two and take revenge for two. But at that moment, the door was kicked in. Ottinger arrived carrying Zheng Lu on her back. She asked if it was Lady Old Li. "Uncle asked me to come and save you." Right where Ottinger has just left. A beam of light falls on the ground. At this moment, Yuchi has already killed Soul Hunter. When he rushed over, he found Bailey Ji dead, still puzzled. Could it be that the recent fluctuation in spiritual chi was caused by a venerable? However, the stiffness seems more like that of a talisman artifact. He couldn't help but wonder, who could it be? In one's lifetime, some people end up living for appearances. The two brothers Bailey are just like that. Bailey Ji had a body that was weaker than an average person since childhood, and he couldn't cultivate his lifespan for more than 30 years. But his older brother was born with a unique and unparalleled spiritual root. He thought it would be better to live freely and happily for a lifetime rather than worry and be afraid. He only hopes that second brother will remember him, but in his elder brother's eyes. Cultivator is the existence of. Harness the power of creation itself, and uncover the hidden mechanisms of heaven and earth. A troubled fate? It changes nothing. What does it matter without spiritual root? He swore he would snatch a glimmer of vitality for him. At this moment, he still doesn't know that Bailey Ji has already fallen. He only knows that his younger brother is in danger, and wants to go save him. However, he was stopped by Shang the Cloudborn from Peng Lai, who said he wanted to have a martial arts exchange with him. He asked Shang the Cloudborn, since Peng Lai has already been acclaimed as the #1 celestial mountain in the universe, is it still necessary to compete for this mere reputation? He said that Peng Lai may not need it, but this humble Taoist happens to like it. On the other side at the same time, Attinger carried the injured Zheng Lu back. At this moment, Zheng Lu still had a glimmer of life. Lady Old Li instructed someone to quickly get the iron cut remedy and some fine cloth. At this moment, Ottinger wanted to go out, but Lady Old Li grabbed her and asked, "Child, where are you going?" Ottinger said she wanted to go kill those people who were killing and setting fires outside. Lady Old Li advised her, "You are so young, killing is not worth it. If they dare to kill, why wouldn't they dare to be killed? But thinking about it, my brother lent me his strength. It's really not worth it to kill those small fries." As Ottinger finished speaking, she didn't wait for Lady Old Li to say anything. With a stomp of her foot on the ground, she instantly pierced through the roof tiles and soared into the sky, following the eruption of her spiritual chi. Yu Chi, who was far outside the city, also instantly felt this wave of disturbance. He sensed that this spiritual chi was no different from that of the person who killed Bailey Ji. He muttered to himself, "This is bad," and then chased after. But at this moment, Ottinger had already flown over the army of the Northern D tribe, with the spiritual chi in her hand transformed into a sharp sword. With a deafening roar, the condensed spiritual chi was like lightning, sweeping through the enemy army. Wherever it passed, soldiers were thrown off their horses, and corpses covered the ground. At this moment, Yin Li, who had just rushed out of the city, was stunned by the scene before his eyes. And the puzzled crowd all thought it was a heavenly punishment, a blessing from the heavens upon Great Shin. Only Yin Li saw it in that dust. A little girl in a purple dress was standing quietly ahead, while beneath her feet lay scorched earth. This was also their second encounter, each with their own thoughts. Before either could speak, a flash of lightning swiftly carried Ottinger away. She disappeared in front of everyone, and at that moment, on the other side, Seeking Wind, who Bailey Zhong sent to protect his younger brother, arrived too late. She only saw Bailey Ji's body. Frustrated, she could only look up to the sky and let out a long howl to vent her anger. And at this moment, a beam of light quickly passed through the forest. The figure only stopped when it reached a deep place. Yuchi placed one hand in front of Ottinger, trapping her with a surge of icy spiritual chi. At this moment, Ottinger was so scared that she dared not open her eyes, and the primordial body in her hand buzzed loudly. Yuchi asked her, "Did you use this to kill Bailey Ji?" But Ottinger stared at him without saying anything. Yuchi asked her, "Do you know what you just did?" Immediately, before he finished speaking, he asked her to stay put and not move. Seeking Wind arrived carrying the body of Bailey Ji. She indifferently said, "Kunlun promised not to harm his life." Yuchi said, "So what? Your Bailey clan agreed 10 years ago to abolish his cultivation level and imprison him for life." Seeking Wind asked him, "Yuchi, can you represent Kunlun? What are your grievances?" Welcome Dao's friend to come to the Sword Pavilion for discussion. Crimson has had a dream since she was young. She wants to become a cultivator as a descendant of Zhu Rong, the Lord of Fire. With a natural lifespan of 300 years, equivalent to the golden core stage of an ordinary human cultivator, the path of seeking the Tao is full of dangers. If she cannot ascend to the celestial realm, in the end, her body will perish, and the Tao will be lost. However, she still wants to embark on the path to seek the Tao, to experience the power of moving mountains, calming seas, and creating heaven and earth. At this moment, Crimson slowly opened her eyes, having recovered, but next to her appeared a plant emitting a green, ethereal aura, resembling Lingji mushrooms. "You silly junior sister, what should I do with you?" she said. To save her, someone even used precious primordial essence to heal her injuries. It will take at least 3 to 5 decades to restore her human form. Meanwhile, Sky Winter Grandpa, still holding a large snake in his mouth, was approached by Crimson, who said, "Old man, your prowess hasn't diminished over the years, have they? These little ones are really causing you worry." Luckily, Cloud Mist can still recover, and Shedding Dust has successfully achieved foundation establishment. Crimson said to let him catch his breath first, and later she would help teach him a lesson. Already speechless from being messed with by this bunch of brats, Sky Winter Grandpa instantly suspected that she was up to no good. He told her to stop making excuses and get to the point. Crimson said, "I unintentionally formed my golden core. Now I must face a tribulation to transcend." Sky Winter Grandpa was really being driven crazy by them, cursing at her to get lost, quickly go away. At this moment, Crimson has also adjusted her breath. In an instant leap, she rose up into the air. The sky was covered with birds and clouds, lightning flashed, thunder roared, the sea water reversed, earth fire erupted. It truly is celestial thunder earth fire simultaneously appearing. Come on, let me witness the power of moving mountains and calming seas. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ottinger, due to using the power of a cultivator to slaughter ordinary people and intervene in the changes of the secular empire, Yuchi is planning to take her back to Kunlun for punishment. But Ottinger asked him why he lied just now, saying, "Bailey Ji was killed by me." Yuchi did not answer but took out a golden lotus and said, "This jade pool golden lotus was given to him for protection by a senior sister before he left. He did not expect that in the end, it would be used to protect the souls of mortals as they enter the cycle of reincarnation." Ottinger was shocked to hear this. Yuchi immediately asked him, "The old man who is almost entering the Tao, is he your grandfather?" Ottinger learned from Yuchi that Grandpa actually resisted the refining of the evil cultivator for 3 years with the strength of a mortal, concealing the fact that his soul was about to scatter, just to let Ottinger have a flawless sword heart. Ottinger is now crying uncontrollably. He asked Grandpa if he could safely enter the samsara. Yuchi told him that being able to encounter this golden lotus could also be considered as Grandpa's merit and destiny. Immediately, Ottinger said, "I will go with you to Kunlun to be punished." Then she asked Yuchi if he could give her some time. Let her take a break for a while. Yuchi gave her an hour's time. Because although the enchantress fears him, her master does not. It won't be safe anywhere until they return to Sword Pavilion. And at this time, Ottinger has already arrived at the Sea of Consciousness. She cried while saying, "Brother, I did it! The sudden surge of spiritual chi is from you, isn't it? I killed Bailey Ji to save Grandpa, but it seems I've caused trouble again. Brother, are you there?" At the same time, on the other side, Crimson's tribulation has already begun. Celestial thunder and earth fire are coming straight at her. Even Sky Winter Grandpa didn't expect that a golden core cultivator undergoing tribulation would attract celestial thunder and earth fire. These two little ones really drive me crazy. Although it complains, it still protects them with its body. It shouts, "Shedding dust, wake up quickly!" No matter how loud it shouts, shedding dust seems to be completely unheard. Sky Winter Grandpa suddenly feels uneasy. Is this possible? At this moment, shedding dust is indeed trapped in the mental demon. At the dawn of antiquity, who transmitted the Tao? The way had not yet been practiced, so how could it be examined? At this time, an old man sits in the snow, silently reciting heavenly questions. Shedding dust was stunned when seeing the scene. The scenery changed immediately, with grass growing and birds flying as spring rain fell. The vegetation also began to take root and sprout. Shedding dust looked at the rainwater on his hands, and the scene changed once again. The blazing sun shone like fire, with a child sitting on the back of a cow. The parents worked diligently in the fields. Grandma clasped her hands together in prayer devoutly. A falling leaf foretells autumn to the world. At this moment, the child has grown into a young man. He sits beneath a tree at the edge of the field, lost in his own thoughts. In middle age, as a general, he is resolute and strong. With golden spears, the will to fight soars to the heavens. With winter coming in a blink of an eye, proud snow and frost harshly linger. An old man sits under a big tree, feeling quietly depressed. He looks up towards the distance. Alone, he walked far away without hesitation, shedding dust, watching the footprints of the old man disappearing into the distance, feeling a bit helpless in his heart. "Venerable, you have stranded me here. Are you asking me to experience your life as well?" Shedding dust is trapped in an illusion. He went through the cyclical changes of the 4 seasons in a year. At this moment, although he remained conscious, he didn't know when he would be able to come out. Outside, Winter Grandpa, who was protecting the two of them, was exhausted. Luckily, Xianxia arrived in time. They looked at the place where Crimson was crossing the tribulation, and couldn't help but marvel at the violent energy of heaven and earth. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. "Senior sister, this celestial tribulation is also too dangerous." Chunjun said that because senior sister's bloodline is special, her advancement will be more difficult than usual. Nevertheless, looking at the might of the heavens and earth, if senior sister remains unharmed, she will surely attain a top-grade Dan. Sky Winter Grandpa asked them not to just stand by and watch, but to quickly go and check on shedding dust, as he seemed to have fallen into a mental demon. However, Chunjun doesn't believe it at all. Stop talking about the mental demon tribulation. It only occurs during advancement for cultivators at nascent soul stage or higher. Where is he at this point? But Xianxia noticed that something was amiss. Shedding dust's spiritual sense seemed to have disappeared, and they didn't know where it had gone. Nowhere to search, unable to awaken. Just now, he still thought it was just a fainting spell from exhaustion. He really was silly. How could a foundation establishment stage cultivator faint? Xianxia asked Chunjun to take Sky Winter Grandpa up first. He stayed behind to discuss in detail about the matter of senior sister raid the formation and protect the Dharma, shedding dust later. Sky Winter Grandpa is a bit confused at the moment. Go up? Go where? At this moment, Xianxia pointed upwards. Sky Winter Grandpa looked up, and was almost shocked out of his eyeballs. This is the unmoored boat of Mount Gus Hen? On the other side at the same time. Seeking Wind brought back Bai Liji's body. She asked about her subordinate young master. They said that Peng Lishang the Cloudborn went to challenge young master, and they have been fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. It's unknown how far they fought, but the aftermath of the battle was too terrifying for anyone to approach. Seeking Wind cried out in a faltering voice. Blood-issuing talisman, hurry! However, Shang the Cloudborn had already returned to Peng Lai at this time. Shu Yu asked him how he felt about facing the newly appointed family head of the Bailey clan in battle. Shang the Cloudborn lazily replied, "It's fine. He does live up to his reputation as a genius." Shuyu just said. You are quite good at self-praise, and sat down. Xiang the Cloudborn then asked her, Shuyu, Martial Uncle Peng has never intervened in these matters. Why are you getting involved in this cause and effect? Shuyu told him to wait for his master to come out from seclusion and ask him himself. She just listened to him saying, break the chain of cause and effect. Xiang the Cloudborn knew that this sounded like it should fall on his unseen junior brother. But then, his tone shifted as he said, Are you all not worried at all? I don't believe that you don't know that the little rascal is currently crossing the vast sea with my disciple and the martial nephews. At this moment, Sky Winter Grandpa was watching the unmoored boat of Mount Gus Hin, which was just setting sail. Did we enter the East Sea? Chun Jun said with a long story to tell. The two of them jumped onto the unmoored boat. At this moment, Gus Hin guided the female messengers Ah Fei and Ah Yin and bowed respectfully. We are following the orders of the solitary Palona Fairy. We welcome Peng Lidao's friend into the mountains. Chun Jun hurriedly asked them not to be so polite, but they insisted that Fairy had instructed them to show full courtesy to Peng Lidao's friend. So even if you destroyed our soup pool and took away our spiritual beast, we wouldn't mind. At this point, Chun Jun was already feeling exasperated. Sky Winter Grandpa asked them what they had done. Chun Jun helplessly replied that they just didn't adjust their landing posture properly and crashed into Mountain Gushin's soup pool. It's hard to say whether to speak up or not, always afraid of being criticized. I don't know if the two fairies did it intentionally or unintentionally. They casually said, Dao's friend, don't worry about it. The fairies are very magnanimous and won't consider you as libertines. Yuchi took out the only jade pool golden lotus on his body to protect Grandpa Chen's soul and spirit as they enter samsara. Ottinger is grateful for this and is willing to go to Kunlun with him to receive punishment. Mingzhu, who was previously deceived by Soul Hunter, has also met up with them. Now, the three of them are slowly moving forward in the icy snow. Mingzhu asked Yuchi, I know I can't stop you, but why did you deceive me? Yuchi replies, It was Enchantress from Family Bailey who deceived you. What does it have to do with me? Mingzhu, however, believes that he saw through it without warning himself. Yuchi denies. No, I didn't see through it, did I? At this moment, Ottinger suddenly kneels down with a thud. Yuchi was puzzled, wondering what was going on. Mingzhu sighed helplessly beside him, saying, A newly entered chi refining cultivator who can break through 5 major shrinking arrays in 3 days without vomiting blood is considered to have exceptional talent. Yuchi asked him speechlessly why he didn't remind him, but Mingzhu looked bewildered. So you weren't doing it on purpose? Later, Mingzhu expressed that this little girl was just a human den brought in by Bailey Ji, not proficient in Daoist spells, and could not be considered evil or demonic. She was already pitiful enough, so they should turn a blind eye and let her go. He didn't understand why Yuchi insisted on detaining her to the mountain, accusing him of being too unfeeling. However, Yuchi wore a serious expression and said it was not possible. She must be detained. Mingzhu, of course, did not know that Yuchi was doing this to protect Ottinger. Mingzhu, seeing Yuchi's stubbornness, decided not to interfere anymore. However, this made Yuchi worried about herself. She estimated that Master Senior and Junior brothers would go crazy again. If you want to kill, just go ahead. Why let the family Bailey's little enchantress go back to report the news? He couldn't understand why Yuchi didn't eradicate the problem completely, and instead left some time for Uncle Master and the others. However, just at that moment, a man in all black with a deathly pale face appeared in front of them, dragging an artifact in his hand. The two of them bowed slightly and called out, Bailey Martial Uncle, but this person walked straight past them without saying a word. Ottinger stared curiously at the person. Yuchi introduced him as Bailey Meng, the Grand Elder of Bailey Clan and Bailey Ji's elder brother. He is also my martial uncle, Kunlun, chief alchemist of the Dan platform, who 3 years ago personally shattered Bailey Ji's Dantian and almost took his life. But you don't need to worry. you have already cut ties with the Bailey clan. Because you are now a prisoner of Kunlun, and at this moment in a mountain courtyard, Seeking Wind is kneeling aside, saying to Bailey Zhong that when young Master Ji's wounds were still lingering with a trace of spiritual qi, disciple Yu Qi of the Kunlun Sword Pavilion used spiritual abilities, singing Katie to track him down. Later she continued, saying that due to the urgency of the situation and the difficulty in finding young Master's whereabouts, she had to use young Master Ji's blood to activate the blood talisman, and the Grand Elder should have sensed it as well. At this moment, Seeking Wind was in tears, saying that young Master Ji should also. She kept murmuring, "I should," over and over, yet the words never left her lips. At this moment, Bailey Zhong, who was staring at the corpse of Bailey Ji in a daze, calmly said, "Soul scattered, unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation." At this moment, he was filled with endless remorse as he looked at the body of Bailey Ji. He didn't know what else he could say. He had promised his younger brother to protect him, but he had broken his word. At this moment, it seems like there is no distinction between good and evil. Losing a loved one is difficult for anyone to accept. He has truly devoted a lot for his younger brother. But this is also the price paid for choosing the wrong path in Bailey Ji's Dao, right? At this moment, Bailey Ming also arrived. He indifferently said to Bailey Zhong, "She ended up like this. Bailey Zhong, you are not without credit." At this moment, Seeking Wind saw Bailey Ming and quickly knelt down, calling out, "Grand Elder." Bailey Ming reassured her, "Don't worry, I am not here to make things difficult for you all. I just came to take a look." Bailey Zhong, when do you plan to swallow this human Dan? Chen Otting's 3-layer Qi refining cultivator. You are condemned for wanton killing of mortals and interfering in the succession of secular dynasties. You were taken to Kunlun because of your young age and lack of guidance. Since you did not enter the Tao voluntarily and had nobody to teach you, your situation is pitiful. Your offense will be treated with leniency. You are sentenced to 5 years of hard labor in the lower pavilion of Kunlun. Attinger's origins have always been mysterious. She just avenged Grandpa. She adhered to the Tao in her heart. But she was arrested by Kunlun. However, the people here seem to be treating her fairly well. The elder in charge of the trial patiently introduced to her that the object she wore around her neck was made of Kunlun's red copper, with an inscription and linked to the Kunlun Great Formation. If she strays 100 steps away from Kunlun, she will be blasted into pieces. She was asked to bear this in mind. The jade walls outside the gate can be viewed using spiritual sense. Cultivators' ethical knowledge will be tested when removing the shackles, and on the 1st and 15th of every month, Upper Pavilion disciples will come to preach the Tao and discuss laws. If Ottinger has finished her work hours, she can also go listen. Then, the elder instructed the disciple to take Ottinger to the yellow designation courtyard number 4. Just as they were about to leave, the elder asked them to wait and inquired about how the kid Yu Qi from the upper pavilion was doing. He said the elders were arguing fiercely, and martial uncle Yu Qi was still kneeling in the square. The elder couldn't help muttering to himself, "Looks like this trouble won't be easy to resolve." Immediately, the disciple led Ottinger towards courtyard number 4. On the way, he also comforted Ottinger, saying that what she is currently doing is hard labor, but actually it's not that hard. Even the most wicked person wouldn't end up here. If the hours she serves are enough, the extra ones will count as employment. It's possible to exchange work hours for output, so jobs like caring for spiritual herbs and spiritual beasts are in high demand. Speaking of which, he also doesn't forget to remind Ottinger to make sure to attend the Preach the Tao every month, as it will be greatly beneficial for her future cultivation. And the reason he takes care of Ottinger like this. It turns out that senior brother Mingzhu told him about Ottinger's unfortunate background, asking them to treat her kindly. And he, seeing Ottinger's cute appearance, he couldn't help but soften his heart a bit. He spoke softly, "Stay well and receive the precepts properly here. Cultivation knows what can be done and what cannot. 5 years will pass quickly. Welcome to Cultivation World." At the same time, on the other side, Shedding Dust is still trapped in the illusion. He has been thinking about going back all this time. Must return, Ottinger. Who is it? At this point, his consciousness has started to become somewhat blurry. He only feels that he has been here for too long. He wants to go back. Shedding Dust is trying hard to open his eyes. But as he opens his eyes in that moment, his pupils unexpectedly turn green. He couldn't help but ask, "Who am I?" At this moment, a silver-haired youth crouched on the tree trunk. Birds chirped incessantly above his head. Butterflies also landed on the tip of his nose. It seemed like all creatures really like him. He stared blankly at his hands, unable to help but recall, nourished by the dew, flourishing with strong roots and leaves, I have been rooted here for nearly 1,000 years. The sage expounds the Tao, awakening my spiritual intelligence. The essence of sun and moon molds my body's shell. My name is Resonance. This paragraph ends here for now. But I have not finished yet, because I think the next paragraph is particularly interesting. Many people actually don't understand this new character, Resonance. I didn't understand it the first time either. Including what I said in the previous sentence about the 1 year, for season rotation, I think I also misunderstood. This character should be. It's the soul cocoon of the wood element great cultivator inside the little wooden sword of Ottinger. Brother borrowed the spiritual chi from his sister to make a breakthrough. His sister used that spiritual chi to activate the primordial body, causing brother to fall into the divine consciousness of that cultivator. Will he be forced to experience the life of that cultivator? And this Resonance should be the humanoid figure of the tree that brother saw in the scene of the 4 seasons. I have to say, this author is really amazing. I misunderstood with just a slight carelessness. Moreover, this story contains a lot of ancient text. Seeing this YouTuber work so hard, please subscribe to my channel. Mountain Gus Hen is one of the celestial mountains, which is famous along with Kunlun and Punglai. At this moment, a stunning woman on Jayquake Terrace is using her musical talent to calm Shedding Dust's mind. At this moment, Xianxia arrives. He anxiously inquires about the condition of the solitary Polona fairy's young martial uncle. The solitary Polona said that it is indeed strange. Unlike typical mental demons, given his age and cultivation level, he shouldn't be affected by the confusion of the Tao heart. His spiritual altar is clear, and it is not an external evil corrupting his mind. It is like he has fallen into a dream, like an ordinary person. She also doesn't dare to investigate further. Not to mention avoiding suspicion, she is also afraid of risking danger to Shedding Dust himself. Solitary Polona asked them if they really hadn't encountered anything strange. Xianxia, they both insisted that they really hadn't. They also genuinely didn't know. The solitary Polona fairy slowly spoke that over the past few hundred years, countless cultivators at Jayquake Terrace had suffered damage to their divine soul. However, she had only seen 3 cases like Shedding Dust's situation. 2 of them had obtained ancient cultivators' spirit artifacts or legacies, but because their divine souls were too weak, they were instead invaded by the residual spiritual sense within. The other case was a highly determined sword art genius, who wandered into the void abyss and encountered the mad Daoist Sword Scar. After 100-year sleep, Sword Scar woke up with a confused consciousness, killing all his friends. In the end, his master sacrificed himself to defeat him. Upon hearing this, Xianxia asked nervously about the other 2 individuals. Solitary Polona said lightly, "There was one whose spiritual sense was injured after 3 years of enlightenment. He was in a daze in his dreams until the ancient cultivator's death, when he finally realized it. However, he was unable to withdraw in time, and his cultivation level has not progressed since. He passed away 70 years ago. There was another who never woke up, either suffocated in their dreams or never realized it. Perhaps they went with the venerable in their dreams." At this moment, Xianxia Chenjun was completely stunned, clearly losing his composure. He didn't know what to do, but just then, a voice sounded. I said, "You two don't tell me you have so little confidence in Shedding Dust that guy?" Who is the one always mentioning our young martial uncle from the heart of Tao? Qi Ming? Crimson is back now. She just finished crossing her calamity. Her hands are crossed in front of her chest, but there are still a pair of arms behind her. That's her Dharma body. Xianxia asked her, "Senior sister, is your Dharma body okay?" Crimson replied lightly, "It was almost torn apart. Thanks to it, I advanced and withstood the last few celestial thunder strikes. But I still don't know how to retrieve it. Maybe I have to wait until my stage is stable." After speaking, Crimson clasped her hands together and bowed to the solitary Polona fairy, saying, "Bongzhong Mountain, celestial artisan Crimson, thanks to solitary Polona Venerable for taking care of solitary Polona." Solitary Polona casually replied, "It's okay. If you all want to return to Penglai, I can lend you the unmoored boat to cross the sea. In 4 years, the Earth Convergence Formation on the shore of the East Sea in Penglai will open. If you want to continue your training, you can leave him here to wait." Xianxia couldn't help but feel sorry for shedding dust at this moment. He said lightly, "Mental Demon is a cultivator who can only rely on his heart of Tao to overcome tribulations. Even if the master has extraordinary abilities, it will not be of much help. The effect of Gus Hin J. Quake Terrace is unparalleled in calming and focusing the spirit, not to mention the celestial sound of the fallen phoenix by Venerable. Every bit of advantage counts." Then he turned to the solitary Polona fairy and said, "I will trouble Venerable." Solitary Polona said somewhat helplessly, "No worries. Anyway, you all owe us at Penglai a favor." At this moment, the three of them felt a bit awkward, while the two little immortal children of Gus Hin couldn't help but smile. On the other side, an old man with a full beard, drinking and burping, muttered to himself, "Kunlun is really becoming more and more careless. How come even the little brats are being captured? You'll finish cleaning sooner or later, and leave me alone." And at this moment, Ottinger already had a face full of helplessness. This old man is really strange. But at this moment, someone else beside them spoke up, asking, "Feeling cold, Ottinger?" Hearing this, Ottinger looked over and saw a purple-clad young girl sitting halfway up the mountain peak. Before Ottinger could ask her anything, the girl continued on her own, saying, "Although cultivators are unaffected by cold and heat, the cold aura on Sword Pavilion is different. I have a body forging cultivation method. Do you want to learn it? 3,000 years ago, Kunlun Sword Immortal fought a battle with the White Ape clan on Kunlun Peak, almost destroying half of Kunlun. Since then, the spiritual chi of this place has never been calm, with a strong icy aura. But this place is a great spot for cultivating frozen-class cultivation techniques and body refining. Linlang at this moment wants to teach Ottinger a chi circulation heart sutra. Through long-term contemplation here, the resistance of the body to the cold can be increased. However, the method is too complex, and she doesn't have the cultivation technique Jade Slip. She can only input a trace of spiritual chi into Ottinger's tendons and bones, allowing her to follow the chi circulation once to learn it." Ottinger didn't hesitate at all, and reached out her hand towards Linlang. Linlang also found it amusing and asked Ottinger, "Aren't you afraid that I might harm you?" Ottinger stared back at her with her bright eyes and said, "You are so powerful. If you wanted to harm me, you could do so without deceiving me." Upon hearing this, Linlang felt that Ottinger was even more interesting and kept praising her. Then, the two of them faced each other with their palms together, starting to contemplate the cultivation technique. But at this moment, Linlang couldn't help but pause and said lightly, "You have the body of a spiritual chi tank, and your meridians are strong and resilient. There is not a single hidden injury on your pure body of spiritual chi, which is even more pure than that of an upper pavilion disciple halfway up the mountain who follows orthodox Taoism. Bailey Ji does not possess such ability. You should have another chance." However, upon hearing this, Ottinger couldn't help but place the broom in her hand across her chest. Linlang's words clearly touched her bottom line. Seeing her reaction, Linlang quickly reassured her to relax, saying, "You are very safe here, but you should be careful when you go out in the future. Those freelance cultivators outside are not like Kunlun. They are not disdainful of snatching spirit artifacts and opportunities from younger disciples. Just as they were talking, a loud burp sounded beside the two of them. Following that, the person said, "For a young girl like you, why learn from anyone else? Your dad hasn't seen you focus on cultivation. Instead, you've come up with 1,800 tricks in your mind." Those freelance cultivators outside, are they flattering you or stealing your resources? The most boring ones are you little immortals. Linlang turned around and scolded the old booze fiend. "Are you not ashamed of eavesdropping on young girls all day?" The old man was also helpless, saying, "Am I eavesdropping? I'm almost deaf. Young girls are just too noisy." At this moment, Linlang no longer wanted to argue with him. She said, "Let's go," then pulled Ottinger and flew into the air. While flying, she asked the little Ottinger how Yuchi killed Bailey Ji. Ottinger was stunned at the words, but before Ottinger could speak, Linlang interjected, "I just knew it." Next, she told Ottinger that he was knocked unconscious by the aftermath of the fight and knew nothing at that time. Remembering this, Ottinger understood that Linlang already knew everything. She asked if it was Gracious Lord who told you. Linlang was taken aback. "Gracious Lord? Yuchi Jr. brother?" Then she said it wasn't, it was my guess. Just as Ottinger was about to say something, Linlang stopped her and hurriedly told Ottinger not to say anything, saying she didn't want to know. She was a little irritated, and warned Ottinger not to tell anyone. People's hearts are treacherous, how many times do I have to say it? Upon hearing this, Ottinger silently lowered her head and said, "I understand." But soon after, she raised her head and asked, "But can I trust you, right?" At this point, Linlang already had a helpless expression on her face. She said, "If I remember correctly, you were taught a lesson by Bailey Ji, right?" Ottinger silently nodded, but then said, "I won't lose." If a Bailey Ji could make me unable to trust anyone again, then I would have truly lost. He doesn't have that ability. He can't harm my heart of Tao. Upon hearing this, Linlang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Holding Ottinger's little face in his hands, he found himself growing fonder of this little girl by the moment. He then remarked, "She's truly a natural sword cultivator seed." But just as he said that, a voice nearby exclaimed, "Oh my, Linlang, you actually understand sword cultivators? Wow, the old booze fiend followed you here again." Linlang was already extremely annoyed at this point. She raised her hand and unleashed a spiritual chi blast at the spot where the old man had just been. While the two of them were both physically fighting and arguing, Ottinger on the other side began to cry out in pain. By now, she had already been caught in the aftermath of their battle, buried under the heavy snow, with only her small hand tightly gripping a broomstick visible, desperately seeking help amidst the colorful auspicious light and purple smoke in the Rainbow Rest Valley on Kunlun Mountain. Here not only is the vegetation lush, but there are also many rare spiritual herbs. The former Ottinger has now grown into an elegant and slender girl. She is currently digging the 5-leaf immortal ginseng. But suddenly, a giant black and green centipede appeared behind her. Just as the centipede was about to attack, Ottinger leaped into the air. The spade she was using to dig medicinal herbs was infused with spiritual chi. Then she fiercely stabbed the centipede. This little creature posed no threat to the current Ottinger. Ottinger walking back. She met the duty Lin Luo Daoist master halfway. So Ottinger told Lin Luo about meeting the green armor centipede on the mountain. This made Lin Luo break out in a cold sweat. He was about to return to the mountain gate to report to Ottinger, when he was told that she had already been killed. Lin Luo became even more confused. "That thing is as tough as a second-rank demonic beast. How did you manage to kill it?" Ottinger silently raised the medicine fork and flour shovel in her hand, saying that since this thing can withstand spiritual chi, it can be considered an artifact, right? It's like a sharp cone, piercing fiercely when used, but it's not durable. Look, it's already broken. Now I have to deduct my working hours again. At this moment, Lin Luo already had a cold sweat on his face. This girl is too fierce. He then told her that not only is she innocent, she has also achieved a great merit. Ottinger said thank you, and was about to walk back. But at this moment, Lin Luo asked Ottinger how many years he had been at Kunlun. Ottinger turned around and said, "It's been the 4th year, right?" Lin Luo asked if she would like to try the introductory trial of becoming a Kunlun disciple when her service period ends next year. A decade in the blink of an eye, a great opportunity to enter the world of immortals. It just happens to be next year. After listening to him finish, Ottinger scratched his head and said, "Once every 10 years, huh? Let me see if I can catch the next trip." At this moment, Lin Luo still didn't know how to continue the conversation. Meanwhile, Ottinger continued, "I have to go find someone first." For years passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, shedding dust and Mountain Gus Hin still hasn't woken up. However, the childish appearance of the past has turned into that of a handsome young man. Qingshu Chenjun, Sky Winter Grandpa, and the three of them are staring worriedly at Shedding Dust, whose cultivation level is stagnant while his physical body keeps growing. However, with a Foundation establishment lifespan of only 200 years, they are concerned that Shedding Dust might exhaust his lifespan while in slumber. At this moment, Crimson is dragging Cloud Mist to the side to scold them. Now that the main entrance of the EC is open, they must come and cannot leave. Are they trying to make her go back alone to face Shuyu Granduncle Master? At this moment, a voice came from the side saying, "Crimson, Marshal Nephew, don't be angry. They can't escape from here either." A few people turned around and saw Sean the Cloudborn, who said lightly, "Is it that little rascal who should be punished? He can't be punished now. Tell him to come over here." Qingshu also had a cold sweat on his face. "No way." Sean the Cloudborn said, "You are acting as the senior brother, so you should also take the responsibility for Chenjun's part." Then he waved his hand towards Qingshu, and a formation appeared in front of him. Sean the Cloudborn looked at the formation and said, "Indeed, it's already loosened." Without waiting for Qingshu to say anything, Sean the Cloudborn added, "Let's reinforce it with a few more layers." After casting the spell, he told Qingshu, "Originally, the restriction that allowed you to advance to the Golden Core stage would naturally be lifted. But now, before reaching Nascent Soul, you should still treat your with spiritual root as non-existent." Qingshu, looking helpless, could only kneel down and express gratitude for the trials bestowed by the master. Later, Sean the Cloudborn asked Crimson to bring Cloud Mist and Golden Hawk back to Punlai with him. Crimson bowed and replied, then asked, "Marshal Uncle, have you finished your travels?" Sean the Cloudborn sighed, and said he had to go back to benefit from the protection of the Great Formation. Then he said to the solitary Polona Fairy, "I'll lead these junior brothers to you as laborers. Consider it as repaying a favor." Qingshu couldn't help but ask, "Master, are you planning to advance to the soul separation stage?" Sean the Cloudborn has always been exceptionally talented. In just over 200 years, he has already achieved nascent soul perfection. His prowess is unmatched in the 4 seas and 8 desolates. Qingshu does not understand. This soul separation is extremely dangerous. Since ancient times, the sages have all treaded cautiously as if on thin ice. "Master, there are still many years ahead. Why not wait a bit longer?" However, Sean the Cloudborn inquires back, asking him about the restriction planted by the teacher. If he were to break through it himself, he might have already advanced to the Golden Core stage. The teacher believes that he has already noticed this. Is he unwilling or afraid? Upon hearing this, Qingshu was at a loss on how to respond. Sean the Cloudborn didn't blame him, because he knew the nature of his disciple. However, Sean the Cloudborn, who gave himself the title of the Cloudborn, detests most in his life is wasting time, unlike the pure whiteness of a cloud. Kunlun Mountain Sword Pavilion. Ottinger asked in shock, "Has the gracious lord emerged? And has he even formed a golden core?" Lin Lang said that being banished to the sword tomb back then was actually a punishment in public and a way to avoid disaster in private. Although it was a great joy and fortune for him to achieve golden core in 4 years, it's just a pity that he hasn't finished speaking. Just as his words were interrupted by the deafening snoring from over there, Lin Lang couldn't help but ask, "Ottinger, How many extra working hours of yours can be exchanged for several spiritual stones? Please don't waste them on whining and dining. What are you after? Ottinger replied, Most of them are demonic beasts that I personally hunted and sold for refining tools and elixirs. There are still some leftover spirit materials. Linlang was speechless at Ottinger's innocence and said to her to practice breatharianism properly and not learn from that old drunkard. Ottinger responded and then asked, Sister Linlang, what did you say was a pity just now? Linlang replied thoughtfully, It's a pity that the current family head of the Bailey clan, Bailey Zhong, has also successfully transcended his tribulation and advanced to the soul separation stage Grandmaster. Ottinger was surprised to hear this. He intends to harm the gracious Lord? Linlang explained that it wouldn't show on the surface. Not to mention daring to bully the younger generations, how could the elders of my Kunlun sect get along well with him? But at the same time, Linlang is also worried about his disciples' progress. Yuchi used to be the strongest at the foundation establishment stage, but this advancement to the Golden Core stage has made him the weakest. As Linlang reached this point, he suddenly felt like he had said too much. She quickly looked at Ottinger and told her not to overthink. It's fortunate that it's him. You still don't have a master or senior, do you? At this point, Ottinger has started to worry about Yuchi. Then she asked, Is Bailey Ji acting recklessly just because of his elder brother? Linlang couldn't help but look at Ottinger. At this moment, Ottinger curled up on the ground with her legs hugged, looking straight at the ground and said, Kunlun manages everything but turns a blind eye to such a person. Is it all because he has a powerful elder brother? At this moment, Linlang was smiling and saying, Do you really want to ask? Ottinger nodded repeatedly and asked her, Can I know? Linlang stretched lazily and began to explain slowly. Do you know the significance of spiritual root to a cultivator? Among tens of thousands of people, it's rare to have a child with spiritual root. However, if both parents are cultivators, it's a different story. Probably 8 or 9 out of 10. So in the cultivation world, there are many family lineages as well. For example, the Bailey clan that attaches to Kunlun, cultivators have long lifespans and can destroy the world with a raise of their hand. If they want offspring, they have to sacrifice their own physical body, lifespan, or even luck. However, the Bailey couple gave birth to a talented eldest son, Bailey Ming. The second son, Bailey Zhong, has a rare ancient Jiuli physique, but the youngest son, Bailey Ji, has extremely poor physical condition and is just a mortal. His luck seems to be at its worst as both parents perished at the hands of their enemies shortly after his birth. Meanwhile, his second brother Bailey Zhong is a true genius. He reverse-engineered the Tao of primordial creation from the forbidden art of human Dan, using his own flesh and blood to create a spiritual root for his younger brother Bailey Ji, allowing him to enter the Tao. Upon hearing this, Ottinger exclaimed in shock. What? What? This is also possible? Linlang then explained to her. Firstly, they are siblings by blood. Secondly, this spiritual vein cannot absorb heavenly and earthly spiritual chi by itself. It can only rely on others' flesh and blood spiritual chi for nourishment. Thirdly, if Bailey Zhong ascends or perishes, then Bailey Ji will also cease to exist. Therefore, aside from causing Bailey Zhong difficulty in providing continuous nourishment to Bailey Ji, making his own cultivation arduous, there is no other harm in this matter. Thus, the elders of Kunlun only punish Bailey Zhong, the inventor of the forbidden technique. As for the talented Bailey Zhong, he wasted more than 300 years at the nascent soul stage. It wasn't until 10 years ago that Bailey Zhong went into seclusion. Bailey Ji escaped to the mortal world. When it comes to this, Linlang looked at Ottinger and said, You know everything that happened afterward, right? Ottinger asked her why Bailey Ji escaped, and Linlang said she didn't know. However, there are rumors circulating in the streets. This time, Bailey Zhong was able to successfully break through to soul separation. He succeeded by devouring the corpse of his younger brother. The ancient Jiuli physique is finally complete. Kunlun Sword Pavilion doffing sword is domineeringly accepting disciples. Ottinger and Yuchi become senior brother and sister. At this moment, Ottinger just finished listening to Linlang unravel the mystery of the Bailey clan, and for a moment, the atmosphere turned somewhat silent. Linlang asked Otting what's wrong, if she's feeling a bit complicated. Ottinger said there's nothing complicated. She doesn't know if Bailey G is a pitiful person, but even if she is, it has nothing to do with her. Kill him 100 more times, and I would still kill him 100 times more. But she had just finished speaking. Ottinger seemed to have thought of something again. If Bailey Zhong really swallowed Bailey G, then Grandpa and the villagers' vital blood would have also been swallowed by him. I still have to settle this account with him. But how long will it take for me to cultivate to the soul separation stage? Upon hearing her words, Linlang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then she couldn't control her laughter and burst into laughter, saying, "It's so funny! Oh, old booze fiend!" wiping tears away as she spoke. "It's not about whether you want to, but whether you dare, Ottinger." At this point, Ottinger looked puzzled and asked, "What does this have to do with old booze fiend?" And at this moment, old booze fiend sighed and said, "You're even using psychological tactics." I said, "Linlang, you sly rascal, always setting traps for this old man, eh?" Linlang retorted, "Then why don't you fall into the trap I designed for you?" The elderly person said let her go back and make trouble for her own Sherfu at the Sword Pavilion. What is your Jade Pool's child meddling in? Linlang said if it weren't for Jade Pool running out of spots, she wouldn't have been so generous. Old Booze Fiend also suspected that Ottinger's activities in the past few years were all arranged at the Sword Pavilion. It must have been Linlang's doing. "Why are you pestering me like this? Have you asked her in person?" He then asked Ottinger, "Hey, little doll, are you willing to accept me as your master?" He said, "I can't just freeload on all the food and drinks you've given me these past few years." And at this moment, Ottinger was completely bewildered. He nodded and said, "Uncle Booze Fiend, can prisoners take on disciples too?" At this moment, the old Booze Fiend's eyes stared like copper bells, but he didn't manage to utter a word. On the other side, Linlang was already laughing so hard that her stomach hurt. She covered her face and said, "Ottinger, I forgot to introduce you. This is my Uncle Master and your gracious Lord's Master. He may be a prisoner, but he's also the drunken sword immortal of Sword Pavilion and doffing sword Kunlun. He will have to serve here for 100 years, but that doesn't stop him from taking on disciples." Speaking of this, she was interrupted by the drunken sword immortal. He said, "All right, you just say whether you're willing or not." And Linlang also advised Ottinger on the side, "Next year, won't you be unable to participate in Kunlun's introductory trials? Are you willing to stay in Kunlun or not?" Elder directly accepts disciples as upper pavilion disciples without the need for trials. In this way, when your service period is up next year, you can apply for experience to search for people. Upon hearing this, Ottinger then asked Drunken Sword Immortal, "Will I cause trouble for you if I seek trouble with Bailey Zhong in the future?" Drunken Sword Immortal replied nonchalantly, "As long as you have the capability, challenging someone of the same level or lower is fair game. Who dares not to submit?" "I do." As soon as the words fell, Ottinger knelt down with a thud. "Master is above. Please accept a bow from your disciple." News of Kunlun Upper Pavilion accepting a new disciple. It also spread throughout the entire Kunlun in an instant. Everyone is discussing who is so lucky to have such incredible fortune. She or he actually gained the favor of the Upper Pavilion elder. At this moment, Ottinger entered into the Sea of Consciousness. She hasn't seen her brother in the Sea of Consciousness for many years. She couldn't help but complain, saying, "Don't make such a big decision like accepting a master without discussing it with me in the future. You should also discuss with me." Then she continued, "Sherfu is quite good. I, rank 6th as Gracious Lord, became the 5th senior brother. I heard that I will soon meet the 4th senior brother. There should be senior brother and senior sister above. But Linlang's senior sister told me not to ask. At this moment, Ottinger couldn't help but think about it. This feeling is quite good. Do you have fellow disciples too? I've never heard you mention them before. But then again, I didn't have time to gossip before. At this moment, Ottinger sighed quietly. Ottinger missed her brother. Although they have never met, he is someone who cares deeply for her. When will she be able to see him? Ottinger can't find him. But she can feel that he is right here. Can you hear me, brother? Have you encountered any danger? Ottinger immediately said. No, everything is fine. It's my turn to come find you this time. Ottinger has joined the sect of the Drunken Sword Immortal. At this moment, she is practicing flying on a sword above astral wind. The battle now is between the sword chi of the Sword Immortal and the Yaogwai chi of the Yaogwai Saga. At this moment, Shifu warns her to be careful. If you fall down, your master may not be able to save you before you are cut into pieces. Later, he looked at Ottinger's sword and commented that it was just a piece of broken copper and scrap iron. He said that before she left the mountain, he would take her to Sword Tomb to see if there was any sword there that she might like. At this moment, Ottinger asked Shifu about how both Sword Immortal and White Ape had perished here. 3,000 years had passed since then. Is the sword chi and demon chi still so fierce because their swords and demon cores are still below? Shifu said if these are still below, even if your child wants to stand here, your senior brother at the Golden Core stage will be punished. Ottinger couldn't help but be shocked by these words. Soon after, she was hit by several wounds caused by the astral wind due to her unstable state of mind. And at that moment, two people arrived from afar, calling out, Shifu, Master Uncle. Mingju and Yuchi said they came to check on the little junior sister. Shifu also called out to Ottinger and said, All right, come back, Ottinger. Ottinger replied with an, Okay. She then arrived in front of the two of them. Yuchi calmly said, Call senior brother. Ottinger obediently responded with, Fifth senior brother Mingju. Mingju thought to herself, Why does this feel even more miserable than 4 years ago? But she said, Do you still remember me? Ottinger said, Of course I remember. Thank you, senior brother, for taking care of me 4 years ago. Mingju didn't say much in response. He just said to Drunken Sword Immortal, Uncle Master, I'm not saying it's a bad idea. If Sword Pavilion can change the way of teaching disciples, it would be fine not to have a junior brother. As for this junior sister, he didn't finish his sentence because both Ottinger and he were looking at him with puzzled expressions. At this point, Drunken Sword Immortal said, In less than 100 years, this sword chi and Yaogwai chi should also have dissipated. Give me the formation shattering technique. Yuchi then levitated the formation shattering in the air. Drunken Sword Immortal continued, 3,000 years ago, the Sword Immortal known as Endless Separation, the name of the sword technique formation shattering, had worn out the remnants of thousands of years, and the thoughts of the respective owners on the Yaogwai core were completely eroded. Only pure killing intent and hatred remained, entangled in an endless battle. Take away this formation shattering, then the ownerless sword chi and Yaogwai chi will slowly disperse. At this moment, Ottinger stared at that sword and said, So this is the original formation shattering. Formation shattering has taken a liking to fifth senior brother. But the master said, It's unclear whether what is smitten with him is formation shattering or the Yaogwai core. Ottinger looked puzzled at the words, and Mingju explained on the side. This formation shattering is not the same as the formation shattering in the Sword Immortal Endless Separation. The formation shattering in that battle has been damaged, and this one is a fragment of formation shattering merged with the White Ape Yaogwai core, creating a new formation shattering. However, he also said there is no need to worry too much. Endless Separation can cut down the White Ape, and the formation shattering can also suppress the Yaogwai chi. Many cultivators refine spiritual chi and spirit artifacts, all of which can be incorporated into the Yaogwai core. With its attributes, talents, and spiritual abilities, who wouldn't love it? Moreover, this is the formation shattering, a genuine celestial grade spirit artifact. Junior brother has been nurturing it day and night. Perhaps it can restore its former power in the future. Later, he said to Ottinger, Junior sister, I'm not saying this, but the sword pavilion is really poor. Only the sword tomb has some treasures. In the future, you might have to find your own robes elsewhere. Yuchi interjected. Why would a sword cultivator need those things? But at this moment, Ottinger called out, Sherfu, and several people turned to look at her. Ottinger asked them, Can a sword cultivator's sword be cultivated by oneself? Sherfu looked at what Ottinger brought out and asked if she wanted to use this to refine a matching sword. Mingzhu on the side remarked, Is this perhaps an infant Dan? Ottinger heard this term for the first time. Mingzhu then explained it to her. In ancient times, some spirits and yogwai abandoned their original forms and took on human bodies to explore the method of cultivation in human form. However, they still instinctively control the essence of the sun and moon. Therefore, when human cultivators advance and form a nascent soul within the Purple Mansion, some of them will give birth to an infant Dan in their dantian. At this time, the master looks at this infant Dan and says, Looking at this pure wood spiritual chi, it seems to be the soul cocoon of a wood element great cultivator. It's truly rare to be this clean, not a single trace of thought. It saves the effort of refining. Ottinger couldn't help but ask, Thought? The master replies, It refers to the memories or obsessions of the original owner. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it is to remove these imprints of thought. Then he asked, Ottinger, are you sure you want to use it as a sword embryo? After Ottinger became a disciple of Drunken Sword Immortal, Master asked her to go to Sword Tomb to choose a matching sword, but Ottinger wanted to use the soul cocoon of the great cultivator with wood element to make a sword embryo. Master said that although this item is rare and pure spiritual chi, it is ultimately a wood element, so using it as a sword embryo would be just average compared to those flying swords in the Sword Tomb. But Ottinger insisted, saying, I'll choose this one because it is one of the only 3 things left to her by the villagers and Grandpa. Although they told Ottinger not to look back, Ottinger said, I didn't look back. I grew upwards. Even if I grew all the way to the sky, my roots are still there. Upon hearing these words, the Drunken Sword Immortal suddenly burst into loud laughter, with a deafening roar. A surge of spiritual chi fluctuation nearly blew Yuchi and Mingzhu away, but the Drunken Sword Immortal pointed to the sky with one hand, and a soaring sword chi burst forth from his body, shooting straight up into the sky as he shouted loudly, Damn it! Screw this nonsense about having a thin connection as a disciple. Each of my disciples is outstanding in their own right. But at this moment, there was a sudden buzzing sound in the air. A voice accompanied by purple light rang out. Old booze fiend, what drunken madness are you up to again? Punch a hole for Lord Kunlun, Sword Pavilion disciples, all come together to weave for me. But at this moment, the Drunken Sword Immortal has lost his momentum, maintaining only the posture of pointing to the sky with one hand and looking embarrassed. On the other side, Linlang asks, Sherfu, there are so many gaps in the Great Formation. Have you been patching them for over 100 years? It turns out they were all caused by Uncle Master. Linlang Sherfu helplessly says, Anyway, in the future, when going out for training, do not associate with the Sword Pavilion disciples. Even your own artifact will be hard to keep, let alone any other gains. Upon hearing this, Linlang simply expressed that Sherfu is still young. My mother left 100 years ago. How could I go on a distant journey for training? And over there, the Drunken Sword Immortal, in order to conceal his embarrassment, cleared his throat and said, You can use this as a sword embryo too. Although it has lost the sharpness of the metal element, its compatibility with the wood elemental's growth properties is not bad. After you cultivate it, you can continue to search for talented treasures to refine it further. Ultimately, what it will become depends on your future opportunities. He then threw a jade token to Ottinger and said, The techniques for refining this sword and the required auxiliary materials are all recorded here. I currently don't have these materials on hand, so you'll have to save up merit points and exchange them at the lower pavilion or find them during your travels. He also hinted to Mingzhu that his Sherfu had hoarded a lot, but this old guy was like a stingy person. Mingzhu couldn't help but wipe off his cold sweat upon hearing this. Of course, he understood the implication. So he immediately took out a storage ring that could hold thousands of acres and said, "Consider this my meeting gift." He then flattered by saying, "This is much better than those mainland products. It's stylish, lightweight, and has a large capacity, suitable for junior sister whether for hunting demonic beasts, saving up merit points, or going on mountain expeditions for treasures." As for Ottinger, she looked puzzled, stating that she had seen this on the Jade Wall. With her current cultivation level, she would need to kill demonic beasts for at least 50 years to earn Mingzhu. She quickly assured, "It's all right, senior brother. I have plenty. You can keep it." Ottinger looked at the 3 items in her hands: the soul cocoon, the jade token, and the storage ring. She seemed to have found a long-lost warmth. This unfortunate little girl finally has someone to care for her. Today is the trial competition of Peng Lai. Every 10 years, the entrance to the immortal realm will be widely open. Each sect will bring their younger disciples to participate. Today is also the day when Ottinger's service period is over. She finally took off the yoke from her neck. At this moment, everyone is also waiting to bid farewell to Ottinger. Ottinger bid farewell to Shifu, kept the soul lamp well, received the disciple badge, and also wore the Linling robe. They asked her why she wasn't wearing the one she gave her. Ottinger said that Shifu mentioned that the one she gave was too high level. Wearing it with her current cultivation level would only cause trouble for herself. Besides, she's not used to wearing Linling. Upon hearing this, she felt that the Sword Pavilion members were used to wearing prisoners' uniform. Mingzhu was advising Ottinger on some precautions on the side. Ottinger then asked them if they knew which celestial mountains were overseas. She didn't know how to answer Mingzhu's question because there are just too many of them. In terms of the overall direction, there are Nether Abyss, Verdant Hill, Northern Sea, and Southern Sea. However, with Ottinger's current cultivation level, she cannot pass through it. The only place she can go is the East Sea. The East Sea is Mountain Gus Hin, Rippling Mountain, and Peng Lai. Among these, the first 2 are closer, while getting to Peng Lai is much more complicated due to the 3 mountains. Attinger couldn't help but ask, is Peng Lai such a difficult place to get to? They then told Attinger that Peng Lai, Fanzhong, and Ying Province are 3 celestial mountains that cannot be reached from the mortal world. Access is only available through the formations they open, and there are only 5 transmission formations placed in different regions, with one opening every 12 years in a cycle. Linlang said their way of recruiting disciples is also peculiar, focusing only on destiny with the immortals and no other paths. Therefore, there are very few disciples, and even fewer who move around in the mortal realm. They further mentioned that if it weren't for exceptional talents, not to mention the title of the first celestial mountain, the lineage might have long been interrupted. After hearing this, Attinger asked, "So, is it difficult for their disciples to come out as well?" Linlang replied, "It should be difficult for lower-level disciples. I heard that the sea is very dangerous." Attinger didn't say anything after listening, just feeling a bit worried about his brother in his heart. Later, Yuchi also said goodbye to Attinger, allowing her to inquire about the materials for forging a sword with the fellow disciples stationed there. Although everyone was reluctant, they knew they had to let Attinger go out to grow. Attinger is no longer attached either. She turned around and was about to walk outside. But at this moment, Yuchi's voice sounded from behind. He told Ottinger, "If it's on the way, you can go back to your village to take a look." Ottinger looked back at Yuchi. Yuchi said faintly, "Your grandfather's grave is over there." Ottinger didn't say anything. She clasped her hands together in a fist. She bowed to Yuchi as a greeting. "Yes. Thank you, senior brother." After coming out, Ottinger spent a spiritual stone and used a teleport formation. However, the old man told Ottinger that the teleport formation hadn't been activated in a long time and advised her to use a wall-passing incantation just in case. Ottinger was at a loss because the teleport formation was indeed unreliable. She ended up being transported to a desert. At this time, there was a group of courier runners around Otting. They felt sorry for Ottinger being all alone. They wanted to invite her to go over and have a bowl of hot porridge together. But Ottinger refused the invitation because she feels nauseous now. The Ottinger that was transported is now dizzy and nauseous. She is thinking in her heart that indeed, you get what you pay for. In the future, let's stick to the documented Earth convergence formation. The teleportation now even lost a spiritual stone. She just thought of this, and the ground suddenly trembled. The guards over there were also startled. Shouting, "Earthquake!" They all started to run outside. And among the crowd, there was a chubby boy. He found that Ottinger, who hadn't left yet, was right at this moment. Ottinger dislodged a huge rock above his head, and it immediately came crashing down. The chubby guy didn't hesitate either, rushing to Ottinger's side and swiftly chopping the rock into pieces with a knife. He turned around and angrily said to Ottinger, "This is an earthquake! Why aren't you running?" But then he saw Ottinger not moving and thought she was scared, so he said, "Don't be afraid. Run with me." But Ottinger looked at him in a daze and said, "It's not an earthquake, is it?" The little chubby was confused. "What?" However, there was a deafening roar, and a huge creature with a mouth full of teeth burst out of the ground. And Ottinger calmly said to this creature, "It's just money for expenses." This creature with a mouthful of teeth is called Earth-Long King. It is said to come from the underworld, turning everything it passes into quicksand. And this quicksand can lead straight to the underworld. But in Ottinger's eyes, it is just a small sum of money. At this time, little fatty Aaron still wants to protect Ottinger. He said that he would count to 3 and then let her run. But the sword behind Ottinger has already been drawn. As a streak of light flashed by, Earth-Long King was hit. But this guy instantly burrowed back into the ground. Ah Ting, however, jumped down without hesitation to chase after her purse. Ottinger, who was diving below, also suddenly realized, does this chaotic Yogwai Chi below have more than one layer? But she did not slow down at all, and she was thinking, who cares? It's all about catching whichever one is worth money. And above, Aaron is worried that Ottinger said she fell and needs to be rescued. Teammates, however, said to him, "Don't be silly. Which eye of yours saw her falling? Even if you tie 10 of yourself together, you still wouldn't be a match for their opponent. Why would they need our help?" The group urged him to quickly circle around and take advantage of the good weather to leave quickly. But before the words fell, Aaron jumped down. And at this time, Ottinger also arrived at the Earth-Long King's lair. She couldn't help but murmur when she saw the ground filled with Earth-Long eggs. Are these Earth-Longs gregarious? I shouldn't have skimped on that volume of the Ninefold Realm Exotic Beasts Codex if I had known earlier. Ottinger is thinking that she can't win against someone who can always escape, but as she flew up, she felt something strange. How come the adults didn't notice it at all? Could it be that they, with higher cultivation levels, find my chi refining stage unappetizing? No, the one who just spoke is only at the first rank. She just realized this. Suddenly, a big mouth appeared in front, which startled Ottinger and made her do a quick turn in the air, unable to help but mutter, "Scared me. Turns out it's just a bug's skin." Ottinger had never seen molting like this before, thinking it was a feature of the desert. Just then, she suddenly discovered a glowing object underneath, which turned out to be a small insect emitting light. And she played with the little insect. But she was a stunning beauty. She murmured in her mouth, "Wow, you ate a lot." "Sweetie, don't blame me for not letting you fill your stomach. Eating too much of this stuff will give you diarrhea." After speaking, the woman looked towards Ottinger in the distance. Ottinger nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then stepped forward and bowed in greeting. The junior Chen Otting has met Venerable. The mistake of Venerable entering this place is purely accidental. Please forgive Venerable. But she hadn't finished speaking yet. The woman suddenly came to Chen Otting's side, and they ended up face to face. Then she immediately asked Otting, Do you call me venerable? Am I that old? Ottinger was momentarily speechless when asked. She stuttered and said no, that's not it. Venerable means cultivation level higher than mine. Although I don't know how high specifically. But my spiritual sense completely can't feel you and the venerable bug. Your cultivation level must be very high. Then the woman immediately looked interestedly at Ottinger and said, Oh, insect venerable, so you figured out where I really come from, huh? Ottinger replied, saying that it was mentioned by a senior brother or sister in the door that in the great southwestern mountains, there is a group of cultivators who have a different cultivation method from us. They specialize in refining spirit insects and strange serpents, while we focus on refining spirit artifacts like flying swords. Speaking of this, Ottinger scratched his head again, feeling embarrassed, and said, If Mr. Venerable is full, can I pick up some bug skins? I won't take much, just a little bit is fine. Later, she looked at the woman and said, 3 to 5, is that okay? Seeing the woman remain silent, Ottinger couldn't help but feel a little guilty as she said, A 1 piece? But at that moment, the woman spoke. Sister, you are from the Kunlun Sword Pavilion, right? Ottinger asked in surprise. Venerable, how did you know? The woman's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, Oh my, it's really you. And what did those Central Plains folks say? Searched high and low, nearly wore out my sauls to nothing, and then it just drops in my lap, effortlessly. As soon as she finished speaking. With just one hand, he grabbed Ottinger by the neck. Then she said, Doesn't Etherland always try to dodge me? Well now, I've caught his little junior sister for the goo altar. Let's see if that makes him flustered. Ottinger met a stunning beauty at Earthlong's lair. But without saying a word, she grabbed Ottinger by the neck. She said she would use her to make a goo altar and make Etherland's brother come to find her. However, the captured Ottinger refused to be controlled by others. She transferred her spiritual power to the storage ring. As bolts of lightning struck, the woman instantly threw Ottinger away. Later, she patted her chest and said, Och, ye nearly gave me a fright. She also asked in a frightened face, Ottinger wiggy gani de no. And Ottinger fell from a height. She hit several places before finally stopping. I nearly forgot that you can't fly without your flying sword. She refining stage cultivator. She crushed Ottinger's flying sword barehanded. At this moment, Ottinger grabbed a rock to avoid falling. She calmly said, Venerable, you seem quite familiar with us, so you must know us well. She only saw that a bead containing lightning appeared in her hand. She got up, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and said, If the thunderblast pearl of Kunlun that my martial uncles told me about is not a lie, with a single thought, an area of 10 miles will be full of lightning. All living beings will be reduced to ashes, right? However, at this moment, the woman said, Oh, what's wrong with your Kunlun folks, Giving a little child a deadly thing like that to play with as if it's just a ball. She then immediately flew up and addressed Ottinger, saying, This thing might only cleave a golden core or two, young lady. Don't you think it'll scare me, do you? Ottinger replied indifferently, It won't, but it can obliterate my divine soul before you control me. The woman was also surprised when she heard this. Ottinger said, That's not the case. She then said resolutely, I've had enough of being at the mercy of life and death since I was a child. Instead of being manipulated by others, I'd rather take matters into my own hands. The woman couldn't help but look surprised and said, Stinkin' sword cultivator. But before she could finish her sentence, 2 people fell from the hole above. It was Aaron and his companion who rescued him. Ottinger watched as the 2 were in danger. She sprang out with a single leap. She continuously released force in the air to safely bring the 2 to the ground, but at that moment, the woman, however, grabbed Ottinger's shoulder from behind and said, What is it with me in this taste, Then he said, Now, don't worry yourself, lassie. You really care about these 2 mortal children, don't you? Attinger hurriedly replied after hearing her words. Venerable, let's talk about a deal. What you said, Etherlin brother, is it Kunluan sword cultivator Lee Etherlin? He is my fourth senior brother. I haven't met him yet. If you agree to release these two mortals and let me personally escort them to safety, I will obediently follow you and use the unique communication method of an innate disciple to contact fourth senior brother. Then she turned her head to glance at the woman and continued. Even if you torture me alive, I will not betray my fellow disciples. The woman asked her upon hearing this. Are you serious? Ottinger replied. I mean what I say. The woman snapped her fingers, and the deal was done between the two of them. Shortly after, she summoned a giant butterfly. She called for the three individuals to come up. On the road, the woman curiously asked, Ottinger, my child, are you also strange? Lassie, you are a little strange. Do these two ordinary children mean more to you than your senior brother? Ottinger replied calmly, Senior brother is stronger than me. He deals with the trouble he causes himself. I am stronger than ordinary people. They need me to protect them. The woman nodded and said, That makes sense. Later, she controlled the butterfly to land in a desert, allowing Aaron and the two of them to disembark. She stretched lazily and said, Right, no worries now. You can relax, okay? After speaking, she was about to take Ottinger away, but Ottinger asked her to wait, leaving the woman feeling confused. Ottinger said, Venerable, you have attained the Tao for a long time. Perhaps you have forgotten that leaving mortals without food and water in a place like this will lead to their death. The woman replied, Easy as that. We'll just take them to the nearest town. However, Ottinger said, No, Venerable, your vehicle will cause a commotion among mortals. The woman let out a sigh and said, What's wrong with you, mainland cultivator? You're a right pain in the backside. Later, Ottinger stopped the two who were about to leave and said, I said I would personally deliver it, so I will personally deliver it. The Western Region's Yush City. This is the only city in the nearby desert. At this time, Ottinger has safely delivered Aaron and the two people to the city. Ottinger was digging for something while Aaron asked her if she was the legendary sword immortal. Ottinger said, as she searched for things, that she wasn't one yet, but eventually she would be. Aaron is still worried about her. Are you really going to go with that enchantress outside? But before the words were finished, two talismans were pasted on the foreheads of the two people. This forgotten talisman was given to Ottinger by Lin Lang Senior's sister before leaving. Ottinger couldn't help but sigh, wondering how Senior's sister knew that she would definitely need it. Later, Ottinger took out the disciple nameplate. She began to search for something. She remembered fifth senior brother had told her. Kunlun is a post in the mortal world. By using the name tag of a disciple, one can establish a connection. Later, Ottinger arrived at a place guided by something. She was thinking about asking the venerable sitting here to help her get rid of the enchantress. But when she opened the door, inside was a dilapidated room. However, as Ottinger activated the famous brand in her hand, the illusion in front of her slowly disappeared. Following that, a pleasant courtyard appeared. And Lin Luo's slip of the tongue, Ottinger, was still turned into Martial Uncle Ottinger. Opposite. Ottinger directly asked him about his cultivation level. Lin Luo, looking puzzled, said he was at the foundation establishment stage. Ottinger persisted and asked if there were any other venerables stationed here. Lin Luo's response, however, left her feeling cold. Only he was stationed here. Ottinger sighed helplessly and squatted down, holding her head. Lin Luo asked her if she had offended a very powerful enemy. But Ottinger is also very helpless. She doesn't know either. Lin Luo saw young martial uncle being bullied. He immediately frowned and went out angrily. He even said that his martial nephew was untalented and was willing to fight. But he was grabbed from behind by Ottinger. Ottinger asked him if he still had the Phaeacian sword. Lin Luo then gave the one he had previously exchanged for to Ottinger. Ottinger thanked him and then asked where the recent Great Earth Convergence formation was. However, Lin Luo's answer left her completely disheartened. She said with her cultivation level, it would take a day and a half to fly there with her sword. Ottinger was completely speechless, but then Lin Luo took out 3 Earth Convergence talismans with a range of 300 miles and gave them to Ottinger. Ottinger thanked her and asked him to record it on Senior Brother Force account. She also asked him to help deliver a message through the door, saying that a venerable who raises insects is looking for Senior Brother Force. Lin Luo agreed and said, "Okay, the one called Gu who raises insects." Ottinger is not sure if it's awkward. Or, he clasped his hands and said nonchalantly, "Anyway, I'll leave first." She also instructed Lin Luo not to act rashly here. Then another sentence came from the air. The flying sword also noted it on 4 Senior Brothers' account. And the mysterious woman who waited outside until dark saw that Ottinger hadn't come out yet, so she entered the city to look for her. She also noticed the fluctuation of spiritual chi in the area and muttered something about the Earth Convergence talisman. The stinking sword cultivator doesn't seem to bother her much. At the same time, in a dense forest, an old man with white hair inadvertently discovered Ottinger, who was in a coma here. At this time, Ottinger was in the sea of consciousness. She was severely injured in her physical body because she used 3 Earth Convergence talismans in a row and exhausted her spiritual chi. Once the spiritual chi was depleted, the Earth Convergence talisman would extract the flesh and blood of the cultivator. She now doesn't even have any spiritual chi left to extract the Dan pill from the storage ring. However, what she is thinking about is escaping thousands of miles away in one breath. Enchantress shouldn't be able to catch up, right? Ottinger was brought back home by a kind old man. Seeing that her injuries were severe, the old man discussed with his wife about calling a doctor to examine her. Grandma said they had just been swindled by that unfilial son and had no money left. Grandpa said he still had a little and suggested catching the old hen if necessary, but before he finished speaking, a shifty-looking person rushed in, saying he had money but wouldn't lend it to his son to repay debts, insisting on using it to pay for someone else's medical treatment. He pushed the old man to the ground and robbed him of the money. Just at that moment, with a crash, the courtyard wall soared 5 meters high. Ottinger's fist was still suspended in midair, and that person had already fallen on their back at the base of the wall. Ottinger then said lightly, "The physical body can still move, and the strength is there." She then asked, "Grandpa, Grandma, to what extent should we beat him? What do you think?" Ottinger didn't learn anything else during the years following Grandpa around. But her heroic spirit really makes people like her. She helped the old man who took her and teach his unfilial son a lesson. She stayed in the village for another 7 days. Before leaving, she left a pile of provisions for the old people, who made her so poor now. The only way she can repay is through these provisions. At this moment, Ottinger still hasn't responded with a trace of spiritual chi. But this doesn't affect her in the slightest. Ottinger, who has a broad-minded personality, sees this as a good opportunity for body refining. She freely shuttles among the trees, just like a little monkey. Her carefree attitude is also likable, although sometimes she may tumble due to not paying attention. But this will only stir up her stronger determination. Ottinger just goes on her way in a carefree manner. But the bug above is venerable. Just watching her like this, she saw Ottinger actually exercising, which made her feel amused. At that moment, a voice sounded, "Lady Long, Venerable, is my little junior sister doing okay?" Lady Long followed the voice, and saw a person in white clothes as pure as snow, with a clear and open demeanor. It was Ottinger's 4th senior brother, Lee Etherlin. Lady Long called out, "Brother Etherlin," and said that he finally was willing to come and see her. But Lee Etherlin said not to joke around, he wouldn't come again. His younger junior sister could hold him accountable everywhere, until he had no money left, and she wouldn't give up. From the conversation between the two, it was revealed that originally they had a 10-year agreement. Lee Etherlin had planned to figure out the matter in 3 years, but Lady Long said she couldn't wait and wanted to tell him. Lee Etherlin had already guessed that if she revealed the secret, she would receive some kind of punishment. Lady Long didn't say much, just mentioned that he was very annoying, which could be considered as confirmation. Then she picked it up with one hand and sucked it into the air. With a fluctuation of spiritual chi, Ottinger was sucked up. Ottinger, who was still on the road, was suddenly grabbed and captured by someone, leaving him full of confusion. She was shocked to see that it was Lady Long. The two words, enchantress, almost slipped out. Fortunately, she changed it to venerable in the end. When she saw Lee Etherlyn beside her, she asked uncertainly, "Is this my fourth senior brother?" Lee Etherlyn was also helpless, saying, "Do you still need to ask? Where is your disciple named Tag?" Ottinger then told him that she didn't know why the spiritual chi had not been responding, and now even the spiritual chi to take out the disciple named Tag was gone. Upon hearing this, Lee Etherlyn called out to venerable Lady Long, who then said, I, the sword breath gu ne bada guetta." Immediately, she sucked in with her palm, and a pile of butterfly-shaped goo insects burrowed into her hand. She said that Ottinger didn't understand the principle of accumulating thin and thick, and that she was just trying to help her. As the goo insects left her body, Ottinger instantly felt the recovery of spiritual chi. Moreover, she advanced from the previous chi refining 6 layer to the chi refining 9 layer. Without waiting for Ottinger to say anything, Lady Long put her head close to Ottinger's and said, "As a token of gratitude, you will convey this message to your mentor." Lee Etherlyn was visibly surprised and called out, "Venerable Lady Long." But she reassured him, saying, "Ottinger cannot read and cannot be harmed." Then she continued, "If they can train disciples like ye, Kuan should ni let me doon, I?" She turned around and touched her spiritual pet as if saying goodbye, and sighed. "Ah, farewell," she then exclaimed. "Etherlyn laddie," she continued, "I made a mental demon oath. If I spoke of this, I'd face a fiery disaster, my soul flying away." With that said, she gracefully flew into the air, her hands behind her back. She remarked, "I thought I'd just be clever, not expecting it to happen so quickly." Etherlyn looked pained and asked why she would do such a thing. Lady Long simply replied, "The mortals of Mang Mountain have been passing it down for generations, considering me as a god, so I shall see them as my followers." First, the village's statues of deities began to crumble. Afterwards, Lady Long's body also started to slowly disappear along with it. And also her statues scattered throughout the village. Everyone in the village, whether young or old, seems to have some kind of connection. And Lady Long's spiritual pet also seemed to respond, let out a mournful cry, shook off the two people, turned into the golden larva in the air, then attached onto Lady Long's fingers, gradually dissipated into the air along with her. At this moment, Ottinger was staring blankly at this scene, not knowing what she was thinking. Whether the characters created by this author are good or bad, it seems you have to wait until the end to find out. At this moment, Lady Long had her life taken by the mental demon's oath, leaving senior brother and sister in a daze for a long time. Then Lee Etherlyn said, "Return to Kunlun," because time did not allow him to grieve. With the fall of Lady Long, a group of unusually large bees swarmed in. And it's not over yet. Lee Etherlyn looked at the distant mountains at this moment. A group of unnamed black creatures are also flying towards here. And at the same time, on the other side, a pool formed by 9 converging waterfalls inside. 3 giant silver bells artifact jingled non-stop, and a phantom in one of the rivers said, "It is Lady Long. She fell during the mental demon oath at this time." It seems that there are different phantoms in each of the 9 waterfalls. From their conversation, it was learned that one of them, who referred to themselves as this one, said that his disciples found Lee Etherlyn at the place where Lady Long perished. He originally didn't want to cause trouble, but just now he ordered for Lee Etherlyn to be killed. Another person mentioned about Dasher. At the same time, a dark green and black giant python was hovering in the air. And at this time, on the other side, Lee Etherlyn, after defeating the group of wasps, flew out instantly with Ottinger. On the way, he also informed Ottinger of the truth. 10 years ago, when he was traveling on Mang Mountain, he discovered that the mortals of Mang Mountain were mobilized to prepare to conquer Great Shin. More precisely, the whole southwest mountain region was mobilized for this purpose. What's strange is that there were traces of cultivator activities behind this, and Lady Long was one of them. The answers to all this lie within the thought in Ottinger's sea of consciousness. Therefore, they must quickly return to Kunlun to report to the master. Ottinger wanted to ask Senior Brother if there are any more spiritual stones to go through the Earth Convergence Formation. But Lee Etherland said that we couldn't go through the Earth Convergence Formation because we might be intercepted by the opponent. It doesn't matter if he has any spiritual stones or not. And Ottinger seemed to ask with some understanding. "Who is our opponent?" Senior Brother said. "She asked a good question, but it depends on whether they have solved the fate knot." Just as he finished speaking, a giant spider suddenly attacked the two of them. At the moment of danger, Senior Brother threw Ottinger out. Let her find her own way back to Kunlun. And he stayed behind to hold off the pursuers. He also told Ottinger Senior Brother to free up his hands and go find you. Ottinger no longer hesitated. With a grunt, he flew away on his sword. Because she knew that even if she stayed, she wouldn't be able to help. Senior Brother would only be a burden. And now, all she can do is to protect herself and hurry to return the thought in the sea of consciousness back to Kunlun. Meanwhile, on the other side, above the sea surface, violent winds mixed with the power of thunder and lightning raged violently. A rare phenomenon of a dragon sucking water from the sky also appeared. And in the center of this violent energy explosion stands a person. He held a petal in his hand, seemingly unaffected. After a moment, the energy dissipated, the sky cleared, and at this moment, Qingshu Chenjun also came running. From afar, they bowed respectfully, congratulating Master on passing the 3-9 celestial tribulation and advancing to soul separation. And the person was none other than Shan the Cloudborn. Guests arrived with gifts. At this moment, inside Family Bailey, a mysterious figure is projected onto the water curtain, communicating with Bailey Zhong. Bailey Zhong asked why it had to be him. The man said that although the old fiends of Kunlun had sworn allegiance to the Bailey family to maintain balance, but personally, he is more interested in Bailey Zhong's ancient Geely physique. Bailey Zhong used the excuse of it being related to the entire clan to say that he still needed to discuss it with his elder brother. But the mysterious person heard that Bailey Zhong and his elder brother were not on good terms, and even caused harm to his younger brother himself. But before the conversation was over, Bailey Zhong interrupted and said there was no need for the reminder, as he remembered very clearly. And at this time, Seeking Wind also came to report. She said that Peng Lishang the Cloudborn has advanced to the level of Soul Separation Grandmaster, and Peng Lai has sent the leading Jade Talisman inviting him to attend the ceremony. But Bailey Zhong seems to be very angry. The moment he took Jade Talisman, he crushed it. Little Ottinger may switch to being a food broadcaster. She ordered 10 kilograms of beef and sauce from the restaurant, 2 roasted chickens, 1 pot of rice, a big pot, and also ordered 5 trays of pork-filled steamed buns. The reason she is eating so much is that she is poor. She embarked on a 1,000-mile journey back to Kunlun with determination. At this moment, her spiritual qi has been depleted. She can only rely on her body to control her breathing and spiritual qi. She can probably fly on a sword the day after tomorrow. But Ottinger's mentality is open-minded. With spiritual qi, she can fly on a sword. Without spiritual qi, she relies on her legs, which is faster. At least it's faster than meditating to recover. And it's in Ottinger's heart. It's too cheap to consume spiritual stones for quick recovery of spiritual qi compared to recovering quickly. After all, the gold and silver in the mortal world are just local bricks in Kunlun. But Ottinger also didn't eat quietly during this meal. Next door, 2 people in the dark room were whispering, preparing to drug another group of people who were already in place, waiting for that person to come. They said the great Chen dynasty emperor was in a hurry, and that person didn't bring many guards either. But all of this was overheard by Otting. For Ottinger, who had been running in the martial world with Grandpa since she was a child, the thing she hated the most was doing despicable deeds. So she would definitely take care of this matter. Sure enough, not long after, the sound of horses neighing could be heard by the roadside. It was quite a coincidence that the person on horseback happened to be Yen Li, who had a special connection with Ottinger. Just as they settled down and finished eating, Ottinger suddenly picked up the chopsticks in her hand and threw them at Yen Li. Yen Li was also startled by the sudden attack. Without waiting for his reaction, Ottinger asked him if he dared to have a fight with her. Yen Li also said, "Sir, I seem to have not offended you." But he had not finished speaking. Their table was knocked over by Ottinger again. Later, she took Yen Li's long spear again, saying, "Defeat me, and I will return your spear." Yen Li shouted, "Stop right there," and then chased after her. But in a grove of trees, Ottinger suddenly stopped moving. Yen Li was also stunned by the sudden stop. Immediately, Long Spear threw it to him. Ottinger got straight to the point and opened the door. She said directly, "That shop is trying to poison you. Don't eat there. Don't mention that you've seen me either. Farewell." Yen Li shouted from behind, "Have we met somewhere, young hero?" Ottinger stopped in his tracks and asked, "Have you avenged your grandpa?" Yen Li was momentarily stunned at the words. He then clasped his hands together and said, "Yes." In these years, Yen Li punished treachery within and repelled barbarian invaders without. Ancestral enmity with grandfathers, uncles, and elder brothers has finally been avenged. Subsequently asked about Ottinger Chen, the great hero. "Is the senior doing well? I have not yet had the chance to thank him in person." At this point, Ottinger has already disappeared into the woods. The air is filled only with her voice, which sounds very pleasant. "I have also avenged Grandpa." Only a few people stood still in a daze on the spot. At this time, Ottinger had already flown several kilometers on a sword. She thought to herself that she could probably fly another 100 miles. But her stomach growled uncooperatively. Ottinger was also helpless. The food in this mortal realm is just not effective. She thought to herself, if only she could eat some spiritual grain. Demonic beasts would work too. But then a large tongue rushed towards her. Ottinger was thus rolled up and sent towards the toad's mouth. And when the toad finished eating her, it even sneezed. Then a young man on the side said, "This Kunlun disciple is nothing special." She is still being arrogant on the side. Did Kunlun not teach you not to meddle in mortal affairs? Your strength may be lacking, but your arrogance is immense. Just as the words fell, the toad exploded with a loud crash. Without waiting for her reaction, Ottinger had already appeared behind her with a sword in hand. She wiped the blood off the sword and said, "Senior sister has told me before. Sword cultivators are invincible in battles among cultivators of the same level. I thought she was just teasing me. It seems she wasn't lying to me after all. Maybe it's just that your skills are lacking, but your heart is big." As Ottinger's voice fell, that person also fell slowly to the ground. Ottinger took off her bracelet. She felt that this thing was not like a storage item, but intertwined with the vitality of Yewaichi. She was ready to show it to Shifu, muttering in her mouth, "Is this guy even poorer than me? Impossible." Then she fixed her eyes on the man's earrings and said, "It's this one." She used spiritual sense to investigate, and this quick look didn't reveal much. Little Ottinger pouted, completely stunned by the scene before her. Ottinger has gone completely crazy. She never thought that the cultivator outside could be so wealthy. It seems senior brother Mingju was right. Kunlun only sword pavilion is particularly poor. But at this time, she is not entangled with this. She wants to see what else is in the other storage pendant. It doesn't matter if she takes a look. Inside, there are actually materials for spiritual planting and demonic beasts. She looked at this fully packed stuff. Ottinger was completely shocked. But she now had to force herself to calm down. She didn't want to think about it now. She needs to hurry back to Kunlun and give the thought to Sherfu. It is the most important. Ottinger then exits the sea of consciousness immediately. But then she suddenly remembered something. She recalled senior brother saying that they couldn't use the teleport formation. In the next moment, a pile of spiritual stones appeared in her hand. She decided to replenish her spiritual chi with the spiritual stones and continue on her journey. Meanwhile, on the other side in the territory of the Bailey clan, a branch of the Kunlun Mountains, the woman in green clothes is talking to Seeking Wind. But at this moment, a small mosquito flew to her ear and conveyed the news of her junior sister's death to her. And the previous assassination attempt on Little General Lee was actually planned by them, but it was disrupted by Ottinger's interference. Unfortunately, her junior sister is Sherfu's secular bloodline. Her storage ear pendant and beast-controlling bracelet are both on her. That is half of their sex wealth. No way, she had to ask Seeking Wind for help. She knows about the relationship between Bailey clan and Kunlun. So there's no need for her to take action, just helping her scout the enemy will do. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ottinger is firing on all cylinders, flying on a sword. In his right hand is a spiritual stone, and in his left hand is a frog leg. She is still shouting, "Burn, spiritual stone! Burn, frog leg!" The fast-flowing river she divided into two. And at this moment, a person appeared in the forest, panting heavily on one side, while feeling like crying without tears on the other. He has never seen someone use the spiritual stone like this before. And at this time, Ottinger has already returned to Yush City. Exhausted, she immediately collapsed in the courtyard of the Kunlun outpost. After waking up, Ottinger asked Lin Luo if there was a detoxification dan. Lin Luo, knowing she had been eating indiscriminately, couldn't help but say she was not yet ready for breatharianism. In the future, it will be hard for her to turn things around. However, Ottinger was indifferent and only asked if there was any news about For's senior brother. Lin Luo was puzzled. Didn't Lietherland's senior brother go to find you? Ottinger asked him to meet For's senior brother and tell him that I am safe. After saying that, she was about to continue on her way, but Lin Luo stopped her and advised her to let the tamed spiritual chi in the spiritual stone flow into her meridian. Using it directly is fine in the short term, but in the long term, it will damage the foundation. I hope she can use it sparingly. However, Ottinger can't worry about that much now. She must return to Kunlun as soon as possible. And Ottinger still doesn't know that the woman in green is already preparing to intercept and kill Ottinger halfway. Moreover, she has already thought about why Ottinger didn't use the Earth Convergence formation to return to Kunlun. Lady Long fell when Lietherland was present. Everyone suspected that Lady Long had told the secret to Lietherland and had sent out all nascent Soul Goo cultivators from mainland who were traveling. But Lietherland not only didn't hide his whereabouts, but also openly allowed himself to be chased, engaging in 5 battles, and achieving 5 victories in a high-profile manner. And with Ottinger's cultivation level, she headed west from Lady Long's fall and encountered an ambush by the people of Little General Lee. Having a large number of spiritual stones in hand, she did not use the Earth Convergence formation to protect herself, but instead risked damaging herself. Flying on a sword was probably to prevent others from discovering any suspicious paths and attacking her. So the woman speculated that if Ottinger was the messenger, then everything would make sense. Even if she guessed wrong, she is not afraid. She is prepared to kill first, then soul search, and talk later. And on the other side at this moment, Linlang sat on the eaves in a daze. Yuchi told him that senior brother Fourth had just returned and was called away immediately. He won't be able to come back in a short time. But Linlang stubbornly said he wasn't thinking about him. Yuchi just responded faintly. But then Linlang expressed his concern. She was afraid that one day For's senior brother would sell off their sword tomb in the sword pavilion. Yuchi told her that it was junior sister who owed For's senior brother money, so he went to collect the debt. Upon hearing this, Linlang immediately flew down and asked if Ottinger was in financial trouble. Yuchi helplessly explained that both he and senior brother were also facing financial difficulties. Linlang, however, expressed anger that for senior brother was being unreasonable, questioning what was wrong with junior sister spending some spiritual stones. She was about to go support Ottinger, but Yuchi asked her if she was really doing it for junior sister. Linlang replied affirmatively. Yuchi then said lightly, "Then don't harm her heart of Tao." At this moment, shedding dust on the Gus Hin J Quake Terrace is covered with the projections of tribulation cloud all around the body. The solitary Polona fairy was originally going to Peng Lai to participate in the celebration of Shang the Cloudborn. However, the life and death of his junior brother will be determined in the next few days. At this moment, Shedding Dust is experiencing in his dreams what led to the thunder tribulation that caused the downfall of that almighty being in his dream. If Shedding Dust cannot wake up before that almighty being crosses the calamity in his dream, he will perish along with that almighty being in his dream. She asked two fairies to deliver a message, saying that she will postpone her congratulations for a few days, bringing her junior brother or his corpse. On the other side, Ottinger is still flying rapidly on a sword back to Kunlun. At this moment, the meridians all over her body have started to bulge due to forcibly absorbing the spiritual chi of the spiritual stone. This feeling is similar to when she was forcibly infused with spiritual chi back then, but Ottinger wiped the corners of her mouth and her gaze remained firm. She can endure it. She thinks that when she returns, Master and Senior Sister will heal her. But at this moment, someone suddenly called out to her, "Ottinger!" When she turned around, it was the person who intended to ambush her. Ottinger was about to ask the person who called her. But in an instant, she was enveloped by a mass of blood chi. And this is the unique spiritual ability possessed by that woman, Immortal Melting Cage. Seeking Wind also mentioned that she dealt with a chi refining cultivator. Is she being too cautious? But she said that no matter how cautious she is in dealing with the Sword Pavilion innate disciples Seeking Wind, she is not going too far. She mentioned that she even intends to take action against the Sword Pavilion innate disciple, showing a great determination. At the same time, she is worried that her property will also be implicated. The woman mentioned that her insects only feed on flesh and blood, so her belongings should be fine. Just at that moment, Seeking Wind suddenly felt the sound of thunderstorms coming from the Immortal Melting Cage. Then she told the girl to escape, but before she could finish her sentence, the location where Ottinger was instantly exploded. After the explosion, Ottinger coughed lightly a few times and said calmly, "Still alive, that's too good." She didn't expect that this infant Dan. It actually could neutralize the power of the Thunderblast Pearl, but the range was a bit smaller. At this moment, Ottinger's body was already maimed by the explosion. She wondered what to do next. And that person over there had already transformed into a swarm of insects and fled. But the one who stayed behind, Seeking Wind, discovered a familiar spiritual energy fluctuation. It's the infant Dan held by Ottinger. When Bailey Ji fell that year, what she felt was this surge of spiritual chi fluctuations. Seeking Wind looked at Ottinger at this moment and said lightly, "So it's you." Just as Seeking Wind was about to move towards Ottinger, a sudden whistling sound came from the sky. Lee Etherlin arrived. He raised his finger lightly, with just one move. Seeking Wind exploded on the spot with blood splattering everywhere. However, before her body perished, she used the spiritual abilities Singing Katie did. She wanted to pass this message to Bailey Zhong, and at this moment, thousands of miles away, Bailey Zhong seemed to have sensed it. He said lightly, "Seeking Wind." Lee Etherlin here also picked up Ottinger. Ottinger muttered, saying, "For senior brother, if I fall, and the Tao is lost, would that thought be gone too, Lady Long Venerable?" Lee Etherlin said, talking nonsense, and remarked, "You won't die yet." Then, he carried Ottinger and flew up into the sky. Ottinger asked him if he was safe now, and Lee Etherlin nodded with a red nose. Ottinger asked him to take away thought. Lee Etherlin took away thought, but told Ottinger that it was safe now, and she should get some rest. He said that senior brother would wake her up later. As senior brother and sister returned to Kunlun, the entire Kunlun mountain range was filled with the sound of chains shaking. Innate disciples couldn't help but wonder what had happened at Sword Pavilion. Another elder asked everyone to return to their rooms and instructed them to wait there. Open all the mountain protection great formations of the lower pavilion. Inside the Kunlun Mountain Sword Pavilion, a golden chain rattled with an ear-splitting noise. It bound the drunken sword immortal, who was furious at this moment, holding a special engraved thought in his hand. Because both of his two disciples were seriously injured as a result. Drunken sword immortal called out to Lao Wu, asking him and Mingzhu to send little Lu to Jade Pool together, and told Mingzhu to tell old Orim that if he couldn't bear to part with that pool of golden lotuses, he should come find him. Mingzhu quickly reassured him, saying that Shifu would definitely be willing to let go of it. After that, Drunken Sword Immortal asked Linlang to bring his father back to Kunlun, saying there was a big event. After everyone left, the golden chain that had bound Drunken Sword Immortal dissipated into the air. He then squatted beside Lee Etherland and called out, "For little ones," saying that the poison inside had been completely dispelled, and that 53 of the 72 sword chi had been scattered. He asked, "Are you not planning to come back?" Lee Etherland called out, "Shifu." But Drunken Sword Immortal told him to be quiet and protect his meridians. Lee Etherland asked Shifu what the secret in that thought was. Drunken Sword Immortal said, "If the information in that message is not false, it is not just the Southwest Mountains. From the tribes of the far north to the islanders of the far south, from the western wastes to the East Sea, these decades, the increasingly frequent military expeditions and attacks in the mortal realm are all inspired and guided by cultivators. These cultivators, whether out of agreement or coercion, all originate from the 9 Great Cultivator Honorific Title 9 Dome Honorary Title Celestian. The southwestern Great Mountain is just the most severely assimilated place. Inciting mortals to kill each other is just a means with minimal karmic consequences. What they want to do is enforcing heaven's laws, slaughtering all mortals." Lee Etherland heard this, couldn't help but cough a few times. "This is too absurd." He asked Shifu, "Who are those 9 after all?" Drunken Sword Immortal said lightly, "Look around the world, those who dare to call themselves Celestians are just a few dozen." Lee Etherland was puzzled by this. If it's a divine transformation stage venerable, how could they want to slay all mortals without fearing provoking a cultivator war and triggering heaven and earth annihilation? Shifu, however, said the opposite. They want to permanently prevent heaven and earth annihilation. Then, with a solemn expression, he said, "What's frightening is, theoretically, they might really succeed." He needs to wait for the old folks to arrive before discussing further. After that, he asked Lee Etherland to fetch the heaven's drum. Lee Etherland was surprised and exclaimed. But Shifu Drunken Sword Immortal said, "Since we don't know which old fiends it is, let's spread it out and see." Soon after, the sound of the heaven's drum resounded throughout the universe. Far away in Gus Hin, the solitary Paulona fairy heard the sound of the drum and was shocked. She said to Ayin beside her that the heaven's drum of Kunlun and the chaos bell of Peng Lai are the only 2 artifacts capable of shaking the heavens and earth. It seems like something big is happening. After saying that, solitary Paulona looked toward Shedding Dust. At this moment, Shedding Dust still shows no sign of waking up, but the sea of consciousness within him is not peaceful at the moment. The tribulation cloud is densely covering the sky. Resonance also gestured Madra with his fingers appearing in the air, while at this moment, he was facing his opponent. An unknown strange entity appeared, asking Resonance what he was doing and telling him to stop immediately. Resonance replied nonchalantly, "Old lunatic." As celestial thunder landed, Resonance said another sentence. "Don't waste the opportunity that I, a poor Taoist, have earned." And at this moment, Shedding Dust seems to have regained consciousness. His consciousness instantly went back to his childhood. At this moment, Kanwu the sage was holding little Shedding Dust and said, "We come from the myriad spirits. Where shall we go next?" He then looked at Shedding Dust in his arms and said, Dao! Above the vast sky. At the end of the path of Dao, would you like to observe? Little Shedding Dust nodded with a smile. As the scene shifted, only Resonance and Shedding Dust were left. Resonance saw someone coming from behind and couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" Shedding Dust bowed and said, "Venerable, please go in peace. My name is Shedding Dust." 5 years have passed. Shedding Dust finally woke up. Looking at his now grown body, he couldn't help but find it interesting. Then he saw the solitary Polona fairy, and he bowed, saying, "Junior Punlai Shedding Dust expresses gratitude to Venerable for the care." And at the same time on the other side, Chinchu Chenjun also arrived at Gus Hin at this time. They heard the news that the solitary Polona fairy said she would bring Shedding Dust back, whether it's a living person or a corpse. So they hurriedly came over, but they didn't expect to accidentally damage Gushin's spiritual farm. Asya smirked and said, "Ah, they sure got here quickly." Fairy said that Punglai can afford to compensate for everything, so we won't worry about it. And just then, a chaotic stream of spiritual chi suddenly appeared in the sky. Chinshu couldn't help but look over in surprise, because he was very familiar with this chaotic stream of spiritual chi. Just then, the solitary Polona fairy said that she would go out to sea to overcome the tribulation instead of destroying the formations at my house. Shedding Dust reassured her, holding a stream of colorful spiritual chi in his hand, and flew out. Before he left, Shedding Dust left a message in the air, hoping that he would have the chance to repay the favor in the future. Then he headed towards the celestial tribulation. At this moment, Chinshu and the others were overjoyed to see Shedding Dust waking up, but then they remembered. Shedding Dust doesn't have a spirit artifact nor any accumulation. What can he use to overcome the catastrophe? Chunjun said that if he mentions a spirit artifact or accumulation, perhaps he has experienced the tribulation of the golden core before. Upon hearing this, Chinshu also felt it made sense, but Chunjun reminded him, should he fly so close? Your golden core calamity has also been triggered at the same time. Chinshu said, "Oops. Retreat." At the same time, Ayen came to report that His Majesty invites you to go to solitary Polona. Upon hearing this, Master was stunned. He said that he, Yuan, has returned from his journey. The His Majesty they mentioned is the sect leader Great Immortal of Illustrious in the Gus Hin sect. The master and disciple exchanged some pleasantries. When he learned that solitary Polona has already reached the nascent soul perfection stage and is preparing to break through to soul separation, he gave a heap of treasures to the solitary Polona fairy. The flame essence in the extreme cold of the northern sea allows her to refine the strings of the qin. He also mentioned that the pearl robe and light trust cup he used back then would come in handy for her when crossing the calamity tribulation. However, he then looked at the shedding dust in the sky and said to the solitary Polona, "You owe him a great favor. Go and restrain him. Do not let him leave Gus Hin." The solitary Polona, puzzled, asked, "Master Gus Hin has been on good terms with Peng Lai for generations. What do you mean, Illustrious?" Illustrious only replied, "The heavens and earth are unforgiving. From ancient times to the present, there have been countless extinct rare birds and beasts. How can mortals avoid extinction? Originally, you only needed to improve your understanding of the cosmic laws, but as soon as he said this, the solitary Polona took out an artifact and prepared to attack Master." Looking at her, he couldn't help but smile lightly. The enmity between master and disciple should be counted against that old Kunlun embryo. At this time, in another place, Qin Shu and Chun Jun also heard the sound of flute and qin over here. At first, they thought it was a duet by the master and disciple. But Ah Yin in the distance was swiftly flying towards the two of them. She cried as she said, "Fairy told me to pass a message to Peng Lai Dao's friend to escape quickly." And on the other side, Lin Lang also received orders from Drunken Sword Immortal at this time. Fairy asked us to deliver a message to Daoist friend Peng Lai to escape quickly. On the other side, Lin Lang also obeys the order of Drunken Sword Immortal at this moment. She returned to the village where her parents lived and asked her father to return to Kunlun. Lin Lang's father was taken aback when he heard the drunken sword immortal had an important matter to discuss with him. But soon after, he heard the sound of the heaven's drum. Without saying a word, he threw an item to Lin Lang, asking her to stay here to accompany her mother and close all the external Earth convergence formations. He said that this was the subduing relic for this formation key here, and asked her to keep it properly. Before leaving, he also said to his wife, "I'll be back soon. Today, I still trouble my wife to wash up and make some soup." After Lin Lang's father left, her mother said to her, "Mother, as a mortal, wanting to be with Dad in the mortal realm for a lifetime, is it the greatest difficulty for Dad?" Lin Lang, upon hearing this, said, "There aren't many things in this world that can make Dad feel uneasy. A relationship like Dad and Mom's is envied by others, comparable to immortals that people admire, Kunlun's heaven's drum being one of the 2 sacred relics that can resonate throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths." At this moment, the celestial spark of Fanjiang Mountain, Shuyuoving Province, Shang the cloud born of Penglai. Several people all heard this deafening drum sound. Shang the cloud-born couldn't help but say, "What a joke." But at this moment, he seemed to have sensed something. He then turned around and said, "Master, you have returned." And at this moment, Drunken Sword Immortal was still tapping on the heaven's drum at Kunlun's Sword Pavilion. Behind him, another person said, "How can a battle-hardened butcher like you be so reckless?" The person was none other than Lin Lang's father. He asked Drunken Sword Immortal why he had called him back. Why didn't he wait a bit longer? By announcing it so urgently, isn't he afraid of causing a big stir? Immediately, he threw the wine in his hand to Drunken Sword Immortal. Drunken Sword Immortal exclaimed, "Sleazy old flirt," he said. "I didn't call you back to discuss, but to clean up." Drunken Sword Immortal said that the spiritual chi of this world has been depleted, and beings relying on spiritual chi cultivation will soon realize that they need to either plunder resources, enhance their cultivation level to ascend, or advance to a stage where their lifespan can sustain them through this period. Otherwise, they will either be plundered or have their lifespan drained and perish in despair. He urged Lin Lang's father to admit that the heaven and earth annihilation has begun. At this moment, the mountain Gus Hin, the solitary Polona fairy, has been knocked down from the stage by a Sherfu. She has been suppressed under Mountain Gus Hin. Qingshu Chenjun is very anxious watching this scene. But they cannot help. Qingshu asked Chenjun to take 2 fairies back to Penglai to deliver a message, while he would stay behind to prepare to wrap himself in shedding dust and disappear into the vast sea. Chenjun is worried that if he wraps himself in shedding dust, his celestial tribulation will also be triggered. Qingshu, who has always been afraid of celestial tribulation, is prepared to risk it all. He wants to test if he can break through Master's restrictions. But he was interrupted by a shout of, "Stop!" As a fluctuation of spiritual chi in the air, Shang the Cloudborn and a Kirin appeared. He scolded Qingshu as a traitor and said, "Did I give you restrictions for you to use like this?" Qingshu and the others quickly called out for Sherfu and Grand Elder Lufeng. Shang the Cloudborn looked at Shedding Dust, who was crossing the tribulation side, and said, "A 13-year-old golden core." Then he asked the 2 of them to stay here to protect Shedding Dust. He then walked inside with Lufeng. They have come to look for the great immortal of Illustrious. He said that he was ordered by the master to invite him to Penglai for a meeting. Illustrious replied indifferently, "Lufeng Dao's friend, the divine beast Kirin, is the most noble and virtuous creature in this world, never harming others due to its bloodline constraints. If I do not harm you all, how can you invite me?" Then he said, "Just based on the Ninefold Realm's record of mountains and seas in your hands, my friend?" Shang the Cloudborn clarified to him not to misunderstand. He said that Lufeng Elder and the Ninefold Realm's record of mountains and seas were just here to assist him on his journey. If Minor Dao does not act, you can conveniently take us back. Please ask Sherfu to come." He then asked, "Can Illustrious Venerable move?" Illustrious said, "That's it," and then let Shang the Cloudborn show him the way. And at this moment, Xiang the Cloudborn was staring at the place where solitary Polona was suppressed, while Illustrious asked him lightly, "Why does this junior want to intervene even in the internal affairs of my Gus Hin?" Xiang the Cloudborn did not respond further, but instead said, "Venerable, please follow me." Meanwhile, on Kunlun Mountain, Bai Li Zhong suddenly arrived. He asked someone to pass a message to the drunken sword immortal. He asked the sword pavilion to hand over the murderer of his younger brother. Disciple Chen Aning, the drunken sword immortal of the sword pavilion, looked angry upon hearing this. "Not to mention whether your younger brother was killed by my family's little sixth. Even if it is true, it would require a demon-slaying mission. Why do you have the audacity to come to the sword pavilion to ask for people? I haven't even counted the injuries caused to me by your disciple." But Bai Li Zhong said, "Just based on what happened 500 years ago. The Bai Li clan paid almost the entire family's price by assassinating their own clan member, Bai Li Xingtian, thereby ending the heaven and earth annihilation. Also, by your oath to protect the last bloodline of the Bai Li clan, which is me and my people," Linlang's father asked from the side. "What will you do if we don't hand over the person?" Bai Li Zhong said lightly, "If Kunlun betrays me, then I can only move my entire clan back to Mang Mountain." It seems that Linlang's father then said on the side, "It seems there is no other way. We can only inconvenience Bai Li Dao's friend." He then looked towards the drunken sword immortal, who was now looking displeased. He continued, "After all, you see, I can't beat this battle-hardened butcher either. Attinger has been placed in the Jade Pool since he was seriously injured last time. The Golden Lotus in the Jade Pool at this moment. It emits strands of golden energy. These golden energy strands are helping Auding to recover his body." At this moment, spiritual chi suddenly surged chaotically around Audinger's body. Yu Qi, who had been standing by the side all along, also noticed this, but they did not know what was happening. At the same time as providing energy to Audinger from the Golden Lotus, it also transmitted through the sea of consciousness to Shedding Dust. At this moment, Shedding Dust is enduring the celestial tribulation of the Golden Core and struggling to support it. Several wounds have appeared on his body. He is now just waking up. He doesn't have any spirit artifact and talisman on him. It is nearly impossible for him to directly face this celestial thunder. He doesn't know how much longer he can hold on. His original plan was to cultivate his body at the foundation establishment stage, but now it's impossible. He overslept for too long this time. But just at this moment, Shedding Dust suddenly felt an inexplicable force gathering throughout his body. He couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. At the same time, a golden lotus in the jade pool on the other side suddenly shattered, making the treasure-gathering immortal in the pavilion stamp his feet in anger. He cursed that old drunkard for plotting this. Yuchi also asked him on the side, "Is there any danger for my junior sister to advance?" Treasure-gathering immortal snarled angrily. "There is a danger of farting, a child who cultivates chi refining and advances to foundation establishment. With the blessing of the Golden Lotus, what other dangers could there be? Why is the Jade Pool Golden Lotus regarded as the top-notch product in Kunlun? Isn't it because it possesses the most unpredictable auspicious chi between heaven and earth, turning bad luck into good fortune?" After saying that, he took out an abacus and prepared to keep accounts. Healing injuries is one thing, but one must be cautious with the Golden Lotus. Just then, another Golden Lotus exploded, followed by all the Golden Lotuses in the Jade Pool bursting into golden powder in an instant. Yuchi couldn't help but wonder why so much money had to be spent. And at this moment, treasure gathering had completely exploded. He grabbed Yuchi by the collar and angrily said, "Is this junior sister possibly the reincarnation of the misfortune star?" Soon, a deafening voice rang out, "Damn drunkard! I'm going to fight you!" Meanwhile, on the other side, the drunken sword immortal couldn't help but sneeze loudly. Looking at Shedding Dust on the other side, as the Golden Lotus withered, he successfully passed the Golden Core celestial tribulation. Seeing his composed appearance, walking on water with ease, there was no trace of his previous embarrassed state. Qingshu couldn't help but tears welled up in his eyes. Shedding Dust then bowed to the two of them and thanked them for their protection. Both of them also cared about how Shedding Dust was doing at the moment. Shedding Dust then said, somewhat puzzled, "It's okay. I just got hit by a few lightning strikes. It's strange to say that a few times I thought I wouldn't be able to avoid them, but each time turned out to be a blessing in disguise." Later, he also asked if the two of them had used any spirit artifact Qingshu. The two of them looked embarrassed and said that they hadn't been of much help. Then the two said, "Let's hurry back to Penglai as soon as possible. It's not suitable to stay here for long." Shedding Dust was taken aback when he heard this, and asked them what had happened with solitary Polona Venerable. And at this time, on the other side, Ottinger has also successfully advanced. Mingzhu is still on the side, advising him while grabbing Yuchi's collar, saying to the master that if you break him, he won't have many pieces left. It might be more cost-effective to let Uncle Master owe you a favor. Yuchi is still on the side asking, why is the sea of consciousness tightly closed, while her divine soul is still asleep? The treasure-gathering immortal then explained with a frustrated expression that the Lotus Pond healing was not about using the Golden Lotus to repair the physical body, but rather to stimulate one's own potential for self-healing with the power of the Golden Lotus. She was fundamentally injured, and advancing at the most inappropriate time has further exacerbated her situation. Now, with a foundation establishment physical body, it will take some time for her to fully recover. Most likely, she triggered her physical body's self-protection mechanism, forcibly sealing her spiritual sense and causing her spiritual chi to sink, leading to a state of dormancy. Yuchi then asked if Ottinger was in any danger. Treasure-gathering Mister is about to be infuriated. He only replied with one sentence, "No! Get lost!" Meanwhile, on the other side, Shedding Dust has already found out that the solitary Polona fairy was suppressed by his Sherfu at the foot of the mountain, and Illustrious was invited by Shang the Cloudborn to go to Penglai Qingshu. Though he doesn't know the reason, he speculates that it should be related to Kunlun sounding Heaven's drum. He suggests it would be safer to return to Penglai first. But Shedding Dust, after hearing this, walked towards Mountain Gus Hin and Qingshu. Unable to help but feel doubtful, Shedding Dust analyzed. Looking at the message conveyed by solitary Polona Venerable through the little fairy. She might have been suppressed. Perhaps it is related to us. Since senior brother dares to leave us here, it shows that he is confident in keeping the great immortal of Illustrious restrained. Therefore, Shedding Dust decided to give it a try to see if he could repay her favor right now. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shang the Cloudborn also brought Illustrious to Sherfu Kenwu the Sage. Meeting face to face, Illustrious Dao's friend said, "It has been several decades since we last parted. Your elegance surpasses the past, Illustrious," with a profound meaning. Illustrious responded enigmatically, "How could it be so?" Immediately, Kenwu the Sage spoke on behalf of the disciple. "Disciple, if there is any offense, let me apologize on his behalf." However, Illustrious replied, "No need, I was just curious." As the leader of the Celestians, what are your thoughts at this moment? And Shang the Cloudborn, who heard these words, replied. He was stunned by the surprise, but Kenwu the Sage said calmly, "For nearly 1,000 years, I have hesitated to come here, only to realize it was for this moment. At this time, Shedding Dust and a few others have just started climbing the other side of the mountain. They were blocked by a pair of feet in the way," she said. "You can't go through. For the sake of Junior Sister, I'll pretend I didn't see you. For the sake of Sherfu, I won't let you touch Junior Sister. Don't you roll yet?" Kunlun Mountain Sword Pavilion at this moment, Drunken Sword Immortal asked unbelievably, "Father Linlang, say it again. Are you also a Celestian?" Father Linlang was about to explain, but before he could finish, the entire Kunlun Mountain was filled with the sound of heavy chains. The disciples were nervous, saying, "Quickly protect the great formation." Father Linlang had already flown out, equally speechless. Can a battle-hardened butcher listen to people finish their words? Father Linlang had been wanting to explain the true meaning of Celestian, But this blockhead drunken sword immortal never gave him the chance. The two of them were engaged in a heated battle on this side. On the other side at the same time, Kenwu the sage was also explaining that Celestian does not exist solely to slaughter mortals, at least not initially. Xiang the Cloud-born was even more puzzled upon hearing this. Kenwu the sage then called out, "Illustrious Taoist friend," and said, "Enforcing heaven's law, walking the way with my life is what Taoist friend you mentioned. Can we adjust and broaden our views?" Upon hearing this, Illustrious replied, "Indeed," and mentioned that he also found this path. The great Tao then asked Kenwu the sage if he was willing to go together. Meanwhile, Drunken Sword Immortal finally understood the true meaning of Celestian and asked why it hadn't been mentioned earlier. "Take a look at this big pit. You have to give me a chance to speak, so it's up to you." Linlang's father could only sigh helplessly. He said that it was Kenwu the sage who first contacted them, the 9 advanced cultivators proficient in deduction. They wanted to find the laws and origins of heaven and earth annihilation. However, due to the importance of the cultivation world, they couldn't afford any mistakes, so they kept it a secret until the safe results were achieved. With each generation of cultivators experiencing it, they have adapted to the heaven and earth annihilation. It seems to have existed since the beginning of the world, and will occur when the population of all living beings in the world reaches a limit. It is when the spiritual chi of heaven and earth becomes exhausted. In the world of cultivation, living beings are bound to kill, fight, and plunder each other, until the appearance of the strongest destroyer of the world, waiting for it to devour all beings or be destroyed. Only heaven and earth annihilation can bring it to an end. And they consulted numerous ancient texts, through comparison and deduction, discovered the appearance of the world annihilator. The end of heaven and earth annihilation is actually due to a boundary. Or perhaps these two boundaries should be considered as one and the same. The Drunken Sword Immortal also understood when he heard this. It's the number of people. Yes, it's the total number of sentient beings with open spiritual intelligence. Immediately, Linlang's father added, "However, we are far from being able to draw any conclusions. Later, I vowed to accompany Wanwan for 100 years, and did not participate further." He couldn't help but feel puzzled by how things had evolved to this point, and immediately asked about Kenwu the sage. However, at this time, Kenwu the sage here was being questioned by Illustrious. As the most massive group of beings among the spirits, even the ancient beasts with primordial bloodlines find it extremely challenging to activate spiritual intelligence, not to mention ordinary birds and animals. He asked Kenwu the sage why they couldn't transform this world into a place where all beings could easily cultivate, solely based on humans being the most supreme among the spirits. Kenwu the sage then lightly replied with wispy beard, "It's my fault for being a lazy shopkeeper after all. However, during my seclusion in these years, based on the recorded heaven and earth annihilation, I have deduced an interesting argument regarding the fallen cultivator ranks and the number of beings. The total count is important, but the individual share of spiritual chi is crucial." He then immediately mentioned that he had just emerged from seclusion, and was thinking about how to present his argument. Just as he said this, he raised his hand and grabbed Illustrious by the wrist, saying, "Come, Taoist friend, please bear witness with me." Watching Illustrious' nervous expression, and seeing Kenwu the sage Clear Breeze smiling face, no one knew what the next twist in the story would be. The little boy who looks very similar to Shedding Dust is called Clear Breeze. He also has a younger brother named Bright Moon. On that day, someone came to visit, but little Clear Breeze declined the visitor by using Mr. Cloud Wanderer as an excuse. The person felt it was not appropriate to insist and had to leave. Clear Breeze and Bright Moon. The two are pages of the grand historian Li Chafeng. In the eyes of the people, Li Chafeng is a figure like an exiled deity, with a constant stream of people coming to seek divination from him every day. But in their eyes, Mr. is also a flesh and blood mortal, eating and drinking like ordinary people, with only one strange habit. It's that his daily sitting, lying down, eating, and drinking are all done exactly according to the time, just like a perfectly precise sundial. Not only does he act this way, but he also enforces the same strict rules on Clear Breeze Bright Moon. Of course, there are exceptions as well. That's when E1-Manhwa, Mr. Yuan, arrives. Li Chunfeng must surely engage in an intense battle with him, creating a scene of chaos and darkness. It's thanks to Clear Breeze Bright Moon that the two of them can have half a day of leisure. So, after preparing some refreshments, the two of them will bid farewell to Mr. After the two left, E1-Manhwa couldn't help but praise. "Your Clear Breeze servant is indeed clever." Li Chunfeng then casually remarked, "He's just too clever." The two indeed had some ulterior motives. Younger brother Bright Moon urged his brother to leave quickly, saying, "It will be too late if we don't return by the hour." Clear Breeze suddenly changed the subject and asked Bright Moon if he wanted to play a bit longer. However, Bright Moon dared not, as he was afraid he could not deceive Mr. Clear Breeze, however, remained calm. Normally, he wouldn't dare either. But he felt that today he had taken advantage of the right time, place, and people. Why not give it a try? What he referred to as the auspicious time is referring to the sundial. Today happens to be a heavy snowfall. Mr. cannot rely on it to tell the time. As for Bright Moon's concern about whether it will clear up in the afternoon, for Bright Moon, this is not a problem. After all, he has followed Mr. for so many years, so he does have the ability to forecast the weather. And geographical advantage refers to clepsydra. The mechanism of the water clock uses water flow to drive the sinking of the water arrow, with marks below, and measures time by the marks on the arrow. So, preventing the water from flowing becomes crucial. However, Bright Moon still worries that if the water clock is damaged, Mr. will definitely find out. Clear Breeze said he is stupid. Now that water is freezing outside, let's extinguish the charcoal fire. Then the water clock will freeze. Adding Mr. Calm, in this dwelling of ours, we never hear the morning bell or evening drum. It is what is called an advantageous location. Bright Moon was criticized by him, which made her speechless with a furrowed brow. He pondered for a long time and only said, "How can we solve the problems caused by that person?" Clear Breeze was speechless. "You were truly foolish today, Mr. Yuan. They could spend days and nights playing a game to the death, yet still have time to care about us." People couldn't help but murmur. Right after the two of them finished speaking here, E1-Manhwa over there sneezed. Clear Breeze Bright Moon had already run out happily. They looked at the two of them playing chess with a serious expression. It is indeed within little Clear Breeze expectations. The two of them unconsciously played until noon. Bright Moon started to worry and wanted to go back. Clear Breeze said that Mr. is not a deity, and since it's still snowing, the footsteps are probably frozen by now. He doesn't want to go back yet. And the two people over there are still deeply engrossed in playing chess, as if they are unaware of everything. And here, as the bell rings, Bright Moon said it's already midnight. Clear Breeze's heart tightened at the sound of the bell. He couldn't help but complain, as Bright Moon was reporting the time like a timepiece. It's better to go home. Bright Moon also noticed. Are you feeling guilty too? After returning, the two of them checked the sundial for the first time, and it was still covered by heavy snow. The water inside the clepsydra has frozen into ice, but it is still functioning properly. Clear Breeze couldn't help but blame Bright Moon, partly because of your many concerns. But both of them just went to pay respects to Mr. Li Chunfeng then said a word. Late by 3/4. Clear Breeze listened with a cold sweat on his face. This Mr. is too amazing. Li Chunfeng, on the other hand, said lightly, Astronomical song of walking the sky. Copy it 3 times. The two of them also looked stunned after hearing it. Astronomical song of walking the sky. Isn't finished yet? Do we need to go urge the author? Clear Breeze is completely convinced after returning. This Mr. is really amazing. The two people playing chess on the other side also stopped. E1-Manhwa couldn't help but ask, while playing chess with me, do you still have the leisure to silently count the burning incense sticks? Li Chunfeng listened but remained silent, only looking at the incense burner beside him, lost in thought. Shedding Dust had just woken up. Ottinger is unconscious again due to severe injuries. At this moment, Penglai, the celestial mountain, is also not peaceful. I thought Kenwu the sage was a major villain, but this misunderstood white-haired old man proved everything with his actions. He pulled the great immortal of Illustrious with him to jointly witness the unity of heaven and earth, the great Tao. At this moment, Celestial Spark also arrived. He intercepted Sean the Cloudborn, who was about to rush up. There was also a voice behind them. Senior brother Spark was from Ying Province, and Shuyu also came. She asked if the Heaven's Drum of Kunlun was really being played. Celestial Spark looked at the two in the sky and muttered, "It seems to be true." At this moment, Kenwu the Sage and Illustrious were hovering over Penglai, the celestial mountain. Illustrious was anxious, while Kenwu the Sage remained calm. "You and I are both at the divine transformation stage. Even if you use the Penglai Great Formation, you will not be able to trap me." "How could that be? With your spiritual chi still present, Kenwu the Sage has an innocent look on his face." When he heard this, he turned pale, not wanting to give him a way out. "Are you out of your mind? Great Immortal of Illustrious, although he hasn't reached divine transformation perfection, he is still one of the top figures in the world." Kenwu the Sage dares to say these words. Could it be that he already has a certain level of confidence in his heart? Shuyu is also a little worried. If senior brother wants to suppress him, should we lend a hand? But before a few people could decide, Illustrious suddenly lowered his head, as if he had made a decision. His body also changed. 3 pairs of colorful wings instantly appeared. He transformed into his true form, and before the others could react, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky in an instant. Sean the Cloudborn cursed under his breath. He asked his martial uncles if that was the light escape technique of the Great Immortal of Illustrious, known as the fastest light escape in the universe. Celestial Spark calmly advised him not to be anxious. "You're sure Fu Kenwu the Sage is the #1 divine transformation perfection cultivator in the world?" Kenwu the Sage did indeed look calmly at the brilliant light that Illustrious had turned into. After a moment, he slowly closed his eyes. Then, he pointed to the sky with one hand and to the ground with the other, chanting words under his breath. All that could be heard was the mantra echoing throughout the entire space, the boundlessness of heaven and earth. At the same time, the 3 of them, practitioners of Mountain Gus and Shedding Dust, were blocked by a woman who suddenly appeared in their path. However, this woman suddenly looked towards the sky and called out, "Master!" Shortly after, she flew towards the transformed form of Illustrious, and just as she was about to reach him, a black hole suddenly appeared in the space. Illustrious' figure instantly passed through the black hole. When he reappeared, he was shocked because he had returned to the side of Kenwu the Sage. And he had been surrounded by spatial laws. The spatial fluctuations surrounding him in concentric circles indicated that no matter where he flew, he would eventually return to the original place. It's so scary that even Sean the Cloudborn didn't expect that Master's understanding of spatial laws had reached such a level. Celestial Spark, however, remains as calm as ever. Everyone knows that the Penglai cultivation technique controls life itself. It bestows both decline and prosperity because life and death are 2 sides of the same coin. At this point, Illustrious has already gone mad, Kenwu the Sage. "Even if you trap me for 1,000 years, what does it matter? My lifespan is not shorter than yours." Kenwu the Sage, however, remained silent and slowly raised both hands. As he uttered tenfold oblivion from his mouth, his palms also instantly struck. And at this moment, Illustrious looked desperate, feeling like his body was being devoured by something. And with the collision in space, a black hole vortex appeared right where Illustrious was just now. And following that, there was a deafening explosion that shook the sky. This black hole seems to be able to devour everything. Around where it appeared, apart from Kenwu the Sage, there was not even a trace of light, as if a flashbang had been thrown. Except for the black spatial fissure, you couldn't see anything. And as the fissure slowly healed bit by bit, The surrounding scenery has returned to its original state once again. And at this moment, Xiang the Cloudborn is with that woman. Both of them are tense, with their mouths wide open, shouting, "Sherfu!" The difference is that the woman's great immortal of illustrious, Sherfu, seems to have really disappeared into the rift in space. Kanwu the Sage was originally a half-step immortal, the most promising one to ascend to become an almighty being in nearly 100 years. Even though he was already invincible, his body still fell, and the Tao was lost. Last time we talked about the heaven and earth annihilation approaching. The spiritual chi between heaven and earth is already very thin. Ottinger and senior brother Lee Etherlin fought hard and returned to Celestian with injuries, bringing back news. Kunlun has sounded the heavens drum to send a message to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Kanwu the Sage has come out to invite Illustrious to Penglai. The two have different understandings of heaven and earth annihilation. To restore the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, Illustrious intends to slaughter all mortals in the world, using the method of trim the end to self-preserve, while Kanwu the Sage chooses cut the head method. He uses the power of spatial laws. He effortlessly defeated Illustrious, who is also at the divine transformation stage. However, the power of spatial laws was too strong, and the Penglai Palace almost disappeared by accident. Fortunately, the celestial spark formation was there to prevent it. He protected Xiang the Cloudborn and Shuyu, but at this moment, Kanwu the Sage is the most dangerous. Celestial Spark asks Shuyu to quickly activate the Mountain Protection Great Formation. Shuyu did not dare to hesitate and immediately turned around. But Kanwu the Sage appeared very calm, showing absolutely no intention of entering the Penglai Great Formation. Celestial Spark is also anxious. Aren't you entering the formation yet? You have killed a divine transformation stage cultivator. You have incurred such a great karma. Do you still not want to undergo celestial tribulation? Do you really want to accompany the old Taoist to face celestial thunder? Kanwu the Sage calmly stroked his beard, remaining composed as always. He is unaware. Celestial Spark is trying to help him withstand celestial thunder's attacks. Heavenly Star and Earthly Evil Formation. He has already refined 71 volcanoes. But no one expected that he could come out of seclusion so quickly and immediately triggered celestial thunder, and now Celestial Spark has transformed into Dharma body. He is prepared to use this Dharma body to withstand the final volcano. The Penglai Great Formation beneath the feet of the Sage Kanwu has been activated, but he continues to say, "No rush, no rush," with his mouth. He then extended his palm, in which a faint spiritual chi appeared. He also spoke. "You look." The spiritual chi of heaven and earth has appeared, although it is not quite enough yet. Upon hearing his words, Celestial Spark was shocked and turned pale. "Are you planning to exterminate all Celestians?" Kanwu the Sage did not answer but instead asked. Since ancient times, cultivators have become accustomed to heaven and earth annihilation. But is heaven and earth annihilation truly something that has existed since ancient times? For hundreds of years, I have searched through countless ancient scrolls. Yogwai's Saga and Mortal Emperor coexist, Grand Shaman and Fiend Deity dwell together. The spiritual chi in the world is so abundant. Additionally, above the divine transformation is the stage. There has never been a mention of ascension. The amount of information about Kanwu the Sage is really substantial. The tribulation cloud above the sky is even larger. With a thunderous roar, the first celestial thunder falls down. It struck the Dharma body of Celestial Spark. This man of few words has always been expressing his feelings through actions. Why would heaven and earth annihilation occur? Where did the cultivator go after ascending? This answer needs to be sought by you. Kanwu the Sage continued to say, "It's not that I am lazy, rather it's because without the heart of Tao, perfecting the tribulation crossing would be in vain. No matter how I deduce it, the cause and effect of me and this world are still unresolved. Originally, it should have happened at this point. Celestial Spark finally understands what Kanwu the Sage wants to do. He shouted to stop him, but his body gradually moved away from Kangwu the sage uncontrollably. Kangwu the sage remained calm. He also closed his eyes. Heaven creates all things to nourish me. Yet I still have one thing to offer back to heaven. As he finished speaking, immediately, a stronger spiritual chi emerged between heaven and earth, and within Mount Ponglai, 100 flowers bloomed together. Even in the desert, flowers bloomed, while the wilting golden lotus in the Kunlun jade pool miraculously bloomed again. The drunken sword immortal from Sword Pavilion and Lin Lang's father were shocked as they looked at the blooming flowers beside them. Celestial Spark held onto the visible spiritual chi in his palm for a long time, unwilling to let go, wondering what this troublemaker was thinking at the moment. Kangwu the sage was willing to sacrifice himself in order to protect the path in his heart, and thus a half-step immortal disappeared in the world. If Shedding Dust knows about Master's situation, he does not know how to face it, nor does he know when Ottinger will wake up. The siblings, please meet soon. Have you heard of the fall of the whale? One whale falls, and all things come to life. This scene is very similar to what is happening in the astronomical song of Walking the Sky at this moment. Heaven and earth annihilation is causing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to be on the verge of depletion. Kangwu the sage from Ponglai holds all living beings in the world in his heart. He first killed the great immortal of Illustrious. Later, he scattered all his cultivation level to repay the heavens and the earth. The majestic spiritual chi that suddenly appeared nurtures all things, causing flowers to bloom everywhere with a fragrant aroma permeating the air. On the towering peak of Ponglai, Luthen Kirin gazes blankly in the direction of the dissipating Kangwu the sage, where the Dharma body of Celestial Spark still stands between heaven and earth. Time seems to have stood still, with the only change being the increase of spiritual chi in the heavens and the earth. On the cliffs of Ponglai, clusters of pink flowers continue to bloom incessantly. Shan the Cloudborn has a dull expression. He never expected that Sherfu would choose to sacrifice himself, repaying kindness to the world. With Kangwu the sage's majestic would attribute spiritual chi nourishing the world, the first to benefit are the flowers and plants. Also benefiting is Cloud Mist, who also possesses would attribute spiritual chi. Accompanied by a tinkling sound, a drop of liquid dripped onto Cloud Mist's face. Originally needing 30 to 50 years to reform, Cloud Mist slowly opened her eyes at this moment. She touched the liquid on her face, looking completely bewildered. She then lazily stretched, while on the opposite side of Cloud Mist, Skywinter Grandpa and his children also stood guard on the side. Cloud Mist raised her head and slowly called out to Patriarch. At this moment, Shuyu covered her face with both hands, sobbing softly. The unidentified liquid just now was evidently her tears. Cloud Mist, puzzled, continued to inquire why Patriarch was crying. Meanwhile, on the other side, a fox with pink fur all over its body. It also shed pink tears. Fairy of Verdant Hillfox race, due to witnessing the fall of Master Illustrious, was extremely furious and revealed her true form. At this moment, the giant fox kept emitting mournful cries, causing the mountain of Mountain Gus Hen to collapse under her rage. And at the same time, Qingshu with a black line on his face, holding Shedding Dust in one hand, flying down with Chunjun in hand. He kept reminding Shedding Dust that his Dantian was not stable yet, and he must not engage in combat. Anyway, he wouldn't stand a chance in a fight, so just leave the escape plan to us. But Shedding Dust is also worried. How could he, who is only at the Foundation establishment stage, escape the pursuit of someone from the soul separation stage? But Qingshu reassures him that we can't escape the spiritual abilities and Taoist spells of a soul separation fairy. But now, because of her anger, she has revealed her true form. A 5th-grade demonic beast could barely manage it. But he hadn't finished speaking yet. On the side, Chunjun's face changed dramatically as he called out, "Senior brother." At this moment, the pink fox's gaping bloody mouth was already close at hand. She instantly bit towards the three people. With a crisp sound, The fox bit fiercely, but there was a wisp of smoke coming out from its mouth, biting nothing but emptiness. Xianxia used wind evasion combined with shedding dust to escape a dangerous situation, and now they have appeared at the seaside. But his current condition is not great. Because he is using wind evasion to protect two people at the same time, the consumption is too high. Chunjun looked back at the fox and asked senior brother how long it would be until the next use of wind evasion. He wanted to go and distract the fox first. But Xianxia doesn't know when he will recover. On the side, shedding dust is also trying to divert the fox's attention. At this point, the fox is already heading towards the three of them. Xianxia felt regretful. If he were at the Golden Core stage now, perhaps he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. But it was also in this instant that he actually sensed the wood element spiritual chi of the patriarch. The seal formation on his body immediately started humming. On the other side, the fox continued to chase relentlessly, but ended up stepping on air. With no time left, Xianxia quickly guided the two to hold onto Chunjun firmly. Xianxia then asked on the side what Chunjun intended to do. At this time, the fox launched its attack, but Xianxia slowly closed his eyes and silently muttered the mantra shedding dust. Chunjun and the other person clearly understood what he was going to do. With frightened expressions, they tried to stop him, but it was already too late. The words of the two individuals still lingered in the air, but Xianxia was already surrounded by a fluctuation of spiritual chi. At the same time, the fox's attack also arrived in an instant, fiercely shattering the ground, raising clouds of dust, obscuring the scene inside. However, Xianxia's voice still echoed in the space. To be this free, to become the wind itself, how truly unfettered and at ease. And in the reflection on the sea surface, a human figure could faintly be seen. But what exactly happened? Did the three of them manage to escape together? Let me narrate slowly. Kanwu the sage perished. 3 people encountered danger. But the crisis has just begun. Facing the pursuit of the verdant hillfox race, Xianxia forcibly broke the restrictions of Shan the Cloud-born in order to save shedding dust and Chunjun. He used wind evasion, a technique that can only be performed by a golden core cultivator. He took them to escape to this desolate sea. But he himself has now fallen into a coma. After waking up, he will still have to face the calamity of crossing the golden core. Fortunately, celestial thunder is targeting the cultivator's primordial spirit, so the celestial tribulation will not descend before Xianxia wakes up. At the same time, shedding dust also noticed the intense bloody killing intent here. He wants to see if he can set up a heaven-tainting grand formation to conceal the heavenly secrets and delay time for Xianxia. The place they are in now is full of demonic beast corpses. Shedding dust judged that this should be a demonic beast cemetery, most likely located in the deepest part of the desolate sea. Because he can no longer sense the guiding talisman, just as shedding dust was investigating, Chunjun behind him spoke. He said senior brother may not be exhausted, but his primordial spirit is dormant. Shedding dust was a little confused and turned to look at Chunjun. Chunjun continued saying, Senior brother's divine soul has a strong sensitivity to the power of laws of the wind, but he is still just a foundation establishment cultivator. If he keeps immersing himself in enlightenment alone, he might never wake up again. And at the same time Chunjun was worrying. On the earth of the ninefold realm, a deafening bell toll rang out. Celestial spark rang the Eastern Emperor bell of Panlai. This Eastern Emperor bell. It is a sacred relic that can resonate throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It is feared, and shares the same reputation as Kunluan's heaven's drum. What is terrifying is that in one day, first Kunluan rang the heaven's drum, and now Panlai has rung the Eastern Emperor bell. Far away at Kunluan's sword pavilion, Drunken Sword Immortal and Lin Lang's father both looked surprised. At the same time, Lin Lang's father reached out and took Panlai's voice transmission talisman. The message they received was that Kanwu the sage had fallen. Meanwhile, the two in shedding dust deep in the desolate sea. They also heard the sound of the Eastern Emperor bell. Shedding dust asked if Chunjun has a voice transmission talisman on him. Chunjun said yes, so he quickly searched for it. Shedding Dust is very worried. This must be a big deal. On the other hand, Drunken Sword Immortal, upon receiving the news, exclaimed 3 times, "Excellent! The #1 in the world, well deserved." He then extended his hand for Linlang's father to pass something over. Linlang's father did not react immediately and asked, "What do you need?" The Drunken Sword Immortal looked at him sideways and said, "A list of Celestians." Linlang's father hesitated a bit and said, "Even if you don't intend to identify the remaining Celestians, their followers and associates are numerous. People like Lady Long are also heavily involved. How can you cleanse them?" As Linlang's father spoke, he summoned a golden chain and said, "Even if you only kill Celestians, can you kill them all?" The Drunken Sword Immortal, trapped by the golden chain, looked angry. He said, "Even if it means self-destruction, I wouldn't hesitate to become a semi-immortal. I am not just a sword immortal in name. Release me." However, Linlang's father just smiled and squinted, saying, "I won't." He said there was a better way and asked Drunken Sword Immortal if he wanted to listen. On the other side, Chunjun looked incredulous and said it's impossible. Holding the voice transmission talisman, he still couldn't believe it was not true. He said the patriarch has 1 foot already in the heavens. And at this moment, Shedding Dust stood beside, stunned and tears streaming down, but didn't speak a word. It wasn't until a while later that Shedding Dust calmed down. He wiped away his tears and said, "That is the Eastern Emperor bell. It cannot be fake." Chunjun anxiously shouted, "Young martial uncle." But Shedding Dust was sadder than anyone at this moment. However, he knew the burden on his shoulders was heavy. He had to ensure the safety of everyone. Things had to be taken 1 step at a time. He told Chunjun that first they needed to figure out the situation with Qinshu martial nephew and resolve it, and then they could think of a way to leave this. But he didn't say the rest and instead shouted, "Martial nephew, dodge!" Because behind Chunjun, a tentacle-like fiend slowly rose up. On the other side, Linlang's father at the Sword Pavilion was discussing his strategy with the Drunken Sword Immortal. He said, "Firstly, Celestian wants to preserve cultivators by massacring mortals, as they do not wish to directly conflict with cultivators. After this battle, our Kunlun can unite with Peng Lai to send the disciples of the 2 major immortal sects to the mortal realm to preside. If he doesn't harm mortals, I won't harm him." At this moment, Linlang's father looked carefree and unrestrained, saying, "Whether it's rivers of blood or killing the young to get to the old, it's better to kill a few divine transformation and heaven and earth annihilation experts, and then it will be over. At worst, it will just return to the chaotic state from before." The originally irritable Drunken Sword Immortal has now calmed down. He said with a cold sweat, "Why does it sound like we are the villains?" Linlang's father, still wearing a smiling expression, replied, "Whether you're a villain or not, it's up to you. Do it! Damn it!" echoed the voice of Drunken Sword Immortal above Sword Pavilion. To find out what happens next, stay tuned for the next installment. Astronomical Song of Walking the Sky, the latest episode is here. The mysterious palace Lord Eo Miao reappears. As mentioned last time, Drunken Sword Immortal and Shedding Dust, and others learned at the same time that King Wu the Sage had fallen. The furious Drunken Sword Immortal was stunned by the momentum of Linlang's father. He is prepared to join forces with Peng Lai to send the immortal sect disciple to the mortal world to sit in town, even at the risk of killing back to the chaotic state. At the same time, Shedding Dust, and they encountered danger again in the depths of the desolate sea. A huge demonic beast with moonlight shining on its head attacked them. Fortunately, Shedding Dust reacted quickly and promptly alerted Chunjun. At the same time, he also picked up Qinshu and flashed into the air. When the 2 of them arrived in the air, they only dared to turn back and take a look. But this glance was unimportant. Chunjun's pupils trembled in shock again. This was the 5th grade demonic beast. Shedding Dust did not hesitate at all when he saw this demonic beast. He immediately handed Qinshu over to Chunjun and had him fly upwards with Chunjun. Immediately after that, the air burst under Shedding Dust's feet, and his body surged in the opposite direction like lightning. However, Shedding Dust's flight towards the demonic beast was not a suicidal act. Escaping together was not an option, so he had to take a risk. Having just advanced to the Golden Core stage, Shedding Dust, although having some insights, was unsure if he could successfully perform the technique. As Shedding Dust approached the demonic beast, he repeatedly reminded himself to remain stable, gentle, and flow through like a swimming fish in the ripples. Shortly after, a miraculous scene unfolded. Shedding Dust, who was about to be devoured by the demonic beast, mysteriously disappeared into a ripple of water. When he reappeared, Shedding Dust was already several dozen jhon away behind the demonic beast, and muttered to himself, "Success!" The demonic beast behind him seemed to be in great pain. The huge body kept writhing. It seems to be deforming. Chunjun looked at the scene with some uncertainty, and asked young martial uncle, "Is it done?" But before Shedding Dust could respond, the pupils of both of them trembled again. The demonic beast was in some pain at first, but in just the blink of an eye, it returned to normal. The demonic beast at this moment has been thoroughly angered. It continues to make chirping noises in its mouth, then countless tentacles are raised high, ready to smash towards the sea surface, propelling itself out of the water. Shedding Dust quickly picked up Jinshu and Chunjun, and they ran away upon seeing the situation. And that big fellow jumped into the air. It began to continuously rotate its body in the air. Along with its rotation, a dark green poisonous gas started to emerge from below its body. The rotation of its body was like an electric fan, accelerating the spread of this poisonous gas in all directions. Shedding Dust and the others were soon caught up by the poisonous gas. Chunjun told him to put them down and run quickly. Shedding Dust, however, told him to shut up. If he kept rambling on, he would seal his spiritual sense. At this moment, in the distance, a pair of small hands were holding a gourd, absorbing the poisonous gas. Shedding Dust noticed the poisonous gas starting to recede, and couldn't help feeling some doubts. When he turned around to take a look, however, he found a small figure standing on the head of the demonic beast, and the poisonous gas was converging towards him. And this person, who is none other than the little catfish he had a chance encounter with in the vast sea before. At this moment, he was also wiping the cold sweat on his forehead. It sighed in relief. "Luckily I made it in time." And the previous demonic beast, upon seeing him, began to shrink little by little. In the end, it shrunk to look just like an ordinary jellyfish, with little difference. The small catfish then gave it a slap on the side. He angrily reprimanded him. "You treacherous fellow! Are you afraid that Palace Lord won't be able to find it?" At this moment, Shedding Dust and the two were still hiding in the distance. It seemed like there was no movement there. Shedding Dust suggested to leave now, while Chunjun said to have his senior brother given to him. But at this moment, just then, a crystal ice flower appeared in the air, accompanied by a voice asking, "Is there something that I cannot know?" Later, Shedding Dust, the two found that they couldn't move. On the other side, the little catfish and the small jellyfish also found themselves unable to move. The gourds all fell to the ground. The sea water under their feet suddenly turned into ice blocks. The person who appeared was also a fairy sister who had a chance encounter with Shedding Dust before. He also asked, "Why has little Yuan lost her appetite recently? So you're setting up a private cafeteria here?" Then she immediately asked if General Wu was helped by you. Lil Wu was so scared after hearing this that he quickly admitted his mistake, saying, "This humble one is guilty and deserves death." "Palace Lord, please calm down." Then Palace Lord asked little Yuan, if General Wu had not stopped you, would you have eaten those human cultivators? Little Yuan seemed unable to speak yet, just kept shaking his head and moving around, not sure what it meant to express. Just then, Palace Lord widened his eyes and said, "How many times do I have to say that humans are not to be eaten?" With her anger, the oppressive presence also spread in an instant. General Wu trembled and said, "Palace Lord, Please calm down. It's fine if you don't accept us juniors, but if you don't take in those human cultivators with spiritual abilities, they might freeze to death. At this moment, Shedding Dust and Chunjun had already knelt down on the ground, with snow almost covering them. Xianxia was lying on the ground as well. He couldn't see any human figures at all. At that moment, another voice resounded. Burden Hill Meow pays respect to EC Palace Lord Ao. Meow is pursuing Shedding Dust, and their fox is chasing after us. She told Palace Lord Ao Meow that it was 3 thieves who kidnapped the female envoy of Mountain Gus Hen and escaped here. She then smilingly offered to take them away so as not to soil the sacred land of Palace Lord. At this moment, both Shedding Dust and the other person have a speechless expression on their faces. Chunjun is still holding 2 little fairies in his hands. I don't know how to face what's coming next. Palace Lord Ao Meow. Will Palace Lord Ao Meow save Shedding Dust again? The spiritual chi of heaven and earth dries up, and a half-step immortal falls. Shedding Dust, who is far away at the desolate sea, is also facing numerous crises. Verdant Hills Meower is chasing after, but with EC's Palace Lord Ao Meow present, she dare not act recklessly. Later on, she attempted to abduct the female messenger Mountain Gus Hen under the pretext of the Shedding Dust. But how could Palace Lord Ao Meow be unaware of the heavens drum and chaos bell ringing alternately in the ever-changing world? Gus Hen Illustrious and Punglai Kangwu the Sage both dedicated themselves to their respective pursuits, and Palace Lord Ao Meow naturally respected them. However, this has nothing to do with their Dragon Palace. She does not want to get involved in this karma. She waved her hand, signaling Meower to leave. Shedding Dust, Chunjun, and the others hiding on the side all breathed a sigh of relief. But Meow had tried to discuss philosophies with Ao Meow. In ancient times, Long Race and Verdant Hillfox Race both can demonstrate the Tao with the heavenly long body and the nine-tailed fox body. But now, due to the sparse spiritual chi in the world, the cultivation in the original form is difficult to progress. Therefore, one can only cultivate in human form. The stronger the bloodline, the harder it is to cultivate in human form, and this dilemma has lasted for a long time. Meower believes that this is the deficiency in the celestial Tao. My teacher intends to mend the heavens, and I am not afraid. She hopes to use this to influence Ao Meow. Ao Meow remained silent and fell into deep thought. She, too, is a half-step immortal and deeply understands the great Tao of heaven and earth. The ways of the myriad cultivators all follow the path that is most in line with their true nature and essence. If one attains true immortality and achieves eternal longevity, or can transform into the great Tao itself, it is by not going against one's true nature that cultivators follow the first rule. The great Tao is impartial, and does not distinguish between good and evil. Therefore, helping anyone should be in accordance with one's true nature. At this moment, Chunjun also realized that the situation was not right. He prepared to lead them away so that Shedding Dust could take Xianxia to leave first, but Shedding Dust stopped him. Meower in the air continued to bring up the Verdant Hill Fox race. She said that even though she couldn't represent Verdant Hill, she still understood the thoughts of the elders to some extent. They all recognized Illustrious. Then she pretended to look regretful, and said that the long race had been in seclusion for thousands of years, coinciding with this event. Palace Lord, do you still want to act selfishly? On the other side, Shedding Dust held down Chunjun, who was trying to stop him. Let him stay still here. Shortly after, a voice echoed. Punglai disciple Shedding Dust pays respects to Palace Lord Ao and Fairy Meow. Shedding Dust is no longer hiding. He knows it's time for him to come out. If he waits any longer, he may miss the chance to speak up. Meower didn't expect that Shedding Dust would dare to come out, and couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. She said, Little Taoist, are you trying to discuss the Tao in front of Palace Lord with me? Shedding Dust didn't even look at her, but continued walking forward, talking to Palace Lord Ao Meow. 3,000 years ago, the ancient vicious beast Shangliu, the devouring serpent of doom, severely wounded the long race of the three seas. Minor Dao may know where it is. When Miao heard the word shedding dust, there was a slight change on the face of Gujing Wubo. The crowd fell silent for a moment, and Miao stood in midair, facing shedding dust alone. He was gambling on whether this was something that Palace Lord Miao cared more about. If he lost the bet, they would also perish here. Chun Jun on the side was also nervous, sweating profusely. After a moment, Miao slowly spoke. "What do you want?" Miao was greatly surprised by the words. Shedding Dust continued, "Please have the Palace Lord send my two martial nephews back to Penglai Minor Dao, and keep them there until they help the Dragon Palace find Shangliu, the devouring serpent of doom." Chun Jun Miao immediately spoke up in unison, saying, "No way!" However, Shedding Dust slowly reached out his finger, pointing to the sky as a pledge, and said, "I, Minor Dao, vow to swear by the heart of Dao." Chen Auding, Great Chen Dynasty Princess. She was abandoned in Reed Marsh for being born with 6 fingers. Later, she was picked up by an elderly swordsman named Chun, who named her Audinger. Now she is the 6th disciple under the Kunlun Sword Pavilion and the Drunken Sword Immortal's teachings. A few years ago, she followed 4 senior brother Lietherlin. She was chased and killed in the southwest of Mang Mountain, among the 10,000 mountains. To protect thought, she detonated Divine Sky Thunderbolt. To protect herself, luckily her life was saved by Infant Dan in her hand, but her body suffered severe damage. After returning to Kunlun, she was placed in the Jade Pool, using the Golden Lotus to recover from her injuries, but this sleep lasted for 3 years. At this time, Kunlun Mountain is different from the past because for certain reasons, the young disciples within the sect have to take turns going down the mountain. The little immortal child in pink clothes is asking the 2 senior sisters about the fun things in the mortal world. The 2 senior sisters sternly teach her, "We are not going to play." The little girl then puts on a serious expression and says, "I know. We are going to uphold justice and prevent demons from causing trouble in the mortal world." But she soon adds, "I envy you senior sisters for being able to be with Mingzhu Martial Uncle, unlike me, who has to be with the Sword Pavilion." Upon hearing this, the 2 senior sisters look somewhat melancholic and say, "Do you know how much senior sisters envy you for being able to walk with Lietherlin Martial Uncle?" At this moment, Lietherlin on the other side sneezed loudly. But then he sighed and said, "Where was I just now? Oh right, you 5th senior brother." For the past 3 years, Lietherlin would always come to chat with Audinger. He said to Audinger, "5th senior brother Yuchi had already descended the mountain 2 years ago, while senior brother Mingju has also advanced to the Golden Core stage." Lietherlin said she would wake Audinger up, but Lietherlin also mentioned that Audinger slept too soundly. Senior brother is afraid that they might miss the appointment, because he has already applied to be stationed at Mang Mountain and will set off tomorrow. As for when he will return, it will probably have to wait until the heaven and earth annihilation is over. Mang Mountain is one of the tens of thousands of large mountains in the southwest. Lady Long Venerable has guarded the place for hundreds of years. She is to spread the message of Celestian. The body falls, and the Tao is lost. He said to Audinger, "We should also do our best to repay the favor, right?" Then he told Audinger about what happened after she fell unconscious, the group of bad people who were chasing them, called Celestian, who wanted to slaughter all mortals to protect the cultivators and prevent heaven and earth annihilation. And now, the immortal sect led by Kunlun and Penglai intends to hunt down Celestian to survive this impending heaven and earth annihilation. He told Audinger to sleep in, and not hurry to get up. Sleeping more is good. Being able to sleep through heaven and earth annihilation is even better. Lietherlin didn't notice this at the time. Audinger, who was originally lying calmly in the jade pool, suddenly moved her fingers. At the same time, Shedding Dust in the sea of consciousness was staring blankly at the spiritual sense left by Audinger. "Brother, it's my turn to find you this time." Shedding Dust sighed softly, blaming Ottinger for stirring up multiple layers of wounds. Immersed in spiritual sense for 3 years. If I hadn't been able to sense your vitality and breath, I'm afraid you would have perished. Shedding Dust felt slightly relieved that you have already entered Kunlun. Surely there will be mentors taking care of you. Later, Shedding Dust conjured a map in the sea of consciousness. He checked Ottinger's location, and found that she is currently deep in the desolate sea. The distance between them is truly vast. But at the same time, Shedding Dust has also made up his mind to quickly find Shangyu, the devouring serpent of doom, in order to fulfill that mental demon oath. Just then, a voice sounded. What oath? A little hand also raised above the head and stretched lazily, looking back at Shedding Dust, only to see the familiar appearance facing him with a grimace. Then one sentence, "Brother!" was shouted crisply and melodiously, Shedding Dust staring blankly at the sister in front of him. Ottinger then became serious again and said, "Didn't you say you shouldn't swear casually?" Divine Sky Thunderbolt destroyed her mortal body woke up after 3 years. Ottinger, who slept in the Jade Pool for 3 years, finally woke up. She entered the sea of consciousness immediately. She met her long-lost brother. The siblings are exchanging information over here. And at this time, Kunlun Jade Purity Palace is also planning something big. Linlang's father is sitting in the main hall. He found out through spellcraft messaging. Everything is going according to his plan. He then passed on the message to Master Linlang. Chuyu Mountain was also convinced by Linlang's father. Their way is in line with nature, let alone trying to exterminate mortals. Even if exterminating ants could ensure that cultivators are no longer disturbed by the annihilation of heaven and earth, they cannot agree. There are divine transformation cultivators from Kunlun and Penglai overseeing above. More than 60% of the immortal cultivation sects below have agreed to join Skynet and send their disciples to the mortal world to guard and monitor. Thus, the hunting momentum is just beginning. Junior Sister reminded him that we didn't ask our allies to make a mental demon oath. Linlang's father said, "We judge by actions, not by intentions." Although that's true, Junior Sister is still somewhat worried. She asked Senior Brother if he truly believes it can permanently prevent heaven and earth annihilation. Linlang's father said that Kangwu the Sage firmly believes that a way out can be found, and that using a sword against the weaker is not the only solution. He believes that like Kangwu the Sage, he also believes that he will find a solution. It's just that, it will take time. At this time, Linlang is with his mother on the other side. The mother seemed to have a sense of intuition. The couple hasn't seen each other for many years. Linlang is comforting his mother, saying that what his father is doing now is very dangerous. There may be many hidden enemies. They cannot harm Dad, and Dad dare not take risks to expose himself in front of them. That's why Linlang didn't say anything. Mother only said, "It's only been 3 years. There's still a long way to go." Meanwhile, on the other side, Ottinger told her brother about what happened back then with Thought in the Shedding Dust. Unexpectedly, this cataclysm was actually triggered by her. Ottinger has been in a coma for 3 years, and naturally doesn't know about this cataclysm. Shedding Dust patiently explained to his younger sister, saying that it could be considered a cataclysm involving all cultivators. However, he said that it was a good thing to trigger it earlier, as it would also help save ordinary people. After hearing this, Ottinger was somewhat unhappy. She asked, "What? Are cultivators not human just because they have more power? What difference is there between us and ordinary people?" Shedding Dust understood his younger sister's thoughts. He explained that indeed many cultivators are not human beings. It's just that the cosmic laws favor humans, and they have to cultivate using human bodies. Then he spoke earnestly to Ottinger. "You do have the power to control the fate of mortal beings. You are no longer an ordinary person. You must remember this in order to clarify your path." After listening, Ottinger, she lowered her head in a somewhat lonely manner and said, "I understand." But afterwards, Shedding Dust touched Ottinger's head with his hand. Ottinger asked him what he was doing. Shedding Dust said somewhat affectionately, as a token of my brotherly affection, and then added. Ottinger covered her head, looking puzzled, while Shedding Dust explained, "It's a congratulatory gift for your foundation establishment." But Ottinger said, "I want you now, where are you?" At the same time, Pung-like Cloud Mist widened her eyes and said, "Young Martial Uncle is at Clouded Dream Lake?" She asked Chuyu next to her, as she heard Sky Winter Grandpa say that Sean the Cloudborn Martial Uncle goes to Mountain Gus Hind every day to scold and shout. She even thought Shedding Dust was there. Chuyu told her that Shedding Dust is searching for an item that may help reconcile the long race with us, as some people are not happy about it, and so his whereabouts are a mystery to outsiders. Although Cloud Mist injured the primordial essence and fell from the stage, this time she was inspired by the primordial essence spiritual chi spread by the sage Kan Wu. Not only did she recover her human form, but she also gained insight into healing-related cultivation techniques and made great progress, benefiting greatly from it. Therefore, Shui wants to send her to Shedding Dust and ask if she is willing. Cloud Mist said seriously, "Patriarch Cloud Mist is willing to go." On the other hand, Shedding Dust disagreed with Ottinger coming over to find him. Ottinger looked angry and asked him why. Shedding Dust inquired whether she knew where Clouded Dream Lake was at the moment. Ottinger, puzzled, and Shedding Dust replied, "In the southwest, deep within the 10,000 mountains." Ottinger was born with 6 fingers. But having 6 fingers was considered inauspicious. When she was just born, her mother cut off one of her fingers. But little did she know, Ottinger, who took a nap in the jade pool. Her severed finger grew back again. This matter. It all started from when she woke up at Jade Pool. Ottinger slept for 3 years in one go. The first thing she did when she woke up was to run to the Sea of Consciousness to find her brother. Ottinger originally wanted to ask him where he was so she could find him herself. However, Shedding Dust has to go to Clouded Dream Lake with Palace Lord Aomiao because of the mental demon oath. It means deep in the southwest 10,000 mountains. Shedding Dust doesn't want her little sister to take risks, so she absolutely forbids her from coming. Ottinger looks puzzled. Shedding Dust has no choice but to explain to her. She said, as the little ant, who caused this cataclysm, she is probably already on Celestian's special watch list. Although they may not be actively seeking to deal with this little ant, if she were to come knocking on their door herself, that would be considered provocation. Shedding Dust said that the entire 10,000 mountains are now controlled by the Celestian forces, and even the Skynet of Kunlun finds it difficult to infiltrate. They find it easier to kill her there than to kill a chicken. And even if she manages to find Shedding Dust alive, it would be like exposing his whereabouts to the Celestian. They would not be happy to see Pumlai make friends with Shedding Dust at the long race. Ottinger, would you be happy to see your brother lose his life? Ottinger then covered his small head, kept shaking it vigorously, and said, "I'm not going." Shedding Dust said, "That's great." But Ottinger timidly raised his head again and said, "I mean if—" "What if I won't be recognized?" She said I could disguise myself. After all, I have grown up quite a bit. Shedding Dust pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration, saying, "If it's not because you are neglecting your studies, then there must be something wrong with the Kunlun Disciple Academy." Later, Shedding Dust enlightened Ottinger, saying that cultivators have various tools and transformation pills that can easily change their appearance and are not difficult to obtain. Identifying a cultivator is not just about their appearance. Spiritual chi, soul, and spirit, their primary spirit artifact, and their way of acting are all ways to distinguish them, especially their own spiritual chi. The fluctuations of spiritual chi for each cultivator are unique, and there are various cultivation techniques or spirit artifact talismans that can be used for identification and recording. He said you have exchanged blows with them several times. Can you guarantee that it was not recorded? Ottinger said no. Shedding Dust said then stay away from the 100,000 mountains in the southwest. Ottinger said okay. Shedding Dust asked Ottinger to stay well in Kunlun and said, when the matters of the brothers are settled, he will come to find you. Ottinger nodded in acknowledgement. She then exited the sea of consciousness, feeling somewhat shocked when she saw a pool of golden lotus. She couldn't help but feel amazed. Her limbs had all grown back as if they were never severed. She felt no discomfort at all. She was even calculating in her mind how many spiritual stones this would cost. Just as she was thinking about it, she took another leap forward, but this time she didn't quite control her strength, almost stumbling and falling. She looked at her hands, feeling lighter and more powerful. Suddenly, she exclaimed, but just at that moment, a cough interrupted Ottinger was treasure-gathering Uncle Master. Ottinger knelt on the ground and asked Uncle Master, "Did you use gold lotus to heal me?" Treasure-gathering grumpily replied, "Stop talking nonsense." Ottinger looked up and sincerely said, "Thank you, Uncle Master. However, Later, she raised her hand and said, "Could it be that the healing effect was too good? I actually grew a sixth finger." Treasure-gathering widened his eyes at her hand, then let out a thunderous roar. "What new trick is this about withholding medical expenses? I'm determined not to be fooled. Spiritual stone, not even one less allowed? Not one less." Later, Ottinger ran to Drunken Sword Immortal and showed him her hand, saying that her 6 fingers were natural, but one was cut off when she was young, and it grew back after this treatment. Ottinger then asked Drunken Sword Immortal if there were any harms. "Just now, you told Uncle Master that it's about vein disorder and skeletal deformation." Drunken Sword Immortal took a sip of wine and said it's nothing, just trying to scare him, and added that there's no benefit to having 6 fingers, so he could trim it off if it bothers him. Ottinger looked helpless as Drunken Sword Immortal took a sip of wine and thought for a moment. He then said that having 6 fingers does have its benefits. It allowed you to successfully fleece a sheep from that stingy person, so it's enough for you to practice swordsmanship. After listening, Ottinger's eyes were filled with stars. She suddenly threw herself onto Sherfu's body. "Are you serious?" "Sherfu?" Drunken Sword Immortal told her not to mess around. "Don't mess around with me." "Ah! When has what Sherfu said ever been false?" "He handed over your spoils." Saying that, he took out a bangle and a pair of earrings from his arms. When Ottinger took this back, if it weren't for her being at the chi refining stage, Drunken Sword Immortal would have thought she had robbed a sect. According to the sect's requirements, disciples must hand over 1/10 of their gains to the sect. Drunken Sword Immortal has already paid this on her behalf. This bracelet is the beast-controlling bracelet, but all the spiritual beasts inside have died. Drunken Sword Immortal has also helped Ottinger sell them as materials. The earrings of this bracelet were also given to Otting. Drunken Sword Immortal said they are the main material for forging a sword. He has exchanged some of the contents in the earrings for Otting. Tomorrow, she can go to the Dan platform to borrow the tripod and have the sword forged before she goes down the mountain. Ottinger excitedly agreed, but Drunken Sword Immortal sighed and said, "I have decided to go to the Great Qin Dynasty." Ottinger replied, "Okay, since all the disciples must protect the mortal world, I will go to the Great Qin Dynasty." She said she is also a person of the Great Qin Dynasty, and she needs to go see her grandpa. If she had not been captured by Lady Long Venerable halfway, she should have gone 3 years ago. Drunken Sword Immortal said that it's a good idea. Almost the entire Great Qin Dynasty is under the Skynet, and even the Celestians cannot produce demons. Then he looked into the distance and said, "Throughout history, looking at the world, those who can provoke a bunch of enemies at the Foundation establishment, no chi refining level, are there only disciples at the divine transformation stage like you?" He then raised his large palm and patted Ottinger on the back of her head with a pat. He said, "You really make your master proud." He then picked up the wine jug and took a sip of wine. Ottinger stood shaking and rubbing her head on the side. Astronomical Song of Walking the Sky tells the story of siblings who were born of the same mother, yet their fates are as different as clouds and mud. They were separated from a young age. An Easterner named Peng Lai embarked on the long path of immortality with the immortal elder. An abandoned wasteland wanderer journeyed through the mortal world with the old swordsman. The siblings have been separated for over a decade. After enduring hardships, they may soon be reunited. Please present the latest episode of Astronomical Song of Walking the Sky. After shedding dust meets Ottinger in the Sea of Consciousness. The two of them then withdrew separately. Shedding dust is going to Clouded Dream Lake. Ottinger went to look for Sherfu. Now all of Sherfu's disciples are going down the mountain to protect the mortal world. Ottinger told Sherfu that she wants to go protect the great Qin dynasty. Sherfu has prepared the sword-forging materials for her and asked her to borrow a cauldron at Dan platform tomorrow. He told her to forge the sword before descending the mountain. At the same time, in the vast mountains of the southwest. The scenery here is picturesque, but it is stained with blood. A boy is leaning against a huge rock with blood still flowing from his legs, and this happens to be. Passing by, Shedding Dust saw the boy and asked him, "Are you injured, little brother?" The boy cried out in pain, and Shedding Dust, after checking on him, said it seemed like he couldn't walk by himself and asked where his home was, ready to take him back. The boy was moved to tears and he said, "Our village is just behind the mountain." On the way he asked, "Gracious Lord Brother, are you here to collect medicinal herbs too?" Shedding Dust asked, "Are there many people gathering medicinal herbs here?" The boy replied, "Yes, for miles around, the medicinal herbs in our mountains are the best." Shedding Dust said, "No wonder you speak Mandarin so well." The boy chuckled and said, "It's because my older sister taught me." Shedding Dust also asked him if there were many poisonous substances in the mountains here. The boy said, "There are indeed many poisonous substances, always mixed with medicinal herbs. In our village, many have died from them. Just now, if it weren't for gracious Lord Brother saving me, I would have become snake dung." A few people climbed over the hill, the boy said. "There, that is our village." At the same time, on the Kuenluandan platform, a little boy with an incredulous face said, "Ottinger Marshal Uncle, are you trying to have me take over the furnace?" Ottinger replied, "Yes, Senior Brother in charge said that many disciples have gone down the mountain recently and the Dan platform is crowded. Only your cave is still empty." However, the boy lowered his head in loneliness and said, "Before I defected from the Bailey clan to Kuenluan, I was the disciple of Bailey Meng Elder." Ottinger then asked, "So, you don't know how to craft tools?" The boy was stunned by these words and said, "Huh? No, I can." Ottinger smiled and said, "That's good then." Then she threw the jade pendant and the fingers all to him, saying, "These are the techniques and materials for refining the sword. I have prepared some materials, so be careful not to mess up the refining process." The little boy stared blankly at Ottinger. After Ottinger finished speaking, he was already sobbing uncontrollably, and he kept responding, "Yes, Ottinger Marshal Uncle." "But Ottinger can't stand seeing others cry," she said in a fluster. "Don't cry, I won't make you compensate for the materials." But the little boy kept apologizing. Ottinger said, "We haven't started yet. What are you apologizing for?" At this time, the boy on the other side, with his feet already bandaged, Shedding Dust said, "Don't get them wet. They will heal in about a month." The boy wanted to thank Shedding Dust by having his younger brother cook them a bowl of sweet soup, but Shedding Dust said there was no need and mentioned that they would leave soon. However, the boy looked terrified and said that if they couldn't stay for a meal, the uncles might come back and might break his other leg. Besides, he mentioned that the sun was setting, and it would be difficult to travel through the mountains at night. Shedding Dust looked around and said that the village was so quiet, it turned out that all the adults had gone out. The boy said, "Yes, there are those collecting herbs and those hunting. They only return home after dark." Shedding Dust asked him if they don't cultivate crops here. The boy said they used to, but later everyone felt. They make more money selling herbs to people from the mainland, so everyone went into the mountains to collect herbs. Now, the land has all been abandoned. Then he called out, "Minar," and told her to bring a red can of candy, and put a lot of it. At this moment, Shedding Dust seemed to have something on his mind. He looked at the setting sun in the distance. At the same time, the alchemy furnace on the other side was bubbling. Ottinger was concentrating intently, staring at it. At this moment, the boy by the stove said, "Quick, young martial uncle, please sprinkle a few drops of your vital blood now." Ottinger seems to be suspicious. She asked, "Vital blood?" The boy replied, "Yes, this will help you connect with the spirit artifact more closely and control it as if it were an extension of your own arm." She instantly struck a hand sign, and sword chi surged from her fingertips. The next second, she directly chopped off her own sixth finger. But this also caused her unbearable pain, tears streaming down her face. Her finger flew into the alchemical furnace. But the little alchemy apprentice beside her suddenly fainted. Ottinger grabbed him and asked what happened. "You need to control the fire." But the boy apologized and said, "I'm sorry, I feel faint." Just at that moment, the sizzling sound inside the alchemy furnace grew louder and louder. Ottinger was still staring blankly at the boy. But with a bang, the alchemy furnace exploded. At the same time, the bowl and shedding dust's hand fell to the ground, and both of them were spitting out blood from their mouths, unable to get up. And the rescued little boy. He, however, walked in carrying a knife. On the other side, the Kunlun Dan platform stove exploded, but the sword remained intact. The sword emitted a faint cold light, with its hilt shaped like a black lotus flower. Ottinger, the room where the two people were just staying and got blown up. But she stared blankly at the sword and said, "So pretty." "I am Ottinger. Ottinger who travels through the mortal world with Grandpa. Ottinger who cultivates at Kunlun Sword Pavilion with Sherfu. After sleeping for 3 years at Jade Pool, I finally woke up. The first thing I did was, of course, it is to go to the Sea of Consciousness to find my brother. But my brother told me that he was going to Clouded Dream Lake. The most annoying thing is that he didn't let me go with him. There's nothing I can do. After all, he is my older brother, so I can only obey him. At the same time, I also found something interesting. I grew a sixth finger. Master said I might be born with it. He also told me, during the 2 years when I was asleep, earth-shaking changes occurred outside. All disciples have to descend the mountain to protect the mortal realm, so naturally, I must go to the Great Qin dynasty. But I am currently lacking a sword. So I went to the Dan platform. The little Taoist child who refines swords told me that he needs a few drops of my vital blood to improve the sword's compatibility. I thought to myself, this request for vital blood seems insincere. However, 3 days ago, my uncle, who is a 7th rank Imperial Blade Guard, the mighty king of mouth strength, and he doesn't get along well with his sky realm. "What about you?" Su Qian, in a whimsical manner, asked. "What about you?" Just then, a flash of sword light appeared outside the house. The alien boy was carrying a crutch tree and a knife as he approached them. As a sword cultivator, all cultivation levels are focused on the sword. The meaning of a good sword goes without saying. High-grade flying swords can possess innate spiritual abilities, allowing the owner to easily practice spellcraft and achieve twice the result with half the effort. Ottinger used the infant Dan with wood element great cultivator resonance to make a sword embryo. She then cut off another finger and threw it into the Dan furnace. After mixing in the master's vital blood, an extraordinary sword with a spiritual charm broke through the air. Ottinger was shocked. She looked up at the sky where the sword with the spirit pattern was located and exclaimed, "So beautiful!" As she reached out and held the hilt of the sword immediately hummed. The spiritual treasure recognized its master, and in an instant, a beam of bright light shot up into the sky, leaving Ottinger in disbelief. The drunken sword immortal on the cliff drank alcohol, gurgling away. He also felt the power of sensing the world around him. He sighed softly. "The little girl is lucky." And this treasured sword has already reached the level of a celestial grade spiritual treasure upon its debut. Disciples came to congratulate. Congratulations to the Sword of the Great Feng for obtaining a top-notch weapon, an excellent disciple. At the same time, 2 bills from the Dan platform were sent, one for equipment wear and tear, and another for personal equipment wear and tear of the disciple. The deputy sect leader asked when the payment would be made, as owing debts had become a habit for the drunken sword immortal. However, drunken sword immortal just scratched his beard a few times and had no intention of responding. Right after, drunken sword immortal let out a big sneeze, unaware of being cursed at from behind. In the depths of the mountains, Shedding Dust and General Wu rescued a foreign boy who was attacked by a giant snake, but they were poisoned instead. The boy first poisoned them, causing both of them to fall unconscious. He then picked up a cleaver and started hacking indiscriminately at the 2 of them. Suddenly, Shedding Dust opened his eyes and grabbed his wrist. The boy was so scared that he screamed frantically. Shedding Dust asked why? Can you tell me why? The boy fell into memories and started to speak incoherently. Die. You mainland people should all die. Big sister died while pregnant. My father was forced to collect herbs and fell off a cliff and died. This is outrageous. And all of this was an illusion created by Shedding Dust using the Mirage Pearl. He wants to know what could cause a child to harbor such intense hatred. Later, they saw the scenes from the boy's dream. In the scene, the boy's father had just robbed a mainland merchant caravan and even made the tribal chief share the loot. General Wu asked, "Is this the Celestian influence on mortals that you mentioned?" Shedding Dust thought maybe it was, but everything they said was true. He did not discover any traces of the cultivator's involvement. General Wu complained, "Humans have always been killing each other. How do you plan to deal with this?" Shedding Dust said, "After the boy wakes up, he will forget about us. If we use the Mirage Pearl to intervene in the dreams of large groups of mortals and change their hostility towards people from the mainland, it might alarm the local cultivators. It's important for us to seek the clouded dream lake first. I will report this matter to Skynet in the hope of getting attention. After all, it seems like just a conflict among mortals." General Wu, on the other hand, does not care about these things. He just wants to finish things quickly and return to Long Palace to report. After all, the mortal realm is too dry for this fish. In the mountains and seas, a stream of light cuts through the waves and pierces the sky. The speed is so fast that the surrounding scenery all turns into blurry shadows. Spiritual sword Skyrending carries Ottinger and flies at an astonishing speed. "Ha ha ha, Skyrending, you are so awesome!" Ottinger excitedly shouts out. She looks into the distance and says to Skyrending, "We are heading down the mountain. Great Chen's capital is experiencing scorching heat." General Yen Li was peering inside while leaning against the wall. Here is Lin Manor, where he is searching for Lady Old Li to choose his betrothed, Lin Jinner. His sneaky behavior has made his subordinates look down on him a bit. Although the imperial decree is urgent, you shouldn't rush into marriage. You shouldn't stoop to the level of peeping over walls to gaze at other people's daughters. Yen Li asked him to shut up. At this moment, a maid came over to inquire, "May I ask if the one on the tree is Yen Li, the great General Li?" "My daughter said it's hot today, so the general should take a break in the pavilion to escape the heat." Yen Li had no choice but to pluck up the courage and go in for a cup of tea. Yen Li felt a little nervous when meeting for the first time. Unexpectedly, Lin Jinner directly cut to the chase and asked, "How about it? Is the Grand General satisfied with the appearance of your wife, who has not yet entered the door?" Upon hearing this, Yen Li spit out the tea that he hadn't swallowed yet, and was choked to cough repeatedly. He wiped his mouth. After calming down, he said that the Lin family girl from the capital was highly praised. There was no need to see her to know that she was excellent. Just this time, His Majesty urgently summoned me to pacify the southwestern border. I do not know when I will return. Can I return to Yen Li? This life has long been promised to the country. I just wanted to ask the girl if you are willing yourself. This time, Lin Jinner no longer had the joking intent in her eyes. she said firmly. Yin Li, you are the beloved one in your fiancé's heart, and also the hero in my eyes, Lin Jinner said. Ottinger is nibbling on a watermelon in a big tree at the Lin Manor. Yuchi next to him is playing with Skyrending and asking fifth senior brother, "Is this the person we need to protect?" I will follow the army to protect the general. You stay behind to protect his family members. Ottinger didn't understand. Aren't we here on Earth to find the evil cultivator? Yuchi explained that many worldly conflicts arise from kings and nobles, and most evil cultivators prefer to target them. We just need to protect ordinary people from evil cultivators and refrain from meddling in their affairs. Understand? Understood. Ottinger has long memorized this: cannot get involved in the mortal world, to avoid causing karmic debts and enmities. Last time, wasn't it you who caught me? Yuchi held Skyrending and said to Ottinger, "Congratulations, Skyrending is very impressive." Ottinger chuckled inwardly, feeling quite pleased. Later, Yuchi told Ottinger that he would help her pay attention to the materials needed for refining and upgrading the Skyrending technique of Venus Gung metal. This time going to the southwest, maybe they will even run into 4 senior brother. Maybe he already has them on hand. Ottinger is more concerned about where Lin Lang's senior sister is gone now. Yuchi's expression became serious. "Do you know what Skynet is?" Ottinger asked. "Is it the new one-way formation added to our disciple badge? It allows us to transmit any suspicious sights and sounds back." Yes, not only do most sect disciples in the Kunlun cultivation world possess that formation, but also many freelance cultivators. The myriad cultivators are like countless strands of spider silk, without distinctions of high or low, all converging towards one goal. And presiding over the heart of the web is Lin Lang's father, Kun Luan, the current sect leader and sigil-born immortal sovereign. In order to prevent Celestian from causing harm, the sect leader used the Kun Luan mirror to split himself from reality. He is now trapped in a place that even a divine transformation cultivator cannot find, thus forming a complete Skynet. Ottinger still doesn't understand the connection between this and Lin Lang's senior sister. Yuchi then said that Lin Lang's senior sister's mother is immortal, which is probably the only weakness of the sect leader. The sect leader has hidden her and Lin Lang's senior sister in the mortal world. None of us know their whereabouts. I see. Ettinger looked at the blushing Lin Jinner and asked, "So is she Great General Li's weakness?" Yuchi replied, "It should be. You must protect her." Looking at Yin Li's face now, it's as red as a monkey's buttocks. Ottinger said thoughtfully, "I also have weaknesses." Then she bashfully touched her head. "My weaknesses? It seems like everyone is better than me." Shedding Dust was invaded by the spiritual sense of the ancient great cultivator resonance when he was 8 years old. A dream of 1,000 years. He found his true self and successfully awakened by relying on his steadfast heart of Tao. At the same time, he also gained the 1,000-year memories of resonance. In order to save his 2 martial nephews, he made a deal with Long Race Palace Lord to help Long Palace find the ancient fiend beast Xianxia, the devouring serpent of doom from 3,000 years ago. And Xianxia, the devouring serpent of doom's habitat, is the clouded dream lake. Shedding Dust brought General Wu from Long Palace to a treacherous place. A group of corpse Yugwai were howling and rushing towards the 2 of them. General Wu swung his sword, and there was only a swooshing sound. A jet of water shot out, pushing them back. But gradually, the number of corpse Yugwai is increasing, emitting a disgusting stench of decay. General Wu covers his nose and yells loudly, "What the hell is this? Get the heck out of here!" Instantly powerful, oppressive presence. Freeze all the surrounding corpse Yugwai into ice. A group of bird corpses flying overhead again. Shedding Dust offered, "Let me do it." He then displayed the spiritual ability, Universe in the sleeve, with both palms facing each other to create a black hole. At this moment, the bird corpses began to bend down and charge towards the 2 of them. Shedding Dust spread his arms open, and the black hole suddenly enlarged, covering their heads and swallowing all the corpse Yagwai in the sky. Then Shedding Dust retracted the black hole. He clasped his palms together, and those dead objects instantly turned into ashes. General Wu was stunned. Can spatial spellcraft still be used in this way? Spatial annihilation power is currently my most powerful spellcraft. Shedding Dust said to General Wu, "This should be the land of severed spirit, also known as the land of death in the mortal realm. Here, many corpse entities are thriving, suppressed by the miasmal law of wood and water, making the fire element highly flammable. General Wu suggested bypassing this area as spiritual chi cannot be restored here, making it unsafe to rest, and one cannot persist here for long. Shedding Dust is based on the records of the ancient clouded dream lake where the immortals used to appear, and the analysis of the nearby local chronicles in the mortal realm. The shore of clouded dream lake is a place of death. Perhaps we are getting closer and closer to clouded dream lake." General Wu covered the mouth before the words were finished. Shedding Dust asked him with his spiritual sense what he was doing. General Wu gestured for him not to speak. Shedding Dust was stunned by the scene before him as soon as he looked up. Just saw a huge creature appearing not far away. This thing looks like a giant python, but several times bigger than a giant python. This thing is also a corpse entity, with its rotten body revealing its skeleton. Is that the carcass of Boss Snake? Shedding Dust and General Wu dare not show their presence in person, and can only communicate through spiritual sense. "Oh, there's someone on the snake's head. Can you tell the cultivation level?" "No. What kind of ghostly thing is this?" After the corpse entity moves away, Shedding Dust, the bookworm, starts educating General Wu about the records in ancient books. Some cultivation techniques mention that special cultivators may use a corpse entity as a spirit artifact for refinement. Ritually refining a high-level corpse entity is similar to a celestial-grade spirit artifact, possessing vast magical powers and being impervious to the elements. Due to this, cultivators hunt down other cultivators to obtain their remains. The Orthodox Immortal sect has been suppressing them for thousands of years, but it seems that there are still remnants lurking in this place. The Compendium of Strange Beasts records that boss snakes are born with a golden core cultivation level, even in their remains. Any cultivator who can control it must be very terrifying. General Wu was stunned on the side, saying, "Are you saying that we could accidentally end up becoming such creatures?" Shedding Dust reassured him, saying, "General, rest assured. I can incinerate you completely if needed." "What?" General Wu was just about to lose his temper when Shedding Dust gestured for him to stay quiet. Mountain Gus Hen yelled loudly at the cloud born on the mountainside. "Dead fox! The melancholy Peepa spirit! You dare to kidnap my junior brother, but don't dare to confront me?" Qingshu Chenjun and Gushin's fairies covered their ears one after another. Miao lay on the small island, speaking to the suppressed solitary Polona fairy below. "Look at the friends you've made, junior sister." Shrink-headed Terrapin. Sean the Cloudborn became more and more foul-mouthed, all in an attempt to lure Meow out and take the opportunity to rescue the solitary Polona fairy. At the same time, he could also cover up the whereabouts of Shedding Dust to the outside. But Meow is not fooled. She picked a white flower and said to it, "Even though Princess Ao Meow forced us to swear not to speak of what we saw and heard that day, I don't believe he doesn't know that without junior brother Gus Hen, I won't be fooled. I won't let him have a chance to release you. If Master is not around, senior sister will protect you." She was moved to tears by her own words. The sound of drums throbbed deep in the Mang Mountain. Lee Etherland squatted on a tree, looking down. An army appeared in the mountains. The leader rode a giant beast, continuously striking a drum with both hands. This was the recruiting team in the mountains. At the same time, the villagers inside the house were discussing with the tribal chief. "Should we not send anyone this time, Grandma? When facing the mainland people, which mountain does not send anyone?" On Mang Mountain, there are about 100 villages, both above and below. Is it not a problem if nobody goes? Grandma said calmly while puffing on her tobacco pipe. Not a single person needs to go out. We have already been generous enough by letting them pass through Mang Mountain. Everyone take care of their own tiny tot, and don't join in just for the fun. A villager expressed worries in their heart that we have lost the blessing of Lady Long Grandma and have not befriended those big families. How will we? Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Granny Ah, who said, "We have lost the blessing of Lady Long Grandma." The several people on the side were all very surprised upon hearing this. Ah, wasn't it said that Lady Long's grandma has already? Could it be that she is still around? Grandma slowly exhaled smoke, saying that in her dream, she told us to avoid this war. Just like my grandma, her grandma at that time, she is still blessing Mang Mountain. Lee Etherland sighed. He held Lady Long's token in his hand and said helplessly, "Fortunately, I have already advanced to the nascent soul stage, so dreaming projection is not something sword cultivators excel at." It turns out he disguised himself as Lady Long to project the dream to the old clan leader. Great Shin, the capital city. Lin Jinner sent a pile of delicious fruits to Lady Old Lee. The old lady smiled and said, "It's rare for you to be enjoying these delicious fruits while thinking of this old lady." "I just want you to come over and chat with me, that's enough," Lin Jinner said. The old lady said, "You have a wide knowledge and interesting way of speaking. If not afraid of bothering you, I would visit you every day." The old lady was a bit puzzled. "Not afraid of making Ah Yin mad. I've told you about him peeing and playing in the mud. What else do you want to hear?" Lin Jinner blushed. "Not those things. I saw in the newspaper that the situation in the southwest is tense, but it didn't provide details. I would like to hear your opinion." The old lady noticed that Lin Jinner was worried about her fiancé, who was far away on the front lines. She comforted her by saying, "Although Ah Yin seldom talks about the war, he sends a letter home every month to let us know he's safe. Don't worry, he's a good boy. The anxiety about the war is there, but in my opinion, most of it comes from the court." Lin Jinner caught on right away. "Are you referring to the party struggle between the hawks and the doves?" The old lady praised and complimented her. She is indeed a girl from the Grand Secretariat residence. The current Shin Emperor has not mentioned anything about ghosts or spirits since the battle 7 years ago. He has been diligent and conscientious, focusing on state affairs, which has led to a full treasury and a prosperous population in recent years. But the court is divided into two factions, the hawks and the doves. The faction led by the heir apparent believes that Great Shin has been suffering from barbarian enemies for a long time, and now is a time of national prosperity and strength. We should take the opportunity to defeat the enemy and ensure everlasting peace along the borders. On the other hand, the faction advocating for peace believes that peace should be prioritized, and utilizing strategies to win without fighting is paramount. Lin Jinner wants to inquire about the opinions of Lady Old Lee and General Lee. At this moment, Palace Eunuch Huang brought a message from the Emperor, requesting Lady Old Lee to come over. Lady Old Lee said to Lin Jinner as they walked, "Jinner, the Lee family will not have any thoughts. Civil officials die to remonstrate. Military generals die in battle. The Emperor's thoughts are the actions of the Lee family. Do you understand?" Lin Jinner suddenly grasped the meaning and said, "I understand." Lady Old Lee said joyfully, "The proudest thing in this old lady's life is that all my children are extremely clever." And what the old lady doesn't know is, at this time, his step-granddaughter Ottinger was squatting in a tree listening to their conversation. After listening, Ottinger looked confused. Although she understood every word, she couldn't grasp what they were talking about. Ottinger was originally a princess of the Great Chen dynasty. She was abandoned by her birth mother due to being born with 6 fingers, leading to a life of wandering and uncertainty. By a fortunate coincidence, she eventually entered Kunlun. She was taken in as the 6th disciple by the Kunlun sword of the Great Feng. After she descended the mountain, she went to the mortal world to guard the great Qin dynasty. What she didn't know is, the Lady Old Li she needed to protect is actually her maternal grandma, who has just received an imperial edict. She is ready to enter the palace to meet the emperor with palace eunuch Wang. Ottinger suddenly saw a familiar person. A one-armed man walked in, greeting the butler familiar to him. This person is Zhang Lu, who helped Ottinger kill Bai Li Ji. I heard that the Lin family's young lady arrived. He immediately had his younger brother bring a few people to closely guard and escort her back. The steward gratefully said, "These years, we have greatly relied on your thoughtfulness." Zhang Lu retorted, "What nonsense! My wretched life is all thanks to your mansion." Seeing an old friend, Ottinger showed a contented smile on her face. A huge creature on the Penglai mountain is moving with thunderous noise. Qingshu and Chunjun were stunned. "Senior sister, what is this?" Crimson was seen holding a small island with one hand, saying to them, "Aren't you collecting ancient books? I came across a small ancient immortal ruin in the East Sea, with a library that has restrictions to prevent violence. I was afraid it would be destroyed, so I brought it back directly." Qingshu didn't know what to say for a moment. "Thank you so much for your hard work, senior sister." Crimson, however, was very carefree. "As long as it's useful, it's fine. I'm going to Ying Province." Qingshu asked, "Are you going to look for Cloud Mist Jr., sister?" "Yes, to repay a debt." Back then, Cloud Mist used primordial essence to heal Crimson's injuries and transformed into spiritual grass. Now Crimson has the power to move mountains and part seas. It's time to repay the debt. However, Qingshu told her that Cloud Mist is no longer in Ying Province. "What?" Crimson widened her eyes in surprise. Qingshu continued, "She went to the great mountains in the southwest. Pure Jade Granduncle Master said her opportunities and great calamities are both there." Crimson was even more surprised. "Really? Letting her go alone? Oh no! By herself?" Qingshu added, "And Sky Winter Grandpa, that bird is absolutely worthless." "Stay calm, senior sister. After all, it's at least a 4th-grade bird." Great Qin Palace warmly welcomes Lady Old Li. "It has been a long time since we last met, Lady Old Li. Seeing you in good health puts my mind at ease. You are very courteous. Thank you for your concern, Emperor. You are truly timeless and evergreen through the ages, Your Majesty. A long life for a wise ruler is a blessing for Great Qin." The Emperor of Qin replied with a sense of shame, saying, "I have made many mistakes that have harmed the country. I can only hope to make amends in the rest of my life." Ottinger and Mingju are leisurely eating fruits and snacks on the beams of the palace. Ottinger exclaimed, "The palace turns out to be such a great place. Senior brother, you are so fortunate." Mingju quickly reminded, "You must not go back and tell Linlang." At this point, the Emperor began to get to the point. "Did General Li encounter any obstacles during the southwest march?" "Why do you ask, madam?" "Tell her that Lingnan Circuit submitted a memorial saying that the transportation of grain and grass is difficult. If the war situation worsens, we will have to conscript grain from the people." The memorial was filled with lamentations over the sufferings of the people and complaints about the hardships of war. Its prose was elegantly composed with parallelism and balance, stretching over several thousand words. The old lady nodded and said, "So that's how it is." She then kneeled down to thank the Emperor for honoring the virtuous officials throughout the country. Emperor Chen asked in confusion, "What does this mean?" The elderly lady explained that although Aoyan never mentioned military matters, he often wrote about the scenery of the southwestern region in his family letters. He mentioned, "The southwestern Qin tribes live in mingled settlements, oft beset by discord. Governance there is extremely difficult." Local officials, on the other hand, painstakingly enlightened the barbarians on farming and trade like unraveling hemp fibers. "You bestow heavenly grace and enable local autonomy, allowing every household to live in peace over time, with everyone well-fed and clothed. Is this not a natural barrier between my great Qin and the barbarian lands? The Qin Emperor smiled satisfactorily and said, You are indeed sincere. Aren't you afraid that I will truly stop the warfare and end the livelihood of your grandson? Lady Oldley replied with great poise, What nonsense is the Emperor talking about? There will come such a day, your Majesty. Do not doubt him as a rebel. Qin Emperor laughed heartily upon hearing this and reassured her. Relax, it's enough for a weak ruler to reign temporarily. Ottinger on the beam still could not understand what they were talking about. He asked Mingzu's senior brother if he could understand what they were talking about. On the other side, Shedding Dust reported his observations and doubts in the southwestern mountains to Skynet. The southwestern 100,000 mountains truly deserve to be called boundless and primeval, with dense forests, endemic diseases rampant, vast expanses stretching for thousands of miles. No wonder various geographical records fall short and are accurate only to about 1/10. It is indeed a place beyond one's reach. Ordinary people live scattered in the southeastern border of this area. They mostly worship deities and ancestors from generation to generation based on their Gu cultivation level. Cultivators are more deeply involved in the mortal realm. One point that concerns the minor Dao is that the mountain people have a deep-seated animosity towards the mainland people. Even children hate that they cannot crush the mainlanders to dust. They have not yet found any traces of cultivators intervening. Provoking mortals to fight each other is what the Celestians want. Immortal sovereigns should take note of this and be mentioned here. The second point that concerns minor Dao is that they only encountered a few cultivators from the southwest mountains on this trip. Is it too suspicious? Although most of the mountain gates of Gu refining are in the deep mountains, minor Dao deliberately avoided them on this trip. But this is also very unusual. The day before, I discovered a site of Gu altar here. From the degree of vegetation and building damage, it seems that it has been abandoned for only a few decades. The spiritual qi is abundant, with no trace of disaster. The cultivators who left this place did so calmly. It is unknown where they went or if it is related to the scarcity of cultivators in this area. Minor Dao hurried on this journey, unable to delve deep into the matter, so I can only report what I have seen and puzzled over to the immortal sovereign. And ahead, minor Dao will enter a desperate situation, unsure when he will be able to get out. If unable to contact for a long time, please report to immortal sovereign at Pumlai, worries about trivial matters. Immortal sovereign toils away, as the reflection of the artifact in the bronze mirror fades away. Sigil-born immortal sovereign speaks to Sean the Cloud-born in the shadow of the curtain, saying, This is the most recent piece. Your junior brother reported back months ago that the death ground cannot be replenished with spiritual qi. It is common for people to cut off the supply of spirit artifact spiritual qi, let alone you personally guarding his soul lamp. You should be reassured, Sean the Cloudborn said. That kid is cautious by nature. I'm not worried. It's just that I need to seclude myself to break through the middle soul separation stage. I hope Immortal Sovereign can take care of things for me. Sigil-born Immortal Sovereign, nitpicking here and there. You guys really don't treat me as an outsider. Sean the Cloudborn then replied with a smile. Master, dare to leave us behind to die. Isn't that not treating you as an outsider? The speed at which he advanced also surprised Sigil-born. How long did it take you to advance to soul separation? Everyone is being chased by celestial tribulation, but you are actually chasing after celestial tribulation. Are you so confident? Sean the Cloudborn replied, Not really. Since Sherfu said the answer is in the sky, I will search in the sky. Sigil-born looks at Sean the Cloudborn with a firm and fearless gaze. He stood frozen in place. After a moment of silence, he praised, Very well. Leave the trouble on the ground to us useless old fellows. Meanwhile, the situation on the southwestern front. Yanli and the Great Mountain have reached a ceasefire and reconciliation. The mountain people gratefully said to Yanli, You could have taken advantage of us when we were sick, but you saved us instead. You are our benefactor, The Great Mountain doesn't harm benefactors. Please accept our gratitude gift. The chief promises that as long as you are here, we won't come to the mainland. Yanli also saluted them with a hand on his chest. These are gifts prepared for the warriors of the Great Mountain. Our emperor is willing to make a promise. If you keep your promise, we will never set foot on the Great Mountain. The Great Mountain is the first tribe to show goodwill towards Yanli. This is thanks to the prescription that Cloud Mist gave them. This prescription not only cured the soldiers and civilians of the whole city, but also subdued the barbarians. And Yanli is under pressure to give them medicine. He believes that with the first one, more tribes will come to seek peace and medical help. In this way, he can strive to end the war before summer and pacify the border issues. At the same time, Cloud Mist is angrily muttering in the dark. What plague? It's clearly caused by the goo insects. Those goo cultivators are too evil. If it weren't for me passing by. The cultivators from Kunlun are really useless. Achoo! Being inexplicably framed by Yan Li's Yuchi, I sneezed. However, Sky Winter Grandpa Cloud Mist seems puzzled. Why does Sigil-born Immortal Sovereign ask me to only treat those from the Great Qin dynasty? Of course, it is to help them reconcile. The old Golden Hawk has seen through everything and praised it. Wow, truly worthy of being the most compassionate Immortal Sovereign. If I had to think about so many things every day, I'm afraid I would be bald by now. But little Cloud Mist bluntly pointed out. But you don't think about anything every day, and you are still losing hair. Golden Hawk immediately became anxious after hearing that. Nonsense! I am the most handsome man in Ing Province, with a glorious beard. Cloud Mist suggested he be more cautious to avoid attracting poisonous fiend beasts. Golden Hawk angrily retorted, Do you think Golden Hawk is a pushover? 7 years ago, corrupt officials were in power in Great Qin, causing government affairs to be neglected. That led to the invasion by the barbarians. The capital city was turned into ashes. Fortunately, Oettinger used the power of a cultivator to strike and repel the enemy, preserving the foundation of the Great Qin dynasty. Since then, the Qin Emperor has turned over a new leaf, diligently attending to state affairs with a conscientious and dedicated attitude. The current Great Qin has a full national treasury and a prosperous population. Autumn fades and winter arrives. In the blink of an eye, the imperial capital has turned into a snowy land. The fragrance of plum blossom spreads in the cold air. Lin Jinner picked a branch and took a deep breath. She only felt the faint and refreshing fragrance penetrate her heart and lungs. She brought this branch of flowers to Li Manor and placed it in a vase, which was praised by Lady Old Li. This white plum with green calyx is truly rare and elegant. It is better than any incense. Lin Jinner got interested all of a sudden. Really? Then I will come to pick them every day. The old lady smiled and said, Can you spare your gardener? Oh, your little hand is freezing cold. Come here and warm it up. At this time, Oettinger, who is responsible for protecting the two people, is squatting on the roof eating sweet potatoes. 2 little birds flew to her head to keep warm. Lin Jinner and the old lady chatted while baking pastries. She mentioned that the emperor had led all the officials to worship at the imperial ancestral temple these days, causing the capital to feel quite deserted. They should be returning to the capital soon. The elderly lady also remarked, Indeed, the new year is approaching, and preparations must be made. The gossip-loving Lin Jinner asked, I heard that this time the heir apparent has already caught the emperor's attention for the main offering ceremony. Lady Old Li disagreed. The emperor is still in his prime. It's too early to speculate on which imperial prince will inherit the throne. The heir apparent is impulsive. I think the emperor intends to temper the heir apparent for a few years. Lin Jinner asked again. Madam, there are rumors that the emperor consumed an immortal peach that can extend his life for a full sexagenary cycle. Is it true? Madam nodded. The imperial physician said the emperor is healthy. Living past the expected lifespan will not be a problem. Unexpectedly, Lin Zhenou burst out laughing after hearing this. She playfully said, "Doesn't that mean the heir apparent will have to live to a ripe old age?" The old lady looked at her displeased. "Did you really have to say that?" Lin Zhenou coquettishly replied, "But we are currently in your presence, aren't we?" The old lady sighed and said, This child, I never noticed before that you were so mischievous." Lin Zhenou quickly changed the subject. "Old lady, try this honey-dipped pastry." As she spoke, she stuffed a piece of the pastry into the old lady's mouth. While the grandfather and granddaughter were still bantering on the other side, a dramatic change was brewing. Outside the ancestral temple, blood stained the white snow. The palace eunuch guarding the temple lay in a pool of blood. Looking inside the room, it was also in a mess. The overturned wine glass on the ground, the heir apparent looked crazy, muttering, "But I don't want to be the heir apparent until old age." On the roof protecting Qin Emperor, Mingzhu was about to make a move, but was stopped by a person in white clothes with white hair, wearing a pink fox mask, leisurely saying, Hey, what do you want to do? You wouldn't want to interfere with the normal change of dynasties among ordinary people, would you?" Mingzhu had no choice but to give up. The next second, Qin Emperor collapsed on the ground with blood flowing from his 7 orifices. The old heir apparent slowly closed his eyes and said, "May the Emperor rest in peace." "Do not be angry, Your Majesty. Long live the benighted ruler. It's a disaster for the country." The mysterious figure on the roof looked smug. I said, "Have you been aloof for too long that you have truly forgotten what mortals are like? It's about actions, not just appearances. I haven't done anything wrong." Night has come in a blink of an eye. A lone figure hastily dashed into Li Manor, catching the attention of the old lady who stared at the person. "Could you repeat that?" Palace eunuch Huang wept as he said, "The Emperor has passed away, and the heir apparent has committed regicide. He poisoned the loyal palace eunuch Huang managed to escape at all costs. He disguised himself as a commoner and blended into the capital city. He had just arrived outside Li Manor when he was spotted by the heir apparent's spies. Thanks to the rescue by Zheng Lu, he managed to save his life. He only wanted to deliver the decree of acting cheaply to General Yan Li. He told the old lady that Emperor had said before his death, 'As long as the house of Li stands, the realm remains at peace.' The altar of Great Qin has been handed over to the old lady." Miss Li suddenly felt a great sense of responsibility. She immediately ordered Zheng Lu to quickly deliver this decree to Miss Lin Zhenou at Lin Manor. "You must protect her on her journey to the southwest to look for her husband, without any mistakes. Zheng Lu has been assigned, but he is worried about the safety of the elderly lady." The elderly lady decisively urged him to hurry away, while Ottinger outside the room was hesitant. "Both of them need my protection. Which side should I choose?" In a moment, Zheng Lu has prepared the carriage. He instructed his little brother not to pack luggage, just bring some money and set off. Ottinger took out the Kunlun disciple badge and wanted to inquire about senior brother Mingzhu's whereabouts. Such a big change must have been reported to the sect leader. "There are many fellow sect members in the capital, so I will go with you to the southwest." Upon thinking about this, she immediately rode her sword to catch up with the westbound carriage. Lady Oldley in the house is still asking Palace eunuch Huang, "Did the Emperor leave any clear instructions about what should be done after his passing?" However, the eunuch said that the incident happened suddenly, and the Emperor did not leave a single word. Originally, it is only natural for the heir apparent to ascend to the throne. However, if he really gains power now, this old servant of mine will be the first to not acknowledge it. Lady Oldley said that if the heir apparent commits such evil deeds, I'm afraid he must have planned it in advance. The escaped eunuch and several imperial princes, including yourself, may find it difficult to escape disaster. Palace eunuch Huang, however, fearlessly stated that he is a slave of the Emperor, and that his life and death are tied to the Emperor. He said that without the Emperor, he wouldn't live much longer. "Madam, please hand me over." Lady Oldley said that even if the eunuch is willing to sacrifice his life, she would prefer a more advantageous arrangement. She then began to plan strategically. Currently, only the Prince of Fu, who has not yet been granted a fief, is in the capital. She instructed Palace Eunuch Huang to go to the Prince of Fu's residence to report the matter to him and seek his protection. She also mentioned that she would dispatch multiple groups of people to inform all the imperial princes of the situation regarding the fief. Lady Old Li's eyes are keen. We cannot let the heir apparent Great Chen, who has killed his father, fall into his hands. We must break his advantage now. Let us leave the rest to the means of the imperial prince and fate. The carriage sped on without stopping in the wind and snow. Ottinger closely followed along as well. Zheng Lu shouted while driving, saying to Miss Lin, "If you're feeling unwell, don't push yourself." Looking at Lin Jinner in the car again, her face was pale, and she was being tossed around inside. The maid advised, "Miss, you should take a rest." Lin Jinner kept retching non-stop but insisted on continuing. Zheng Lu asked her to relax her mind first. The road was clear all the way, but she still had some worries. We are using the general's residence's route guidance. How could there not be any heir apparent in the Imperial Guard along this road? It would be bad if they realized it too late. We need to quickly run to a place beyond the reach of the heir apparent. At this time, a tea shed appeared ahead. Zheng Lu suggested that we rest and sing first. Ottinger sensed a dangerous atmosphere. She wondered what she should do if there were pursuers. If it's not a cultivator, can she take action? Would that be considered interfering with the changing of a mortal dynasty? Upon second thought, it's best not to ask for now. Asking would be knowingly committing an offense. The Emperor ate the immortal peaches given by the immortal. He can live to be 100 years old. The son watched himself become heir apparent, but couldn't wait to reach old age. He planned to kill his father and seize power. With a poisoned drink down his throat, Chen Emperor bled from 7 orifices and died. Faithful Palace Eunuch Huang risked his life to deliver the decree of acting on the cheap to the great general's residence. Lady Old Li immediately ordered the knight Zheng Lu to take Miss Lin to the southwest to search for her husband. She asked him to deliver the decree to the Grand General Yen Li. Zheng Lu and his party rode non-stop to hurry forward. When everyone ran until they were tired and the horses were weary, they finally saw an inn. After asking, the shopkeeper said they had hot meals available. They ordered 2 bowls of plain noodles and 4 baskets of large meat buns. The small remote shop was inevitably crude. Zheng Lu picked up a cloth and wanted to wipe the table again. The younger brother told him not to be busy. "Let us do it." Lin Jinner's maid also disapproved and said, "Miss, how can this tea be drinkable?" Miss Lin, however, was not bothered by it, being away from home. She just made do with it. Zheng Lu noticed that Miss Lin was feeling a bit cold and asked the shopkeeper to add another basin of charcoal fire. Just then, a scruffy-looking little boy walked up to Lin Jinner. He pitifully said to her, Sister, please give me something to eat." The shopkeeper saw it and grabbed him fiercely, saying sternly, "I kindly spared you, but you ran to the front to ruin my business." Kind Miss Lin stopped the shopkeeper from making things difficult for him, and she even wanted to give him her own bowl of noodles. Just then, several masked men descended from above in a flash. Between lightning and fire, Zheng Lu swiftly moved and flipped under the table to block the attacks. At the same time, 2 long knives came down directly, splitting the table into 3 pieces. The shopkeeper was frightened silly, but the kid was still picking up the fallen buns. Zheng Lu shouted loudly, "Take Miss Lin and go first." Then he single-handedly held back several men in black. The younger brothers protected Miss Lin and the maid as they withdrew. Ottinger was unable to help, and could only crouch on the roof to watch the battle. She secretly thought in her heart, Uncle's skills are not bad, he can be considered an ordinary master among mortals. At this moment, a voice came from behind. "Chen Otting, Daoist friend Ottinger." Her heart tightened. She turned around to see a person standing in the snowy field in the distance. Upon closer inspection, her pupils suddenly contracted. The person was none other than the mastermind, who had caused her serious injuries and made her unconscious for 3 years. The person was also stunned. Then she coldly chuckled. "Oh, have you learned your lesson?" Ottinger thought to herself. Sure enough, if I had agreed just now, she would have fallen into the path of this cultivator again. Before going down the mountain, Drunken Sword Immortal had warned Ottinger. The person used the cause and effect spiritual abilities at the Foundation establishment stage to unleash such powerful spiritual abilities, most likely leveraging the subtleties of the law of cause and effect. Attinger then asked how to deal with it. Drunken Sword Immortal said that calling your name is to see if you respond. If someone calls you from behind, don't just respond indiscriminately. That person then pretended to cover their mouth and said, let me guess. You should have already learned from the master that Immortal Melting Cage belongs to the cause and effect type of spiritual abilities, right? Ottinger can tell that the person in front of her has already reached the Golden Core cultivation level. Even if she doesn't want to admit it, she is not his opponent. While she was lost in her thoughts, Yuji called out again, "Hey, Chen Otting!" Ottinger unconsciously responded in her heart. Suddenly, a dense swarm of goo insects swept in. The goo insects immediately enveloped Ottinger once again. Ji felt very pleased and said to her, "Tell you what, now that it's settled in my heart, it can be considered settled." But the next second, her expression suddenly turned serious. With a loud noise, Immortal Melting Cage completed the strangulation and slowly came to a stop. Yuji stared at the thing inside and clicked his tongue. She should have known earlier that the substitute scarecrow made by the old ancestor for that spendthrift has also fallen into her hands. She had advised the old ancestor early on not to spend effort and nascent soul materials to make a one-time use spirit artifact at the chi refining stage, but ended up benefiting their archenemy the most. With a sharp cry, she crumpled the straw man into a ball. At this moment, she saw the carriage in the distance moving away below, and started to smirk again. How do you say, Han people, in English again? Correct. Man can escape the person, but not the problem. Ottinger emerged from underground at a pasture 100 miles away, frightening the sheep into scattering and fleeing. Ottinger gasped for breath and said with distress, "Boo! Another Earth Convergence talisman is gone!" The skyrending on her back buzzed discontentedly. Ottinger sighed and said, "It's no use being unwilling. We really can't beat them. And she has more important things to do now." Then she took out the voice transmission talisman, concentrated and listened quietly, and heard the sound of rolling wheels. Luckily, she had previously pasted the voice transmission talisman under the car. The carriage is still moving, so they should be safe for now. She then thought, "Can I go back now? That guy is probably guarding Miss Lin and waiting to catch me." She scratched her head again. Should I go get reinforcements? At this moment, voices of a few people came from the voice transmission talisman. At this time, Zheng Lu, despite being injured in many places, still insisted on forging ahead. The younger brother asked, "Boss, would you like to take a break?" Lin Jinner also asked to stop the car, and went up to snatch the reins. Zheng Lu shouted, "What are you doing? Stop to wait for the pursuers?" Upon hearing this, Ottinger could no longer stay out of it. She gritted her teeth and said to the flying sword, "Skyrending, let's go back." Meanwhile, Mingzhu is reporting to the sect leader. The cultivator with the fox mask, who goes by the name Verdant Hill Kong Konger, claimed that she was just kindly reminding the disciple of his foolishness. The disciple reviewed the matter repeatedly, and indeed did not find any evidence of the cultivator's involvement. Therefore, the disciple had no choice but to hastily report this matter and ask the sect leader to make a decision. Heir apparent Chen has already taken control of the civil and military officials who accompanied the emperor to the ancestral temple. Disciples are closely monitoring this situation. The sigil-born immortal sovereign is pondering and contemplating the current situation, which is intricate and complicated. He is constantly listening to information from the mortal world. Prince of Fu declares to the world as heir apparent prepares to overthrow the ruler. He intends to invite the Eastern Army into the capital to suppress the rebellion and support the emperor. Heir apparent accuses Prince of Fu of bribing the court officials to poison the emperor. Prince of Fu, relying on his connections with external households, has taken control of Luo capital. The third imperial prince has locked himself within his fief and refuses to come out. Verdant Hill, the northern D tribe is facing a severe drought and is still observing the situation. Nothing important is happening in the southwest. Sigil-born immortal sovereign, after careful analysis and scrutiny, I still couldn't find any clues. What exactly do you want to achieve? Not just to increase my workload, right? On the other side, Zheng Lu and his group encountered another wave of killings. The bodies of the thieves were lying scattered about in the snow. The younger brother gasped heavily and said, "These thieves really bite hard." After Zheng Lu sheathed his long sword, he said to the younger brothers, "This bridge is too narrow for the carriage. Take Miss Lin and go ahead. Let's manage to enter the city first and then change vehicles. He will stay here and bury the bodies and the carriage on this side." They have agreed to meet at the inn in Qing Prefecture, Old Zhao. The younger brother is worried that the pursuers will catch up soon and urges him to hurry. Zheng Lu replied, "Rest for a night. If you don't hear from me, don't wait. I can catch up with you on my own as I walk faster." Lin Jinner was also very worried after hearing this. Lord Zheng Lu is already inconvenient. Can he be left alone? The younger brother was unwilling to hear this. "Miss, those words should not be spoken. The boss is more capable than ordinary people." Miss Lin also felt that she had spoken out of turn and quickly said. But as soon as he turned his head, the younger brother screamed, "Boss?" Lin Jinner was also stunned when she turned her head. Before his eyes was a sea of fire. The younger brother hoarsely shouted, "Boss, what are you doing?" Disciples of the Kunlun sect must not be contaminated by the mundane world. Nor should they provoke karmic debts arising from enmity and affection. Ottinger, the mortal protected on orders, was chased by thieves. She was unable to use the power of a cultivator to assist. Even worse, she herself was being relentlessly pursued by her archenemy. She watched as the fate of the person she needed to protect hung in the balance. Old friend Zheng Lu also suffered serious injuries. Fleeing Ottinger gritted his teeth and decided to return. At this moment, Zheng Lu set fire to the bridge to cover the retreat of the others. He intends to hold off the pursuers with only one arm each. The younger brother on the opposite bank shouted hoarsely, "Big brother, what are you doing?" In the blink of an eye, the bridge was ablaze. Zheng Lu shouted loudly at the crowd on the opposite side of the bridge, "Get out! All of you, just get the hell out of here!" Lin Jinor hurriedly asked them to go put out the fire. The younger brother, upon seeing the situation, decided to prioritize the overall situation and tearfully said to Miss Lin that he had offended her. After saying that, the younger brothers picked up Lin Jinner and put her on the horse's back. They spurred the horse and galloped away quickly. Lin Jinner was still weakly shouting, "Wait! You can't leave Grandpa Zheng Lu behind!" Zheng Lu heaved a sigh as he watched the crowd leave. "I didn't want to either," he muttered. "These bastards are truly shameless." Zheng Lu, dragging his wounded body, stood proudly in the midst of the flames. In the distance, several figures could be vaguely seen slowly approaching him. He gripped the handle of his knife as the long blade was unsheathed. He waited quietly for them. The leader in black spoke first. "May I ask if you are Zheng Lu, also known as Golden Blade, the Justice Seeker?" In the martial world, everyone respects you for sacrificing an arm during the siege of the Northern D tribe. I also respectfully call you Sir Lu. Please don't make things difficult for us money managers. Zheng Lu acted decisively without fear. No need to be polite. I can also hold my own against the enemy with this arm. Hero? That's too much. But a good man? That I am. He looked at them with a cold, stern gaze after he finished speaking. With a click, the crossbow of the person in black was already loaded. The imminent battle is about to begin. At the same time, Lin Jinner and his group are still galloping on horseback. Yu-Ji squatting on top of their heads, waiting for the hare to run into the tree. She is waiting for Ottinger to fall into the trap. Suddenly, she felt a fluctuation of spiritual power from the suspension bridge in the distance. She was secretly delighted. Immediately, she turned around and rushed towards it. Just then, Ottinger swooped down like a god of war, protecting Zheng Lu with one hand. The other hand chopped off the incoming big knife. The next second, Yu-Ji also arrived on horseback and released a swarm of goo worms from his fingertips to bite towards them. Ottinger quickly applied talismans to herself and Zheng Lu. The golden armor transformed by the talisman blocked the attack of the goo insect. Those black-clothed individuals were not so fortunate. In the blink of an eye, they were fiercely bitten by the goo insect. Shortly afterwards, Skyrending swiftly fled with Ottinger and Zheng Lu. The group of goo insects also pursued them relentlessly. Ottinger couldn't dodge in time. In the blink of an eye, they were already surrounded. The beetles were chirping and hitting the armor. Ottinger protected Zheng Lu with his body, but was hit hard and spat out a mouthful of blood. The insects entwined tighter and tighter. Ottinger's face showed a hint of smile and said, "Senior brother, you're up." Yu-Ji stood dazed in place, looking at her in confusion. Suddenly, she felt everything go black in front of her. A dark giant hand appeared above her head, its powerful oppressive presence causing her pupils to suddenly contract. With a sharp sound, the giant hand slammed her heavily onto the ground along with the tree. The palm wind generated by this blow also sent Ottinger flying out. She used both hands and feet to friction against the ground to stop her body. Shortly after, that big hand rudely dug Yu-Ji out from the mud. Shake the dirt off her body. Ottinger widened her eyes as she looked at the person in front of her. Wow, it turned out to be a senior sister. The person in front of her was indeed a powerhouse, having advanced to the level of Dharma body with 4 arms grown. Using just one hand, she easily crushed the opponent of the same level, who was Yu-Ji. She grabbed Yu-Ji as if catching a bug, and looked at her expressionlessly. Yu-Ji asked in a bewildered manner, "Dear Daoist friend, we have no grievances or enmity between us. Why use such heavy-handed methods against me?" Crimson said that I was just passing by when I received a mission from Skynet, mentioning that there is a goo cultivator slaughtering mortals in this area. It's quite a coincidence that I stumbled upon the scene as soon as I arrived, don't you think? Yu-Ji had a puzzled expression upon hearing this. Slaughtering mortals? Looking back, Ottinger had a mischievous grin on her face as she stared at her. No need to ask, it was indeed Ottinger's scheme to lure her in. But it is said that those mortals were indeed all killed by Yu-Ji. Yu-Ji is busy explaining about the accidental injury this time. I can explain below? Speaking halfway, but interrupted by Ottinger. Venerable, do not listen to her sophistry. You saved me, but I dare not ask for your name. Please do not reveal it either. She has a skill called cause and affects spiritual abilities. When she calls it, her mental abilities will be affected. I don't know how many sinister tricks she still has. It's better to talk to her less. No. Can I explain? Yu-Ji wanted to speak again, but was silenced by Crimson with a talisman. Perhaps she felt it wasn't enough, so she just wrapped up her whole self. Go explain to Kunlun if you have something to say. Then she said to Ottinger, "Hey little girl. I will personally escort this person to Kunlun. You take care of yourself." After saying that, she turned around to leave. Yes, Venerable. Ottinger expressed gratitude towards Crimson's back. The junior, Kunlun sword cultivator Chen Aning will definitely repay this kindness. Crimson replied with a smile. Okay, I'll remember that. After Crimson left, Otting gently tapped his finger and called out, Skyrending. The next second, Skyrending sensed the summon and emerged from the ground, protecting Zheng Lu. Otting muttered sadly, 2 golden armor talismans and 1 escaped talisman, both gone again. Including the previous grass puppet, the mission has just begun, and the life-saving guy has already shown his true colors. Suddenly, she noticed that something was wrong with the person she was holding, Zheng Lu. She looked down and saw that her hands were already covered in blood. She quickly turned Zheng Lu over. Just then, a crossbow bolt was deeply embedded in Zheng Lu's chest. Uncle? Ottinger was thunderstruck. Her only acquaintance in the mortal realm now was this uncle. She burst into tears and said, Oh, uncle, hold on. I will take you to Kunlun, she said, as she was about to lift him up. At this moment, fresh blood gushed out from Zheng Lu's mouth. After a violent bout of coughing, he wheezed and said, What's the point of all this? My arteries are cut off. Then a slight smile crept onto his lips as he intermittently asked, Hey, Nier, you are not mortal right now, are you? Can you bless Great Shin, so that they do not go to war anymore? Attinger couldn't help but shed tears when she heard it. Zheng Lu sensed Ottinger's discomfort. Haha, then bless Miss Lin to find Yin Li smoothly. Yes. Ottinger nodded with tears in her eyes. Zheng Lu smiled happily, then another mouthful of blood gushed out from his mouth. He weakly said to Ottinger, After your family's patriarch executed my father, our family was looted clean by the victims. Later I heard from my mother that the old man dug into his own pocket and left 10 gold pieces, saying, You are an orphan with a widowed mother. Life is not easy. Raise your child well, and don't become a villain in the future. After saying this, Zheng Lu's eyes revealed an indescribable calmness. He said nonchalantly, Ha! I have traveled this world and it's not a loss. Ottinger cried like a child. She is the only acquaintance she had in the mortal world. Her uncle, who helped her kill Bailey Ji in her childhood. In the end, she was still unable to protect him completely. On a cold, snowy night, the dim lanterns outside the inn swayed in the wind. Lin Jinner is roasting by the charcoal fire, looking anxiously outside. At this time, the younger brother came over and said, Miss Lin, the carriage has been hired. We will leave at the hour of the rabbit. Once you are ready, you should rest early. Upon seeing Lin Jinner remaining silent, the younger brother spoke again. We have already rested 2 nights longer than originally planned. We should hit the road sooner. The 2 brothers are afraid that the elder brother will scold us to death. The eldest brother has always been reliable in what he says and does. If he says he will come after us, he will never go back on his word. Lin Jinner finally spoke after hearing these words. Really? The younger brother nodded firmly. In the snowstorm, Ottinger silently guarded them. This is also the last exhortation Zheng Lu gave to her. She asked with a sense of desolation. Skyrending, what should this immortal do? My heart is full of killing intent, but I don't know whom to wield the sword against. Shedding Dust was invaded by the spiritual sense of the ancient great cultivator resonance when he was 8 years old. A dream lasting 1,000 years. He regained his true self and successfully awakened with the firm heart of Tao. At the same time, he also gained the 1,000-year memory of resonance. He set a mental demon oath to help Long Palace find the ancient fiend beast Shangyu, the devouring serpent of doom from 3,000 years ago, in order to save his 2 great martial nephews. The habitat of Shangyu, the devouring serpent of doom, is the clouded dream lake Shedding Dust. He brought General Wu of Long Palace to the depths of the 100,000 southwest mountains. After crossing the land of severed spirit, they finally arrived at a vibrant place, only to see lush vegetation and vast blue waves in front of them. Shedding Dust was shocked by the surrounding scenery. Here and the desolate dead land seemed to be 2 extremes. General Wu's face was full of horror. Could it be that I was too thirsty for water for too long and brought forth a mental demon illusion? Easily frightened, he immediately revealed his true fish head appearance. Shedding dust, however, calmly said, "Bring that thing out." Soon after, General Wu took something out of his backpack. It was a crystal clear and shiny piece of armor, suspended in midair, glowing brightly, sensing the surrounding spiritual power. Shedding dust said firmly, "That's right. Here is where Xianxia, the devouring serpent of doom, resides." General Wu was very surprised to find out that this is indeed a piece of Xianxia's shell. Shedding dust was speechless. "General, did you not believe in minor Tao?" General Wu nonchalantly said as he collected the armor pieces, "If I can't find Xianxia, the devouring serpent of doom, I will eat you. It'd be fair game." Shedding dust was even more speechless. Would Long Palace allow cannibalism? A disloyal cultivator does not count as a human being, General Wu mentioned as he put on his backpack. Speaking of which, Long Palace used to have a piece of armor to warn of the approaching Xianxia, the devouring serpent of doom. It was lost during a heaven and earth annihilation, and the Four Seas Palace Lord searched for it in sorrow for thousands of years without any leads. "Why did you find one so easily? It's more like it was placed there by you," Shedding Dust casually replied. "That is a piece of armor I knocked off Xianxia, the devouring serpent of doom. I didn't have time to pick it up at the time." "What?" General Wu was shocked and lost color upon hearing this, revealing his true nature. He opened his mouth wide, almost swallowing Shedding Dust. Shedding Dust hurriedly added, "It was in a dream." Then he calmly said, "Hurry up and recover. We still need to cross the dangerous territory and return. Isn't the general thirsty?" The quality of this water is top-notch. As soon as he finished speaking, General Wu had jumped into the pool, enjoying replenishing his moisture. He praised the pure water for its refreshing taste and rich vitality. Shedding Dust was also puzzled upon hearing this. Originally thought to be a dangerous and treacherous place, Clouded Dream Lake turned out to be such a good place to visit after all. The devouring serpent of doom, Xianxia, is indeed an ancient fiend beast of extreme toxicity, where no plant can grow. After staring at the little bird in his hand for a moment, he suddenly had an epiphany and said, "So that's how it is." The next moment, the lush green grass around him suddenly withered away, and the little bird scattered and fled. Shedding Dust. Suddenly the truth dawned on me. I once believed that the poison of Xianxia, the devouring serpent of doom, was annihilate life. Looking back now, I believe steal life would be more appropriate. After saying that, he opened his palm and released the green vitality that had just been taken by him. The grass instantly turned back to its lush greenery, and the birds flew back. Shedding Dust murmured, "This also explains why there are so many lifeless areas outside Clouded Dream Lake, and why Xianxia, the devouring serpent of doom's dwelling place, became Clouded Dream Lake." At the same time, he also realized the profound truth of the transformation between life and death, flourishing and withering. General Wu in the water witnessed the scene just now, his face full of shock. He wiped the sweat off his head, and couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration for this cultivator, whom he used to look down upon. He sighed and said, "I finally understand. Why would the palace lord give up his innate dragon-long talent and spiritual abilities just to learn the step-by-step cultivation of a human cultivator?" Shedding Dust curiously asked how General Wu meant by that. General Wu, as he absorbed the spiritual qi in the water, explained slowly that the palace lord, as a pure-blooded descendant of the true dragon-long lineage, she awakened several spiritual abilities related to thunder and water since birth, making her stand out among the long race across the four seas. As she grew older, she became more distressed. She said that the power of bloodline is both a blessing and a shackle. Princess Ao Miao told her that these spiritual abilities and Taoist spells are innate talents, which she has never learned or understood deeply. We, as the most powerful beings in the world, cannot comprehend the world. If I want to try a different path from what is predetermined, this powerful body of Long is a cage. Then she really found a way, sealed her Dharma body, and started Tao cultivation from scratch like you. Hearing this, I can't help but admire the admirable character of Venerable Ao Miao. General Wu, however, disagreed and said, "Anyway, I can't really relate. I was originally a Wuji fish in a cold pool. It was only after mistakenly ingesting the rune pearl that my spiritual intelligence awakened. If I were born as a dragon, why bother cultivating a Tao that cannot ascend? Why not just enjoy a peaceful life for tens of thousands of years? The only formidable enemy we have is the rare Shangyu, the devouring serpent of doom, who may not even be able to find our palace lord. It's great that she came looking for General Wu. She leisurely eats small fish while asking, 'Hey, should we bring Palace Lord back with us? Would that dissolve your mental demon oath?' Shedding Dust sighed and said, 'It should.' With the mental demon oath in place, our cultivation progress has slowed down significantly." Upon hearing this, General Wu became displeased, saying, "I can't stand it when fiends who can break through even in the land of severed spirit talk like that." Shedding Dust replied nonchalantly, "But just the middle golden core stage. Now the cultivation level is still too low." At the same time, sleeping on the southwest side of Great Shin, the Deputy General reported to Yan Li that all the generals have taken their respective positions. The command from the general can be carried out immediately. Yan Li urged everyone not to be careless. These are treasures and exotic beasts and rare birds offered by dozens of tribes to the emperor. Significant in meaning, the journey is long. Don't let anyone with ill intentions tamper with it. Encountering those who demand bribes at the checkpoint, don't confront them directly. Keep a record of it, and we'll settle the score later," the Deputy General said. "General, rest assured. Among your brothers following you, who can't adapt as needed." Yin Li detected the sarcasm in his words and cursed. "You brat." He hadn't finished speaking when a young general arrived to report. General the Great Mountain came to ask for reinforcements. It turns out General the Great Mountain's mountain is surrounded by a large number of poisonous snakes and insects, which have surrounded the fortress. These poisonous creatures are large and numerous. The chief could only send out the strongest warriors to break through and seek help from Yan Li. Yan Li immediately agreed to lend them the giant crossbow, but the deputy leader had doubts. "Shouldn't we send scouts to investigate first, General? Lending the ballista to the barbarians. Are you trying to repeat the mistake that angered the ministers last time?" Yan Li reassured them and decided to personally bring the giant ballista rockets to assist the Great Mountain. The vast mountains in the southwest are full of ravines and valleys, where demonic beasts roam. Mortals have relied on the protection of Gu cultivators for generations to thrive. However, with the infiltration of Celestians, strange occurrences have been frequent in the mountains. The Great Mountain is surrounded by huge poisonous creatures and has no choice but to seek help from Yan Li. Yan Li strives to make peace among the mountain residents and end the conflict as soon as possible. He personally brought giant crossbows and rockets to assist the Great Mountain. In the military camp, the Deputy General and the Grand Minister were barbecuing and chatting. The Grand Minister said to the Deputy General, "This is like spending a fortune to buy a horse's bone. This time he is supporting the Great Mountain. He also aims to let the people of the 10,000 mountains see the military power and goodwill of our army. The Deputy General, however, feels that this is still too risky. What should we do if it's a trap set by those savages?" Just then, as they were speaking, a soldier walked in and reported that there is a woman outside the camp seeking an audience with the general. She claimed to be the general's fiancée. Fiancée? Everyone was shocked to hear this. The Grand Minister hurriedly went to meet her. The sudden arrival of the young lady caught them off guard, as the camp did not have proper accommodation for family members, and the barracks were simple and inadequate for the young lady. Lin Jinner couldn't help but ask, "Where is the general now?" She saw the Grand Minister hesitating and stammering a bit. Lin Jinner hurriedly explained, "It's not that I have behaved improperly. There is indeed an important matter to report to the Grand General, mister. If you don't believe me, just see the Grand General once, and you will know that in such a large military camp, why would I, a young lady, be a concern? The Grand Minister, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, Miss, please don't be upset. The Grand General is truly not in the camp at the moment. What do you have to say? I can have a messenger deliver your message to him. Upon hearing this, Lingener said, Then please have the messenger take me to see the Grand General. She then bent down in a bow and said, Thank you so much, old mister. This young lady is infinitely grateful. The Grand Minister quickly returned the gesture and said, Oh, please, please. General is indeed away fighting on the front lines. The military situation is urgent, and the road is rugged. We absolutely dare not let the young lady take any risks. He also said that the express horse has already set off, and the general will soon know that the young lady has arrived. Please rest assured. Lingener, after hearing this, also knew that she could not force it any more. She simply said, Fine, and then said to the Grand Minister, The 2 gallant men who brought me here are also old friends of the general. Please take good care of them. The Grand Minister bowed and said, Miss, please rest assured. He then stepped back and left. Lingener looked at the edict in her hand with a worried expression on her face and said, I thought everything would be fine once I arrived safely in the army camp. A major change is imminent, but the general is not in the camp. What should we do? In the southwest mountains, demonic beasts are appearing frequently. Here, Cloud Mist and Sky Winter Grandpa also encountered an attack by a giant bat. Just as everyone was panicked, something happened. A sword light flashed by, and the demonic beast was directly split in half. Accompanied by the moonlight, a figure in white appeared. This young man in white robes is Lee Etherlin, one of the 4 disciples under Kunlun Drunken Sword Immortal. Lee Etherlin looked at Cloud Mist disdainfully and said, Just a chi refining stage brat. Stop wandering in the depths of the 10,000 mountains. Sky Winter Grandpa angrily said, You brat! Can't you see I'm here? Cloud Mist politely asked, Are you Lee Etherlin Venerable? Lee Etherlin, feeling puzzled by how Cloud Mist knows her, replied, Yes, I am. Cloud Mist then said, Sigil-born Immortal Sovereign gave me your spirit pattern, said that if I encounter any difficulties, I can seek help from you. Upon hearing this, Lee Etherlin felt relieved and replied, Oh, then you can be a little arrogant. Old Golden Hawk, on the other hand, dissatisfiedly retorted, Aren't you the arrogant one? After the younger generation, in Province Cloud Mist, was introduced by Sky Winter Grandpa Cloud Mist to Lee Etherlin, he inquired, Venerable, have you sensed any recent abnormal activities of demonic beasts while guarding this place for a long time? Lee Etherlin asked in return, Abnormal? In what aspects? Cloud Mist expressed his doubts. Other than the demonic beasts that enjoy consuming humans, they usually avoid approaching human settlements. Especially moon-roaring bats, which have certain requirements for cultivation sites and spiritual chi. It's not common for them to migrate in groups from deep in the mountains to human territories. Lee Etherlin stated that there were no traces of being controlled found on the 7 demonic beasts he killed within the past 2 months. Cloud Mist thinks this is very abnormal. Were there so many demonic beasts here before? How could beastly creatures change their behavior without external forces? Upon hearing her words, Lee Etherlin also sensed something unusual. I thought it was because the original guardian here had fallen. It turns out that demonic beasts would not appear here. Then he bowed down respectfully. We sword cultivators are only good at fighting, and know nothing about demonic beasts. What are your thoughts, young friend Cloud Mist? Old Golden Hawk is still grumbling on the side. You just can't see me, can you? Stinky sword cultivator. Cloud Mist expressed that they want to inspect this moon-roaring bat first. She also asked Lee Etherlin and Sky Winter Grandpa to help catch some other types of demonic beasts. The Great Mountain on the other side. Yen Li's crossbow rocket is already in position. After a fierce attack, the poisonous snakes and insects scattered and fled. The army successfully captured the west riverbank. Yen Li immediately ordered to set up fortifications on the upstream, instructing to wash the ground with petroleum and sulfur before setting up the construction, and cover the mouth and nose with medicated cloth to prevent epidemics. The old tribal chief gratefully said, "We have all our sweet wine and cured meat kept cold. Take a break. Our descendants should also take a break." Yen Li is also very polite. "Old master, you should go and rest first. The attack tonight is almost over." The old master praised. "Your napalm and giant crossbows are so powerful that we couldn't even break through. When you guys arrived, you took control of the mountain top." Yen Li said, "It was my first time fighting against this kind of enemy. Does this kind of thing happen often in the mountains?" But the old master said, "Out of the tens of thousands of mountains, only a tiny bit belongs to us. They are the true owners. Deep in the mountains, there are fiends that have lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Without immortal blessings, how could we possibly find a place to live peacefully?" Yen Li was surprised. "Is it the work of an immortal?" The old village chief chuckled and said, "I know you mainland people don't believe it." Yen Li, however, thoughtfully said, "It's not entirely impossible. Although I'm not too sure, I may have truly witnessed immortal techniques." He couldn't help but recall the scene of Ottinger exterminating foreign invaders several years ago. Yuchi, who was responsible for protecting him, thought to himself, "Could it be that I forgot to apply the forgotten talisman on him?" Suddenly, his pupils dilated. At the same time, a signal flare rose in the distance. Yen Li was startled. What happened? Yuchi muttered to himself and immediately advanced with his sword drawn to confront the Yogwaichi. The myriad mountains displayed numerous supernatural occurrences. For thousands of years, the demonic beasts lurking in the mountains seemed to have been driven by a mysterious force to leave the mountains and encroach upon human territory. Yen Li just helped the great mountain break through the encirclement of poisonous snakes and insects. He immediately saw the warning signal coming from a distance. That was sent by soldiers setting up construction works upstream. And their fleet is currently under attack by a huge demonic beast. This fiend emerged from the water and instantly overturned several bamboo rafts. The soldiers frantically shot crossbow arrows at it, but couldn't harm it in the slightest. A deputy panic-strickenly asked a villager beside him, "How do we defeat this monster?" The villager, even more panicked, responded, "Why are you asking me, huh? I have no idea, mate." The deputy asked, "Isn't this your specialty?" The villager replied, "Special thing, is it? You mocking me? This bloody thing's bigger than Snowden, like." As the fiend heavily smashed into the water's surface, everyone was shaken and fell into the water. The deputy, realizing he was sinking due to wearing armor, quickly took it off. The villager hurried over to help. The next second, both of them stood frozen in shock. Fiend had silently arrived in front of the two in the next moment, locking eyes with them. Surprisingly, it had a face resembling that of a doll. It could also emit a cry similar to a baby's wail. Yen Li, who was on his way, also heard the crying. Where is the baby crying from? The horse, upon hearing this sound, was also frightened and whinnied incessantly in place. Yen Li urged the old village chief to hurry, but the old village chief said, "Go back. Tell all the kids to go back. It's a ghost doll. Someone's going to die." At the same time, in the military camp, Grand Minister Mr. came to Miss Lin to remind her that some wild animals had entered the camp, resulting in several soldiers being killed or injured. "Please guard the gate well, and do not go out these days." The maid replied, "Okay, thank you, Grand Minister Mr." Then she went back inside the house and asked Miss Lin, "Did you hear that? It's really scary. The southwestern region is too dangerous." Lin Jinner calmly said, "Don't worry, as long as there is no war, the military camp is the safest place." But as soon as the words fell, there was a loud sound outside the house, sounding like something had fallen. The maid was so scared that she quickly jumped onto Miss Lin, trembling as she said, "Me, Miss, did you hear that? Something has fallen. Lin Jinner was also a little frightened, but she still wanted to go out and take a look. The maid shouted, "Miss, please don't!" Lin Jinner reassured her. "Don't be afraid. It sounds like something non-living." At the same time, outside the house, Ottinger lightly touched Skyrending with her fingertips, turning it into a stream of light that flew back into the scabbard. She had just killed a large spider. Then she thought calmly, "With me here, of course it's safe." When they saw the two girls who opened the door, they were so scared that they screamed and huddled together, making a fuss. Ottinger was puzzled by their reaction. In her eyes, it was just a spider with a slightly larger body. Could it be that they also know this is a demonic beast? If not for that faint trace of Yogwai Chi, I wouldn't have recognized it as a demonic beast. Later, she comforted herself saying, "Anyway, it's just a first rank. It doesn't matter if I can't recognize it." The patrolling soldier, who heard the noise, rushed over and was also startled. "How could there be such a huge spider here?" "Is it the one that has been causing trouble in the camp these days?" Quickly asked Dr. Lin to come and see if this thing is poisonous. Ottinger, upon hearing their conversation, dragged his chin and analyzed. It seems they haven't seen this thing before. Also, first-rank demonic beast is not easily encountered by ordinary people. Then she looked towards the distant mountains and wondered, did it come from over there? She remembered Shedding Dust telling her that he was deep in the 100,000 mountains. The last message in the Sea of Consciousness was, "Brother, I won't be able to enter the Sea of Consciousness for a while. Focus on cultivating, and don't wander around. Do not worry." Ottinger couldn't help but feel worried. What happened deep in the depths of the 100,000 mountains? The great mountain Yen Li and the old chieftain arrived on the other side, just in time to see that the demonic beast had been killed by Yuchi-Yi's formation shattering. The old chieftain, filled with horror, saw the fiend, and it is said that deep in the mountains there are ghost dolls. Hearing their cries, humans and animals will have weak legs, birds and insects will fall to the ground, and sweet water will turn into poisonous water. No one has ever seen it survive. So it turns out it looks like this ghostly figure. Yen Li asked the deputy general next to him, "Isn't it supposed to be immune to weapons? How did you guys kill this thing?" The deputy general said, sneezing, "Report to the general, it may have been frozen to death." Frozen to death? Yen Li looked puzzled. The deputy general continued, "I thought I would surely die when I saw this object fallen into the water. But somehow a chill came from nowhere and froze it in place. Look, there's still a thin layer of ice now." Yen Li stared at the body of this demonic beast for a long time and felt something suspicious. Even though it's the depths of winter, where did the frost come from in the southwest mountainous area? I'm afraid there may be more powerful monsters around. He immediately gave the order to keep the fire burning all night without resting. After the deputy went down, he asked the old patriarch again, "What harmful insects or monsters in the mountains can cause cold chi?" The old tribe chief said that there is a kind of toad that can freeze its prey and store them in a cave. All black, ice-cold, and stiff, quite formidable indeed. Yen Li immediately passed on the order to beware of the toad's chilling power. Yuchi-Yi, dressed in black, turned pale when he saw Yen Li. He felt humiliated and was itching with anger. In the depths of Mang Mountain, the aura of Yao Chi permeated as Li Etherlin and Sky Winter Grandpa collected various demonic beasts for Cloud Mist to inspect one by one. Only to see Sky Winter Grandpa unfold his tall and mighty figure, and then he carried back a large snake in his mouth. Li Etherlin said to him, "Cloud Mist Dao's friend, stating that 3rd grade and below demonic beasts are enough. You can enjoy any extras yourself," Sky Winter Grandpa grumbled. It sucked the big snake into its belly like a noodle. Li Etherlin commented, "You are actually just hunting for food, aren't you?" He then went on to say, "You returned just in time, and it seems like Cloud Mist Little Dao's friend's condition is not quite right." "What?" Sky Winter Grandpa was shocked and his body immediately returned to its original size. When looking at cloud mist in the distance, things indeed feel a bit off. She looked pained after examining the last Schwan to a turtle, and then weakly collapsed forward. Lee Etherland flashed over and embraced her. Sky Winter's grandpa also flew over nervously and shouted, "Cloud Mist, what are you doing? You dared to use third-grade demonic beast soul search. Do you still remember that you are a chi refining stage cultivator? And are you not afraid of being backlashed by these unopened spiritual intelligence beasts when you soul search them? If the sea of consciousness gets infected with madness, it will be quite a challenge for you." Lee Etherland picked up Cloud Mist and flew into the air to avoid the intrusion of those demonic beasts' divine souls. Cloud Mist gradually woke up. She grabbed Lee Etherland's sleeve with her small hand and said, "Chaotic and frightened, wanting to escape from the 10,000 mountains, wanting to replenish more flesh and blood. First-rank demonic beast follows instinct. I can only sense this vague intention. But occasionally, I am able to see some images from the third-grade demonic beast. The boundless land of severed spirit is filled with endless dead creatures and giant carcasses, as well as even more powerful beings startled from the depths of the 100,000 mountains. Cloud Mist is trapped in the perception of the demonic beasts, unable to see any glimmer of hope. She looks at Lee Etherland with a melancholy expression and says, "Venerable, if we don't intervene directly, how can we protect immortals?" It is said that immortals should not get involved in worldly affairs. If Tao cultivators intervene in mortal affairs, we will disrupt human order and disturb cosmic laws. However, a terrifying force has emerged in the 100,000 mountains, carrying demonic beasts from deep within the mountains, swarming out to devour mortals and compete for territory. If cultivators do not intervene, this situation will continue. With only mortal strength, how can one withstand the surge of demonic beasts? Yin Li leads the army into the great mountain to rescue the mountain people. It seems that there are more and more toxic substances in the mountains. Groups of venomous snakes and poisonous bats are attacking, and even the giant crossbow rockets cannot stop them. Yin Li can only fight fiercely with a long spear against the giant snakes. They are on the verge of not being able to hold on any longer. A cold ice sword chi swept over. The sword chi froze all the poison in front of Yin Li. No need to say, it's Yu Chi making a move in the dark again. Yin Li looked confused at the glacier behind him, wondering if that toad had come out again. Just then, the vice-general reported, "General, several allied mountain strongholds to the west have come seeking help. They said they were surrounded by a large number of insect beasts in the mountains, their supply lines cut off long ago, their fate unknown at the moment." Yin Li tightened his grip on the silver spear in his hand and remained silent for a moment before giving orders. "Notify the old leader of the stronghold to take the elderly, weak, women, and children to retreat from Ningzhou's City Heaven Fire Battalion with the Great Mountain. Escort them back to the city with the rocket giant crossbows. Upon returning to the city, immediately organize the city's defenses. The city has high walls and solid defenses, making it easier to fend off attacks from insects and beasts." Yin Li decided to lead himself and the cavalry, along with the strong men from the mountain villagers, to search and rescue the survivors from other strongholds. All individuals will return to Ningzhou City within 10 days as the deadline. The deputy general hesitated and said, "But General, we haven't informed the governor of Ningzhou yet. It will be difficult for you. What if he gives you another difficult task?" Yin Li replied, "We can't worry about that now. The beast horde is coming from the west. If we can't defend against it, it won't be a human war anymore." In a small courtyard of a rural farmhouse, Wanwan absent-mindedly drying herbs. She, who has not seen her husband for a long time, is full of worry in her eyes. And her husband, Sigil-born Immortal Sovereign, is currently presiding over the Skynet headquarters, discussing countermeasures with the other Immortal Sovereigns in the organization. At this moment, the demonic beasts brought out from the 10,000 mountains are devouring and fighting over territory. Is Skynet going to intervene? How can we protect immortals? These questions have sparked endless debates among everyone. Dao's friend Gold Surge Cliff believes that we cannot stand idly by. This accident is likely the work of Celestian. How can we just let it go? Dao's friend Chuyu Mountain has a different opinion. Currently, there is no evidence of Celestian's involvement. However, there is evidence of many Gu cultivators, who are loyal to Celestian, fleeing from the 10,000 mountains. The 10,000 mountains were already a place where demonic beasts roamed freely. It was only with the help of Gu cultivators that humans were able to thrive in this area. It is possible that the departure of Gu cultivators has led to the current surge of demonic beasts. Both sides exchanged words and engaged in a philosophical discussion like this. If it is truly as such, then we must not overlook the law of cause and effect that we have created. The conflict between the animal kingdom and humanity has existed since ancient times. Human dynasties have changed hands frequently. Would our intervention not disrupt the celestial Tao? These are demonic beasts, not ordinary animals. When faced with opposition at Chuyu Mountain, they would ask, "Then please share your insights, Daoist friend from Gold Surge Cliff." Gold Surge Cliff immediately proposed to unite with various immortal sects to enter the mountain, eliminate the Yogwai, and restore peace. Chuyu Mountain sneered and said, "Indeed, a major sect like yours is willing to sacrifice so many disciples." Gold Surge Cliff asked back, "And what great insight does Chuyu Mountain's Daoist friends have?" Chuyu Mountain suggested that everyone contribute resources to set up a great formation around the 10,000 mountains to trap the demons inside and let them self-destruct. However, this proposal was immediately met with opposition. Setting aside the difficulty, are we also going to let those mortals fend for themselves and perish? Chuyu Mountain said that they have been supporting the Gu cultivators all year round, but the Gu cultivators have been abandoned. What does it have to do with us? Gold Surge Cliff sneered and asked, "How are you any different from Celestians?" Chuyu Mountain replied, "It's ridiculous. They are just full of empty talk about benevolence and righteousness, but in the end, all they want is to use the lives of low-level disciples to fill up those spiritual chi holes." Daoist friend, by creating such karma, aren't you afraid of attracting a great calamity from mental demons? Both sides draw their swords, ready to confront each other head-on. A maidservant ran into the military camp, crying and shouting, "Miss, something bad has happened. Miss." Lin Jenner asked, "What's wrong?" "Ah, so scary. The barbarians have broken in. Let's escape quickly. Men, women, young, and old, everyone is screaming in terror." She said she wanted to pull Miss Lin away. Miss Lin, however, was confused. "Men, women, young, and old? I'm going out to take a look." At this moment, Grand Minister Mister's voice was heard. "Is Miss Lin here by any chance?" After Grand Minister reported the situation on the front to Lin Jenner, he comforted her, saying, "In a few days, the Grand General will be able to return. Miss, please rest assured. It's just that the camp is currently in a state of chaos." The old man thought of sending the young lady to Ningzhou City first. The old man needs to bring the engineers over to reinforce the city defenses. After that, the army will also be stationed there. Lin Jenner, puzzled, asked why the Grand Minister, after ordering the barbarians to retreat to Ningzhou City, brought the elderly and young to the camp. The Grand Minister helplessly said that he didn't deceive the young lady, and that the governor of Ningzhou has always been at odds with the general. The general is taking action first this time. The Lord Governor was displeased and did not open the city gates. The old man is going to bring the tribal chieftain to apologize when he goes there. The exceptionally intelligent Miss Lin deduced that the front line must have become extremely dangerous, hence she suggested that we all retreat into the city. Ningzhou City may be the final stronghold against the enemy. Later, he said to the Grand Minister, "If you are worried that the governor will go above you to report directly to the Grand General and act independently, the higher authorities may not pay attention to it, so relax for now." The Grand Minister noticed that there was more to her words, so he asked her to make it clear. Lin Jinner looked out the window with a serious expression and said, "Mister, have you ever thought about it? As a noblewoman of the Grand Secretariat residence, why did I travel thousands of miles alone to come here?" The Grand Minister was suddenly shocked and pale. Could it be? Lin Jinner's emotions also became stirred up, causing the cup in her hand to topple over. With tears streaming down her face, she said, "There is chaos in the imperial capital, and I can only discuss the details with the Grand General. I don't know what the imperial capital looks like now, nor the well-being of my parents, siblings, and elderly relatives. I also do not know the ultimate outcome of this war. I only know that the Grand General is the pillar of Great Shen, and this camp and Ningzhou City are the foundation of the Grand General." She then bowed deeply to the Grand Minister and said, "Please, mister, help to guard for the Grand General." The Grand Minister quickly helped her up and said, "Miss, please get up quickly." Lin Jinner lowered her head and pleaded, "Mr. Ningzhou, you can only save one person. There is no time, even if it means using extreme measures." The Grand Minister nodded. "I understand. I will take on this heavy burden." At the same time, after a fierce debate, Sigil-born Immortal Sovereign calmly summarized, "At present, the top priority is to figure out the cause of the beast uprising and where those Gu cultivators have gone. I have already started investigating. Before I verify it, only track it and take no action." Then he made a bold decision. He ordered the disciples of various immortal sects to assist mortals in resisting the surge of beasts. Those who help without seeking credit will not be punished. When this statement was made, all the immortals were shocked. What does the immortal sovereign mean? Since ancient times, they have been detached from worldly affairs. How much cause and effect will this stir up? Does the immortal sovereign want to disrupt the celestial Tao? The sigil-born immortal sovereign calmly said that the celestial Tao has long been in chaos. Celestian dares to decide. Why wouldn't I dare to let mortals participate in their own destiny? What is the difference between immortals and mortals? If a Tao cultivator wants to enjoy the life of mortals having children and happiness, that would affect one's own luck and fortune. However, Kunlun sect leader sigil-born immortal sovereign. He wants to be with his wife for a lifetime, just like an ordinary person. He intercepts his own luck and sets up a concealed chi and illusory form formation in a small village. He concealed the entire village. Now he is fighting against Celestian. Sigil-born immortal sovereign resides in the Skynet Center, isolated from the mortal world. This small village has become his only weakness. Sigil-born immortal sovereign's daughter Linlang transformed into an ordinary girl and came to the village. Her task is to hide herself and her mother. At this time, Linlang is showing his leg to an uncle. Uncle asked, "Can this bandage be removed?" Linlang checked and said it could be removed. The lady next to them warmly said, "Girl, have a sip of sweet soup first. No rush." At this time, an uncle came over and asked, "What's wrong with my brother?" The old lady replied, "He fell and injured his leg when he went up the mountain." "Brother Deshang, have you come back from selling goods?" After hearing that, Deshang quickly replied, "Oh, it's better not to go up the mountain recently. There are wild animals everywhere that can harm people." The county has posted notices saying that soldiers will be organized to patrol the mountains. We shouldn't be alone and end up feeding the wolves. Linlang asked in surprise, "Uncle, are we from this county?" "No, I heard the neighboring county Deshang is even worse," he said proudly afterwards. "Our village is peaceful in the surrounding area for 10 miles. The good feng shui in our village is true. We have good weather every year, with no harm from wild animals." Linlang feels that something is fishy and is lost in thought. In recent years, the weather has been good, the mountains and waters are beautiful, and there is no shortage of prey for wild animals, so why would they still harm people? Regardless, my father used the long vein to set up the formation key and arrange the heaven-spanning fate-deceiving illusion formation. Although its main purpose is to graph the chaotic cause and effect threads and evade the pursuit of the almighty being who is good at divination. He also set up a series of concealed qi and illusory formations for blessing, longevity, dispelling evil, and transporting various types of formations. Although more so, it is to intercept my father's luck. But accumulating bit by bit, it will still affect the fortune of the long vein in the end. Thinking about the national fortune of Great Qin in recent years is a bit uneasy, so the old man noticed that she was in a daze. He asked again, "Lin Lang, can the doll be taken apart today?" The old lady scolded, "Old man, why are you rushing for?" Lin Lang came to his senses and said repeatedly that she could help the old man remove the bandages. After that, she reminded him not to go into the water in these few days. Later, she lifted the bamboo basket and walked back home. Along the way, she kept thinking about discussing whether to make adjustments with her father. Father is now supporting Skynet on his own. I can't help at least don't cause trouble. She remembered her father's instructions: hide your mother, and yourself is to hide Dad's biggest weakness. Lin Lang, raise your head. The glaring sunlight shines through her fingertips. She stares at the sky, missing the fellow disciples thousands of miles away. For senior brother's sword chi is fully recovered or not. A stinky kid is following senior brother Mingju. Otherwise, it would be a tough task to complete. Ottinger should have come out of the pond. By now the little girl must not be willing to stay in Kunlun obediently. She will definitely make trouble and go to the battlefield. So long no see. Will you still remember senior sister? Damn it. I also want to fight side by side with you all. The mastermind behind the plot to harm Ottinger on the other side has been arrested and taken to Kunlun. She is greeted by the cruel interrogation of the 10,000 goo devouring body. Ironically, this is also the tactic she is best at using on others. After enduring a round of gnawing, she, deeply heartbroken, was very confused about why I am still alive. The law enforcement elder across the table, sipping tea, quietly said that the illusory realm of Kunlun's soul-binding and refining realm is fake, but the suffering of the 10,000 goo devouring body is real. Starting from the feet and legs, the bones of the four limbs, internal organs like the heart, liver, and lungs are slowly gnawed clean by insects and snakes. Regenerate flesh and blood and start all over again from the head. If you don't want to speak, we can repeat it 1,000 or 10,000 times. Until the sea of consciousness collapses and your divine soul ceases to exist. Before that happens, we should probably do some soul searching. In the illusion, Yuji kept vomiting blood, panting heavily, and struggled to speak. My name is Yuji, a cultivator from Mang Mountain Immortal Falling Cave. Chen Otting killed my junior brother and took away half of the sect's savings. The ancestor is furious and has ordered me to pursue the enemy and recover the goods. I do not know what the grand shamans have planned. After Lady Long fell, we at Mang Mountain were no longer trusted. The law enforcement elder recorded, while asking why you all moved away from Mang Mountain. Yuji answered, "Afraid of the anger of the grand shamans." Elder asked again, "Where should we move to?" "I don't know." He said that he wants to move away from the 100,000 mountains and find a place where they won't be harmed by demonic beasts. At the same time, Shedding Dust and General Wu planned to return after leaving Clouded Dream Lake. They strangely found that although they were retracing their steps, they couldn't seem to get out of the deadly situation. Puzzled, they said, "How did so much extra distance appear?" Even if the miasma obscured the star map, it shouldn't have deviated too much. Both the Earth Convergence Talisman and Escaping Arts are difficult to perform, so you must reserve enough spiritual power to deal with unexpected situations. Shedding Dust sighs, realizing that relying solely on physical endurance to travel through this land of severed spirit truly challenges human cultivators. The non-human cultivator of the water element looked again, and saw that General Wu was severely dehydrated, barely clinging to life. Shedding Dust performed the 5 elements transmutation technique, spreading out their palm and transforming several ice crystals before throwing them towards General Wu. When transformed the ice crystals into a water sphere, enveloping General Wu and shedding dust. While casting spells, she said, "General, take a break for now." Minor Dao warned General Wu, feeling a bit insulted. "I am at the soul separation stage, while you are just a golden core stage cultivator." Shedding dust quickly reassured, "Yes, it's crucial to maintain the combat power of the general." "However, General Wu, don't you find it suspicious? We've only been away for a few months, and the expansion of the land of severed spirits seems too fast." General Wu said nervously, "Could it be that Xianxia, the devouring serpent of doom, has awakened?" Shedding dust said, "If Xianxia, the devouring serpent of doom, has truly awakened, we would have alerted it when we entered Clouded Dream Lake." After speaking, he pointed to General Wu's backpack and asked, "Any abnormality with the scales?" General Wu replied, "None." Shedding dust looked at the moon in the sky, sweating profusely. Moreover, the flow of ominous energy here is also not quite normal. Could it be because of the full moon tonight? As soon as the words fell, the ground beneath their feet suddenly cracked open, and the two of them exclaimed in surprise. "Heavy corpse chi. Be careful of erosion. Close all 7 orifices." Only a loud banging sound was heard. A huge creature bound by chains rose from the ground. Neither of them dared to breathe. They could only communicate using their spiritual sense to convey the message to Moon Roaring Back King. Zombies? Corpse Refining Formation? Land of Severed Spirit, also known as the Land of Death, where spiritual chi is exhausted, living beings are extinct. Shedding dust and General Wu entered this place in search of the ancient fiend beast Xianxia, the devouring serpent of doom. They accidentally stumbled upon. They found the hidden horrors of corpse yaguai and corpse refiner remnants by sheer coincidence. All of this seems to be somehow related to the surging tide of demonic beasts in the mountains. On the night of the full moon, killing intent lingers in the air, and a colossal monster emerges from the ground. Shedding dust and General Wu were shocked and pale with fear. Zombie of the Moon Roaring Back King. Corpse Refining Formation? At the same time, Cloud Mist deep in the mountains also turned red-eyed. She howled at the moon like a wild beast, scaring Cloud Girl, Sky Winter Grandpa. "You asked the wild beast soul search. This time you've really gone crazy." After calming down, Cloud Mist gasped and said, "Sky Winter Grandpa is right. This is truly a kind of madness." "What?" Old Golden Hawk was horrified. Cloud Mist lowered his head, tears flowing incessantly, and said with a face full of pain, "It should be said that it is a plague, a kind of spiritual sense plague that can be contagious. The fear and frenzy originating from the high-level demonic beast, bloodthirsty, soul-chasing, and transmitted layer by layer through the herd, has spread an epidemic." Old Golden Hawk was so scared that he quickly covered his mouth with his wings. "Can you solve it? Or should we go back to Ing Province? Cloud Mist may allow it to rest assured without infecting it." "Really?" Old Golden Hawk still worries about it and sighs. "I was careless. I never thought they could actually leave a mark in my spiritual sense. Running the mind-cleansing chant several times should be able to clear it." He told Golden Hawk that you can also learn the mind-cleansing chant. As long as you don't use Soul Search Cultivator on beasts, you won't be infected, let alone ordinary people. This is probably the cause of the beast tide. We need to quickly inform Dawa's friendly Etherlin and Golden Hawk and ask if there is a cure. Cloud Mist thought for a moment and said that if it's only a small amount, catching them and using the mind-cleansing chant a few times might be effective, provided that the species was not originally very aggressive. Golden Hawk retorted, "If you already caught them, wouldn't it be faster to just kill them?" Cloud Mist suddenly felt overwhelmed, holding his head and saying, "We should quickly report to the immortal sovereigns." On the other side, Shedding Dust and General Wu swiftly dodged the attacking Moon Roaring Back King, who broke free from the incomplete corpse refining formation and launched a fierce assault on the two. Shedding Dust uses spiritual sense to telepathically communicate with General Wu, telling him to go and lead the Moon Roaring Back King away. What does it mean? General Wu did not understand. Shedding dust is using spatial Daoist spells while dodging, he said. Isn't it suspicious that this formation clearly bears resemblance to the remains of the boss snake we encountered before? So what? General Wu asked while generating silver light from his palm. He said, "Dead mouse, eat my strike, Wu Grandpa." The silver light turned into ice and hit the head of Bat King. Shedding dust continued, "You drag it. I will go underground to study the formation." General Wu nodded in acknowledgement. He also mentioned giving him some time to rest. At the same time, the initiator of this formation. He also sensed the anomaly coming from the land of severed spirit. He immediately sent a black-clad subordinate to investigate. Li Ming sneered and said, "Li Mountain Sovereign, you have gained quite a lot from this trip." Li Mountain Sovereign played with the bird corpse in his hand and said, "Compared to the gains of the Bailey clan or another divine transformation family head, it is not worth mentioning." Li Ming looked at the huge mass of flesh above his head and fell into silence, only to see that thing was covered all over with densely packed blood vessels. These blood vessels continuously supplied nutrients to the mass of flesh through the formation. And inside was Bailey Zhong. Li Ming slowly speaking. "If the ancient Jiuli physique were complete, he would have reached this step long ago," Li Mountain Sovereign said. Although only those with the ancient Jiuli physique can comprehend this set of spiritual abilities, not everyone with the ancient Jiuli physique can comprehend them either. Moreover, even if you reside in Kunlun, would you dare to cultivate the spiritual abilities of devouring the flesh and blood of countless beings to build your own body? In the sky above Ningzhou City, a giant bird with 2 heads was killed by a sword aura, causing the burden in its claws to fall off. Inside the burden was a baby who kept crying non-stop. A Tinger flew over and hugged the baby, while Skyrending returned to her feet at the same time. A Tinger was speechless. Even second-rank demonic beasts have appeared in the city of mortals. What are they up to, senior brother? But the next second, she was completely stunned. I saw a dense mass of things in the distance coming towards us. What is that? In Ningzhou City, Lin Jinner was burning letters while asking the Grand Minister, "Is there still no news from the Grand General?" The Grand Minister comforted her, saying, "Miss, there is no need to worry too much. With the rugged terrain of the 100,000 mountains and the scattered tribes, it is normal for the general to be delayed with his family for some time. Now that we have taken down the defenses of Ningzhou, the general is brave and courageous. Even if we take a step back, it is possible to protect ourselves and retreat without any problems." Although Lin Jinner said that, she is still very worried. At this moment, the local soldiers hurriedly reported, "Mr. Grand Minister, something bad has happened." The scouts reported that a countless number of huge beasts and monsters are attacking. Looking up at the city wall again, chaos has erupted. Arrows are raining down, and the shouts are endless. "Trebuchet, screw his grandpa. Oil, keep up with the oil." And under the city wall, various types of demonic beasts turned into a big mix. The oil and wood on the city wall are running low, and the soldiers on the ground are shouting frantically, "Keep going! Don't stop!" Suddenly, footsteps could be heard not far away, approaching quickly. Each sound seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 caddies. A huge monster appeared among the group of demonic beasts. It has a rhinoceros-like horn on its head and flames emanating from its back. Everyone is shocked. What is that? It fiercely struck the city wall with its sharp horns, the tremendous force causing the entire city wall to shake violently. Grand Minister hurriedly helped Miss Lin, who had fallen to the ground. "Be careful, Miss Lin. The city wall is in danger. Go down first. Someone, escort Miss Lin back to the main camp." Lin Jinner anxiously pulled Grand Minister aside and said, "This won't do. These are not ordinary beasts. Let's go get the leader of the mountain tribe." "What?" Grand Minister exclaimed in shock. Miss Lin said that since they have been living in the Great Mountains for a long time, they may know the weaknesses of these fiends, and only by knowing their weaknesses can they defend against them. But the Grand Minister hesitated to let the barbarians take over the defense of Ningzhou City. Miss Lin firmly held his arm and said, "After all, they are human." As soon as the words fell, her pupils suddenly contracted. But they saw a giant snake with wings, its huge mouth wide open, rushing towards them. At a critical moment, a sharp sword chi struck the demonic beast, cutting it into several pieces. At the same time, Ottinger's figure had arrived. She lightly shouted, and the skyrending sword hummed as it returned to her hand. The next second, the demonic beasts flying in the sky had already surrounded her. Ottinger unleashed a move called 8-Direction Sword Slash, where sword chi crisscrossed as the long sword transformed into countless sword lights that shot out. Wherever it passed, everything was cut into two by the powerful sword chi. Blood rain suddenly poured down from the sky. The soldiers screamed in terror. "Ah! Fiend! Fiend, ah!" Miss Lin stood still in a daze, unresponsive to the Grand Minister's attempts to call out to her. She muttered, "With strokes as fine as 3,000 hairs, she surges to the Big Dipper's height. Am I entering a mythological realm?" The mysterious corpse refiner emerges from the water. They annihilate high-level demonic beasts in the mountains, and use their corpses to set up the corpse refining formation in the cursed land. He colluded with the Bailey family again. He used Wailing Spirit's flesh and blood to assist Bailey Zhong in cultivating the evil technique Shedding Dust, and General Wu in braving mortal danger. They inadvertently triggered their corpse refining formation. The moon-roaring Bat King zombie emerged from the ground. After the Li Mountain Sovereign noticed the anomaly, he dispatched his black-robed subordinates to investigate. The black-robed individual rode a bat to arrive at a cave. Upon seeing that the Bat King was safe and sound, bound by chains and talismans, he couldn't help but click his tongue and grumble. "All this fuss for nothing. It seems the old ancestor is overly suspicious." He kicked at the chains beneath his feet, muttering to himself, "Perhaps some snake, bug, rat, or ant caused a commotion. Who would come to such a death trap and waste my time?" After speaking, he mounted a bat and flew away. After he left, the Mirage Pearl appeared. The surrounding scenery dissipated like smoke and clouds, revealing the real environment slowly. All that happened just now was actually an illusion created by Mirage Pearl. Shedding Dust and General Wu are flying above the cave, with the corpse of Bat King lying below. The connection between it and the formation has been cut off by the two of them. The man in black robes was affected by the illusion. He has already connected his breath with this Mirage Pearl. Even if he's not within 100 miles, the Mirage Pearl can sense him. Shedding Dust wants to use it to explore the source of this formation. He sighed that the Mirage Pearl does bring greater benefits when in the hands of an advanced cultivator. General Wu suddenly realized, "Do you have to make me waste spiritual power flying a kite just for this?" Shedding Dust explained, "It is difficult to handle the aftermath without understanding the principle of the corpse refining formation. And if the connection between the formation and the corpse entity is not severed, it may be difficult to destroy it. As for being able to ambush and wait for this person here, it can be considered as our good luck." General Wu criticized, "So you can't be sure if someone will come to Shedding Dust, but you say if there's a 50% chance, we should give it a try." General Wu skeptically remarked, "Does this have anything to do with us? Whether it's about feeding zombies or feeding insects, it's none of our business. Let's go back early." "Are we wasting time here?" Shedding Dust saw that he was about to give up and patiently advised him, "I thought the rapid expansion of the land of severed spirit here was a sign of Xianxia, the devouring serpent of doom, awakening. It doesn't seem to be that simple now. Is someone using the land of severed spirit to refine the corpse of a great demon? Or is this grand corpse refining pushing the expansion of the land of severed spirit? Is this matter related to Celestian? Do they know about the situation of Xianxia, the devouring serpent of doom? What are their intentions? Although I do not know how the Palace Lord plans to deal with Xianxia, the devouring serpent of doom, these are things she needs to be aware of. General Wu helplessly said that the land of severed spirit cannot replenish spiritual qi, and we don't have many spiritual stones left. We can manage minor skirmishes along the way, but it's hard to say if we encounter a major battle. Shedding Dust said that the enemy is aware while we are in the dark, so we can only try our best to avoid fighting. General Wu asked, "Do you have the final say in this?" Shedding Dust replied with a big smile on his face. Of course, it's the general who makes the final decision. As for Minor Dao, leave enough stones for him to run away. In the depths of Mang Mountain, a fierce white tiger is chasing a group of small animals. It soared into the sky with a chilling killing intent. But as soon as it jumped halfway, it was cut into pieces by several invisible sword chi. This is a sword formation set up by Lee Etherland to respond to Yaguai Chi or murderous intent. The cloud mist on the side was stunned. The Kunlun Sword Immortal is truly well-deserved of its reputation. With just one person at the nascent soul stage forming sword chi into a formation, they were able to protect the entire Mang Mountain. What is this? Sky Winter Grandpa is not concerned at all. The sword formation laid out by a true sword immortal extends far beyond millions of miles, and it may even alter the laws of the entire world. Although this kid is only at the nascent soul stage, he has set up many invisible sword chi formations inside the sword sheath, making it convenient for him. Cloud Mist praised the Kunlun Sword Cultivator as being more reliable than he appears. Golden Hawk seems a bit unconvinced, especially in terms of fighting skills. They are professionals in that aspect. On the other side, the two top disciples under Drunken Sword Immortal's school met up at Mang Mountain. As soon as they met, they got into a dispute. Lee Etherland said to Yi that they should tell the people from Great Qin Dynasty that Mang Mountain doesn't need rescuing, and they should hurry back to their own territory. The food and wine here are almost finished. Yuchi said, "They don't even know me, so why would they listen?" Lee Etherland said, "You can appear holy in front of others. Weren't you the best at it when you were young? How many times have you kneeled in the square?" Yuchi retorted, "Then, senior brother, why not persuade the mountain people of Mang Mountain to go back with us? Wouldn't that be more prudent?" Lee Etherland expressed that they would not listen. How could they? They already firmly believe that you are Lady Long. Lee Etherland was a bit annoyed. "Are you going or not?" Yuchi dissatisfiedly said, "Senior brother, you just find it troublesome to transform into a woman in your dreams, don't you?" Lee Etherland drove the car, saying, "You stinky kid, you would rather be a toad spirit than clear your own name, right? Get out of here. Take Pumlai with you too." "Why do you want me to take him?" "Because the 10,000 mountains are not suitable for Qi refining stage. Following you is safer for Qi refining stage than following me. Cloud Mist can't stand it anymore. Please don't make decisions for others, okay?" Hey, the two of them were arguing with each other, completely ignoring her. Sky Winter Grandpa is angry. "Will you listen to what others have to say? Do you brats think of me as invisible?" At that moment, the formation shattering on Yuchi-Yi's waist emitted a buzzing sound, causing the two people to instantly freeze in place. Following that, the cold sword unsheathed itself, rising into the air and pointing towards Lee Etherland. Lee Etherland thought Yuchi got bolder and wanted to fight, huh? Yuchi quickly said, "It's not me! It's formation shattering." Is formation shattering excited about something on its own? Suddenly, Lee Etherland noticed someone behind him. He blurted out, "Who goes there?" Everyone was shocked. They only saw a white ape crouching in the tree for a long time, yet they were completely unaware. How many people are using spiritual sense to transmit sound to the monster? However, the sword formation had no response, and Lee Etherland broke out in a cold sweat. The sword formation should respond to the presence of Yaguai Chi or a killing intent. Not necessarily that he didn't. It could also be that our stage is low. And then watching that white ape staring at formation shattering, smirking. Oh, no need to head to Kunlun to kill. There's a wolf disaster happening in the village on the other side. Many villagers have been bitten and injured. Linlang, go and treat the villagers one by one. She is checking an old man. Another lady couldn't wait and shouted. The young girl comes to see our Zhuer. The grandmother on the side sighed. Zhuer is also lucky. The elder woman busily said. Exactly. If it weren't for the young girl's good medical skills, Zhuer wouldn't have survived being stolen from the wolf's mouth. The grandmother said. This disaster caused by wolves, surviving that is a blessing from the immortal. The elder woman also said. The feng shui here is indeed well deserved of its reputation. I'm afraid there really is divine protection. More than 10 families have moved to Linlang this month. Sighing, she thought. It was I who expanded the formation by 12 miles. Even though one cannot turn a blind eye to death. She remembered her father's words. To hide a drop of water, the best way is to absorb it into the vast sea. She sighs, feeling like a clear spring has emerged in the vast sea. White-clothed sword god Lietherlin. He alone formed a sword chi array that protected the entire Mang Mountain. His white robe was woven by the rare treasure of Jade Pool Heavenly Secrets. And the 72 sword chi in the scabbard are refined from countless celestial materials and earthly treasures. Its combat power is also top-notch among peers, but this time it encountered an opponent who is at a higher stage. White Ape Demon Monkey, he is here to snatch the formation shattering. Lietherlin fully activates the sword formation, and dozens of sword chi surge out from the painting. The sword chi carries a sharp breaking through the air sound, forming a crisscrossing great formation of sword chi. The incantation from his mouth constantly changes, with the Big Dipper arrangement scattered. The surrounding trees are all cut into pieces by the shining silver light. Lietherlin's eyes were cold, his 2 fingers pressed together at his brow, silently murmuring, Venus, shine forth! In an instant, countless sword lights shot out. Sky Winter Grandpa hurriedly flew away with Cloud Mist, but Cloud Mist looked back anxiously. The next second, something happened. A powerful energy exploded at the original location, the force of the battle making the heavens and earth change color. On the mountain road of Pingdung village on the other side, a group of runners is transporting goods. The leader shouted, Come on, everyone, put in more effort. We'll reach the top of the mountain soon. The younger brother nervously said, Big brother, why are we risking traveling on the night road? The boss said there's no rush for this batch of goods. But the big brother remained calm and replied, What's there to be afraid of? In Pingdung village, the earlier we deliver the goods, the more orders we receive. But as soon as he turned around, he let out a piercing and miserable scream. But he saw a poisonous snake under his feet with its mouth wide open, coming towards him to bite. Just as he felt despair, something strange happened. The poisonous snake under his feet turned into a branch. He was breathing heavily in shock. Did I see things? At the same time, a delicate jade hand waved gently. The confused snake was moved into the water. Linlang used the art of celestial reversal in the night sky, surrounded by 12 or so formations of various sizes. Linlang thought to herself, indeed, setting up formations that target hostile energies or demonic chi will not be automatically handled by the self-defense mechanisms. I need to think about how to make adjustments. But upon second thought, she felt that she should not make changes. Just like a mouse entering a snake's burrow or a fish becoming a heron's prey, this is simply a matter of natural order. Am I being too controlling? But as she thought about it, she pursed her lips and muttered to herself, I am just an ordinary girl. What's wrong with showing favoritism towards ordinary people? At this moment, a sudden realization flashed in her mind. Wait a minute. It's not yet the awakening of spring. Where did the snake come from? At the same time, behind her appeared a giant spider with a human head. The spider extended its huge legs and reached out towards Linlang. As the huge legs closed entirely, the spider revealed a sinister face covered with involuntary hair, saying, Gotcha. Ottinger and Ningzhou's city gazed into the distance, lost in thought, feeling the astonishing fluctuations of spiritual qi deep in the 100,000 mountains. Even from such a distance, the sharp sword intent that could be sensed belonged to senior brother and the others, right? She touched the skyrending in her hand, filled with worry. Would I just be a burden if I rush over now? But here, I am immortal, just thinking. Demonic beasts are gathering from all directions again, Ottinger calmly said with a sword at his side. Second rank, should be fine. Meanwhile, Shedding Dust and General Wu were tracking the cloaked figure to a cave filled with various demonic beast corpses. The strong stench of decay made General Wu nauseous as he exclaimed, "This is even more disgusting than Little Yuan's cafeteria." Shedding Dust analyzed that this should be the material warehouse where they refined the corpse entity, but upon closer inspection, he found something peculiar. General Wu asked what was peculiar, and Shedding Dust replied, "Although I am not familiar with the cultivation method of refining corpses, but I read in a venerable miscellaneous record that the cultivation level and talent of the corpse when alive, as well as the completeness of bones and blood, will all affect the quality of the final product. Although there are many corpses here, the naturally strong spiritual creatures are too damaged and not the best choice." General Wu, upon hearing this, dismissively said, "Hey, who would just sit and wait to be killed? Struggling fiercely until the end." Shedding Dust replied, "I actually think General Wu's intuition is more accurate. It's more like being left over after a meal than battle damage." General Wu, who is easily frightened, instinctively adopts a defensive posture. "Are you trying to scare me?" Shedding Dust quickly pacified, saying that he was discussing the idea that as a general of the Water Tribe, General Wu should study this path more carefully than Minor Dao. At this time, Shedding Dust suddenly became alert and turned his head. General Wu was startled again and said somewhat annoyed, "What's wrong now?" Then he followed Shedding Dust's gaze. Discovered that there was another goo cultivator locked in the corpse refining formation. Wait, are they one of their own people? General Wu approached for a closer look. Quite a bold move by the soul separation cultivator. Clearly not a natural passing. Internal conflict? Taking a closer look, he clicked his tongue a few times. His heart, liver, and lungs were all ripped out. How tragic his death was. Shedding Dust said thoughtfully, "Sigil-born immortal sovereign is right." What? General Wu didn't understand. Shedding Dust beat around the bush. Let's continue. Let's not lose track. Find out who is behind the scenes. The fierce battle between Lee Etherlin and the white ape in the depths of the mountains is still ongoing. Although there is a huge gap in strength, he is still struggling to support himself. I only saw him slam his palm heavily on the ground, while a surge of blood spurted from his shoulder. The fierce palm wind sent Yuchi flying out, and Yuchi shouted, "Senior brother!" in the air. Lee Etherlin shouted sternly, "Don't come over!" Look at that white ape squatting on the tree trunk, holding a branch in his hand. He disdainfully said, "Do you Kunlun people swing swords around randomly and call it sword art? Let's stop playing here, it's not fun." Saying that, he threw the bloody branch and prepared to leave. But the next second, a look of horror appeared on his face. Only to see Lee Etherlin extending 2 fingers. He dabbed a little blood on his shoulder and wiped it across his forehead. He murmured in his mouth, "Greedy wolf, giant gate, wealth keeper, literary star, chase star, martial star, army breaker." With the invocation of his incantation, huge energy waves shot out from the sword formation one after another. The 9 palaces' astro stars were successively detonated. Lee Etherlin slowly opened his eyes. With the celestial vision opened, he proudly said, "A Kunlun sword cultivator never wields a careless blade." The 4 seas and 8 desolates. One of the most capable people in mathematics must be Kunlun's sect leader Sigil-born immortal sovereign. His beloved daughter Linlang is also talented and intelligent. Her understanding of the formation talisman is extraordinary, far beyond ordinary people. She is the only disciple in nearly 500 years who can perceive heavenly secrets without reaching nascent soul stage. To confront Celestian. Sigil-born immortal sovereign sitting in Skynet hiding his wife and daughter in the mortal world accidentally revealed their whereabouts. A cunning old spider demon manipulated the formation in Linlang, grabbing her from behind at a critical moment. Linlang used the celestial reversal function of the formation to swap positions with the venomous snake. The venomous snake appeared in a daze in the arms of the old spider, and Linlang instantly moved onto the surface of the water. At the moment right before touching the water surface, she steadied her posture. As she stepped on the water and thought about formation, was there no response? No, there was no killing intent from him. To them, both my alive self and my mother are more valuable. Some trouble. I wonder if the other party's cultivation level will not be interrupted if they activate teleportation now. Unexpectedly, in an instant, that spider appeared behind again. Linlang transferred himself again. This time she fell into the chicken coop. And the spider caught a clucking hen again. Cluck. Linlang ran while brainstorming a plan. Cluck. I must figure out a way to create distance. I haven't used my own spellcraft. Celestial reversal is the most basic function of the formation, but there's no movement at all. How could they still discover and catch up to me? In a moment, the spider demon appeared in front of me again, and a dense spider web shot out. Linlang had no choice but to switch scenes again and arrived at the bear cave. The little bear, who was enjoying fresh fish just a second ago, was tightly entangled in a spider web. Linlang, feeling helpless, wondered, could it be that he is able to trace back cause and effect with instant spellcraft? Manually locking the formation requires a moment. I need to come up with a solution. On the other side, under the influence of Lee Etherland's sword formation, the entire Mang Mountain experienced a change in the weather with lightning and thunder. Cloud Mist held up Lady Long's token high. She sat on Old Golden Hawk as it descended from the heavens, proclaiming to the people of Mang Mountain that it was no longer a safe place to dwell. Acting on Lady Long's command, she instructed the people to leave Mang Mountain and temporarily take refuge in Shin Empire until Lady Long had vanquished the demons and monsters. She warned them to depart swiftly, or face dire consequences. Soldiers under Yen Li were surprised and said, "Isn't that the young physician who gives out medicine? Turns out she is an immortal." Yen Li also muttered, "Demons." The clan elder from Mang Mountain pulled out a similar moon token, examined it carefully, and then slowly spoke. "Notify the whole clan to carry the elderly and the young. We will follow the young immortal." The soldiers explained that the immortal is really effective. They had tried so hard to persuade them before to no avail. Yen Li looked at the distant lightning and thunder with mixed emotions in his heart. No matter what, there has indeed been some terrible change on Mang Mountain. He immediately ordered the recall of the sentries to prepare to return. Cloud Mist also frowned and looked over there. She remembered Lee Etherland's previous instructions. If a strong enemy attacks, I will fully activate the sword formation and leave the Gate of Life in the direction of the mortal village. You lead them to evacuate. Cloud Mist says you are just finding me a nuisance. Lee Etherland said to her, "Save people, you are a professional." Cloud Mist turned her head with a furrowed brow and asked Golden Hawk Sky Winter, "Grandpa, will they be okay?" Old Golden Hawk said solemnly, "Lee Etherland is an outstanding figure among this generation of Kunlun sword immortals. If we can quickly resolve his concerns, he should be able to protect himself easily. However, I am not sure how much damage the incomplete sword formation formed by the insufficient sword chi will endure." At this moment, Lee Etherland, in order to activate the Northern Dipper Slaughter formation to confront the White Ape, used the forbidden technique, Heavenly Demon Disintegration, which triggered the heavenly power with a powerful sword formation. The surging airflow formed into vortexes of storms, with purple lightning shuttling through them. The White Ape was trapped in the formation, finding it difficult to take a step. Lee Etherlin shouted loudly. "Oh, fifth! Enter the formation!" Senior brother? Yuchi outside of the formation looked at him with a surprised expression. I saw Lee Etherlin shouting aggressively towards him. "You are the direct disciple of Kunlun Drunken Sword Immortal, my fifth junior brother, Lee Etherlin. You are the chosen successor of the celestial sword of demon sealing formation shattering. You are afraid of nothing." His words struck Yuchi's heart like thunder. Scenes from the past flashed before him one by one. He was brought to Kunlun as a child after his entire family was killed by demons. By a fortunate coincidence, he became the master of formation shattering. Sword of the Great Phone ranked him 5th in the sect. This opportunity has also been criticized by many fellow sect members, as the White Ape Yogwai core is integrated into the formation shattering. Many people believe that he was brought under the sword of the Great Fang's wing in order to keep an eye on him. And his luck was also very low when in Kunlun. Out of 10 missions, 9 were left unfinished. It is rumored that this was due to the curse of the White Ape. Only little Linlang stood up for him. Where is the curse of the White Ape? Nonsense! Are you not allowed to admit that he is a jinx himself? Yuchi usually hunts demons and evil spirits, and is as jealous as an enemy. The scenes often get too bloody, which gives the elders of Kunlun a headache. The elders said that it was because of his heavy karmic debt that led to his bad luck and misfortune. They also said that if this goes on, sooner or later a mental demon will be born. The various past events made him feel mixed emotions as he looked at Lee Etherlin in the formation. He recalled Master's words again. "The sword is in your hands." He no longer hesitated. He controlled the formation shattering technique to break into the formation, experiencing the intense impact of the energy waves that tousled his robe and hair. Facing the White Ape Demon Clan's formation shattering, he also aroused a strong fighting spirit, becoming radiant. The White Ape was unable to open its eyes under the strong light. The powerful oppressive presence from the celestial grade spirit artifact made him look fearful. Yuchi, holding the sword in his hand, coldly said, "Want to take formation shattering?" "Dao's friend, you have to take it. 3,000 years ago, Kunlun Sword Immortal Longyan fought against the demon tribe White Ape the Saga, and both fell in battle. Sword Immortal Lang In's formation shattering was also damaged in that battle. Now, the formation shattering in Yuchi's hands is a new formation shattering formed by the fusion of the remnants of formation shattering and the Yogwai core. For thousands of years, the killing intent and resentment of the previous owners of this sword have been entangled in endless battles, while the White Ape clan came to snatch the formation shattering technique. This also aroused a strong fighting will in the celestial sword, with that sword suddenly slashing down. The sword's aura shines dazzlingly like the scorching sun, and the earth seems unable to withstand this terrifying power, beginning to tremble violently. Then, one shocking crack after another, spreading rapidly like a spider's web. The strong vibration startled Yan Li's horse, nearly throwing him off. A mountain man panicked and shouted towards the old tribe chief, "Grandma! Grandma, I'm scared!" The next second, the ground beneath their feet cracked, trees fell, and people shouted in horror, "Earthquake! Stop now!" With a loud scream, a villager fell into the crevice. Luckily, he grabbed onto a tree root desperately and didn't fall down. At this moment, a giant earthworm emerged from the crack in the ground. Fiend! As everyone was in a panic. A huge creature flashed past. The old golden hawk grabbed with both claws and snatched with its beak, leaving the earthworm motionless. Everyone was shocked to see the scene. Little Cloud Mist sat on Grandpa Sky Winter's back and shouted, "Don't stop! No one is as important as the supplies. Keep moving forward, I will protect you all." Several flashes of light appeared in the night sky and fell over Ningxiu's city. The defenders of the city knelt down and kowtowed upon seeing this. The person said that Ottinger already has many fellow travelers on the way. Since we are close by, we are among the first group to arrive. One of them is the little Taoist child from Kunlundan platform, he said to Ottinger. Young martial uncle, these are friends I met during my travels down the mountain. We are not afraid to bear the cause and effect for mortals. Later, everyone introduced themselves one by one. Kunlun disciple Yu, Azure Lotus Manor Chin Hao, Night Mountain freelance cultivator Keto Chuyu. Jiaoju from Jiaoyu Mountain came to help in battle. Ottinger is concerned about the safety deep in the mountains. Seeing them come, he is very relieved and a long-lost smile appears on his face. She wiped the bloodstains off the sword and said, "You came just in time, little Yu. Ningzhou City is left to you." Before you could react, Ottinger had already started controlling the flying sword, especially that girl Lin Jinner must be protected. Wait, hold on. Yu was about to speak, but was interrupted. Guard this place well. Those below the Golden Core cultivation level cannot enter the Million Mountains. Let's go! You must protect. Wait! Yu just wanted to speak, and was interrupted. Guard this place well. Those below the Golden Core cultivation level must not enter the 10,000 mountains. Let's go! As soon as the words fell, she had turned into a stream of light and rushed away, only leaving Yu with a puzzled look on her face. Huh? But young martial uncle, you are also at the Foundation establishment stage, huh? Watching Ottinger's sword shadows that travel 1,000 miles in an instant. Keto admires Kunlun's sword cultivator's reputation, as they defeat so many second-ranked demonic beasts alone with just a sword. Your young martial uncle's strength is not at the Foundation establishment stage like you. Ottinger martial uncle is very powerful, outstanding even among the Kunlun sword cultivators. Jiaoju says that advancing as a sword cultivator is difficult. Those who can tread this path are cultivators with exceptional temperament and talent. Night Mountain then ponderingly says that after the Middle Ages, there are fewer and fewer sword cultivators. It's not just because advancing is difficult. Huh? Yu doesn't understand. Night Mountain tells the story of heaven and earth annihilation. It is not just a disaster for all living beings in the cultivation world. A large number of cultivation techniques and transmission of the Tao are incomplete or lost as a result. Other transmission of the Tao may decline because of this, but they are not as severely affected as the incomplete sword cultivator cultivation method. Do you understand why? The sword cultivator's way is to break rather than bend, to proceed without turning back. Since ancient times, this principle has remained unchanged. Ottinger, with just one person and one sword, dares to brave through 10,000 mountains, which precisely proves this point deep in the mountains. After the full force blow of formation shattering, the mountains and rivers change easily, and snowflakes fill the sky. Yuchi crouched on top of the sword, breathing heavily. Under the edge of the sword, only the shattered white ape mask can be seen. Escape. Escaped? Yuchi looked frustrated. And at this moment, Lee Etherlin was suspended in midair. He had exhausted the last trace of spiritual chi and fell backward. Senior brother Yuchi was taken aback, seeing Lee Etherlin falling rapidly like a kite with a broken string. He hurriedly rushed up to embrace the huge downward force. Letting his knees heavily hit the ground, he couldn't stand firm. He directly threw Lee Etherlin out, and the two of them were lying there with their limbs contorted. Lee Etherlin turned over and sighed. Luckily, he escaped. Do you think we still have the strength to fight again? Yuchi hurriedly got up to check on senior brother. Your injury? Lee Etherlin said, I won't die for the time being. Yuchi asked in horror, did you just use the forbidden technique? Heavenly demon disintegration. Lee Etherlin calmly replied, how else could I use the high-level Northern Dipper Slaughter formation? Yuchi felt he was being reckless. Senior brother, you're only at the nascent soul stage. The backlash of the heavenly demon disintegration is severe. One small mistake could destroy your dantian. Where did you learn it from? Lee Etherlin smiled and looked at him. You won't report me, will you? Hey! Yuchi was about to speak. He suddenly felt a buzzing in his head, sensing that his spiritual sense was slowly being eroded. He had a look of painful struggle on his face. Lee Etherlin looked at him nervously, while at this moment the formation shattering also hovered in midair buzzing. The white ape Yogwai core controlled this sword. The sword emitted a purple-red light from its blade. Yuchi resonated with formation shattering. His self-awareness inside him fiercely resisted the invasion of the monster. Ah! He roared in pain. Lee Etherlin also sensed it. This is the Yogwai Chi of formation shattering? He suddenly understood. Yes, formation shattering and Yogwai core were originally meant to be integrated and balanced with each other. The recent battle must have triggered the fighting spirit of the White Ape clan towards formation shattering. The excessive consumption has made it difficult to suppress the Yogwai Chi in the Yogwai core. He tried to get up but found himself completely unable to move. He thought to himself, before the war started, he had reported to the sect leader. The reinforcements should be arriving soon, right? Lee Etherlin shouted loudly. Mind-cleansing chant, guard the spiritual altar. However, it was to no avail. Purple light gradually emerged from Yuchi's body, indicating the activation of formation shattering. His destined spiritual sword shared the purple mansion Yogwai Chi with him. How can he resist the invasion of deities? Finally, after a painful groan, Yuchi opened his eyes, and his pupils had turned purple. He stared at Lee Etherlin and, with his remaining consciousness trembling, said, "Senior brother, run!" A dazzling stream of light shuttled through the sky above Mang Mountain. Spiritual sword skyrending carrying Ottinger also entered the recent battlefield, only to see rivers changing course and mountains shifting. The entire landscape had transformed. Ottinger exclaimed that the might of the sword formation was truly well-deserved of its reputation. Suddenly, she felt the biting cold between heaven and earth, reminiscent of the sword pavilion. She thought, has formation shattering also joined the battle? I arrived late. I haven't seen formation shattering make a full move yet. She then took out her Kunlun disciple badge. She traced the badge's response and saw two figures in the distance. Here, Ottinger excitedly turned the sword towards senior brother. She joyfully flew over. But the next second, her smile froze on her face. Her expression then turned into astonishment and confusion as Yuchi, wielding the formation-shattering technique, pierced Lee Etherlin's chest. Since ancient times, the path of the sword cultivator has continued to this day. Rather break than bend, once on the path, there is no turning back. The 10,000 mountains are full of dangers. Only cultivators above the Golden Core stage can enter. However, Ottinger, who is only at the Foundation establishment stage, boldly entered the 10,000 mountains after entrusting Ningzhou City to Daoist friends. She is concerned about the safety of her senior brother and her older brother. She uses the resonance of the Kunlun disciple medallion to track the whereabouts of the two senior brothers. But just as she sees the long-lost two senior brothers, a look of surprise appears on her face. Yuchi only saw formation shattering piercing through Lee Etherlin's chest. For a senior brother, Ottinger shouted and turned into a sword aura, flying over. Yuchi, who was controlled by Yogwai Chi, stood still upon seeing Ottinger. He then drew out the formation-shattering sword and swung out a sword chi wherever it went. The rocks collapsed, but luckily Ottinger timely hugged Lee Etherlin and blocked the falling stones. For senior brother, she shouted to senior brother with all her might, but there was no response. Senior brother? Ottinger saw the hole punched in his chest by formation shattering. She glared angrily at the person in front of her. This beloved fifth senior brother has now become very unfamiliar. Yuchi, with his sword by his side, huffed and puffed heavily. His eyes empty, he turned to look at them. Ottinger raised two fingers. She activated skyrending, unsheathing it, and pointing it at Yuchi. Tears welled up in her eyes. She clutched Lee Etherlin tightly in her arms. Suddenly, Yuchi leaped up from the ground. He turned into a purple streak of light and disappeared into the sky. Ottinger, sensing the danger had passed, squatted on the ground, panting heavily. Gradually, her gasping turned into a sobbing whimper. Tears fell one by one. Finally, she couldn't control her sorrowful emotions and started to cry loudly. At this moment, a weak voice sounded in her ear. "Don't be afraid. Your senior brother won't die that easily." Ottinger saw that Lee Etherlin is not dead yet. Her eyes lit up all of a sudden. "Senior brother, please hang in there. I'll take you back to Kunlun right away." He shouted and tried to pick up Lee Etherlin, but Lee Etherlin insisted on saying, "Go, bring your fifth brother back." Ottinger looked at him in astonishment, and Lee Etherlin said intermittently, "The others will arrive at the doors soon. You have to find fifth brother before they do." "But senior brother, you..." Ottinger couldn't let go of her concern. Lee Etherlin told her that fifth brother avoided the strike that pierced through his dantian from his lungs. He is still struggling to break free from the control of the Xianxia. Find him and tell him that senior brother is okay. Lee Etherlin, who is on the brink of life and death, is still thinking about how to protect the junior brothers and sisters. "This time, I was injured by the white ape when I faced the enemy. Fifth brother pursued him alone, and the junior sister went after him on my orders. The situation in the perilous 10,000 mountains is dire. Any oversight by the junior brothers and sisters should be my responsibility as the senior brother, and I should be punished for it. So you must protect yourself." Unknowingly, Ottinger's face is already full of tears. "Yes." She gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. She wiped away her tears and took out the Kunlun disciple named Badge. She set foot on the skyrending to seek out Yuchi, leaving only Lee Etherlin lying in the wind and snow, barely breathing. He watched the shadow of Ottinger's sword drift away, his heart filled with worries. Hasn't the grievance of killing my sword pavilion's top disciple, Xianxia, dissipated by now? Can't afford to lose any more. Shifu, only the three of us are left now. On the other side, Shedding Dust and General Wu are still tracking that mysterious corpse refiner. The scene before them once again refreshed their understanding. Am I seeing correctly? Is that a one bird? Shedding Dust reached out and used spiritual sense to confirm before affirmatively stating, "Not bad." The bone-colored jade was shaped like a pheasant, adorned with 5 colored patterns. Even in Punlai, it is a rare auspicious bird. How could it? General Wu was so nervous that he couldn't speak fluently anymore. Could it also turn into a zombie? Shedding Dust said that the one bird will not be chaotic, born as an auspicious sign, immune to evil spirits. General Wu breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. But Shedding Dust feels strange. The feathers of the one bird are innate spiritual artifacts, so why do these bones lack any hint of auspicious energy? Suddenly, he seemed to have noticed something again. He revealed his robe and activated his spiritual sense. General Wu once again startled by him. What's going on? Shedding Dust made General Wu spread his spiritual sense and look down. General Wu was shocked to see a totem on the ground resembling the sun and said, This is Devourer Heaven Demon Mark." Shedding Dust was surprised that he recognized this mark. General Wu said, "Of course, although our Long Palace never participates in the disputes of your cultivators, I still recognize the demon mark of the heaven-devouring demon lord, who almost devoured half of the EC 500 years ago." Shedding Dust pondered for a moment and said, "This is the totem of the Jiuli tribe." Jiuli? General Wu was puzzled. Shedding Dust explained that this is the original totem of the ancient Jiuli tribe. Legend has it that the ancient Jiuli possessed a sun-devouring demonic technique that could turn all kinds of spirits and flesh into their own use. Only a very rare type of special physique among the descendants of Jiuli can cultivate what is known as the ancient Jiuli physique. Legend has it that they inherited the virtue of their ancestor swallowing the golden crow to achieve saintly inner body. They used the devouring sun as their totem. Since ancient times, due to suppression by the laws, they have been besieged by the Taoist sect. Sun-devouring demonic technique is lost, and the ancient Jiuli physique is rare. Until the previous cycle, the heaven and earth annihilation heaven-devouring demon lord emerged out of nowhere with this demonic technique. General Wu asked if the heaven-devouring demon lord is a descendant of the Jiuli clan. Shedding Dust said that he is the most famous descendant of the ancient Jiuli physique in recent history. The Grand General is puzzled, so it is very likely that this place is related to the Jiuli tribe. Shedding Dust has already felt a chill down his spine, even though the sun-devouring demonic technique was supposed to have been destroyed by the immortal sovereigns. What? General Wu doesn't understand. Shedding Dust said solemnly. The remaining debris of leftovers, a raptor corpse devoid of any spiritual chi. Grand General, don't you think it sounds familiar? On the other side, the numerous immortal sovereigns of Skynet have started another intense discussion. Some believe that we should eliminate all demonic beasts once the investigation reveals that the beast herd has been infected with a spiritual sense plague with the goal of disturbing mortal cities, which means the Celestians have directly interfered with the laws of the world. The natural consequences are theirs to bear. Why should we be afraid to take action? No matter how we handle it, we are indeed in a passive position. The move by the Celestians is truly disgusting. There is no time to delay in the face of the great calamity. Just kill them all and be done with it. Not to mention the Yugwai core and beast materials. Just being able to delay the great calamity is already worthwhile. Some people also express opposition. Taoist friend, how is your statement different from the previous illustrious immortal sovereign? Can Wu the sage immortal sovereign sacrificed for the people, not to earn this current situation? Sacrificing the two divine transformations only delayed the heaven and earth annihilation by several decades. Taoist friend can enjoy a few more years of peace. The current situation is a competition of determination. Everyone held firmly to their own opinion, unable to reach a consensus. At this moment, Sigil-born immortal sovereign spoke up. This time, the spiritual sense plague was discovered by the esteemed disciple Cloud Mist under the Ying province sect. What do you think, Shuyu Taoist friend? On the other side of the screen, Shuyu pondered for a moment before speaking. If the immortal sovereign and the Taoist friends from Kunlun agree to spare no effort, they can sound the heavens drum and the Eastern Emperor bell every 3 days, matching them with a mind-cleansing chant to purify the heavens and earth. If none exist, it clears the mind and brightens the eyes. If present, it eliminates the epidemic. The immortals are greatly delighted. Is there such a method? Wonderful! Peng Lai expresses willingness to participate in driving away the epidemic. Sigil-born immortal sovereign also agrees. Kunlun is also willing to participate in driving away the epidemic. The gods praise the elimination of a slaughter that vanished into thin air. Immortal sovereign is truly virtuous. Sigil-born immortal sovereign sighed and said, "It's a pity that it has already begun." The immortals puzzled and asked immortal sovereign, "What do you mean by this?" Sigil-born immortal sovereign manipulated the bronze mirror artifact. Lee Etherlin, who was on the brink of death, appeared in the light curtain. He angrily said, "White Ape Yogwai sovereign intends to take my Kunlun celestial sword and slaughter my Kunlun disciple." It disregarded norms and laws, bullying the weak with the strong, and severely injured my sword pavilion disciple Lee Etherlin. This action, in my view, is regarded by Kunlun as a declaration of war against the White Ape clan. The crowd of immortals is in an uproar. What? The great calamity has begun. Celestian? Are they out of their minds? Sigil-born immortal sovereign lowered his head and said, "Kunlun has accepted." Thereafter, all disciples must travel in groups of 5. Do not fight alone just in case. Before the words had landed, only a click sound was heard, and a comb shattered into pieces out of thin air. Sigil-born immortal sovereign felt a shock in his heart, as that was the formation item of the formation key in Linling formation. Formation shattering, as Yu Chi-Yi's spiritual sword, shares the purple mansion with him. After obtaining control of this treasure sword at the White Ape Yugwai core, Yuchi is also corroded by the Yabwai Chi. He, who is out of control, starts to attack his senior brother and junior sister. He did not want himself to become the puppet of Yabwai Core. He resolutely decided to cut off his own hands. Ottinger arrived in time and knocked him away when he was about to cut off his second hand. Fifth senior brother, please wake up, Ottinger shouted anxiously. Yuchi lay on the ground, saying despondently, I am awake. I almost killed you just now. Exhausted, Ottinger lay on the ground, panting heavily and saying, Thank goodness, thank goodness. It's fortunate that at that time, senior brother, you were still conscious. Otherwise, how could fourth senior brother and I have survived? She said, as she climbed up and hit Yuchi's arm on her shoulder. Yuchi asked nervously what she was doing. Ottinger said that fourth senior brother was injured by a monster and fifth senior brother is seeking revenge here. I'm here by fourth senior brother's order to take you back. Senior brother, rest. I will carry you with skyrending. Yuchi suddenly shouted anxiously, Wait a moment. At the same time, his hand was driven to push out a palm, sending Ottinger flying. The palm force accompanied by cold instantly froze Ottinger again. Ouch! It's so cold. She struggled to break through the ice on her body, while Yuchi looked at her hand in horror. He summoned formation shattering to fly to his side, intending to cut off his hand again. Senior brother? Ottinger rushed over, hugged him, and shouted, It's really not its fault. Fifth senior brother, please wake up. Under Ottinger's intense pulling, Yuchi could only give up. Formation shattering is still spinning non-stop above his head. Looking again, Ottinger is already exhausted. Yuchi asked in confusion, Why? Aren't you afraid? Ottinger replied without hesitation, You should ask fourth senior brother if he's afraid or not. He said he can handle anything, and that he's not afraid. I, on the other hand, as a Foundation establishment stage cultivator, feel a bit uneasy coming here. Senior brother, you're not thinking of abandoning me, are you? She said, as she picked up the hand dropped on the ground. Fifth senior brother, let me take control of your hand first with the beast taming bracelet. Let's go back and have Uncle Master see if there's any solution. As a last resort, we still have the Golden Lotus. Ottinger supported Yuchi to stand up and found that she couldn't reach his shoulders. Senior brother, did you grow taller again? At this moment, she saw formation shattering standing in place, buzzing. Hey, senior brother, aren't you going to put away formation shattering? Yuchi said coldly. Go! Avoid the direction indicated by the tip of the sword. Ottinger asked in fear. Is it an enemy? As soon as she finished speaking, Yuchi pushed her back and kowtowed to Master on behalf of senior brother. Senior brother? Ottinger looked around in panic. Yuchi raised two fingers and said decisively, Formation shattering. Even if we can't return to Kunlun, we will not fall into his hands. As he spoke, he was about to self-destruct together with formation shattering. At the critical moment, Ottinger took out a bunch of Earth Convergence talismans from the storage ring. He activated a sprint and let out a roar. 3,000 miles leap! Yuchi hadn't had time to react. He suddenly drilled into the ground with a bang. After a rapid fluctuation in space, Ottinger's hand emerged from a patch of mud. Then she laboriously dragged Yuchi out from inside. Yuchi asked in surprise, Where did you get so many talismans from? Ottinger angrily grabbed his collar and questioned, Are you trying to self-destruct? Just now, were you thinking of self-destructing together with formation shattering? Yuchi lowered his head and said, That was because even when teaming up with fourth senior brother, we couldn't handle the Apiogwai that was heading towards formation shattering. Ottinger stood still in a daze, sweating profusely, and asked, What's going on? Did he really cause this situation for you and fourth senior brother? Did you just discover him during the formation shattering? Yuchi thoughtfully said that there is indeed a subtle connection between formation shattering and him. Now I have also. Ottinger expressed optimism. Since that's the case, we can escape. He then grabbed Yuichi's collar and shouted, "Let's go back. Shifu will definitely have a solution. Senior brother, don't act recklessly anymore. I brought enough Earth Convergence talismans. You can borrow them without interest." At this moment, she felt that something was not right. After looking around, she exclaimed in surprise, "The spiritual chi is too thin here, isn't it? In the depths of the mountains, is it really such a desolate place?" In this accidental encounter, they also entered the land of severed spirit. At the same time, a bug with eyeballs flew over the land of severed spirit. In front of them was the destroyed moon roaring back King Zombie formation, and this scene was also reflected in a dark water pool deep in the mountains. Lee Mountain Sovereign coldly asked, "Do you call this nothing happening?" His whole body exuded a terrifying aura that was suffocating. The man in the black robe was so scared that his legs went weak. "Ancestors, calm down. It was a mistake by the kid. The kid should be killed. I will go investigate right away." Lee Mountain Sovereign lightly hummed. The figure in black robes was so scared that he didn't dare to breathe. The other two figures in black robes were also standing by trembling. Lee Mountain Sovereign turned around and asked, "Didn't you say you were going to investigate?" The black-clothed man who saved his life shouted in gratitude, "Yes! Yes! I will go right away. The ancestor is kind. I will go." Lee Mountain Sovereign immediately ordered them all to withdraw. Suddenly, the bug's eyeball was split in half by a sword chi. With a clank sound, skyrending was sheathed. Ottinger looked at the bug with a disgusted expression and said, What is this thing?" Yuichi told her to throw it away. "This is not a natural creation. It must have been artificially crafted, a corpse ghost evil creature. Ottinger, throw it on the ground and crush it immediately. It must be killed. It poses a threat to people. This place has no spiritual chi at all. Using a talisman artifact would consume a huge amount of spiritual chi. Surprisingly, an evil cultivator is hiding here refining a refined corpse." Yuichi said that they are raising corpses here, just like how we cultivate spirit artifacts in places with abundant spiritual chi. If it were on normal days, we should not be indifferent. Ottinger said that reporting back to the sect leader would be the same. Yuichi also told her that these corpse ghosts are like artifacts used by corpse refiners. Not knowing what restrictions are in place, it's best not to attack proactively. They did not notice that a strand of spiritual chi fluctuation was floating above their heads. This strand of spiritual chi emanated from Lee Mountain Sovereign's palm. He sensed the presence of these two unexpected guests in the land of severed spirit, sighed, and said, "Not even golden core stage little insects." At this moment, the lump of flesh on top of his head also seemed to sense something and excitedly throbbed. Inside was Bailey Zhong, the Lee Mountain Sovereign cultivating the heaven-devouring demonic technique in seclusion. He raised his head and looked at him in surprise, asking, "What's going on? Are you crazy?" To evade the pursuit of the white ape Yugwai Sovereign, Ottinger dragged Yuichi and accidentally stumbled into the land of severed spirit. This was also the closest encounter he had with his brother Shedding Dust. When Ottinger made his move to kill Corpse Yogwai, disturbing the demonic leader, Lee Mountain Sovereign. Lee Mountain Sovereign used his spiritual abilities to release spiritual energy and sense two individuals. What puzzled him, however, was that these two individuals, who appeared as small ants in his eyes, caused Bailey Zhong, who was cultivating the heaven-devouring demonic technique, to become restless. At the same time, Shedding Dust, who was frantically exploring the corpse refiner's lair, and General, who also sensed this spiritual energy fluctuation. Shedding Dust asked, "General, do you know what caused that unusual spiritual energy fluctuation just now?" General Wu replied nonchalantly, "Although I'm not sure what's going on, one thing's for sure, it's never a good sign." He turned around and asked Shedding Dust, "Kid, you've already discovered the sun-devouring demon mark at Clouded Dream Lake. What else do you want to investigate?" This is already way beyond what we can handle, isn't it? Shedding Dust also fell into contemplation. Just at this moment, an eyeball protruded from the soil and, upon seeing the two people, it excitedly shouted, "Caught you!" followed by a toad monster, corpse Yogwai, suddenly springing out from the ground. Shedding Dust and General Wu were taken aback and quickly dodged in alarm. On the other side, Bailey Ming looked at the snake that was jumping around in a panic and asked in horror, "What's going on? What does he want to do?" Mountain Sovereign said that the junior brother seems to be eager to leave seclusion. What? Bailey Meng was greatly surprised. Wasn't it said that he would at least stay for another 3 years? Li Mountain Sovereign, however, remained calm. After 3 years, a divine transformation expert would leave seclusion. Now, to attain a Grandmaster of Soul Separation perfection would also be considered good. Bailey Ming urgently asked how to stop it. Li Mountain Sovereign calmly said he had heard that your younger brother's death was related to a disciple from Kunlun. Can you tell me more about it? Bailey Ming shouted. What time is it? Why are you still bothering about these irrelevant matters? Li Mountain Sovereign looked at the meatball and said calmly, It's not me who is bothering about these irrelevant matters. It's my junior brother. At the same time, Ottinger and Yuchii are still trying to use the teleport talisman to escape the pursuit of the white ape. After several attempts, they found that they could not escape no matter what. Ottinger, who was lacking in spiritual chi, gasped and said, Who does that guy have clairvoyance? This is really annoying. Yuchii asked her how many talismans and spiritual stones she had left. Ottinger took off the storage ring and said, They are all here. Yuchii used spiritual sense to investigate, and then asked her to put them away. Don't touch them for now, even if you encounter white ape. What? Ottinger doesn't understand. Yuchii said while wiping the dirt off his body, Perhaps it's just a misconception, but I always feel like he's trying to drive us away. Upon hearing Yuchii's words, Ottinger also felt a bit strange. Several times, even I could feel the guy's oppressive presence. We were able to escape successfully, but the first time we teleported, we ended up in a dead end in panic. Later, when we tried to go back, we were repeatedly blocked. It felt like we were getting deeper and deeper into a dead end. Ah Ting analyzed with his chin resting on his hand. Could it be that he wants to exhaust you, senior brother, until you are powerless to fight back, and then seize the formation shattering? After all, formation shattering has its own will. Moreover, he should have suffered quite a bit in your sword formation, and Yuchii is also lost in thought. Suddenly, Ottinger looked serious as she said to him, Senior brother, can you promise me something? Yuchii asked. What is it? Ottinger said. No matter what happens, it's not allowed to solve problems through a same outcome for all approach. I believe in senior brother's promise like a promise worth 1,000 pieces of gold, so we don't need a mental demon oath, but you have to promise me. Ottinger is also hesitating when seeing Yuchii, so she continues to persuade him earnestly. When the fourth senior brother asked me to find you, he said that the teacher would arrive soon. We have been trapped here for so long, they will definitely come to find us. You can't really make the fourth senior brother take the blame and punishment, can you? You can't just let me, who is only at the foundation establishment stage, go back alone, can you? Great. I promised Yuchii and finally agreed. Ottinger didn't expect him to agree so quickly, and hurriedly responded with an okay. On the other side, Bailey Ming is explaining to Li Mountain Sovereign. After Ottinger killed Bailey Ji, Li Mountain Sovereign commented, So that's what happened. Bailey Ming saw that things were about to go wrong and urgently asked Li Mountain Sovereign, How can we stop it? It may be too late. Li Mountain Sovereign looked at the pile of flesh and blood nourished by all spirits and said faintly, 36 kinds of auspicious birds, 72 types of fiend beast, numerous soul separation cultivators, and countless spiritual birds and demonic beasts. Although rare, it is not impossible to find again. If you can get rid of the younger brother's mental demon, it would also be a worthwhile deal. Li Ming could do nothing about it when he saw the situation. Li Mountain Sovereign immediately ordered not to harm the intruders. If unable to bring them unharmed, then bring them to this place. What are you going to do? Li Ming asked in confusion. Li Mountain Sovereign said quietly, Master of Family Li is about to emerge from seclusion. Consider this as the present from this deity. There is no celestial Tao. The boundary between immortals and demons is now blurred in this world. In Ningzhou City, demonic beasts are running wild. Demonic beasts of various species are flocking together here, showing signs of breaking through the city defenses. At a critical moment, a huge stone sword came crashing down, smashing the demonic beasts into pulp. The power of this strike was so great that it made the entire earth tremble. This is the artifact of the freelance cultivator Kido. He controls this huge sword, proudly floating in midair. At this moment, another winged three-headed giant snake flew in the sky, spewing out roaring flames from its mouth. Azure Lotus Manor's Chen Hao opened up the treasure umbrella. Countless water droplets suddenly formed to block the descending flames. Night Mountain then conjured a purple fire lotus from her hand, and threw it towards the demonic beast as she clenched her fist tightly. The three heads of the giant snake exploded instantly. Lin Jinner gazed outside at this fantastical scene, lost in thought. At this moment, the maid walked in carrying dishes and said, Miss, today's fish has been prepared without any bones. She walked to the window and said, Wow! It's really scary outside. You should avoid looking at it too much. But in reality, there are immortals and monsters in this world. If it weren't for the pain from being pinched, I would have thought I was dreaming. Saying this, she began to bow down. Lin Jinner sighed and said, Let alone you, even until now, I still feel like I am in a dream. Not knowing whether the appearance of immortals and demons in this world is a blessing or a curse. The maid answered without hesitation, Monsters and demons are a curse, while being protected by immortals is a great blessing from heaven. Lin Jinner felt very unsettled in her heart. Since ancient times, we have considered ourselves the masters of all spirits, able to control all things as we wish. Now I realize that we are no different from fish and meat. The maid comforted her. Miss, don't be afraid. The immortal will protect us. Who knows, Lin Jinner said. What if the immortal stops protecting us? Ah? The maid was stunned for a moment. Miss Lin quickly comforted her by patting her head, saying, We are still under protection. Don't be afraid. The maid said, I'm not afraid at all. At this moment, the Grand Minister rushed over in a hurry to report to Miss Lin. The scouts have come to report. The Grand General is less than 20 miles away from Ningzhou. At this time, Yanli ordered the soldiers to advance with the fire crossbows. Protect the civilians, lead the cavalry for the rear guard, and emphasize to maintain formation. When opening the city gates, be extremely careful. The Deputy General, feeling uneasy, said, General, let me take care of the rear guard. Yanli said not to worry. If things get too difficult, we still have the little fairy on our side. After Lin Jinner learned the news from Yanli, Lin Jinner was about to set off urgently to search when the maid grabbed her from behind and shouted, No, miss, you can't go. The city gate is too dangerous now. Grand Minister also advised, Miss, you'd better wait here for the general. The current situation in the war is already perilous with the army entering the city, let alone escorting many mountain people and civilians. The city defense tasks are complex. If Miss is on the city wall, the soldiers will have to look after your safety, making manpower even tighter. Miss Lang could only say helplessly, Understood. I'll wait here. The Grand Minister praised the young lady for being sensible. Seeing Lin Jinner still anxiously looking at the edict in her hand, the maid also came to comfort. Miss, I know you are anxious to deliver the edict to the general's hands. But many days have passed. There is no rush in the next couple of days, right? You should relax and eat well, sleep well. Lin Jinner is under immense pressure. If the secret decree is not delivered to the general's hands for one day, the burden falls on me. How can it be just 1,000 caddies? Even if the general is close by, as long as the task is not fulfilled, worries and torment will not be reduced by half. The maid worriedly said that the young lady is too preoccupied, but the young lady wouldn't believe it. Guess how many white hairs I counted today? You don't even want to eat properly. She hadn't finished her sentence yet. Only one one-eyed spider was seen hanging upside down on the eaves of their house. Yaw, 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 yaw. The two of them immediately panicked. At this moment, Jujia's spiritual pet, the red-spotted snake, rushed to the rescue. Unexpectedly, the two of them screamed even louder when they saw the snake. Yogwai screamed, "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Jiaji covered her ears and said it's too noisy. The giant snake broke through the window and swallowed the spider in one gulp. At this moment, Yu also hurried over anxiously. Jiaji said sorry for coming late. Jiaji said it's okay and asked for more detailed information about the new Daoist friend so as not to mix with the Celestian cultivator. Yu said you are more meticulous than me, so you should be the one to go. Juju thinks he is talking nonsense. Kunlun disciple does not take the lead, yet expects us to obey? She also asked what is the significance of protecting this ordinary person. I'm not sure either. It might be a task or perhaps Odding or Marshall Uncle's acquaintance. Yu exclaimed as she looked into the room. Oops. Quick, help them. Only to see two people already fainted in fear on the ground. He quickly poured out a few Dan pills from the gourd and fed one pill to each of them. Phew. Luckily, one was scared unconscious, and the other was already weak. Both fainted after this agitation. Each of them was given a calming Dan. Jiaoju asked in a strange way, "Is there such a terrifying spider, Yogwai? Mortals are really too easily scared." Yu looked at the huge serpent and said, "It may not be a spider, Yogwai." After both of them took the calming Dan, Lin Jinner, who had been mentally exhausted, finally fell asleep peacefully. She dreamed of the scene where her beloved Yan Li defeated the enemy leader and triumphantly returned to the city. She watched Yan Li in the crowd and thought, "If only I could fight alongside him against the enemy." Then she dreamed of Zheng Lu setting fire to the bridge, creating a raging fire. She watched Zheng Lu from the other side of the bridge and thought in her heart, "If only I were not the one being protected." At this moment, a kind voice of an old lady rang in her ears. "Silly child, there are battles in martial arts and battles in literature, Lin Jinner." She hastily asked, "Have I fought this battle well?" The old lady smiled and said, "No one could have done better than you." Finally, filled with grievances, Lin Jinner lay in the old lady's arms and burst into tears. The old lady patted her back and said, "You've been working so hard for so long, take a good rest." Lin Jinner eagerly waits for her husband to return, eyes striving to pierce into the distance. Yan Li, however, sacrifices himself to save the common people by holding off alone. Outside Ningzhou City, Yan Li escorted the residents of Mang Mountain and engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the demonic beast. He shouted loudly at the mountain residents, "Why haven't you entered the city yet?" One mountain resident complained, "So many people. Why only open one gate?" The subordinates explained, "General, our troops are only enough to guard the entrance through one gate." Yan Li asked anxiously, "How long will it take for everyone to enter the city?" The response received was that it will take at least another hour. Yan Li, who learned that he would have to deal with the demonic beast for so long, reluctantly turned his horse around. Turn back now. Just at this moment, a gust of clear breeze blows. He stands stunned in place. Am I seeing things correctly? The beast is starting to run away? At the same time, cloud mist on the back of Golden Hawk also shows a look of surprise. "Sky Winter Grandpa, you listen?" Sky Winter Grandpa says in admiration. "I heard it. The resounding mind-cleansing chant echoes through the heavens and the earth." The two ancient sacred relics played simultaneously, calming the entire cultivation world. A small ferocious-looking fox cat. It also suddenly suppressed its anger. It was gently held in Grandma's arms. The mountain people were shocked. "Grandma, be careful. Quickly throw it away." Grandma gently stroked it and said, "This doll doesn't bite." It seemed like a gust of wind just blew away its temper. On the other side, the figure in black robes discovered the trail of shedding dust and General Wu. He drove the Toad Yogwai corpse to launch a fierce attack on the two, but these small fry were no match for the Grand General of Long Palace. But seeing General Wu cast the frost spellcraft and slap down with a palm, that big toad was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture, shedding dust. "How about that?" General Wu disdainfully snorted and said. Corpse Controller finally severed the spiritual sense at the last moment, but should have been injured to some extent. General Wu, who had displayed his abilities, was very pleased. "How dare a small fry challenge me? Let me show you the means of the great General Wu of the East Sea." But shedding dust unfortunately dampened the mood by saying, "Let's go back." "Where to?" The general widened his eyes and asked. Shedding dust said General Wu of the East Sea felt like he was being played. He unleashed oppressive presence, causing shedding dust to hurriedly calm him down by fixing his collar. Did the general want to ask why, after stubbornly refusing to leave before, he now wants to depart after quickly uncovering the secret? The general also said that the other side is just a small fry, clearly a mere minor player in this situation. He believes that victory is within his grasp. But the leverage we rely on for investigation is simply that the enemy is aware while we remain in the dark. If we delve further, it is hard to say whether the offensive and defensive positions will shift. Though there are still unresolved doubts, the most important thing now is to safely pass on the information. If you think Minor Dao's words are reasonable, let's clean up the scene and prepare to withdraw to the east. In a pool of blood deep in the mountains, the reflected image is a group of bird corpses. Li Mountain Sovereign stands in the water, feeling emotional about the harmony between the Eastern Emperor Bell and Heaven's Drum, playing the mind-cleansing chant that can be heard throughout the 4 seas and 8 desolates. Peng Lai and Kuan Luan are indeed grand gestures. He then turned around and said to the person behind him, "Unfortunately, in the land of severed spirit, we cannot hear. Otherwise, it may be very beneficial for someone like you, who is prone to falling into a state of mental demon at any time." Looking again, the original flesh ball behind him has burst open. Bailey Zhong kneels in the pile of flesh like a newborn baby, completely naked, sensing the culprit who killed his younger brother. It stirs up his heart of doubt prematurely, causing it to come out of seclusion in turmoil. Bird Corpse brought a cloak for him. Bailey Zhong, feeling uncomfortable, asked while covering his face, "Where is the owner of that fluctuation of spiritual qi?" Li Mountain Sovereign said quietly, "No need to rush. You will see him soon." "Is this gift to your liking?" At this time, Ottinger and Yuchi did not realize that danger was getting closer and closer to them. Facing a low-level corpse Yogwai, Ottinger dealt with it effortlessly. After countless intersecting sword lights flashed by, she turned gracefully, and the corpse snake was immediately slashed into several pieces. Yuchi was stunned by this scene. He marveled at how the sword cultivator wielded the artifact just like an ordinary person. "It's quite rare." Ottinger wiped the sword and said, "This saves spiritual qi. These low-level corpse entity skyrending can be suppressed by the sword itself. Wood Element's breath of growth is unexpectedly useful here." Yuchi praised skyrending as very good. Ottinger replied that formation shattering is also very good. "However, senior brother, you must conserve your strength. It seems that this death ground has not been formed for long, and strong dead creatures have not yet been cultivated. I wonder if the elders from the Taoist sect have come to find us. We have left plenty of traces along the way." As they spoke, they were led further into a deeper death ground. Before long, Shedding Dust and General Wu, who had decided to leave the death ground, also arrived at the same location. General Wu happily said. When I go back, I must ask the palace lord to give me a long vacation. I finally realized that patrolling the sea is actually a pleasant task. At this moment, he saw Shedding Dust and stopped in his tracks, asking curiously, What's wrong? Shedding Dust said, These are marks of a fight. Could there be other intruders here? General Wu asked. Are they friend or foe? Shedding Dust looked at the bone cut on the ground and said, I don't know. Not long ago, there is still residual spiritual chi. He squatted down to take a look. But in a moment, just touching that strand of residual spiritual chi, the figure of his younger sister flashed through his mind. His heart suddenly tightened. Turn around. Turn around immediately. The Shedding Dust and General Wu who were discovered by the corpse refiner. Realizing the imminent danger of being in mortal peril, they decided to return to the East Sea immediately to spread the message. On the way back, they discovered traces of other invaders. Shedding Dust saw residual spiritual chi remaining. He squatted down to take a closer look. Who knew that after his investigation he, who has always been calm and composed, suddenly lost his cool. Turning back, General Wu immediately became enraged. Damn Taoist, are you not jesting with me? Shedding Dust took out an object from his sleeve and said to General Wu, General, please take this glass cup and bring it to Palace Lord. This is a marker from Clouded Dream Lake, bestowed by Palace Lord. She naturally knows its purpose. General Wu did not understand his meaning. Shedding Dust finished his matter and returned to the East Sea as he vowed. I have private matters that I must go back to handle. The Grand General does not need to accompany me into danger. Let's bid farewell here. The journey ahead is perilous. Please take care of yourself. After saying that, he turned around and left, leaving General Wu standing there in a daze. Shedding Dust hurriedly turned back while thinking, That is Ottinger mixing resonance infant Dan's spiritual chi. There's no mistake about it. How could she appear here? Although she is impulsive, she is not foolish. I have made it clear about the dangers. She shouldn't be here to look for me. She has just reached Foundation establishment. That's it. I need to find her in a proper way. He was so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't notice a ghostly claw quietly emerging from the ground beneath his feet. At this moment, someone behind him suddenly grabbed him forcefully. The person took a step forward, and a chilling aura spread out from under his feet. He froze all the corpse entities below, and the person who came back with him turned out to be General Wu. General Wu? Why did you come here? Shedding Dust was extremely surprised. General Wu said lightly, I came to see you. Is there anything wrong with that? Shedding Dust was even more puzzled. Damn Taoist looks so cool and composed now, but he really seems to be in a panic. General Wu said, as he handed the treasure back to Shedding Dust. Take this baby back with you. I'm clumsy. If I accidentally break it, I'll be punished. General Wu, Shedding Dust urged anxiously. I have to leave, not knowing what dangers I may face. Just return to Long Palace and report. Why bother? General Wu replied. Yes, that's right. You go find Xianxia, the devouring serpent of doom, and I will protect you as ordered. After saying that, he handed the glass of glass back to him, Shedding Dust, and for a moment he was filled with mixed emotions. His eyes were full of touched emotions. The usually timid and fearful fish-head general stepped forward at a critical moment. Ottinger and Yuchi emerged from the filthy black water. Ottinger kept retching as soon as she came out. What kind of place is this? At this moment, she noticed that Yuchi beside her seemed a bit off. Senior brother, are you okay? Yuchi was just panting heavily non-stop. Ottinger was shocked after investigating. How did you get injured so badly? Quickly take this great rejuvenation pill. Yuchi reached out to stop her. Don't waste it. Ottinger roared in anger, if you don't eat it now, you won't have the chance to waste it. Yuchi insisted, this is the last one, save it for later. Ottinger said anxiously. With that devil monkey chasing us so closely, can you hold on until the elders arrive? She then glanced around at the surroundings and asked in confusion, Where are we? Suddenly, a eerie voice came from not far away. This is the Nine-Long Serpent Pool, a place where the 9 elders used to gather. Ottinger and Yuchii were startled and looked up to see 2 ghostly figures that sent chills down their spines. Bailey-Zhong approached slowly and said softly, Since the first sounds of the Heaven's Drum and Eastern Emperor Bell, this place has been desolate for a long time. Ottinger, sweating profusely, asked in a trembling voice, Who is the Venerable? Bailey-Zhong asked Yuchii directly, What do you want to do? Ottinger was surprised when she heard the visitor's name, and Bailey-Zhong asked grimly, What did Ji say in the end? You are Bailey's old thief. Ottinger wanted to rush forward to argue, but she was held back by Yuchii. You let go of my junior sister. I tell you Bailey Ji died by my sword. If you can't wait, even if it means bullying the small with the big, you must seek revenge for him now. Come at me. Ottinger struggled desperately to speak, but could only make a sound. She bit Yuchii hard in frustration, causing him to let go of her hand with a cry of pain. Ottinger raised her sword and confronted Bailey-Zhong without fear, questioning him directly. I still have a question for you, Bailey-Zhong. Do you know that your brother has killed many outside and absorbed countless souls? Are you aware of this, or perhaps you are the one who allowed it? There are rumors that you achieved spiritual root perfection by eating your brother. Is it true? You've benefited from doing all kinds of unethical acts, yet you still feign the manner of a victim. It's truly disgusting. Ottinger, Yuchii shouted from behind, asking her not to say any more. Ottinger, however, continued to speak calmly without changing her expression. Everyone is responsible for their own actions. When your brother choked, my senior brother had not even arrived yet. Old thief Bailey Ji was killed by my own hands. Suddenly, Yuchii leaped into the air. He pushed Ottinger away with one palm. Afterward, he wielded formation shattering and fiercely swung it towards Bailey-Zhong. Following several loud bangs, numerous icy blades appeared in front of his eyes. Bailey-Zhong stood still without moving, and Yuchii's full-force strike couldn't even harm him in the slightest. With his depleted spiritual chi, he could only rely on formation shattering to support his body. Attinger ran over in a panic and asked senior brother, Are you okay? At this moment, Bailey-Zhong released a powerful oppressive presence and approached them step by step. He reached out his demonic claws like a ghost from the underworld. No need to be modest. A soul search together won't take much time. As Ottinger and Yuchii, the advanced disciples of Bailey-Zhong, were led to the Celestians' headquarters, Nine-Long Serpent Pool. Bailey-Zhong wants to avenge the deceased Bailey Ji here, confronting the oppressive presence of the great demon lord. The two of them are not afraid. They were not afraid, but instead, they were fighting to save each other with their lives. Bailey-Zhong reached out his claws and said to them, No need to humble yourselves. Even if we soul search together, it won't take much time. How could the unyielding Kunlun sword cultivator submit to demons and evildoers? Ottinger and Yuchii exchanged determined looks and apologized to each other. Shortly after, Yuchii gripped the formation shattering. Ottinger is holding the thunder orb, preparing to self-destruct together. At this moment, a voice sounded above the heads of the two. Ah, Kunlun's idiot. Took me so much effort. Before the words fell, a white figure flashed over. In the blink of an eye, he took the thunder bead. On the other side, he controlled formation shattering. He unleashed his power to freeze the demonic claw extended by Bailey-Zhong. Only to see White Ape Yevwai's sovereign standing proudly on top of the formation shattering, saying arrogantly, If you want to die, go back and die again. Yao, Yevwai Ape? Ottinger and Yuchii explained in unison. White Ape Dao's friend Wind Grasp, you must remember our names well. In the future, we must repay your kindness. Bailey-Zhong respectfully said, It turns out that Dao's friend Wind Grasp is a member of the White Ape clan. With the cultivation level of soul separation perfection, you must be a person of authority in the White Ape clan. Why do you want to be enemies with me, Celestian? He said, breaking through the ice on his hands. Ottinger angrily questioned Bailey Zhong. You actually joined forces with Celestian? Wind Grasp replied to Verdant Hill saying, Celestian will establish a path to the Great Tao for the Yogwai race. I don't fully believe it, so I came to take a look. Bailey Zhong asked gently, So, Dao's friend, what have you seen? Wind Grasp said coldly, I have seen death and desolation for miles, with white bones turning to ashes. I have seen countless remains of demonic beasts and cultivators devoured to the bone. I have seen, pretending to wage a battle at the end of the world on the surface, concealing a heaven-devouring demon lord hidden behind the scenes. He grasped the formation shattering, and said to the two people with his head lowered. Ottinger shouted vigilantly, The old Undying One is coming to find you in the east. What? What do you want to do? Wind Grasp's eyes were as sharp as torches, as he carefully observed how formation shattering was used. He said, as he infused spiritual chi into the hilt of the sword, instantly triggering the powerful aura of this celestial-grade spirit artifact, bursting into a brilliant light. Ottinger and Yuchi were shocked. The light soared straight into the sky. The surging energy carried the two individuals outward with an unstoppable force. At the same time, Shedding Dust and General Wu followed the traces and crossed through a black hole. Shedding Dust gazed at the brilliant streamer and became entranced. The person enveloped by the streamer was none other than his beloved sister, Ottinger, causing a mix of emotions in his heart. While in Yuchi's arms, Ottinger also widened her eyes in surprise. She gazed in the direction of Shedding Dust for a long time. The two of them looked at each other from a distance. General Wu was so scared that he could hardly speak when he saw the scene in front of him, a divine transformation and perfection of soul separation. Which one are you, kid? Li Mountain Sovereign has already made a move in an instant, controlling the massive arm of Corpse Yagwai to grab Wind Grasp. His fist cracked as the arm of the corpse entity tightened more and more. Wind Grasp can only resist hard inside. On the other hand, formation shattering tears through the sky like a meteor and crashes down into a dead land with a bang. Mushroom clouds suddenly rose in the sky, and the two were choked and coughed repeatedly. Yuchi gasped and said, That white ape is trying to stop us from being caught. Soon after, he discovered with astonishment that the Yogwai core was asleep. Formation shattering has also calmed down. It seems that he really wants us to spread the situation here. We must quickly meet up with the senior who is coming to find us. We can only focus on activating the disciples' badges with all our might now, and ignore everything else. He asked again, How many spiritual stones do we have left? However, Ottinger was not listening to him. She just sat there with her head down. Ottinger? Yuchi hurried over to check. What's wrong? Injured? Ottinger could not control his shaking. Strong emotional fluctuations left her speechless for a moment. That's... It's my brother. Yuchi also widened his eyes in surprise at the words. The high-level corpse Yogwai's huge hand continued to creak as it extended its limbs with Wind Grasp, struggling to maintain, but finding it difficult to break free. Bailey Zhong saw the two people flying away on their flying swords, and was about to go chase after them. Shedding Dust suddenly dodged forward, causing General Wu's heart to grow cold. Li Mountain Sovereign and Bailey Zhong both turned around to look at the two of them. Hey, General Wu looked at Shedding Dust with confusion. Shedding Dust also remained silent, just staring blankly at the top of his head. What are you daydreaming about at a time like this? General Wu shouted in frustration. Shedding Dust successfully held off the two men. Only after seeing Ottinger fly far away did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. General Wu at this moment has the heart to eat him, and you still dare to relax? With the help of White Ape Yogwai Sovereign. Ottinger and Yuchi successfully broke out of the encirclement by driving the formation shattering. They fell into a deadly place. In order to avoid being caught up by Bailey Zhong, they need to meet up with the search party leader immediately. Ottinger is burning the spiritual stone, while using all her strength to activate the disciple's nameplate. The strong spiritual power fluctuations cause the entire deadly area to start emitting a buzzing sound. The untamed spiritual chi directly rushed into the body from the spiritual stone, causing severe damage to Ottinger's meridians. Yuchi worriedly said, "You've only just reached foundation establishment stage. Your meridians may be strong, but there are limits. Let me take over." Attinger is still gritting her teeth and persisting, the intense pain making it difficult for her to speak. "Now, you don't need to use senior brother yet. Save your energy to clean up." As soon as the words fell, a group of corpse Yugwai attracted by spiritual chi rushed towards the two of them. Yuchi, who doesn't have much spiritual chi, raised the formation shattering technique and bought me some time with an incense stick. Ottinger, who had been worried about the situation on the other side, asked panting if senior brother Bailey Zhong and his companions hadn't caught up yet, wondering if someone had intercepted them for us. Yuchi told her not to be distracted. After that, he waved his sword, and countless ice crystals shot out, shattering the group of corpse Yogwai. He freed up some time to ask Ottinger how many spiritual stones were left. Ottinger looked at his hand, and found that there was only one piece left. Yuchi turned away without looking back, saying that the flesh of a golden core cultivator contains a large amount of spiritual chi, which can be exchanged for spiritual stones. After hearing this, Ottinger stood still on the spot in shock. She held Yuchi's severed arm, and couldn't stop crying. "Woo-woo. Senior brother, I will work hard to earn money for you to soak in jade pool. Your arm will definitely grow back, woo-ah." Yuchi, indifferent, said, "Let's talk about it when we get back." Just saw his left hand holding a sword, also like Ottinger, waving formation shattering as if it were an ordinary weapon. After several intersecting sword chi passed through, a large group of corpse entities were instantly cut into pieces. Ottinger, however, is still immersed in sadness and sorrow. She thinks that in the future, she must work hard to earn money. At that moment, there was a clattering sound above her head, and gold coins fell from the sky out of nowhere. Ottinger wondered if she was having a hallucination. She looked up, only to see a magnificent golden toad riding an auspicious cloud descending from the sky. The treasure-gathering immortal hermit sat on the back of the toad, scolding and shouting angrily. Two little rabbit demons dare to stir up such a commotion, using spiritual chi even in a dangerous situation. Are you seeking death? You two are truly exceptional in causing trouble for me. Ottinger's eyes lit up, and she excitedly shouted, "Treasure-gathering Uncle Master!" Yuchi finally heaved a sigh of relief. Treasure-gathering immortal hermit led the two to the top of Golden Toad. Yuchi couldn't wait to ask treasure-gathering immortal hermit about Lee Etherland's situation. Treasure-gathering immortal hermit told him that they had already sent him back, then clicked his tongue and said, "Can't leave you guys alone. Go back and see how your master is handling things." As he spoke, he was about to take them away. "Uncle Master, wait!" Ottinger tugged at his sleeve and urgently shouted, "Bailey Zhong is a Celestian. He has created a pool of blood here, and people are trapped in there. Uncle Master, please save them." "Ah?" Old Oram was surprised. Yuchi quickly added, saying that the Yugwai race White Ape mentioned that they were raising a heaven-devouring demon lord to send a message for us to escape, but they themselves got trapped there, along with another person. "Ah?" Old Oram was in a state of extreme fear. Ottinger wiped away tears and snot, then added, "There is also a Peng Lai disciple named Shedding Dust." "Ah!" Old Oram completely couldn't hold it together upon hearing this. He grabbed Ottinger and asked, "Is that King Wu the Sage's personally accepted the last disciple?" Ottinger only knew her brother was in Peng Lai, and didn't know who his master was. Old Oram exclaimed, "Big trouble ahead. We must inform the sect leader immediately. He soared into the air, unfurled the curtain of Skynet, and reported his sigil-born immortal sovereign. While doing so, he didn't forget to remind those two little bunnies to behave and not run around. Ottinger cautiously said to Yuchi below, "Even though I can't explain the reasons, senior brother, can you help me keep it a secret that I have this brother?" Of course, Yuchi readily agreed, and Ottinger breathed a sigh of relief. But seeing Yuchi with his head down, thoughtful, he said, "I was just a little surprised. Why has the princess of the great Chen dynasty fallen into the common people?" "Oh." Ottinger is a bit puzzled. Yuchi narrates the story of Peng Lai Daoist Shedding Dust, who possesses extraordinary talents planted by the circulation of qi between heaven and earth. He is the half-step immortal, the last disciple, Kangwu the sage. In front of us, he took away the great Chen dynasty imperial prince. Upon hearing this, Ottinger was stunned. She is different from Shedding Dust, who has been surrounded by numerous auras since birth. Ottinger has been wandering and struggling since childhood, with a turbulent fate. When Yuchi learned that Ottinger's older brother is Peng Lai Shedding Dust, the mystery of her background was thus unveiled. Yuchi told Ottinger that Shedding Dust was actually an imperial prince of the Great Chen dynasty. And she is the princess of the Great Chen dynasty, who has been living among the common people? Ottinger widened her eyes in surprise. "You didn't know?" Yuchi was just as surprised. Ottinger, who knew the truth, remained calm inside. She simply said lightly, "Now I know." Yuchi said, "I accused you of decapitating the chieftain back then because I knew about this." Ottinger sighed. "Come to think of it, it can also be considered repaying a favor of sparing my life. Serving for 5 years was not in vain. After all, Grandpa is a person of the Great Chen dynasty. I can also be considered a person of the Great Chen dynasty." Ottinger's reply made Yuchi look at him with new respect, and he praised, "Your grandpa is really remarkable." Proudly, Ottinger said, "The best in the world." Just then, the treasure-gathering immortal hermit returned. Urgently shouting from the sky, he said, "You two leave quickly. People from the Peng Lai sect will come over soon. This place will soon become extremely dangerous. You must not stay for long." Yuchi asked if we are going to crusade against the Celestians in this area. Attinger is more concerned about the safety of her brother, anxiously reminding Uncle Master and those still in the blood pool. Treasure-gathering immortal hermit also knows that the situation is urgent and has decided to go meet them now. At the very least, they must rescue the people. Ottinger shouted, "I'll go with you." But before finishing the sentence, treasure-gathering immortal hermit sternly interrupted. "For senior brother is still covering for you." Yuchi quickly held back Ottinger and made her kneel down to apologize. Ottinger also realized that her foundation establishment cultivation level was of no use when it came to it. Treasure-gathering immortal hermit immediately asked Golden Toad Saisi to take the two of them to Ningzhou. He repeatedly urged Yuchi, "Yuchi, as a senior brother, you must instruct junior sister properly and bring her back intact." "Yes," replied Yuchi solemnly, accepting the order. Afterwards, Golden Toad Saisi received the instructions and with a ribbit carried the two people soaring into the sky. The ground trembled, and the blood surged inside the cave of the 9-long serpent pool. A massive beast moved thunderously outside the cave, causing Shedding Dust and General Wu to be greatly shocked. The wind grasp, tightly bound, also seemed a bit panicked. Only to see Li Mountain Sovereign raise his hand above his head and control a giant corpse Yugwai with spiritual sense to approach this place. This corpse entity is like a giant python, but several times larger than a giant python. Shedding Dust and General Wu exclaimed, Boss Snake remains?" "I only saw Boss Snake Zombie with green eyes lying at the entrance of the cave." The powerful oppressive presence turned into an unbreakable spiritual barrier. Shedding Dust and General Wu were greatly surprised. The space here has been locked? Wind Grasp also showed a look of horror. Li Mountain Sovereign said calmly. Don't worry, not a single one can escape. Later, he said to Bai Li Zhong, Go pursue without worry, may you succeed. Hearing this, Bai Li Zhong unfurled his robe and was about to chase after them. No, it's not possible. Shedding Dust was shocked. He realized that he absolutely could not let Bai Li Zhong catch up to Ottinger. General Wu, with his angry and determined eyes wide open, made a final decision to make a desperate fight. He roared at Shedding Dust. Damn Taoist! Prepare your escaping arts. I will give it my all. If this spiritual barrier shows the slightest sign of loosening, seize the opportunity. Saying so, he prepared to go all out in a desperate burst of energy. But the next second, he stood frozen in place, only hearing a series of clicking sounds. Shedding Dust swiftly sprinted up and soared into the air. General Wu was greatly surprised and asked, What are you trying to do? Shedding Dust waved his sleeve and displayed the spiritual abilities. Universe in the sleeve. He used spiritual sense to transmit a message. General, come out 3 breaths later. What? General Wu was puzzled, but then he saw a spatial black hole appearing above his head. Shedding Dust closely followed. He took out the spirit artifact, the glass lamp, from his sleeve, silently thinking to himself, Let's make a bet. Whether the spiritual barrier of divine transformation can break the spirit artifact of divine transformation. As he forcefully crushed the green glass lamp, the energy hidden within it was instantly detonated. In a flash, the entire space was covered in dazzling light, wrapping everyone in it. The bewildered crowd felt as if they were placed in a void. With a sharp sound, the intense light slowly began to dissipate. 3 breaths later, General Wu jumped out from the black hole, only to find no one in sight. He shouted, Damn Taoist! But received no response. He then looked up. But he saw the boss snake at the mouth of the cave, wildly crashing into everything around it, causing rocks to collapse and dust to fly. Why is this ghostly thing still here? Damn it! Now that the corpse controller is gone, this ghostly thing is out of control. General Wu tightened the trident in his hand and decided to give it his all. He gathered all his energy and sprung up vigorously, shooting straight up like a beam of light. With a burst of momentum, he rushed forward. Just as he was about to fly out of the cave entrance, a flash of golden light above caught his eye. He exclaimed in surprise. In the next second, the figure of the treasure-gathering immortal hermit had arrived. Holding a sacred relic with a dignified look, he shouted, You dare to be so arrogant with your dry bones? With that, he wielded the exquisite pagoda in his hand and smashed it towards the cave entrance. Another divine transformation? General Wu turned pale with fright and hastily shouted, Wait a minute! But before he could finish speaking, the pagoda came crashing down on him. In order to stop Bai Li Zhong from flying out to catch up with Ottinger, Shedding Dust decisively crushed the spirit artifact Lioli Cup, a disposable treasure of divine transformation level, breaking through the spiritual barrier set by the Li Mountain Sovereign, and transferring everyone except General Wu to another place. General Wu emerged from the black hole. He saw that the spiritual barrier had loosened and decided to break out in one go. Just as he was about to break out of the cave entrance, the treasure-gathering immortal hermit, who had come to the rescue, galloped up on his horse. When he saw General Wu, he did not say a word and immediately summoned the spirit artifact in his hand towards him. Wait a minute. General Wu didn't have time to explain. Then the pagoda came crashing down left and right. After a deafening noise, the pagoda was lifted up at one corner. Treasure-gathering immortal hermit sensed something amiss, only to hear the sound of heavy breathing coming from beneath the pagoda. Looking down again, General Wu, who had almost been smashed into fish paste, revealed his true form. Struggling to hold up a trident, he shouted, I am E.C. Wu, the great general. Dare to ask, where is Celestial Mountain Immortal? In a place with lush water grass, groups of water birds leisurely perch on the shore. A white heron stretches its long beak into the water, and picks up a small fish. Just as it was about to swallow, suddenly a person fell from the sky. With a loud splash, he smashed into the water, causing the waterfowl to scatter in panic. Climbing out of the water, he coughed repeatedly from being choked. Just as he was about to reach the shore, another person fell from the sky. With a loud splash, White Ape crawled out of the water. Shedding Dust breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it might not necessarily be transported to a certain place. It's all good, it's all good. But when he looked intently, he found that the White Ape was staring at him with a fierce look in its eyes. He couldn't help but sigh. The next second, White Ape pounced on him, pressing him into the water, grabbing his neck, and asked in a harsh voice, "Stinky Taoist, where did you bring me to?" Shedding Dust struggled to squeeze out a voice from his throat and said, "This saga, cough, Minor Tao is helping you break free from restraints. You should be happy." "Nonsense!" Windgrasp angrily grabbed Shedding Dust's collar and said, "This place is God knows how many times more dangerous than that blood pool. My life-saving hair is almost turning into a hedgehog." But seeing the hairs on his back were indeed standing up one by one, Shedding Dust seemed to have an epiphany and said, Human advanced cultivators rely on a whim. So it turns out that the Yogwai race saga relies on their hair?" Windgrasp saw the other party remain calm and unprovoked, feeling resentful. "Do you believe that I will strangle you with Soul Search?" Shedding Dust remained indifferent. "Do not be angry. Even Soul Search in this place will alert Xianxia, the devouring serpent of doom." Windgrasp, upon hearing this, froze in place, astonished as he asked, Xianxia, the devouring serpent of doom?" "Indeed." Shedding Dust tidied his clothes and said, "This is the dwelling place of the ancient fiend beast, Xianxia, the devouring serpent of doom." Clouded Dream Lake? At the same time, the treasure-gathering immortal hermit also learned about this situation from General Wu. General Wu respectfully bowed and said that it was Shedding Dust Daoist master who used a disposable spirit artifact to send those two attackers to Clouded Dream Lake to prevent them from causing harm. He himself did not escape unscathed. "I heard that Kunlun and Peng Lai have always been friendly. It's said that if the immortals act quickly, there may still be time to save him." Treasure-gathering immortal hermit was greatly alarmed. Since ancient times, Clouded Dream Lake has always been associated with Xianxia, the devouring serpent of doom. "Are you all searching for Xianxia, the devouring serpent of doom?" Well, it can be said that General Wu hesitantly responded to the treasure-gathering immortal hermit's exclamation, "It's already too late." At this moment, a voice came from above. "What's too late? Where is my junior brother?" Then, Shang the Cloudborn appeared wielding the Ninefold Realm's record of mountains and seas, traveling through space with Qingshu Chunjun. On the other side, Shedding Dust told Windgrasp that Xianxia, the devouring serpent of doom, is in a deep slumber, and as long as he is not disturbed, they can retreat safely. Windgrasp asked in confusion, "Have you been there before?" Shedding Dust said while wringing the water out of their clothes, "Of course, otherwise, where did the signpost for Clouded Dream Lake come from?" Windgrasp asked again, "How do we get out?" Shedding Dust replied, "Simply walk east all the way, and you will see the dead end disappear." Windgrasp sighed reluctantly. He started walking east, but after just 2 steps he stopped. He turned around and asked Shedding Dust why she wasn't leaving. Shedding Dust, in turn, asked why he wanted her to leave. Those two are most likely also trying to leave this place. It would be terrible if they met on the way out. It's better to stay here temporarily. After all, no one dares to use spellcraft. It is easier to get by. Windgrasp asked puzzledly, "How do you know they don't dare to use spellcraft?" Shedding Dust replied confidently, "I'd bet the high-ranking cultivator Sudden Fancy General Wu in Land of Severed Spirit also expressed the same meaning to them." Treasure-gathering immortal hermit kept questioning repeatedly, "How can you be sure this is not right? How do you know Xianxia, the devouring serpent of doom, is still asleep?" General Wu hesitated when asked. Shang the Cloudborn couldn't wait and said, "Enough chatter. How should we proceed?" General Wu weakly said. There are some confidential matters involving Long Palace that I cannot discuss. The glass lamp that could lead us to Clouded Dream Lake has been used up by shedding dust. Clouded Dream Lake is constantly moving without any landmarks, so it might be hard to find. The glass lamp was created by our palace lord using her own scales. Perhaps she has left some other means. Treasure-gathering immortal hermit was surprised. East Sea Palace Lord Ao Miao? Are you from the East Sea looking for Xianxia, the devouring serpent of doom? Sean the Cloudborn then said. Then why not quickly seek her approval? General Wu's eyes were almost filled with tears, and he said, that the glass lamp was used by shedding dust to save him, and my traces to the Long Palace were also exposed. The palace lord punished me. I asked the immortal to intercede for me. Seeing him hesitating, the two urged in unison, why not hurry up? Upon learning that shedding dust had been transported to Clouded Dream Lake, treasure-gathering immortal hermit and Sean the Cloudborn are rushing to the rescue. However, after the luminous goblet was destroyed, Clouded Dream Lake is nowhere to be found. General Wu told the two that the luminous goblet was made from the scales of East Sea Palace Lord Ao Miao herself, so she may still have some means. Upon hearing this, the two immediately sent General Wu to quickly invite Palace Lord Ao Miao. While the two people in Clouded Dream Lake were very leisurely at this moment, you don't seem to be in a hurry at all. Windgrasp squatted on a tree, eating peaches, and asked shedding dust, saying, It looks like Saga is in no rush either. Windgrasp clicked his tongue and said, Are you pulling this stunt because you're afraid those two young cultivators will get caught? After a moment of silence, shedding dust also asked, Was Saga getting captured also because of them? After Windgrasp clicked his tongue and stubbornly said, Captured? I haven't even used my spiritual abilities yet. Shedding Dust calmly interjected with hands crossed and asked, I go by the Tao named Shedding Dust Saga. How shall I be addressed? Wait for the immortal sovereigns to arrive to aid, and then introduce minor Tao to the sect. Immortal sovereigns? Windgrasp was surprised to hear this. Is this not a trap set by you all? Shedding Dust asked calmly. What is Saga's title? Are you willing to form a temporary alliance with Minor Tao? On the other side, Golden Toad Saisi is flying with Ottinger and Yuchi to Ningzhou City. On the way, Ottinger asked Yuchi, Senior brother, I didn't have a chance to ask before. What is the heaven-devouring demon lord? Why did that Yogwai ape turn against the Celestian because of it? Yuchi said that he only knew that the heaven-devouring demon lord was the mastermind behind the previous heaven and earth annihilation, and didn't know the significance of those 4 words in the white ape's description. It may refer to Bai Li Zhong, or it may refer to some rules that we are currently unaware of. At least it should have harmed the interests of the Yogwai race. Ottinger said that along the way, we have seen many refined corpses, including members of the Yogwai race, who want to use the power of the Celestian to kill all humans. Now they are feeling the pain themselves. I heard that Shifu wanted to come down the mountain earlier to eliminate these villains, so the sect leader should not have stopped him. After hearing these words, Yuchi fell into contemplation. The white ape's betrayal had a profound impact on his inner self. Senior brother? Ottinger called out to him. Yuchi, as if enlightened, said, I used to be puzzled by the difficulty of distinguishing good from evil. Senior brother Mingju replied, In ancient times, cultivators identified enemies based on birth, with humans and the Yogwai race being sworn enemies. Mutual extinction and extermination were common practices. The ancient Yogwai race held the advantage with powerful Dharma bodies, but in recent times, human forms are more conducive to cultivation. After thousands of years of relentless warfare, the current situation has evolved to only focus on cultivation paths, disregarding backgrounds. Sect leader requires us to assess the traces, not the heart. Through this battle, I have gained some understanding myself. Ottinger also realized, it seems like I understand now too. Someone once told me that the great Tao is impartial, and does not differentiate between good and evil. As long as one follows their true heart, all actions of Bai Li Ji constitute as Tao. At that time, I felt somewhat resentful in my heart. Now thinking back, if Bai Li Ji's Tao is to do evil, they would be pursued and eliminated by cultivators who follow the path of eradicating evil Tao. In the end, being cut into two halves by me was also the evil consequence planted by him due to the evil causes he sowed. If every aspect of the great Tao is in accordance with the principles of heaven, then for me, utilizing cutting evil as my Tao, I should be even stronger than evil. Ah Tinger said, as she pulled out Skyrending, lightly flicked her fingertips, and the sword emitted a melodious clang. Yu Qi was infected by her resolute heart of Tao inside, saying, "If Shifu hears this, he might end up getting drunk for 3 days again." Suddenly, he looked into the distance, and his pupils contracted sharply. He shouted, "Not good!" "Senior brother?" Ottinger looked up in confusion and said, That's... I can see flocks of bird corpse and huge corpse yubwai moving eastward in abundance." The two exclaimed, "Corpse! Corpse entity has escaped the death trap?" Heading towards Ningzhou City. Outside Ningzhou City, the soldiers are still covering up the corpses of the deceased demonic beasts. As the end draws near, a weary soldier says, "I finally realized how many demonic beasts there are in the world. We can hardly bury them all." Another soldier says, "Miss Lin has ordered us to remove the regular wild beasts. All the women and children in the city are helping to salt the meat and skin them. If we don't open 10 more burial sites, we won't be able to bury them all." Then the two of them started talking about the Grand General Yen Li. Although the demonic beast has retreated, Yen Li still insists on overseeing the battle on the city wall. He has not seen his fiancée Lin Zhen'er up to now. The soldier drank and said, "Hurry up, don't mention the general. I haven't closed my eyes for 3 days." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble. The tremor made a deafening noise, like an earthquake. Everyone was shocked. What's going on? Only to see the giant beast's body that was just buried struggling to break out from the soil. Several people were so scared that they lost their souls. "It's faking death. Help!" Phi. Fiend played the mind-cleansing chant with the 2 ancient sacred relics, echoing a sound that shook the universe, allowing the spreading spiritual sense plague within the group of demonic beasts to be eliminated. The danger in Ningzhou City is also resolved accordingly. However, the General Yen Li, who cares deeply about the people, still insists on staying on the city wall to command the battle. He hasn't slept for days, and has not been able to see his fiancée Lin Zhen'er even now. The intelligent and capable Lin Zhen'er is already physically and mentally exhausted. She is still guiding soldiers in sorting out wild beasts and helping women and children with meat preparation. The maid accompanying her said with concern, "Miss, could you take a break? Don't push yourself too hard before meeting the general." Miss Lin, however, insisted, "Spring is coming soon. Leaving so many bodies unattended will lead to the spread of diseases. Normally burning them is better than burying them. However, the city's gunpowder and firewood are all used for defense against enemies." At this moment, an old lady walked over and said, "Miss, someone wants to see you." Miss Lin asked, "Who is it?" The old lady took out a silk handkerchief wrapped around 2 jade earrings. "The guards are blocking the way. The person asked me to give this to you." Lin Zhen'er recognized the owner of the earrings at a glance and asked in shock, "Where is the person?" The person who came was a big man. He wept uncontrollably when he saw Lin Zhen'er, lamenting that the heir apparent had been surrounded by the Prince of Fu in the capital city, and the heir apparent had confined the old lady and forced her to write a letter commanding the chief general to return to the capital to support the king. The old lady went on a hunger strike for half a month, and passed away. Before she passed away, the old lady entrusted me to find you, saying that Miss Lin is intelligent, and she will entrust everything to her in the future. Lin Zhen'er stood frozen in place, her face instantly turning pale, her lips trembling. The maid looked at her with concern. "Miss, are you okay?" The big man continued saying, Seeing the young lady safe puts my heart at ease. My eldest brother and my brothers escorted the young lady here. But here... He didn't finish his sentence before. Lin Jenner, overcome by an acute pain in her chest, fell backward. Girl. The maid hurried to catch her. Don't scare me, miss. The big man still hadn't understood what had happened to her. Only heard the maid screaming in alarm. Quick, go fetch the doctor. The passing of the old lady caused Lin Jenner's heartstring, which had long been tense, to suddenly snap under endless exhaustion and pressure. On the other side, killing intent pervaded the burial ground of demonic beasts, as their bodies buried in the ground began to break free from the earth. The soldiers were so scared that their souls were about to leave their bodies. Ah! Help! Help me! A soldier who didn't have time to evade suddenly found a huge beast's blood-stained mouth right in front of him. Ah! It was a critical moment. A giant red-spotted snake blocked his path. Jiaojiu flew into the air and shouted loudly to everyone. Everyone, go into the city! The soldiers quickly bowed their heads and exclaimed, I am immortal? Yes, yes! Jiaojiu stared wide-eyed, with a stern expression, reporting to Skynet that the body of the demonic beast in the beast mound was reanimated, possessing the strength of a third-grade demonic beast at the highest. Jiaojiu from Chuyu Mountain requested support from high-level cultivators. At the same time, a large number of zombies have appeared in the cemetery in the city, crawling out of the graves to attack the mortals. The deceased mortals have turned into more zombies. Night Mountain and Chen Hao hastily reported that there are many risen corpses in the city cemetery, and the dead show no signs of stopping, neither do the refined corpse. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth is declining, while the Yin death energy is surging. It is unknown where it originates from. As they were speaking, the two were surrounded by a group of corpse Yabwai in the air. The situation here is not optimistic. While using the gourd artifact to defend, he is reporting the situation. The situation is serious. Please send advanced cultivators to come and investigate and resolve the issue. At this moment, a voice came from the Kunlun disciple emblem, retreat. That is the order issued by sect leader Sigilborn Immortal Sovereign. Why? Yu was completely puzzled. The Sigilborn Immortal Sovereign only said, That is not something you can handle. And over there, he was instantly overwhelmed by a deluge of requests for help. Requesting support, North Chin City is in urgent need. Suspected attack by evil Dao formation turning border town into a death zone. Large numbers of mortals rising as corpses, including refined corpse attacks. Also facing risen corpses of sea beasts from Jade Sea Kingdom. Sigilborn Immortal Sovereign immediately issued orders to send advanced cultivators to Golden Core. Cultivators below that level are to retreat from the battlefield. Cloud Mist and the old Golden Hawk on the other side also encountered an attack from Sky Winter Grandpa. Cloud Mist shouted urgently on the back of the Golden Hawk. The old Golden Hawk said, I will take you to a safe place first. The death energy is getting heavier, and the refined corpse is getting stronger. I may not be able to protect you. If you fall here, you will also be infected by death energy and become a refined corpse. The killing power of a refined corpse transformed by a cultivator is not something that ordinary human demonic beasts can compare with. Cloud Mist is full of frustration. How could this happen? We clearly resolved the spiritual epidemic, and were close to victory. If this reverse life and death omen was set up by an evil Dao formation, how could we be so unaware? It requires a lot of... Wait, she suddenly had a flash of insight in her mind. It's not. If it's on a battlefield where the bloodthirsty aura is so dense like this, perhaps, just the attraction of a seed is needed. On the other side, the many immortals who received the retreat order could not believe their ears. Retreat now? What about those mortals? Unable to abandon them, they continue to persevere despite their own safety. Jujio's spirit snake is covered in wounds from the ongoing battle. Hang in there, Aku! Night Mountain's blue lotus in her sleeve is also on the verge of dissipating. She said in pain, If we withdraw now, it will become the deadly city Celestian within 10 breaths. The Celestian organization has set up an evil Tao formation in the mortal territory. An extraordinary vision of reversing life and death appeared for a moment. The border town gradually turned into a dead zone. The corpses infected by death energy all turn into refined corpses. Cloud Mist is very puzzled. How could we not notice the formation laid out by an evil cultivator? It would require a lot. Just then, a sudden realization struck her mind. It's not the case. If it's a battlefield with such dense blood energy, perhaps only a seed's attraction is needed. Subsequently, she began to recall. I might have seen those seeds before. When I am exploring the high-level demonic beasts in Soul Search, I occasionally discover some incomplete restrictions in their spiritual sense core. Among the numerous sects of beast taming and goo refining in the Great Mountains, I consider those marks as traces of them being tamed. Those are likely seeds that were nourished and perfected by the aura of blood and death after their death. When the battlefield is filled with intense bloodlust and deathly aura to the extreme, it will trigger the formation of a refined corpse furnace. She thought of this. She felt extremely guilty. I only focused on the mental plague and reported it as a conclusion to Sky Winter Grandpa to comfort her, saying, "Don't say you cannot verify it now. If it is true, it is not your fault. This is the meaning of the island owner sending you here to practice, isn't it? In the territory of the verdant hillfox race. A little fox skillfully jumps up high and catches a butterfly. Then, excitedly running and shouting, 'Fourth uncle! Fourth uncle!' It jumps onto Calmer's back. Has it begun? Calmer calmly says, 'Yes, it has begun.' The little fox admires. 'Letting a refined corpse conquer territories for us is so clever. How did granny ancestors come up with this? They don't even count in the total number of beings with spiritual intelligence or occupy spiritual chi.' Calmer stands up and stretches lazily, saying, 'Exactly. Those immortal sovereigns are just too arrogant.' Suddenly, the little fox is startled by his movements and almost falls down. Calmer catches it and says, 'Assess the traces, not the heart.' Of course, it can greatly reduce accidental harm and gain allies. But it seems they have forgotten the biggest drawback of passive seeking enemies. 'What is it?' the little fox asked in confusion. Calmer said proudly, 'The battlefield is in the human territory.' On the other side, above Ningzhou City, the old golden hawk shouted anxiously, 'Girl, what are you doing?' Cloud Mist put her hands together and silently recited the heart manual. 'Sky Winter Grandpa, don't move. I have already anchored the Earth meridians. If you forcibly move me, my meridian will be completely destroyed.' Old Golden Hawk exclaimed, 'What are you trying to do?' Cloud Mist looked resolute and said, 'I can also become a seed.' At the same time, the various immortal sovereigns of Skynet also made a mess. Indeed, the demonic beasts still have a head and a tail, forming a blood fiend territory with a tide of beasts, then triggering a reversal of life and death to become a refined corpse. These are deeply intertwined and truly difficult to defend against. Old Man with suppressed anger. 'I saw them setting fires everywhere, and we couldn't put them out everywhere? What other way is there? Ken Wu the Sage's sacrifice proves that there are only two ways to stop the heaven and earth annihilation: killing from top to bottom or killing from bottom to top. Killing all those from the goo refining group and the group of refined corpse that appeared out of nowhere is also not unjust. Dao's friend may have forgotten that Lady Long, who is proficient in conveying information, is also from the goo refining group. Although there is no concrete evidence yet, in my opinion, Burden Hill might not be clean. Assess the traces, not the heart. No need to speak without evidence. At this time, Sigil-born Immortal Sovereign spoke up, saying, 'Assess the traces, not the heart, is the first rule. We need not discuss it further.' Then, he started to systematically organize the situation. Although the current situation seems chaotic, it is not without rules. Firstly, based on the information available now, the prerequisite for the formation of the refined corpse of land is that a demonic beast, marked with a prohibition, must be in a fresh bloodthirsty land. Before that, every road mentioned was a battlefield where humans and beasts fought for a long time. Therefore, it seems that the losses are all on the side of human beings. Under the purification of the mind-cleansing chant, the beasts will gradually disperse. Such bloodthirsty places that gather a large number of casualties in a short period of time will become increasingly difficult to sustain. Next, whether it is targeted treatment of the demonic beasts or removing hidden dangers in the death zones, it is only a matter of time. When the situation cannot turn into an overall trend, there is nothing to fear. Secondly, we are in a defensive position not out of passivity, but because both to kill and not to kill are within my control. At the same time, several people in the land of severed spirit also heard the discussion just now. The people who felt the situation was grim all furrowed their brows. At this moment, General Wu rushed back. He looked puzzled as he asked the group of people, "Treasure-gathering immortal hermit, when will Palace Lord arrive?" General Wu quickly responded, "Very soon." Treasure-gathering immortal hermit then turned to Sean the Cloudborn and said, "Let's clean up this place first." "Okay." Sean the Cloudborn unfolded the scroll in his hand. Suddenly, storm vortexes surged out one by one from the scroll. These vortexes triggered the power of heaven and earth. In an instant, strong winds blew, thunder roared, and the lifeless atmosphere of the land of severed spirits slowly dissipated. Sean the Cloudborn chanted spells while saying, "Although my junior brother behaved recklessly, he inadvertently revealed this lair." Treasure-gathering immortal hermit sighed and said, "It would have been better if he hadn't gotten himself involved." On the other side, Ottinger and Yuchi saw groups of corpse Yugwai migrating towards Ningzhou's city. Ottinger anxiously shouted towards Golden Toad, "Taisi, let me down! I need to lure it away!" At this moment, Yuchi reminded Ottinger to quickly look at the inscription on the tablet. Ah! After sensing the inscription on the tablet with his spiritual sense, Ottinger was greatly shocked. Is Ningzhou turning into a dead zone? Are all low-level cultivators evacuating? Yuchi Wei, no wonder the refined corpse is being pulled there. Otting worriedly asked, "What about the mortals in the city? And also General De Jiang and Missioner?" Yuchi expressed that a high-ranking cultivator should take over. Ottinger is very anxious. "Oh no! Will it be too late?" At this moment, the Golden Toad spoke, conveying the command from treasure-gathering immortal hermit. Saisi is now to proceed to Ningzhou City to assist in the battle. Saisi has received the Lord's orders. The two Sword Pavilion disciples have low cultivation levels and act recklessly. They must be restrained properly. Do not let them escape. The Saisi must be obtained. Ottinger and Yuchi were dumbfounded and felt offended after hearing it. Ottinger, in a rage, shouted towards Golden Toad, "Hurry up! By the time you arrive, everyone will be dead." Golden Toad just said, "I will be there very quickly." "What a load of nonsense," Ottinger said, as she forcefully slapped its head. Yuchi said that Saisi is Uncle Master's artifact, and we cannot control it. Just then, they heard Saisi say, "Saisi is super fast." As soon as the words fell, the two of them, along with a frog, suddenly transformed into a residual image in the blink of an eye. The Celestian organization used the corpse refining formation to turn the mortal city into a deadly place. After a few breaths, Ningzhou City will be completely transformed into a dead city. The little cloud mist, originally a spiritual herb, comprehended the mystery of the corpse refining formation. She resolutely decided to use herself as the seed. She connected her own meridians and roots to the earth's veins. She remembered the words spoken by Patriarch Shuyu, Immortal Sovereign. Reversal is the movement of the Tao. All things under heaven are born from existence, and existence is born from non-existence. Why is this so? She understands the Tao. Just as extreme yang gives birth to extreme yin, and extreme yin gives birth to extreme yang, this formation is triggered by the transition from life to death. Theoretically, it can also reverse from death back to life. My roots are fully connected to the Earth's veins, and by borrowing the power of the Earth's veins, as long as I can find the formation key, I can become the formation key. Cloud Mist was casting a spell while tears streamed down, saying, Sky Winter Grandpa, hurry up. Sky Winter Grandpa ripped apart the bird corpse and said, Focus on your work. This old man doesn't need the little kid to worry. After comprehending the mystery of the transformation between life and death, glory and decline, little Cloud Mist drives its roots deep into the earth. She extracts the vitality of the Earth's veins, altering the direction of the Earth's energy flow. She successfully reversed the corpse refining formation that reversed life and death in Ningzhou City. But this was also countered by a backlash from the earthly cheek-inverted Long. At a critical moment, Crimson rushed over. She tightly grabbed Earth Long and with all her might, gave it a fierce throw. Die, mudfish, turn around! At the same time, a flash of golden light appeared in the sky as the golden-toed Xianxia arrived, carrying Ottinger and Yuchi, whistling loudly. The giant Long's tail happened to swing towards them head-on. This scared the two of them so much that their eyeballs almost popped out. Huh? The golden-toed Xianxia also widened its eyes in surprise, its face covered in question marks. At this moment, there was a rumble of thunder coming from the sky. The reversal of the Earth's chi triggered the celestial thunder. The lifelessness between heaven and earth is gradually dissipating along with the baptism of heavy rain. In an instant, the rampaging corpse Yaguais fell down as if they had lost their support. The soldiers exclaimed, Quick, get away! Fiend is falling! Zombies, all the zombies are falling down! Ah! The pouring rain came down in torrents, covering the sky and earth. Yen Li and the other generals gazed into the distance, entranced. Raindrops fiercely pounded the ground covered in blood and mud. The flowing blood has actually turned into green grass. It's over. The soldiers are still as if trapped in a dream. Yen Li wiped his face with his hand. Under the downpour, blood, rainwater, and tears mixed together. We are saved. God bless Great Shin. Wow! The survivors celebrated by hugging each other joyfully. However, Yen Li walked towards the city below, feeling lonely. The soldiers were puzzled and asked, General, where are you going? On the other side, the timely arrival of Xianxia happened to neutralize the powerful backlash of the Earth's veins. The Xianxia that was slapped in the face by Long is now grumbling and frantically shouting in anger, causing it to spit out the coins in its mouth. Crimson quickly apologized profusely in embarrassment. Excuse me. So it turns out it was under the command of treasure-gathering immortal sovereign. No wonder it is so powerful. The attack of Earth Chi transforming into a dragon was easily dissolved. Huh? The praise of Xianxia caught me off guard, and my anger also dissipated by half. Crimson continued to praise, saying that it is indeed a super strong treasure with both beauty and power. It seems that only a spirit artifact like Xianxia can earn so much favor from treasure-gathering immortal sovereign, right? Wow! With all this flattery, Xianxia is starting to feel a little shy. Yuchi looked speechless and wondered, How do you communicate with each other? He looked over at Otting, who was still recovering from the impact a moment ago. She was on the verge of vomiting bile. Yuchi asked if she was feeling any better. Ottinger's face was pale as she retched and said, I must have been thrown around 100 times just now, right? Yuchi then said, Luckily, Xianxia arrived just in time. He looked at the formation set up by Cloud Mist and marveled. Such a formidable formation that can reverse life and death. It looks like it has stabilized now. At this moment, Ottinger cast her gaze into the city, and the scene that met her eyes made her inhale sharply. Azure Lotus Manor, Chinhao, Night Mountain Freelance Cultivator, and Keto have all tragically fallen to the ground. The Daoist friends, who came to assist in the battle, fought until the last moment for the safety of mortals. Ottinger, Martial Uncle, Little Martial Nephew Yu gazed back at her with empty eyes. Ottinger felt like her heart had been stabbed by a sharp blade. Tears kept swirling in her eyes. She entrusted Ningzhou City to them, and they bravely completed the mission. The thunder in the sky was still rumbling. The city was full of ruined houses and the corpses of ordinary people. The blood-soaked ground turned into green grass. The warriors and handmaidens could not withstand the attack of the zombies and lay lifeless on the ground. The General Yen Li, clad in silver armor, held his fiancée Lin Jinner's remains in his arms. Miss Lin's face had lost all color. She slowly opened her eyes, looking at Yen Li with weak breath, and said, "There's the late Emperor's decree on me. Please be careful. Don't accidentally burn it." After she finished speaking, she coughed up blood violently. With the last breath she struggled to take, she finally unloaded the 1,000-pound burden in her heart. Yen Li's body kept trembling uncontrollably, and tears gushed out like a torrent. Drop by drop fell on Miss Lin's face. His heart was filled with self-blame. The playful and adorable girl in his heart was ultimately not able to be protected by himself. Lin Jinner's eyes flashed with a hint of nostalgia. She finally saw her beloved one in the last moment. At the moment of parting, she said with deep regret, "Since I was a little girl, I wanted to fight alongside you." Sighing feels quite good, but unfortunately only once. After saying this, a tear slid down from the corner of her eye. Yen Li was already sobbing uncontrollably, holding Lin Jinner tightly in his arms. He who bears the burden of the country and its people is worthy of all, yet is unworthy of his beloved. The rain is still falling. Witnessing the life and death decision of the two, Ottinger knelt on the golden toad and felt deep powerlessness. Once again, she failed to protect the person she wanted to protect.